story powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. And this Veterans Day, QC Kinetics giving back to our heroes. Veterans will get $500 off their treatment, and for every non-veteran who starts care, QC Kinetics will donate $500 to the Wounded Warrior Project. It's a great time to book your free consultation. Call QC Kinetics with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Jalen Green era in Phoenix might just begin tonight. The Suns guard is listed as probable for tonight's game against the Clippers. Green was the main piece acquired in the trade with Kevin Durant over the summer. He's been dealing with a hamstring injury. The Suns will tip at 7 p.m. tonight right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. As the Cardinals are moving forward with Jacoby Brissett as their starting quarterback, they've placed Kyler Murray on the IR with a foot injury, and the earliest Murray could return would be Week 14 against the LA Rams, and here was Gannon on it yesterday.
Kyler's going to go on IR. Feel like that's the best thing for him and for us. He's not fully healthy, ready to go yet, so that makes the most sense.
Elsewhere on the Cardinals injury report, Budda Baker was one of 8 Cardinals to show up on the report as he was limited in practice with a hamstring issue, but the Cards will look to get healthy and ready for Sunday in Seattle. And this report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Check out the Veterans Day sale going on now in store and online through November 11th. Get 30% off. Go to brooklynbetting.com.
Good morning. Time to get up and go to work.
The power-packed morning zoo. Are you kidding me?
Fire.
It's the greatest radio show ever.
Good morning and welcome.
Dan Bickley.
When America needs real advice about real life, they turn to Dan
Vince Marotta.
And that's crushed. Deep right center field. And Vinny has a 2-home run, 6 RBI night in the first 4 innings.
Jared Carlin.
This is a ferret. That's a ferret. Ferret. That's a ferret.
And Sammy Cebulka.
Sammy, you're not going to sing for us, are you?
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Marotta mornings.
Shout out to Dan Bickley, my boy, him and Vince. Okay.
Time to go to work. Time to go to work.
Good morning. Happy Thursday, Valley sports fans. Welcome to the continuation of a seismic, groundbreaking week in the Valley surrounding our football team and our quarterbacks. But I'm going to begin today's show with a little hockey talk, Vinny. Did you see Alex Ovechkin reached 900 goals last night?
900 goals.
That's a lot of goals.
There's one guy in the club, and it's him.
900
And there's
goals.
still not enough alcohol in that club to go around.
That's right. That's right. The funny thing about this 900th goal was St. Louis goaltender Jordan Binnington tried to steal the puck.
He did.
He didn't think there were cameras in the arena, so the puck's in the back of the net. He fishes it out, takes off his glove, and puts the thing in his pocket.
Well, it's in the back of his pads.
In the back of his pads, right.
Yeah.
The pocket area of his pads.
Yeah.
Right. Yeah, I mean, hockey uniforms don't come with pockets. Put your wallet and your keys over here.
Which is a bold move, because that puck could easily get stuck in his 5-hole.
Hello. That's pretty good.
Wow.
And you don't want that to happen.
Well, no.
Apparently
that might have a hard time coming out.
I always bristle at these stupid non-record milestones because he's the first person to ever get 900 goals. He was also the first person to ever get 899 goals.
So you're just
and
898
railing on
goals.
the arbitrary nature
of
even numbers.
Yeah,
it's. I'm not really mad at it, but it's funny how they always do stuff like that with round numbers.
I say this all the time, man. Human beings need patterns. You need to take all these facts and slide them into a pattern to make sense of it. Those big round numbers are the pattern. All the goals are the numbers. The 900 is what brings it into clarity for people.
It is.
Here's the thing, though. So, had Jordan Binnington been successful at stealing this puck, what was he going to do with it? Was he going to sell it? Was he gonna hold Alex Ovechkin hostage for it? Was it going to start a Russia-U.S.
start?
Who's to say, though, Jordan Binnington didn't, hey, I haven't been playing very well. He's about due to get his 900th goal. What if he went into the game with a puck already in his 5-hole? And pulled out the decoy.
That's fantastic. That is fantastic. Which leads me to this. What is the worst thing you have ever had stolen from you? Jared's. Thank you, Bickley. You gave me a social studies question.
I was just thinking that is a great social studies question. Thank you, Bickley.
You're welcome.
I have an answer to this.
I want to hear it.
Well, wait.
You could give it now, or you could save it for later. But
we're probably running out of time.
Yeah,
we can get back to this because I had something stolen from me once, and it was very traumatic, very traumatic.
Oh, this is traumatic. 9.
What a tease.
9 a.m. Stay tuned.
We'll pay it off.
If you want to know how I turned out the way I turned out.
Oh, my goodness. Stay tuned, everybody.
This item being stolen from you is what we see now? That's the origin story?
It was his valor, his dignity, his self-respect.
Wow. I can't wait to hear this story.
All right,
now, that is a tease.
Start the show, Jared.
The Splash. The stories making waves in the sports world. The Splash.
Cannonball coming.
The Splash, brought to you by Presidential Pools, Arizona's #1 pool builder. See why at presidentialpools.com.
Another day, another twist in the saga of Kyler Murray. The Arizona Cardinals placed the quarterback on injured reserve a month after he suffered a foot injury in a loss to the Tennessee Titans on October 5th. A stay on injured reserve means that Murray will miss at least the next 4 games, meaning the earliest he'd be eligible to return to the roster would be December 7th against the Rams at State Farm Stadium. The move comes a day after Cardinals head coach Jonathan Gannon named Jacoby Brissett the starter for Sunday's game in Seattle against the Seahawks. In his 3 starts, Brissett has thrown for 865 yards on 65.8% completions, 6 touchdowns, 1 interception. Cardinals 1-2 in that span. This got a lot juicier yesterday.
Oh, it sure did, Vinny. Sure did.
Juicy enough to change my stance on pretty much everything I said yesterday.
Really?
Yeah.
Oh, good. Good. This is going to be a fun day.
Speaking of injuries, the Cardinals released their first edition of the Week 10 injury report on Wednesday. Safety Budda Baker listed as a limited participant in with a hamstring issue. Cornerback Max Melton, linebacker Mac Wilson Sr. didn't practice on Wednesday, which was a walkthrough session for the Cardinals. They'll get back to regular practice today. Will Johnson, Keitrell Clark, Will Hernandez, A. Jones also limited. Seattle wide receiver Cooper Kupp did not practice Wednesday either. He's been dealing with heel and hamstring injuries. Kupp missed last Sunday's win over the Commanders. Week 10 gets underway in the NFL tonight in Denver. Broncos hosting the Las Vegas Raiders in an AFC West tilt at Invesco Field at Mile High. Broncos tied for the best record in football, 7-2 mark. They've won 6 straight, while the Raiders limp in at 2-6 on the season. Kickoff 6:15 on Prime Video. Suns back in action tonight on the home floor at Mortgage Matchup Center in downtown Phoenix, facing the LA Clippers in the only game on the NBA schedule tonight. Weird. Tonight could be the night, and it's looking like it will be. Jalen Green makes his long-awaited debut in a Suns uniform. Green listed as probable for tonight's game. He's missed all 8 regular season games and all 4 preseason games with a hamstring injury. Dylan Brooks still out for the Suns. Doesn't mean he can't get a technical, though. He'll miss his 6th straight game with a core muscle strain. Clippers shorthanded as well. James Harden out. Kawhi Leonard out for tonight's game. Tip-off 7 o'clock. You can hear it right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, beginning with pregame coverage at 6. Wednesday was a busy night in the NBA, a night that saw the last undefeated team go down. The Portland Trailblazers came back from 22 down to hand Oklahoma City a 121-119 loss. Portland exploded for 40 points against the Thunder in the 4th quarter in that comeback win. Cleveland, 46 points from Donovan Mitchell in a 132-121 win over Philadelphia. We don't have any undefeated teams. We don't have any winless teams. The Brooklyn Nets got their first win, 112-103 over the Indiana Pacers. Michael Porter Jr. had 32 for the Nets. Indiana off to a 1-7 start, racked with injuries after a run to the NBA Finals last summer.
Yeah, that's a bad deal for them.
Yeah, the Knicks torched the Timberwolves 137-114 at the Garden. Lakers held off the Spurs. They tried to give it away late, but they held off the Spurs 118-116 in Los Angeles. Luka Doncic, 35 points, 9 rebounds, 13 assists for the winners. Did you see the end of that game? It took forever, by the way.
No, actually, I did not.
But after San Antonio gets to within 2, Marcus Smart takes the ball, tries to inbound it, and throw it down the length of the court to extinguish the rest of the clock. There was like a second and change left. He steps over the line when he does it, so they call a violation. So there's like fraction of a second left. All the Spurs can do is inbound the ball for a tip-in. They do that, and there's a foul. So they get 2 free throws to actually try to tie the game, and Julian Champagny missed both free throws.
That's brutal. And that's really and at the end of it all, what's the Lakers' record?
7-2.
Uh-oh.
Yeah.
Without LeBron James. Stop scratching your head, Jarrett.
One other note on the Ovechkin goal, 900th goal.
Yeah.
Scored on a backhand at 2:39 of the second period. The Caps won that game 6-1. The goal came exactly 20 years and 1 month after his first NHL goal. October 5th, 2005.
Wow.
Against the Columbus Blue Jackets.
Wow.
And he's still lighting the lamp.
That's crazy.
Him and Sidney Crosby were number-1 picks in the draft back-to-back years. That's
Crosby
pretty
came
good.
in 2006.
That's pretty good number one.
Return on investment.
Yeah.
And both with only one franchise their whole careers.
Yeah.
There you go. There is your splash on this Thursday, November 6th, 2025. Coming up next, have we just seen the official start of a new era with the Arizona Cardinals? We'll get into it straight ahead. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Hooker, left elbow jumper, rims off. Williams there to tip it. No. Got his own miss. Jammed it home in traffic. And Mark Williams has 14 points to go with his 12 boards.
Suns host James Harden, Bradley Beal, Kawhi, Chris Paul, and the LA Clippers tonight. Pre-game at 6, 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here for Advanced Window Products, and nobody wakes up and says, hey, you know what? I got a great idea. Let's go window shopping today. Wouldn't that be fun? But if you're a homeowner in Arizona and you've been in your home about 15 years, you know what the scorching sun in Arizona can do on your windows. Chances are you probably need new windows. If that's the case, do what I did. Advanced Window Products getting ready for their Black Friday sale, which means throughout the month of November, when you purchase 10 windows or more, you are going to receive their largest discount of the year, $3,500 off when you purchase 10 or more windows, and I guarantee you will not be disappointed. My new windows look awesome. The installation process was fantastic. It was professional, right down to the immaculate cleanup process. Highly recommend Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public. There are no middleman markups. They'll build your windows. They'll install your windows. They'll guarantee them for life. Call 480-764-2002, online at advancedwindows.com.
Enter to be the next Arizona sports fan of the game, presented by Redbird Farms Chicken. Win tickets to a Cardinals home game, be featured on the Jumbotron, and receive a $100 grocery gift card. Text Redbird to 620-620 to enter to win today.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hi, I'm Emily, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company, where a small box with a burgundy bow will help you win the holidays. As an in-house designer, I love creating meaningful, fine jewelry gifts. Choose a necklace with a gorgeous infinity charm to symbolize your everlasting love. Or go for a personalized piece with an engraving, their zodiac sign, favorite color gemstone, or their initial accented with pave diamonds, because a friend wants you to be a holiday hero. Stop by or shop now at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
That's the sound of fun. All across the valley, families are discovering their new favorite game, pickleball. At Just Pickle Courts, we design and build custom pickleball courts for homes, clubs, and communities. Beautiful, durable, and made for connection. For a free quote, visit justpicklecourts.com/radio. That's justpicklecourts.com/radio.
Justpicklecourts.com. Design, build, play, pop, pop, every day.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon, or at newnordicusa.com.
Kyler's going to go on IR.
Could Jacoby Brissett lead the Arizona Cardinals to a playoff berth? We'll ask 15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander at 11 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Kyler's going to go on IR. Feel like that's the best thing for him and for us. He's not fully healthy, ready to go yet, so that makes the most sense. Obviously, that's a change, but we just felt, looking at it right now, that's the best thing for him and us, like I just said. He's fully committed. Right now, what he's going to concentrate on is getting healthy. He's not healthy enough to play. He needs to get healthy so he can get back to playing football. So that's what we're doing.
Oh, the soap opera continues. Here are the young and the restless. Jonathan Gannon making the announcement yesterday. Quick shout out this morning on this Thursday morning to our great listeners and viewers in Mesa, or as some people call it on this station, Macer. Thanks for listening out in Mesa. Appreciate it. Look, I said it yesterday. I said I would be shocked if the Cardinals put Kyler Murray on injured reserve. I'm a little bit shocked, which leads to the weirdness of the trajectory of this story, which has been all over the place for the past month.
And once again, and it's amazing how Jonathan Gannon went from nothing's changed to everything has changed. Wow. Okay, this is like I said at the start of the show, this is a seismic event in the Valley because Kyler Murray in year 7, I believed he was going to get to the end of this year for resolution to his future in Arizona. That may not be the case. It may be, to quote John Gambadora, over. It might be over.
It might be.
Because for a lot of different reasons. Number one, you had to keep Jacoby Brissett in the starting lineup, and I think Jonathan Gannon, no matter what he had to say after Monday Night Football, after that game, it was obvious to everybody, and if we all felt it, then you know that the players in that locker room felt it. So what to do with Kyler Murray? There's a lot of rumblings out there, folks, about why he ended up on IR. Does he not want to be perceived as being benched? Does he not want to even try to be a backup? Is he even interested in winning his job back? Would he even return to this team when his stint on the IR is done in 4 weeks? We'll find all that out. My guess is we have seen the last of Kyler Murray. That's my guess.
Well, and that's another thing that I've shifted on. I said yesterday I believe that Kyler Murray will play for the Arizona Cardinals again. It's really hard to believe that right now.
Yeah.
Now, there's a lot of things that still have to happen for that to become a reality. You still have the contract in place.
Mm-hmm.
That doesn't go away with this news, but it looks like the viewpoint of the future of the organization has maybe one of those things that's changed over the course of this last month.
Yeah, and listen, and I think also the organization from the head coach down, I can be sympathetic because they did put so much time into the relationship building element of this new regime and Kyler Murray, a quarterback whom they did not select, by the way. And don't ignore the fact that this coaching staff, if they finish with a bad record this year, Kyler Murray will be a very convenient scapegoat. Very convenient. Because you can make a very coherent point that, look, we didn't pick our quarterback. Oh, wait a minute. Yes, we did, but we brought him in as a backup. So it's pretty obvious we know how to pick quarterbacks, but we didn't. We inherited this guy, so we deserve a chance without him.
Well, not only that, they didn't pick him. They also, this general manager didn't extend him.
That's right.
Didn't hand him, the keys to the Brinks truck.
Yeah.
Here was Jonathan Gannon yesterday, too, was asked to describe how this went from being a game-time decision a couple weeks ago with Murray before they played the Indianapolis Colts to progressively worse to now him being out at least a month on injured reserve.
Not quite. It was game time for me. When I say game time, it wasn't working out before the game, but on Saturday to me is close to being game time. There's a lot of the reasons what we did. There's a lot of different scenarios out there of what can happen throughout the week and moving as you get closer to a game. This pivot, I would say, is completely predicated on the information that we have now and his health. And that's the most thing. He's, like I said, he's got to fully focus on getting healthy, and he's in a good spot and ready to do that.
Yeah. We still don't know exactly what the injury is. There's that.
Yeah, there is that.
The timing of decisions all came out yesterday, too. The decision to put Kyler Murray on injured reserve, according to Jonathan Gannon, came in the last day to day and a half.
Mm-hmm.
Gannon was also asked in his media session yesterday if the backup quarterback situation was different, meaning you did not have Jacoby Brissett. Let's say the Cardinals went into this season again with Clayton Tune as their backup quarterback, as they did for 2 years prior. Would they have rushed Kyler back?
We don't rush people back, and I see the question. It's a good question. No, to me, we're never going to put a guy out there that doesn't feel good about going out there mentally and physically, Going back to when we got here, I wanted him out there week 4, in 2023. He wasn't ready to go, So come on, man, let's go play, But that's other guys too. But no, it's just he's not ready to go.
All right, but here's the thing: acting like you wanted Kyler Murray back at any point in the last 3 weeks, that's being disingenuous in the face of what Jacoby Brissett has done for you, right? So there's this game that is being played with emotions and reputations and relationships and what's out there in the public realm and all that kind of stuff. I get that there's a fear of what might come if Jacoby Brissett falls on his face. Jared's brought it up many times.
Mm-hmm.
Jacoby Brissett is not a quarterback who falls on his face. He's got a incredible touchdown to interception ratio. He doesn't throw a lot of bad picks. Now, he is susceptible to bouts of mediocrity, but he's not going to fall on his face. But that's irrelevant to this. The fact that I think in the Valley, a lot of us suffered from Kyler Murray fatigue, me probably more than anybody, because I had been such a staunch defender for so long.
Look, let's go back to the beginning. You were the first guy to suggest even that the Cardinals should draft him. I laughed at you.
You did. And man, maybe you were wise in doing so. But and we had a period of time when Kyler Murray gave us incredible highlight reel stuff. Can you name them off the top of your head? I can. The famous scramble against the Raiders, where he was the schoolboy on the yard playing tag and nobody could catch him, right? The Hail Murray to DeAndre Hopkins. Hey, I just throw it up. D-Hop got to be down there somewhere.
It was a better catch by eye.
One of the greatest lines ever.
The point halfway into his run against the Niners.
Halfway.
Not even halfway.
47 yards away from the goal line.
Yeah.
That was probably number 3. There was that game against Miami where he was great from start to finish. And you can equally do some of these goofy things that he's done. How weird is it that conceivably his time in Arizona ended with that football off the face mask? Isn't that something like out of a cartoon? Slipping on a banana peel, Jarrett?
Like a Three Stooges thing.
Sound effects. Whoop, whoop, whoop,
yeah, right.
I was thinking that, like, it's crazy that the worst thing that ever happened to him was them upgrading the backup quarterback.
Exactly.
We went into the season thinking, like, all right, he finally has a good backup, a veteran that will push him, that will mentor him, and it's wound up being his undoing.
You guys can go back. When we were talking in August, I remember saying this, that if Jacoby Brissett gets the chance, if Kyler Murray gets hurt, watch out, because people are going to see some things. And I had no idea that it was going to be to this level. Whatever. It's an amazing time because the people who had Kyler fatigue in the Valley, we all feel liberated. I don't know about you, but I kind of feel that way. Like, finally, resolution. Finally, we're moving on. Because as I have said, I have come to the conclusion that Kyler Murray isn't it. Yeah. That you need a quarterback who can stand in the pocket and deliver. No offense to him, but his skill set isn't it.
Yeah, but how many times did we hear it from different people this season? Before the season, at the beginning of the season, up until this point. It's year 7. Like okay, clock's ticking. It's year 7. That's a lot of time. We'll have a lot more on this Kyler Murray situation coming up on today's edition of the show. Cash prizes, fierce competition, and the legendary Golden Paddle are up for grabs. So grab your paddle and bring your A game. Join us Friday, November 14th at Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa for the 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament presented by Sanderson Ford. Don't miss the epic mascot matchup at noon. Big Red going up against the Suns Gorilla in a high-energy battle.
It's going. There's a change to that. So it's Big Red. It's the Suns Gorilla versus Sparky.
Mm-hmm. And the mascot of our show.
And me.
Really?
D. Baxter was unavailable, so the 4th mascot that will be competing in this is yours truly.
And you'll be the furriest of all of them.
Yeah, that's a good line. So you are saying you have officially become a caricature.
Yes.
Yeah. It's been unofficial for years.
Carlin, you finally made it.
It's exactly what I wanted to happen for this buzz read to get longer.
Anyway, everybody go sign up for it. Sign up and join this tournament.
Yeah, I'll handle that, Jared. It's all for a great cause, too. Proceeds benefit Operation Santa Claus Charities. Text PICKLE to 620-620 to register your team now. That's PICKLE to 620-620. Spots are filling up, so don't wait. PICKLE to 620-620 and secure your spot.
The furriest of all the mascots.
Coming up tonight, Suns fans will see the return of a former player. Although they might not recognize him, this is Jarrett's word, since he'll actually be playing. Bradley Beal's return to the Valley is on course for tonight. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sign up now for the 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text PICKLE to 620-620. Help some kids, have some fun, and win some prize money. Text PICKLE to 620-620 now.
Pay rates may apply.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Waltz TV and Appliance. And if you walk into a big box store, chances are good you're going to see a big screen television right at the front. It's going to be very inexpensive, and you're going to think to yourself, wow, prices are great here. What you don't know is that television you see at the front of the big box store is likely hot garbage that's going to rob you of quality and experience. One of many reasons you shop with my friends at Waltz. They give you expertise and extremely knowledgeable staff, great selection, all the major name brands you're looking for, big screen televisions all the way up to 115 inches, great selection of outdoor televisions, great selection of audio components as well. You put the right audio component together with the right television, you as a sports fan will have magic. And for all of that experience and expertise, you will not pay a premium. Waltz also offers unbeatable prices, and to prove it, you find a price you like elsewhere, bring it to Waltz, they'll match it. They'll also give you same-day delivery 7 days a week, and you can enjoy your worry-free installation done by a pro. Waltz is off the I-10 in Warner, right behind the IKEA. You can find them online at waltz.com. Shop local, shop Waltz.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Now's the time to score big at Freeway Chevrolet. Get game day ready with huge savings because we'll triple your rebates on select new trucks and SUVs. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Offer available on new inventory only. Excludes EVs. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway, Chevrolet, I-10, and Ray.
Ready to ditch the Santa bod, guys? Give yourself a leaner holiday. Paul Calvise here. Red Mountain's testosterone for men has helped hundreds of guys revive their gym life, sleep, bedroom. Stack TRT with a GLP. Burn fat, build muscle. Buddy did it right. More energy, more confidence. Limited time. GLPs right now from $149 a month. And TRT startup fees are waived. Real doctors, real results. Book at redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250. Keyword Red Mountain. You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. When do you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer? Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The future of Kyler Murray in Arizona has been and will remain up in the air, but for now, the Cardinal quarterback is heading to the injured reserve, or IR, with a foot injury. As mentioned earlier this week, Jacoby Brissett will be the starting quarterback moving forward as the team preps for a rolling Seattle Seahawks team. And here was head coach Jonathan Gannon on the challenge that they have in front of them.
It's a good football team we're going to play on the road. It's one of the better environments, in my opinion, in the NFL. They're loud. We got to handle the environment the right way, and we got to play good, clean football.
The Phoenix Suns will host the LA Clippers tonight in what might be Jalen Green's Suns debut. He's been dealing with a hamstring injury to start the season, but is listed as probable for tonight's game. That will tip off right here at 7 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And this report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? It's Arizona's largest roofer, an A+ with the BBB, and winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Hey, it's Luke. Can the Phoenix Suns get back on track against James Harden and the LA Clippers? We'll get you ready for Suns Clippers at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I think it's just the inconsistencies throughout the year. And, you just allow those to continue to build up, and I don't want to say become habitual, but, they're just constant inconsistencies, So instead of having that, putting a couple games together and 10 games together like that, we had a couple and then lose 4 or 5, and that's tough, So I think it was just the attention to detail, especially on the defensive end and the effort piece.
That is the voice of Bradley Beal back from April 11th after the Suns season ended without a playoff berth. It was Bradley Beal's last hurrah as a Phoenix Sun. We know what transpired over the summer. About 3 months later, the Suns opted to stretch and waive him. He ends up with the LA Clippers on a very affordable deal. Suns still on the on the hook for that salary, but stretched out over 5 years. And now Bradley Beal will make his return to Phoenix tonight. And James Harden's not playing. Kawhi Leonard's not playing. Bradley Beal is playing. And his time in L.A. has not got off to a great start either for Bradley Beal.
No.
They've played 7 games. He's played in 4 of them. He's missed 3. He's playing right around 20 minutes a game, and he's averaging 8 points per game for the Clippers. But that's all whatever.
Yeah.
The big story is, and we've talked about this over the years with several different players.
Mm-hmm.
Players who, for whatever reason, didn't deliver what was expected / promised as a Phoenix Sun, and what happens when they return. To a lesser degree, last Sunday, the Utah Jazz came to town, and Yusuf Nurkic played in his first game. And he got a little recognition before the game. Hey, welcome back, Yusuf Nurkic, graphic on the screen. I would say it was mixed, but the mixture was mostly negative there.
I thought that was a little weird in the first place. I understand recognizing some guys. That just felt like a weird guy to recognize. But anyways, that's neither here nor there.
I will say this. The Suns consistently will recognize former players their first game back.
I gotcha. Yeah, they have been. They've been very generous about that.
They've done it. Look, November 24th is going to be the big one when Kevin Durant comes in with the Houston Rockets, but we're not quite there yet. We get Bradley Beal first. I think this is going to be overwhelmingly negative. I think it's going to be overwhelmingly uncomfortable tonight. And
which is kind of misplaced, isn't it?
Well, I was just going to say.
I understand why. But then when you dig into it, I don't really understand why.
Yeah.
It's safe to say he's not getting a welcome back Brad video on the Jumbotron.
Not a video, but again, I believe he's going to get a mention. And a graphic at least.
Yeah.
So you think that it's unwarranted, the boos, towards Bradley Beal specifically?
Well, look, I get being frustrated, but who's responsible for what happened?
That's it. Again, you really need to kind of dig down to get the proper context here. Bradley Beal didn't arrive in Arizona as a Iron Man, 75 game a year guy, still in his prime and in all-star form. What they got from him, I mean, maybe it was a little extreme in terms of his lack of availability, but the Suns traded for a guy with a no-trade clause.
Well, that's exactly it.
And a $50 million salary.
And a $50 million
So to boo him, you have to go, do you blame him for not being available, for being injured as frequently as he has been and not being able to play as frequently? Do you blame him for that? Okay, you could boo him for that, I guess, if you blame him for that. Do you blame him for signing a no-trade clause giant contract
that he earned,
mm-hmm. and then somebody else trading for that? Do you blame him for that? If you blame him for that, then I guess you can boo him. The one thing I guess you could say is that when he did play, he was no longer the Bradley Beal, 30-point-a-game star.
And it was really more the goofiness and the not really caring about winning. Now, I'm sure he does, but he doesn't express that.
But going back to Jarrett's point, did you expect him to be a 30-point-per-game scorer on this roster?
Well,
did anybody expect
I did not.
that?
No, but I remember
taking a guy who had played that role his entire career, square peg, square peg, round hole.
Right.
Hey, here, don't do that anymore. Be the third option.
And that's the fourth thing.
Do something you've never done before in your career. Oh, by the way, with all the injuries that you have too, this will be seamless. It was a swing and a miss by the organization, and Bradley Beal paid the. He's getting paid. I don't feel that bad for him.
He's getting paid, and he paid the price. But that is the fourth thing: is like, do you blame him for going to a team where he never fit with the roster? From day one, when they acquired him, there was always questions about did he fit in that backcourt.
Look, I think we're going to be scarred by last basketball season for a long time in this city. And I think there's going to be a lot of fingers pointing to responsibility. And a lot of those fingers will point to players, and they already are. You can't go a day on social media without somebody talking about Kevin Durant, what he's doing with Houston, what he didn't do with Phoenix. The roster was flawed, but not because of Bradley Beal and not because of Kevin Durant.
Yeah.
I think the bigger issue was the players around those three that are going to get the brunt of the criticism. And there wasn't much they could do. They didn't have flexibility, but that was the folly in the Bradley Beal experiment in the first place.
Mm-hmm.
And I was blinded by it. I was blinded by Bradley Beal's statistics and his resume. I thought it was going to work. And I wasn't alone.
No, and
I was wrong.
And at that time, the Chris Paul experiment in Phoenix had kind of gotten off the rails. There was the constant playoff injuries.
Yes.
There was
looking back, would you rather take playoff injuries or regular season injuries?
Looking back, that is the one mulligan I wish I could have had. But again, I couldn't have influenced what the Suns did. But I was for it because I had watched the Chris Paul thing jump the rails a bit. In retrospect, that's what the Suns needed to do. They needed to keep Chris Paul here to organize and get everything cabiche around Kevin Durant and Devin Booker.
Mm-hmm.
And that's the folly.
And last season, to add insult to injury, pardon the phrase, nobody could foresee Chris Paul wearing a different uniform again and starting all 82 games for a team for the first time
How
ever.
about it?
That was the salt in the wound.
Cruel irony. Yes. Yeah, so without Harden, without Kawhi, this is a good opportunity for the Suns tonight to get another win. It's a good opportunity to kind of smother Bradley Beal, defensively.
Look, the Suns need to win this game.
Yeah.
When you get the break of no Kawhi and no James Harden, and James Harden went off against the Suns in the first game in L.A., you get that luxury from a competition standpoint. You have to take advantage of it. Now, how much is Bradley Beal equipped to pick up that offensive load? Again, it looks like he's on a minutes restriction right now because every game that he's played has been between 20 minutes and 6 seconds and 21 minutes and 11 seconds. That's it. And he has not been the first option. He's just kind of been a guy, kind of a role player guy.
I think they're going to be defending him pretty well tonight. Is what I think.
I think so too. But I also, we said this constantly. Bradley Beal seems like a great human being. Like he's a good guy who was in a tough situation, and he didn't always help his own situation. And maybe I'm getting soft in my own old age, but I'm going to be very uncomfortable when the boos start to rain down tonight.
Right, exactly.
And they're going to.
Oh, they
regardless
are.
of all that discussion about who deserves it, he's going to get booed mercilessly.
Listen, if you win tonight, and I think they should, 4-5 after 9 games, if you'd asked me before the season, I would have taken that. Flat out, I would have taken that. More importantly, they'll be 4-1 at home if they win tonight.
Absolutely.
Which is building something, which is good,
And in general, I think stay around 500 as long as you can.
Absolutely.
And that's a success.
Absolutely.
And a little health tonight. We'll get into the health that the Suns are gaining coming up later on in the show. We are so back, Cardinals fans. Head to the contest page or YouTube page or listen at 7:45, 11:30, or 4:30 starting next Tuesday for your chance to win tickets to see the Cardinals take on the San Francisco 49ers or the Jacksonville Jaguars. Coming up next, we are halfway through the NFL season, and one question cannot be answered very confidently. Who is the best team in the league? I did a little research, and I'll share it with you next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A huge Cardinals win Monday night. And here comes a roadie in Seattle this Sunday.
Huddle. It's a good football team we're going to play on the road. It's one of the better environments, in my opinion, in the NFL. They're loud. We got to handle the environment the right way. And we got to play good, clean football.
Cardinals at the Seahawks. Pre-game with your breakfast. Kickoff 2:05 Sunday afternoon on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those roadshows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
1877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 1-877-CARS for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now.
1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Every day, reliable, comfortable, connected. Every day you rely on power. At APS, we work around the clock to deliver some of the most reliable power in the country. But with Arizona's extreme weather, outages can happen. Stay safe and informed with alerts by keeping your contact information up to date. And visit our outage center for updates online or on the APS app. For more ways to stay safe and informed, visit aps.com/brighter.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 and monthly bill credits plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Hey, it's Mike Broomhead. You've seen the name Sweet James on billboards all over the valley. It's a fun name, but what they do is serious business. When you're hurt in a car, truck, or motorcycle accident, the insurance companies that promise to protect you, they often pay you as little as possible or deny your claim altogether. That's why I want you to know about Sweet James Accident Attorneys. This world-class law firm with over 25 years experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims, with a 98% winning record. They're the only firm with an in-house trial team. Having the right attorney means the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement. They've even been named among the best attorneys in America. If you're injured in an accident, you're going to want Sweet James Accident Attorneys. They are there for you, and you don't pay them until they win your case. Go to sweetjames.com. That's sweetjames.com. Or call 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata. Hash marks.
Sam Darnold is lighting it up. This kid is on fire, and he's got this Seahawks team rolling. This ain't throwing the ball short. This is aggressive quarterback play, putting the ball in the right play. JSN, now you're adding Shaheed. You got a good base tight end. The offensive line, they're not great in the run game. They've been excellent in pass protection, which is giving him, and he is dialing it up, man.
That is Jeff Saturday from ESPN talking about the Seattle Seahawks, who just happen to be the Cardinals' opponent. Sunday, they'll host the Cardinals, Sunday up in Seattle. They're for real, says Jeff Saturday. How real are they? Are they the best team in the league? We had a very little impromptu, unorganized, non-scientific exercise on the show yesterday when I asked everybody just to name who they think the best team in the league is.
Right.
Jarrett, you said Buffalo, correct? Sammy, you said Philadelphia. Bick and I were both in agreement that it was the Seahawks. The bigger question or the bigger point made in all of that was, I can't remember a time in my life where this far into a season, there's this range of opinions on who is the best team. So I mentioned And I certainly have done it more in other years, power rankings.
Mm-hmm.
They're a tool.
But by the way,
they're a conversation piece. Go ahead.
I was just going to say, none of the three teams that we mentioned have the best record. There's 3 other teams with more wins than any of the teams we mentioned. That's how wide it is.
So for years, I would always track like 11 or 12 different power rankings from around the internet.
Mm-hmm.
So I went back to those 12, and I wanted to see what they said. I was amazed by this, Bick.
Tell me.
ESPN, NFL.com, USA Today, Pro Football Talk, CBS Sports, SI.com, Fox Sports, The Athletic, The Ringer, Bleacher Report, Yahoo Sports, and Sporting News, okay? That's who I looked at. I just looked at the top 5 teams on all of those power rankings. So 12 different outlets, 5 different teams got number 1 recognition.
Wow.
The Bills were picked by ESPN.
Okay.
The Seahawks by NFL.com and SI.com. The Rams got the most first-place love. USA Today, Pro Football Talk, Fox, The Ringer, Bleacher Report. The Buccaneers, number 1 on CBSSports.com. And the Eagles on The Athletic, Yahoo, and Sporting News.
Yeah, that's pretty dramatic for the month of November.
So 5 different teams got number 1 recognition. 11 different teams landed in the top 5 on these various power rankings. So Bills, Seahawks, Rams, I'll go in order here. Bills, Eagles, Colts, Buccaneers, Rams, Seahawks, Broncos, Lions, Patriots, Chiefs, Packers. All named in the top 5 by these various outlets.
Wow. That's crazy.
0 of those 11 teams were named in the top 5 by all of those outlets. The Rams came the closest. They were in the top 5 in 11 of 12. Only Yahoo Sports left them out.
So they had
I don't know how you make the argument that the Rams are not a top 5 team in the league right now.
The Rams had the most number 1 votes, on all those lists, but they also didn't make a top 5 out of. Isn't that crazy?
Yeah. And the 3 teams with the best records in the league going into Week 10. The Broncos, we'll see them tonight. Colts and the Patriots, they're all 7-2.
Mm-hmm.
None of them got a first-place vote from any of these outlets. The Broncos only landed in the top 5 twice, the Colts 7 times, and the Patriots once. This is the most wide-open, parity-filled football season we have ever seen. To this point, it could change. We could see the haves rise up, but compared to what we saw last year, I think this is nuts, and it's somewhat exciting.
Well, and to think that we still have 9 games left for most teams.
Yeah.
That's a lot of football left to be played.
Yeah, the Cardinals are not at their halfway point.
That's right.
That will not happen until halftime on Sunday.
On Sunday.
I hate that,
Yeah, so do I.
The midway point of the season comes right in the middle of a game.
They should really pause the game for a day at halftime to let everyone do their midterm grades.
Right.
So just let everybody get that content out there and then resume the second half the following day.
Just for uniformity's sake.
Right.
That's a good point. On the wide variety of really, really good teams, you also factor in 3 of the teams that almost everybody thought would make the playoffs. The Ravens, the Chiefs, the Commanders are all not in the playoffs right now and not among the best teams, at least record-wise.
Certainly not the Commanders and not the Ravens, although the Ravens their stock is rising because Lamar Jackson is back and because of the division they play in.
Mm-hmm.
And I mean, I would be lying if I said I didn't think the Chiefs would be in the playoffs.
Oh, yeah.
I think that would be a major upset if they don't make the playoffs.
As of right now, though, just by the standards.
I'd be lying if I didn't think they were going to be in the AFC Championship game.
Yeah, we said that yesterday too. I mean, and what is giving people pause is that they went on the road and lost to a really good Buffalo team.
And because there's 2 teams in their division that are threatening to take their crown, if you will.
But right now, even though, look at the standings. Who do you trust the most in the AFC West?
Yeah, no, well, I don't know. I
know you're kind of bullish on the Chargers, I know.
I'm bullish on the Chargers, but I'm very cognizant of Sean Payton's ability to impact the football team. I watch the way the Broncos keep winning these games in the fourth quarter. I'm like, how are they doing this? So you're getting the Chiefs-Broncos this weekend, is that right?
No,
that's next week.
Mm-hmm.
They're on their bye week. So the following week is Chiefs-Broncos. Then the Chiefs have the Colts. Then they've got the Cowboys. Then they've got the Texans. Then they've got the Chargers. Then they've got the Broncos again.
They will have earned it.
Yeah. So there's a lot of potential losses out there. So I agree with you, even though, and you know what? the magnitude of the moment for Kansas City, I think it's really crystallizing. The Kelsey brothers did a podcast, and Jason got into Travis's personal life, and Travis shut it down immediately because they know that they're at a crossroads here, and the fun and games are over. The distract, all that stuff. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Yeah. You
I
asked for all that stuff. You brought all that to the party.
Optics matter, but isn't it silly?
Of course it is.
I mean, that's just a different version of what the Ravens did.
Exactly.
Like, everybody can diagnose why the Ravens were losing football games is because they were playing Tyler Huntley at quarterback. And they were just banged up everywhere. So what if we get rid of the ping pong table, we're going to be better.
It's
the
just
Chiefs
optics.
just lost to the
No,
Bills.
You're so right.
So Travis Kelce can't talk about his world-famous fiance.
Right.
Because that would be,
even though he took
that
off,
would be frivolous.
Even though he took off for the week with her during the bye week. Which is why he doesn't want to talk about it, because he doesn't want this to get folded into it all. See, that's the Chiefs' problem.
The ping pong table thing, like, I forget who pointed out, maybe it was Damashek, that said, like, okay, that's, they're taking out.
You got to say it like him.
He said, well, I can't remember exactly what he said, but he was referring to them removing.
Worst Damashek impression I've ever heard.
Same.
He was referring to them removing the ping pong table too, so they can focus on what's important. It's like, well, just wait till next year when they put in a ping pong table again to build team bonding.
That's right.
It's so true.
It really
what would be the difference if Travis Kelce was dating a 5th grade teacher and made the same trip on the bye week?
Nothing. Right. It's ridiculous.
We have to appease these fans who obviously only work. That's all they do. 24 hours a day. They're just working to get better at their profession.
Right. To be the best version of themselves than he.
Coming up as we hit the 7 o'clock hour. Cardinals appear to be going all in on Jacoby Brissett, at least for this season. We'll give you more reaction on that subject next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Cody Simon is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo Show. Let's talk about the play. You poked the ball away from Javonte Williams. Tell me how that play kind of went down from your perspective, what you're seeing, what you're feeling, and how you're reacting to it.
It's a great team play, I think, because I'm not able to make that turnover without Will holding the guy up and really stopping his momentum. I think that's something we teach a lot, just being a second man in and trying to just create an opportunity to get the ball out.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Parker & Sons, and Arizona's finally cooling off, I promise. But before you kick on that heat, make sure your system is ready. A fall HVAC tune-up from Parker & Sons gets that done. It's fast, it's affordable, and it can save you from a chilly surprise down the road. Put that on your to-do list. Also, cooler weather means open windows in Arizona, which is even better. But what about the air quality in your home? From duct cleaning to air purifiers, Parker & Sons can keep your family breathing easy. Their Captura air scrubber cleans the air in your house 24/7. It's a great idea with cold and flu season ahead. Keep your family healthy. Get your home holiday ready by calling Parker & Sons, the company you call for all your heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical needs. And remember, their technicians are all licensed, bonded, insured. They've all passed drug tests and background checks. 602-2-REPAIR. That's 602, the number 2, then REPAIR for Parker & Sons.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
After a brutal summer of heat and monsoon storms, are your windows or doors ready for another season, or is it time to replace them? Call the Window and Door Store. Our exclusive Seal and Shield installation comes with a lifetime labor warranty for total peace of mind. It's how we've earned over 1,000 5-star reviews. Call 480-562-3902 now to schedule your free in-home consultation or book online at thewindowdoorstore.com. That's 480-562-3902 or thewindowdoorstore.com.
Low T, start free as Red Mountain Weight Loss is waiving TRT startup fees. Yep, Paul Calvise here, my buddy Dish of Santa Bod with TRT plus a GLP, less fat, more muscle, better sleep. You want to accelerate results? Add a GLP for as low as $149 a month. Skip the gimmicks, nothing. Boost testosterone like real testosterone from Red Mountain. Real doctors, real results. Book at redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250, keyword Red Mountain.
We're calling professional wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, where are you?
I'm on my way to practice in my Arrowhead Honda. Man, I absolutely love it. The team at Arrowhead Honda takes great care of their customers, and they're really like family to me. The game isn't until Sunday, but I feel like I've already won with Arrowhead Honda.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Jalen Green era in Phoenix might just begin tonight. The Suns guard is listed as probable for tonight's game against the Clippers. Green was the main piece acquired in the Kevin Durant trade over the summer, and he's been dealing with a hamstring injury to start the season. The Suns will tip at 7 tonight right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. As the Cardinals are moving forward with Jacoby Brissett as their starting quarterback, they've placed Kyler Murray on the IR with a foot injury, and the earliest Murray could return would be Week 14 against the LA Rams. And here was head coach Jonathan Gannon yesterday.
Kyler's going to go on IR. Feel like that's the best thing for him and for us. He's not fully healthy, ready to go yet, so that makes the most sense.
Elsewhere on the Cardinals injury report, Budda Baker was one of 8 Cardinals to show up on the report as he was limited in practice with a hamstring issue, but the Cards will look to get healthy and ready for Sunday in Seattle. This report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Veterans Day savings are here. Brooklyn Betting is giving you 30% off everything in store or online. Head to brooklynbetting.com.
Hey, it's Gambo. How different is this Seahawks team than the one the Cardinals faced in Week 4? We'll ask our Seattle sports icon, Brock Hewitt, at 2:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
3rd and 12 on the 20-yard line of Tennessee. One man wide right, 2 to the left. Snap to Murray, hits him in the face. The ball's on the ground. It's picked up by the Titans. It was scooped up by Draymond Jones, and he's tackled at the 26. Murray wasn't ready for the snap, and a bad turnover by the Cardinals.
Was that the beginning of the end? That play back on October 5th, in the midst of a just unbelievable collapse against the Tennessee Titans.
Mm-hmm.
That play loomed large. That was the play where Kyler Murray apparently hurt his foot. He was asked after the game that day about his foot injury because he did immediately go into the blue tent. There was some confusion on what was wrong. It was reported it was a foot injury. All Kyler said when he was asked about the foot injury on that day, we'll see.
Wow.
Fast forward a month later to November 5th. Yesterday, the Cardinals finally get to the point where they determine Kyler Murray's not healthy enough to play. He's not going to help us. Jacoby Brissett's our guy. We're putting him on injured reserve. And it's not hard to be a conspiracy theorist or in today's sports landscape.
No doubt about it.
And there's a lot of people that dig around these things, and they read nuance, and they read into language and timelines and all of these things. And I'll just say this, whatever you believe, I think you're warranted in believing what you believe because this is a strange story.
It sure is.
The timetable hasn't really lined up on all of it. Again, go back to the point where Kyler Murray was a game-time decision in the Cardinals' next game.
In Indianapolis.
After that
right.
Titans loss, and was determined the day before he was not going to be able to go.
Right.
As recently as Monday, a possibility that Kyler Murray might have a role in that game against the Dallas Cowboys.
And now he's on injured reserve. And how Jonathan Gannon, nothing's changed. He goes on Burns and Gambo. He tells the fellas that, I would stick with Jacoby Brissett even if Kyler Murray was healthy, which is an about face from what he had been saying. And there are people speculating that maybe Kyler's camp heard that and thought, oh, okay, is that the way it's going to be? Put me on IR. Listen, there are any number of little paths you can go down here. Is he really injured? I don't know. Was he ever injured? I'm guessing, I think he was, but there's really not any evidence to suggest it was anything of note.
Well, Cameron Cox of 12 News, he posted a video yesterday, and it says this was Kyler Murray last week on Tuesday, looking every bit like a player, getting ready to start. I'm not sure how in the world we got to the news today.
Yeah.
And it's video of him warming up.
Yeah.
Not looking like he's going to be out another 4 weeks.
No. And so everything seemed to be trending that he was closer and closer and closer, and now he's on injured reserve and gone for 4 games.
Yeah. Most of the weirdness could be washed away with the use of one word that nobody wants to use. And the word is setback. That's the dirtiest word, apparently, in injury recovery. If the Cardinals and Kyler Murray came out and said, yeah, we had a setback in me coming back. And, okay, that makes sense.
Yeah, but does it a setback from what? From what
in his
injury?
rehab.
Yeah, well, again,
they could say like
this is assuming this was an injury that was that bad.
You know, you've heard of Occam's razor?
I have.
Where the simplest explanation is usually the correct one.
Right.
I don't even know what the simplest explanation for this is. Is it that he had a setback? Or is it that this is a quote-unquote soft benching? Is it that he's refusing to come back? What? I don't even know what the most obvious answer is.
Yeah,
you have to. That's why I said you have to consider all those things.
Right, and the truth will be coming because there will come a time when Kyler Murray is available to come off the IR, and then we'll see what happens at that point in time. But it's definitely a possibility that the organization came to the realization that we can't give the ball back to Kyler. We have to stick with Jacoby. We have to do this for the locker room. We have to do this for the fan base. We have to do this because it makes us a better football team. And it's very conceivable Kyler Murray and his camp want no part of being a backup quarterback.
Yeah, the last time Kyler Murray was a backup quarterback was his freshman year at Texas A&M.
It. With Baker Mayfield.
No,
I'm
Kyle
sorry.
Allen.
That's right. That's right.
And they still found opportunities for him to play.
Yeah.
He came in on running situations.
I remember
and
that.
Dazzled people.
Yep.
But we know for a fact, too, and we don't have any historic pro proof of this with Kyler Murray, there are athletes that look at the possibility of being a backup, and they're like, nope, not for me.
Not me. Not me.
How long did Russell Westbrook fight coming off the bench in the NBA until he finally accepted it?
And compounding the matter is the way Jonathan Gannon has talked about him for years. I love the guy. He's a top 5 quarterback. He's a franchise quarterback. Everything in the way Jonathan Gannon spoke of Kyler Murray was extremely positive, well beyond what most people think of Kyler Murray. And we all assumed he was doing that to build and foster trust, and thereby coaxing the best quarterback out of Kyler Murray.
Mm-hmm.
And so now when you get a situation where you've got to make a hard choice, how do you square that circle with Kyler Murray?
Well,
because Kyler would have every right to believe, wait a minute, you've been telling me I'm this, that, and the third.
He continued to do that all the way up until he named Jacoby the starter. Like, all the way up until that, he kept saying that Kyler will be the starter when he's healthy.
Yep. Here was Jonathan Gannon yesterday on the timetable of reaching the decision to put Kyler Murray on the IR.
Kind of last night and this morning, talking with him, talking to some other people, obviously a collective decision there. He's, like I said, he's working, he wants to be out there, but he's not ready to go. So it's like, what we've kind of been doing, keeping him, his arm ready to go and trying to progress through the foot, and he's just not there. So that's kind of what we decided.
Yeah, here was Gannon, too, on how Murray took the news that he was going to IR.
Good. I mean, as good as you can take it. He wants to play football. You know what I mean? That's, I laugh with him. He likes to be at recess, not in the classroom. Recess for him is on the grass, Not to say he doesn't like the classroom, but you understand what I'm saying. Because he's phenomenal in the meeting room. But if you ask them what's your favorite thing to do, it's probably be on the grass and play football. So that's hard for him. You know what I mean? But he understands.
That's fantastic. That's what you call a Freudian slip.
You had
right
the same reaction I did.
Yeah.
Because, look,
he doesn't want to be in the classroom. He wants to be out goofing around.
There's a lot of national talk about Kyler Murray. Mm-hmm. And look, some of it's legit. But the fact of the matter is, the national perspective is not as accurate as the local perspective on all this.
Yeah.
With the day in and day out studying and covering of Kyler Murray, that the locals know a little bit better.
Mm-hmm.
But one thing that won't go away is that homework clause. They were talking about it this morning on ESPN radio.
No.
And you had the same reaction to that Jonathan Gannon quote that I did. It's like, oh man, I mentioned the classroom.
Yeah. He caught himself too, you could tell.
Yes.
I heard there's still people that bring that up. They're like, okay, I heard a cut today where it's like, oh, well, Kyler can go on the IR now and he can go home and play his Nintendo, and then he'll be happy.
Right.
Won't have to worry about.
Listen,
play his Nintendo.
Listen, and I had people tell me, and you even saw it during Monday Night Football. Here's Jacoby Brissett dealing. They go to commercial, and the first commercial is for Call of Duty. Right? And so the jokes were endless with that.
Well, that's the thing that'll come next. That'll be the next national wave of snark. Did Kyler Murray weasel his way onto IR so he could play more Call of Duty?
That's absurd. What isn't absurd, though, is if Kyler Murray wants out, we're just playing the hypothetical and jumping from one hypothetical lane to the other, just so we're clear with everybody out there. If he wants out, then he's not coming back. I really don't think he or his brand or his camp want any part of him being framed or perceived as a backup quarterback, as Jacoby Brissett's inferior.
We don't know what this team will look like 4 weeks from now, though.
Yeah.
If they lose 3 out of those 4.
And that's possible, but I'm telling you here, and we're going to get into who Jacoby Brissett really is. You've got to understand the full context of who this guy is. He's not going to fall on his face. He might not be as good as he's been, because that's kind of been his arc in his career. Mm-hmm. But he's not going to be terrible. He's too smart, and he's too polished, and he's too experienced.
Yeah. Last thing on this from me, the fuzziness on this whole timetable, and we talked about it yesterday, and I said, look, I'd be surprised if they put him on IR, because that would mean you're going into NFL football games where this coaching staff needs to win football games.
Keaton Slovis.
But if you put Kyler Murray on injured reserve, you're going into battle with Jacoby Brissett, a career backup, and Keaton Slovis, who's done nothing in the NFL to this point. He's very inexperienced. He's the backup quarterback now. And they went and put him on IR. So that's what plants the seed in people thinking that Kyler Murray had a lot of say in all, or Kyler Murray's camp had a lot of say in all of this.
Yeah. And again, I also think that if his camp got wind of what JG told Gambo and Burns, he wouldn't have, even if Kyler was healthy, I'd be sticking with Jacoby Brissett. Kyler, if there's a scenario in which he would hear that and go, "Oh, really? Mm-hmm. That's how you're playing me?" Whatever. Again, pick your speculation. It's all fair game.
Yep. Coming up next is tonight the night we finally see Jalen Green make his Suns debut. It's trending that way. We'll get into it next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on this Thursday on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Delivers, bounces behind his back. Now down to 7 on the shot clock as Booker gets it with his back to the basket. Throws right corner Gillespie. Penetrates baseline to a cutting Livers. He'll throw it down with a big-time right-hand jam.
Suns host James Harden, Bradley Beal, Kawhi, Chris Paul, and the LA Clippers tonight. Pregame at 6, 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Spinato's Pizzeria has been a Valley favorite for more than a half-century. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and yes, all the way back in the 70s, Spinato started as a small, family-owned, single-shop business. Fast forward to the 2020s, Spinato's has grown to have 6 Valley locations, still focused on fresh, quality ingredients, time-honored recipes, and consistency. They take pride in the fact that you will always enjoy the same great signature taste at any Spinato's location. They've got something new cooking at Spinato's, too, they want you to know about. It's called the Secret Sauce Society, and it's where the perks are as delicious as the pizza. You can earn points to every visit and turn those points into your Spinato's favorites. Members also get special deals and surprises you won't find anywhere else, and birthday treats and early access to new menu items before they hit the table for everyone else. You can join the Secret Sauce Society at SpinatosPizzeria.com. Spinato's always delivers the delicious with 6 Valley locations, Central Phoenix, North Phoenix, Scottsdale, Tempe, Ahwatukee, and Gilbert. And they are the official pizza of the Cardinals, Suns, and Mercury, so you can enjoy the great taste of Spinato's on game day as well. Spinato's, same passion, same flavor, and now family and employee-owned.
Black Friday is going on now at every AutoNation store. Hurry in and save for a limited time. Buy with 0 down, plus make no payments till next year. Shop new and used cars, trucks, SUVs, even top luxury models. Drive with 0 down, plus no payments till next year. Save your cash for the holidays. Go to your nearest AutoNation store now. Limited term financing on approved credit. 90-day deferred payment. Interest accrues from date of purchase. See store for details.
Okay, let's be honest. Guys wait till the last minute every single time.
Hey now, not every guy, but yeah, most guys.
That's why my dad, Diamond Dave, keeps the most insane selection of the diamonds ready to go. No waiting, no stressing, just sparkle.
And listen, this isn't mall jewelry. This is the real deal. Wholesale diamonds, bigger, brighter, better. And yes, she will notice.
Dad, I've seen the look on their faces. You hand them the box, they open it, and boom, it's game over.
Exactly. So whether you want something custom or you need it today, I've got you covered.
Don't overthink it. Just call, text, or come see my dad, Diamond Dave, at Desert Wholesale Diamond.
Bring me your last-minute panic, and I'll send you home a hero.
Call Diamond Dave at 480-397-2450 or follow him on Instagram at Diamond Dave Cantor. That's at Diamond Dave, Kantor.
Hey, Wolf here, and I'm with my personal spine surgeon, Dr. Christopher Young at Desert Institute for Spine Care, otherwise known as DISC. Doc, how you doing?
I'm doing great, Wolf.
People come from all over the world to see you. Why is that?
Well, I think we've built a reputation for cutting-edge surgery, getting people back to life quickly and with less downtime. My father pioneered endoscopic spine surgery, which is an ultra minimally invasive treatment option for treating herniated discs and stenosis. And I guess the word's getting out.
You're being modest, Doc. Athletes from all over the world come here to see you.
It's certainly a privilege to take care of professional athletes, but most of our patients are just everyday people wanting to get back to work and back to enjoying life with their families.
If you want to start enjoying life again, contact the team at Desert Institute for Spine Care. I'm now living pain-free thanks to Dr. Young. For back or neck pain, check out the spine experts at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, everybody, it's Burnsy. Bradley Beal makes his return to the Valley tonight. Will there be a tribute video, or are we more interested in whether Jalen Green makes his son's debut tonight? All of that and more on today's Burns and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Yeah, Thursday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings continues. Want to send a shout out, a thank you to our viewers and our listeners and our fans in Sun Lakes. Thanks for listening out Sun Lakes this morning.
Yeah.
And every morning, really, for that matter. Suns in action tonight. They're back home after their loss to Golden State. On Tuesday night, they will host the LA Clippers. We've already talked about the Clippers side of things. No James Harden, no Kawhi Leonard. Bradley Beal making his return. Chris Paul coming back again with a different uniform on. This will be the third separate return to Phoenix in a different uniform for Chris Paul.
Wow.
Came back with Golden State, San Antonio, and now the LA Clippers. But on the Suns front, could we see Jalen Green make his debut? It's been trending in the right direction. Earlier this week, Jordan Ott, in leading up to the Golden State game, was asked, hey, could we see Jalen Green Tuesday?
Well, look, like tonight's a big assessment to see how he comes out of this morning. And then today or tomorrow will obviously be a low day. So it'll be both days. We got to look at him tonight and then tomorrow to see what is next. You know, we're on the road, then we're home. You know, then on the road. So it's a tough week ahead, playing every other day, but he's, you know, obviously getting there, and that's a good sign.
And it turns out he did not play. He's never been listed as probable on the injury report. He did get up to questionable once and then was downgraded to out and missed a couple games after that. I think tonight's the night. You don't get upgraded to probable at this point, and then unless there's that dirty S word again, setback.
Right, and it's also when you talk about quality of defensive players you're going to face. No Kawhi is a pretty good deal. Although Kawhi would probably be ding a book, I would think. Well, which means, how about that? Are we going to get Bradley Beal and Devin Booker tonight? Defensively?
For about 20 minutes and 4 seconds.
It'd be a lot of Derek Jones Jr.
A lot of Derek Jones Jr.
Yeah, that's what it's going to be.
Former Sun's great.
Yeah, that's what it's going to be. Yeah. That's funny.
And look, we've been eagerly awaiting this. When that deal went down, the scuttlebutt was, did the Suns get enough for Kevin Durant? The fact of the matter is no, and that's not a knock on Jalen Green. That's not a knock on Dylan Brooks. I think that goes back to how the Suns handled their business last year at the trade deadline. I think they marginalized what they could get in a return for Kevin Durant.
Yeah, they didn't handle that the best.
But one of the things that you looked at in the pros column for that trade was, okay, one of the disappointments of the Suns team of the last 2 years was star players not being available. Jalen Green plays every game. He had started 164 straight games over 2 years. Not a lot of guys can say that. And then he comes to Phoenix and immediately misses 8 straight games.
3 big acquisitions in a row. Kevin Durant, Bradley Beal, Jalen Green. 3 in a row were unavailable to start playing with the team when they acquired him.
Look, you could throw Dylan Brooks in there, too. He's played 3 games, and this will be the 6th game he missed tonight.
Yeah.
So it's buzzard's luck. Really.
Am I overstating things? Am I over-exaggerating by saying that the Jalen Green piece has to work for the Suns, or else they're in a lot of trouble going forward?
I don't know, but no, I wouldn't think so. I mean, what we've seen so far has been it's exceeded my expectations given their injuries. So I don't think
going forward, not just this season though.
I don't know. I haven't even seen him play in Phoenix.
I mean, I get what Jarrett's asking, but I kind of come back to your feeling, Bick. It's like, let's see what this looks like first. And there's already trade speculation on Jalen Green. The moment that deal went down, the first blush reaction was, oh, they're not going to hold on to him.
Yeah.
You can't pair him with Devin Booker. And the Suns, right from the start, said, we're keeping Jalen Green. But now, with the Ja Morant dissatisfaction in Memphis, everything turns into a trade rumor. I think he's going somewhere. And people say, well, just trade Jalen Green for Ja Morant. No.
That's simple.
How about that? No. There are Suns fans that want them to go down the Ja Morant road at this point, which I think would be disastrous.
How could you call yourself a Suns fan if you want to add that player and that personality to this group?
And you have been a huge Ja Morant fan in the past.
Coming out of college, I absolutely loved the kid.
You liked him more than Zion.
I did.
He should have gone number 1, you said.
I loved him. But he's turned into a world-class knucklehead who has really kind of lost sight of what's important. And even when he came here with the Grizz through Phoenix in a game they won, in a game he made the game-winning shot, his attitude was just disgusting.
Yeah, he looked very, very checked out for a lot of that game.
Yeah.
And he came back and made some big plays late. But
as if
the game
begrudgingly, I guess I'll do this for you.
But the game after that was the game where he had the bad body language. That was the game that afterwards he talked to the press and said, I'll talk to the coaching staff.
Yeah.
And then he doubled down on it in another press setting. That doesn't even take into account his off-the-court struggles, his suspensions, and the fact he's another guy that's not very healthy very often.
Right.
He misses a lot of time.
Yeah.
I have no interest. I think he's going somewhere it should not be Phoenix.
Yeah, I totally agree. Trade him to Atlanta for Trae Young. Flip out those two dudes.
Atlanta's building something too. I don't know if I'd go there.
Yeah.
I don't know if
I know Trae's on the shelf for a while, but I wouldn't go down that road.
With the jaw thing, I think everything I've read is that he's obviously not Devin Booker in the personality realm, but Memphis still, with all the injury, all the off court, they still love him.
Yeah.
And so I'd be hard pressed if he went somewhere. I don't think he's getting traded.
Well,
I think he wants to go somewhere.
He wants out. The organization doesn't want him out per se. He's acting like he wants out.
Look, I think the organization might have had a shift too. They stood by him through all the crap, and there were suspensions, but that was egg on their face too. And when you stand by somebody through difficult times like that, and then when it comes down to basketball and you're questioning the coaching staff and the direction of the organization publicly on a couple of occasions, that'll shift your viewpoint.
Yeah, that's the last thing you want in a team full of young players who are very sincere and earnest in their approach. That is the last ingredient you want to throw into this soup.
Yep, we are back. Cardinals fans, head to the contest page, our YouTube page, or listen. Starting next Tuesday at 7:45, 11:30, and 4:30. That'll be your chance to win tickets to see the Cardinals take on the San Francisco 49ers or the Jacksonville Jaguars. Coming up next, Sammy's going to get us all up to speed on the big stories on this Thursday in the Rush Hour reboot. It's Bickley and Murata mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I want to reiterate my stance with Kyler Murray. I don't think he's a bad quarterback. I really don't. I don't think he's a bad quarterback. But
sometimes the system does not fit the quarterback.
No, and that is pretty clear with how quickly Jacoby Brissett stepped in, and it fits Jacoby Brissett.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. The long, hot summer practically over. We're now entering the time of year we live for in Arizona, the time we love to be outside with the family, enjoying incredible weather, which means it's also a great time to call Turf Monsters, the award-winning one-stop shop that can build you the backyard of your dreams. If you're a golfer, a great time for that custom-built putting green you've always wanted. They're a leading installer of artificial turf in the valley, which means Turf Monsters can give you and your dog a beautiful green lawn to enjoy without the hassle and the mess of installing real sod. And you know what? You save a ton of time and a lot of money with artificial turf, where you do not have to hire landscapers and you do not have to pick weeds on the weekends. And from fire pits to barbecue pits, from pavers to pergolas to pickleball courts, Turf Monsters can create a backyard oasis you can enjoy every day of the week. Check out their work. Schedule your free estimate online at turfmonstersaz.com or give them a call. Tell them I sent you. 623-263-7388 for Turf Monsters.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-583-6681. That's 800-583-6681.
Hi, I'm Andy, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a product development manager, I make sure every piece of fine jewelry at Shank Company is meticulously designed for quality. From 14-karat gold chains, pearl necklaces, diamond studs, and of course, dream engagement rings. We know you can get your holiday gifts anywhere these days, but knowing your loved one's gift was crafted by master jewelers? It's a difference everyone can see and feel, no matter the price. All of our fine jewelry begins with a vision by our in-house designers. Then, we ensure each piece meets our high-quality standards every step of the way, including the smallest details. It's why our jewelry comes with our all-inclusive, free lifetime warranty that covers everything and doesn't cost a dime. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend wants your fine jewelry to be nothing short of perfect. Come see for yourself. Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
It matters who your lawyer is. At Berg Simpson, we truly care about the quality of work we do, that fair compensation is given, and that our clients are getting the best possible representation. We're always working hard and are committed to doing everything we can to give our clients the best opportunity to have a great result. We're proud of that, and it shows.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Hey, it's Gambo, back to tell you about the Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Dr. Jay Schwartz did the LASIK surgery on my eyes over 15 years ago, and to this day, my vision has never been better. I see great at night, in the day, up close, far away, no glasses, no readers, and this is 15 years later. Dr. Schwartz offers the best in advanced LASIK technology, as well as other surgical laser procedures, such as the clear lens exchange and the EVO ICL. Whether it's nearsightedness, farsightedness, and astigmatism, or any other eye care issues, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can help improve your vision and change your life as he did mine. There is a reason he is the official eye doctor for the Phoenix Suns and Arizona Diamondbacks. The Schwartz Laser Eye Center has 3 valley-wide locations, one in Glendale, one in Scottsdale, and one in Mesa. Schedule your free LASIK evaluation by calling 480-483-EYES. That's 480-483-EYES, or going online at teamidoc.com.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The future of Kyler Murray in Arizona has been and will remain up in the air, but for now, the Cardinal quarterback is heading to the injured reserve, or IR, with a foot injury. As mentioned earlier this week, Jacoby Brissett will be the starting quarterback moving forward as the team preps for a rolling Seattle Seahawks team. And here was head coach Jonathan Gannon on the challenge they have in front of them.
It's a good football team we're going to play on the road. It's one of the better environments, in my opinion, in the NFL. They're loud. We got to handle the environment the right way, and we got to play good, clean football.
The Phoenix Suns will host the LA Clippers tonight, and they may just be getting back Jalen Green. Green has been dealing with a hamstring injury to start the season, but is listed as probable to make his Phoenix Suns debut tonight. That game will tip off at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app, and that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Billy and Mulatto Mornings. Rush Hour Reboot. Rush Hour Reboot. Getting you up to speed on everything happening in sports this morning. Brought to you by Brooklyn Bedding. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
Let's get rebooted. Sammy's here to give us the big stories on this Thursday morning. Sammy.
Good morning. Yes, it is time for the Rush Hour Reboot. Want to give a quick shout out to the 230 watching on YouTube right now.
We did this off the air. We haven't done it on the air.
Happy birthday, Mr. Sammy.
It is young Sammy's birthday today.
It is. Thank you, guys.
Older by the day.
Yeah, the generation gap just got smaller.
Yeah, starting to look a little haggard back there.
Hey, whoa.
So would you say you're officially off your father's dime starting today?
Like all the insurance stuff.
Yeah.
Yes, that's why 26 is the big one.
You're into the second quarter century of your life.
That's right.
Huh?
So here's the question: am I still in my mid 20s? No.
Yeah.
Not late. 27's late 20s.
Oh,
yes.
20 to 23, early 20s.
Yeah. Okay.
24 to 27.
4, 5, 6.
7, maybe 7.
Yeah.
Yeah,
cool.
You're golden.
Mid-20s still. All right. So let's talk the sports. So right now it's easy. The Cardinals continue to play well with Jacoby Brissett. He's your guy for the rest of the season. No ifs, ands, and buts. But if the Cardinals...
no ifs, ands, and buts. But.
Right. If the Cardinals start to lose these games, Jacoby isn't necessarily the world beater we've seen. Is there a world in which Kyler Murray's off the IR and plays for the Cardinals this year?
Yeah, it's a possibility.
Anything's possible at this point.
Anything's possible. My gut feeling is the book has been closed, but I could be wrong. I could be wrong. It just feels to me that his presence on the IR, this is probably something of his doing.
Okay.
No interest in being a backup quarterback.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? So, put it this way, if his time on the IR is over and they come to him, they say, "Listen, we'd love for you to come back and be the starter right now." Maybe he does.
Yeah, that's the next examination that needs to happen. And I'm not talking about the examination of his foot. I'm talking about the examination of the stance of the organization. They have said consistently, when Kyler Murray is healthy enough to play, he will play. Obviously, however you want to read it, going on IR is a very big admission that he's not healthy enough to play. So I'll leave the door open. I know Bick said the book might be closed, but there's only really one type of book that's got a lock on it. That's a diary. Most books can be reopened very easy.
And you know those diaries, those locks, you can get them open with a pen.
Yeah. Exactly. All right. So the show that
you hear that, Skylar?
So what is your daughter writing about these days?
No, but it's a weird paradox where if they don't do well, let's say over the next 4 games, like the only reason you would want to go back to Kyler was if Jacoby and the team wasn't doing well.
Right.
But if their team wasn't doing well and they only lose 3 of the 4 or something, then why would you go back to Kyler when the season's over? It's a weird...
Yeah.
It's year 3 of a rebuild. And wins are currency.
I guess, yeah, that's true.
Okay, no, listen. Spitball here. Say Jacoby Brissett gets injured 2 weeks from now. And then you've got Keaton Slovis for a couple of weeks.
Of course, that's the situation.
Then he's off the injured. Now he can be a hero.
Yeah, there's that too.
Potentially, yes.
But again, also, there's not much downside. If you believe in the idea the Cardinals are going to get back into this race, then that's one perspective. The other perspective is there's not really much downside in losing these football games ahead of you.
Sure. The show that precedes us kind of mentioned that if the Cardinals do lose these games, is Jonathan Gannon going to survive this?
Here's the thing, and I think we're all getting ahead of ourselves. We're talking about the transition plan at quarterback. We got to figure out whether or not they need a transition plan at head coach.
Oh.
There's no guarantee that Jonathan Gannon is going to be around to be a part of the regime that's making the call on what they're going to do at quarterback long term.
So is this coaching staff going to be given a chance to draft, quote, their guy, or does a new quarterback mean a new staff to go along with it?
I don't see much. I do not see really any scenario in which Jonathan Gannon gets blown out. I really don't. Now, that could change with some hideous football going forward, but I think what happened on Monday Night Football was so nourishing for this football team. It restored credibility overnight to an organization that was starting to take a lot of arrows. Mm-hmm. And you win that football game on Monday Night Football. They didn't get to 18 million viewers, by the way. I think they got to 16.7.
Yeah.
So it was a lower, but still, it's a big number. And you do that on Monday Night Football, Michael Bidwell's going to be very happy about that. Because nobody's talking about the Cardinals as being a team in utter dysfunction now. To the contrary, I'm hearing a lot of national people talk about their bright future again.
I haven't even heard anybody say fire Drew Petzing in a couple of weeks. Isn't that interesting?
The Kyler Murray thing, he'll be a very convenient scapegoat for everybody.
Yes. Yeah, I agree with Bick that right now as we speak, I don't see a situation where Jonathan Gannon and this coaching staff is gone. But I just said anything's possible on the Kyler Murray front. Anything's possible there's more than half the season left to go for this team. If the wheels fall off, then anything is possible because it is year 3 after all. And if you're playing Jacoby Brissett and he has been competitive to this point, if the Cardinals stop being competitive for whatever reason, I think everything's up for review.
Yeah. The Cardinals did lose to the Seahawks in Week 4 in the closing seconds of the game. They get them on Sunday. How do the Cardinals match up with the red-hot Seahawks in Seattle? Or how tall is that task?
Again, if the Cardinals defense really elevates and take all the good stuff they did against the Cowboys and bring it to Seattle with a lot of attitude on top of it, I give them a good chance to win this game.
Yeah, it's hard to. I mean, I've been bracing for it a couple times that, hey, the Cardinals are going to get absolutely smacked against fill in the blank, whether it was the Colts or the Packers. It just doesn't happen. They're in every single game, so it's really hard to envision that being the case. I think it's going to be competitive, but if it follows that same pattern that we've seen of competitive games, we know how that's worked against the Cardinals. Not making one play here or – I mean, the last time they played the Seahawks, you make an argument it came down to the placement of a kickoff.
Yes.
That cost them. When Chad Ryland didn't hit the landing zone on a kickoff late in that game, and Seattle ended up getting a field goal. That's how slim the margins have been. So I think this is a winnable game for the Cardinals. I don't know if they're going to do it, but they have a record of competitiveness.
Sure. So ideally tonight we're getting the first look at Jalen Green in a Suns uniform. What can he bring? Who can he help? And on the flip side, with Jalen Green coming back, who does that hurt maybe from a minutes standpoint? Maybe like Colin Gillespie or something like that.
For me, I think you hit the nail on the head. I think it's probably going to come at the expense of Colin Gillespie's minutes. I would assume Jalen Green's going to be in the starting lineup.
Yeah.
And I assume he's going to be on a minutes restriction coming back from an injury of that sort. So that means Grayson Allen to the bench. And that means another bump down the depth chart for Colin Gillespie. I think they'll find some time for Colin Gillespie. Who it helps? That's up to Jalen Green.
When you ask me what I think about this and what this might look like, Jared, that's my one concern is that they are going to underestimate and underserve Colin Gillespie and what he brings to this team in terms of emotion, intensity, authenticity, and they're going to lose a big chunk of what makes them really cohesive in place of this really star-laden, talented offensive kid.
Yeah.
That's my worry.
I mean, ideally, the things Colin Gillespie is doing, Jalen Green can do some of those in just and maybe at a higher level and find, instead of 30 minutes for Gillespie, it's 20,
Well, you're not going to find 20 for him. That's the issue. That number is going to go down to about 12.
12 to 15.
12 to 15.
This is the range I had in mind, yeah.
Okay, last thing real quick. Want to get your thought on this. So the crazy Suns stat of the day, try to bring one. So of the lineups that have played at least 60 minutes, all in the NBA, all right, pretty good sample size. The Suns lineup of Devin Booker, Ryan Dunn, Grayson Allen, Royce O'Neal, and Mark Williams, they have the best defensive rating in the NBA.
Get out.
Swear. 60 minutes. It's a pretty good sample size.
But again, the NBA is so weird right now. I'm serious.
How many lineups meet that criteria, by the way? They're number one out of how many?
I know there's a lot because I had it up. I can't
Take that, Bill Simmons.
Yeah, right? We're giving Matt Ishby a fuel to his fire right now.
Yeah, right.
But
wow.
I saw that and I was like, okay, it's kind of crazy.
You better make sure that's not a Jared fact.
No, it's NBA.com.
Okay.
I trust
you
NBA.
get to a certain age and you start just mixing up stuff in your head, Sammy. So it might be coming for you.
Wow.
Right,
we're all rebooted.
Thanks,
from the birthday boy, Sammy Sabolka. Coming up next, we will talk Cardinals quarterback situation in the NFL. From NFL Network, Omar Ruiz joins us. Straight ahead, it's Bickley and Murata mornings here on this Thursday. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Play some pickleball with Arizona Sports. Get a partner and sign your two-person team up for the second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament. Text the word pickle to 620-620. Compete for the coveted Golden Paddle. And your share of cash prizes Friday, November 14th at Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa. The Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, benefiting Operation Santa Claus, is presented by Sanderson Ford. Text pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Text pickle to 620-620.
All right, so I got to know Reba McEntire just a little bit on a cruise a few years ago, and I learned a couple things. Number one, I learned she loves Sonic, and more specifically, she loves the tater tots at Sonic. And here's the true fact. Her fiance calls her Tater Tot. That is her nickname. There's even a ceremonial Valentine's Day meal at Sonic dedicated to Reba McEntire. So her love of Sonic obviously runs deep, and why not? At Sonic, you get a unique experience, a diverse menu, and meals that are packed with flavor. They've got an all-star lineup of burgers, from the double Sonic Smasher to the garlic butter bacon cheeseburger, iconic classics like those tots, onion rings, cherry limeades, and a ton of new favorites like mozzarella sticks, groovy fries, soft pretzel twists. And remember, that drink menus of theirs is legendary, features tens of thousands of different combinations of drinks and slushes. Live free, eat Sonic.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Keep your career moving forward with growth opportunities, great pay and benefits, and one of the country's top workplaces. Go to careers.progressive.com and apply today.
Ready to ditch the Santa bod, guys? Give yourself a leaner holiday. Paul Calvise here. Red Mountain's testosterone for men has helped hundreds of guys revive their gym life, sleep, bedroom. Stack TRT with a GLP. Burn fat, build muscle. Buddy did it right. More energy, more confidence. Limited time. GLPs right now from $149 a month. And TRT startup fees are waived. Real doctors, real results. Book at redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250 keyword Red Mountain.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying. Just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Help elevate your company's pride with workplace tips from Cintas. The right workwear helps your team look and perform their best. Cintas has work apparel for almost any job imaginable. Your team gets garments that are breathable, comfortable, and hold up to any job. Cintas even handles laundry and delivery every week with no upfront investment. It's all part of Apparel Plus from Cintas. Learn more at Cintas.com.
Hi, this is Stuart Willis, President of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. A personal relationship with your financial advisor really matters. It's super important that you have the ability to talk about anything you need to with your advisor. So if you have been pushed off to a call center and you don't have a one-on-one relationship with your financial advisor, then reach out to us at assetpreservationwealth.com. That's assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC registered investment advisor.
After a brutal summer of heat and monsoon storms, are your windows or doors ready for another season, or is it time to replace them? Call the Window and Door Store. Our exclusive Seal and Shield installation comes with a lifetime labor warranty for total peace of mind. It's how we've earned over 1,000 5-star reviews. Call 480-562-3902 now to schedule your free in-home consultation or book online at thewindowdoorstore.com. That's 480-562-3902 or thewindowdoorstore.com.
Twin Peaks is the best in the game. Here, it's bigger game days and bolder fight nights. I mean, where else can you find a scratch kitchen that always comes in clutch every day from lunch to late night? Only at Twin Peaks, the #1 sports bar.
Hey, it's Wolf. Could Jacoby Brissett lead the Arizona Cardinals to a playoff berth? We'll ask 15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander at 11 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
We continue on the Thursday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports. Going into Week 10, that means a trip to Seattle to take on the Seahawks for the Arizona Cardinals with Jacoby Brissett making a 4th consecutive start. And Kyler Murray on IR, here to talk about that, the rest of the NFL with us. From NFL Network, Omar Ruiz, our guest here on the Arizona Sports Line. Omar, good morning. How are you?
Hey, good morning, boys. This call will be the alarm clock for my kids. Time to wake up, kids. Let's get ready for school, baby.
Wake up, Omar's children. Dad's busy right now.
Omar, we had our first discussion at about 6:15 this morning on the Kyler Murray situation, and it's been ongoing. There's a new twist to it every day, but I played some soap opera music behind it to kind of set the mood. This is a saga with a lot of twists and turns, and now we know that Kyler Murray is on the shelf for at least a month. What do you make of all of this, the timetable, the way it's been handled and talked about, and the parties involved, quite honestly?
It's wild. It's fascinating to me, number one, in that Jonathan Gannon was able to navigate all of this, what seemed to be very obvious in talking to people in the organization, teammates, coaches, staff. It seemed to be like they were going this direction with Jacoby while maintaining credibly Gannon saying that it's a health issue. Kyler will be back when he's fully healthy, and he still has that out because he's still, he's on IR now. He needs to get fully healthy. Talking to people that, were at practice last week, Kyler, he looked good, but he still has discomfort in his foot and the way he plays. They need him to be 100%. So while all of that on the surface is very credible and makes sense, it just became very obvious and the undercurrent of everything that and how the team lights up when they talk about Jacoby Brissett and what a difference they've looked on the field, how that's all played out without the drama, without there being much negativity at this point surrounding it. Usually when there's this sort of situation happening in the NFL, it comes along with tension that is turmoil that leads to a negativity in the locker room, and there's that sort of thing. But I haven't gotten that sense from this, and how they've navigated that, I think, is worthy of note, and be interesting to see how the rest of this plays out, especially when the IR eligibility comes down at the end of this month.
Omar, that is a fantastic point because what we've witnessed here, we've witnessed about 2 weeks of press conferences with Jonathan Gannon that have ranged from being elusive to bizarre, and yet the team that took the field in Dallas had obviously been very engaged and coached very well during the bye week, which really kind of shows you how much they do believe in Jacoby Brissett. What, from your experience and from your eyes, what has Jacoby done to this offense?
Well, I think he's infused confidence. As crazy as that sounds for all the talent that Kyler Murray delivers, just in talking to some of the guys, it's the composure that Jacoby Brissett has, the way he communicates in the huddle. And this was something that was striking to me, and I don't think it's a slight on Kyler Murray, but it just speaks to Jacoby Brissett and his experience that they have confidence because they know Jacoby Brissett is going to fight with them. And I was like, oh, that's a really telling sign to me about how much they believe in him. And then just to see how the team operates on the field and sort of the proof is in the pudding type of situation. So obviously, like you mentioned, coming out of the bye and really going up and down on the Cowboys, which, a lot of teams have done this year. And defensively, obviously, the Cardinals showed well. But Brissett, and I think, now having that certainty that he's going to be starting on Sunday this far in advance, I think that confidence will grow, and they're going to need that because obviously, these next few games are there's no cupcakes there, and if they're going to get back into the playoff hunt, they're going to have to earn it.
Omar Ruiz from NFL Network, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Look, there is a lot of football left to be played. We're going to see those games at least in the interim with Jacoby Brissett, but there's a lot of speculation on the long-term future of Kyler Murray, not only here in Arizona, Omar, but his place in the league. We know about the contractual situation. He's owed a lot of money over the next 3 years from the Cardinals. I mean, as of right now, what do you make of the possibility that he could be elsewhere starting next year?
Yeah, it's a real possibility, I think, and that's all part of the navigation that Jonathan Gannon has orchestrated in that, let's say in a couple of weeks, Jacoby Brissett gets hurt, and obviously we hope that doesn't happen, but, they still got to have Kyler Murray in a good headspace to be able to come back with confidence if that's the case. If they do continue to ride Jacoby Brissett, they still want to make it look like Kyler Murray has a future out there in the NFL and that this was all just sort of health related and maybe a good start somewhere else. The Cardinals might be able to sell somebody in a trade situation or however that might unfold. But that's the sort of second part to this equation is handling Kyler and making sure that he can still be a contributor if they need him this season, and what that means, like you said, for the ripple effect, how this might play out for the rest of the league, and how teams could desire Kyler Murray still. Because I think if you were to trash him and say, this is Jacoby's team, the offense looks way better, and just leave it at that and just kind of be cold about it, then what does that say to other teams? Why would they ever want to invest in Kyler Murray the way you might need them to if they were to look to offload him this offseason?
A lot of Cardinals defenders looked really good in Dallas, none more so than Walter Nolan in his debut. Given what we saw in Dallas and given the fact that there seems to be a lot of ceiling left for this team defensively, do you think they got a shot to get back into this thing?
I do. I mean, they're going to have to, like I said, they're going to have to earn it. They're going to have to win tough ball games. You talk about the next 4 games are all teams that are in the hunt or would be in the playoffs if they ended today type of thing, and including, what Seattle's been the hottest team in the NFL right now. We've seen just how devastating they looked on Sunday night against Washington. So they'll have to earn it. But like you mentioned, the ceiling there, and I think when you look at the Cardinals defensively on Monday, coming out of the bye, number one, but how many rookies, including Walter Nolan, gets a sack? You had Cody Simon ripping the ball out, Denzel Burke with the interception late to seal it. I mean, so all these rookies are going to continue to ascend, and that's just going to make the defense better. And Calais Campbell, Josh Sweat wreaking havoc, each with 2 sacks there. So, the veterans, the stars are still playing like it. Budda Baker, the big fumble recovery. So they're getting contributions from all these guys, and those rookies are going to continue to grow with confidence. They're going to continue to grow with experience. And I think this defense that we talked about coming into the season, the big reason why we thought they could be a contender to begin with, will be that. And if Jacoby Brissett can continue to be consistent and the offense grows with confidence and production, I don't see why they can't be that playoff contender that we thought they could be coming into this season. Just they're starting their stretch from a 2-5 standpoint. That's the tricky part in this equation, getting them back in the playoff hunt.
Talking football with Omar Ruiz from NFL Network. Before we let you go, and we've been kicking this around for the last couple of days, the amount of parity, the number of good teams, there doesn't seem to be any consensus on who the best team is. I think there's probably 8 teams you could make an argument for as the best team going into Week 10. Who is your pick for that made-up title right now, Omar?
For the best team in the league right now.
Right now.
Oh, man. I still go with Philadelphia.
Okay.
Because, I think the issues that they've had, because they're Philadelphia, they're under the media microscope. I think it's sort of a, what do they call it, the mountain out of a molehill, the thing with A.J. Brown and sort of the quote-unquote dysfunction of the offense. I think that'll sort itself out. I think Saquon Barkley, the defense, Vic Fangio still knows what they're doing. And at the end of the day, push comes to shove, Philadelphia is the best team because of the style of football they play, the physicality that they play with. I think that will still translate. But as we've seen, you catch them on a bad day, they're beatable. But you could say the same thing for them at this point in time last year, and it was really in the second half of the season that they came together and gelled and became that sort of juggernaut. I would expect them to do that again. Now it's can Kansas City get their act together? Can Buffalo get consistent? All the teams that we thought could be capable of being Super Bowl contenders, can they get it together in the second half? I think that'll be the story of how this all plays out.
Omar, great stuff as always. Thanks so much for making time for us today. We appreciate it.
Hey, great to hear from you guys. Yeah, anytime. Talk to you later.
Omar Ruiz, NFL Network, our guest on the Arizona Sports Line. Coming up next, we hit the second half of the Thursday edition of Bickley and Murata Mornings with The Blast here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Who's on top in high school sports in Arizona, and who's building up a powerhouse to unseat Arizona's best programs? Kevin McCabe talks with Arizona high school coaches and athletic staff Saturday mornings at 9 on The Kevin McCabe Show, presented by Brooklyn Betting. The Kevin McCabe Show, Saturday morning at 9 on the local sports leader, Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Life Changer Loan, the loan the big banks don't want you to know about, and that is because for ages the home buying process has remained archaic. You apply for a mortgage, you make a big down payment, then you spend the next 30 years of your life paying off that home, and a lot of people reconcile it because they think they have a really good interest rate. Like one of our listeners named Jack, who before he switched over to a Life Changer Loan found out it would be year 22 when he would finally pay more principal than interest on his mortgage payment. At that, he would end up paying $700,000 for a $300,000 home. Better way on Life Changer Loan, where you do your banking inside of your mortgage. All of your income goes directly to paying off all your debt, and you do that without any anxiety because you always have access to your equity. That's the secret magic of a Life Changer Loan, where the average Life Changer Loan client pays off their home in 5 years, which then gives you a lot of time to build personal wealth. Now, it's not for everybody. You've got to have the right financials. Give them a call. Find out if you're a good fit, because if you are, you're going to love the results. 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just 1 cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers, and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
Football season is here. Hey, it's Vince Marotta, and if you're like me, when you're watching the game, you're snacking chips, wings, veggies. Why not change the game and level up your snacking? Daisy's got new dips, the French onion dip and the ranch dip. Both qualify as game changers. Just as delicious as a homemade dip made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Level up your snack game while watching the game. Give Daisy French Onion Dip a try. Look for it at your local grocer.
Hey, I'm Ron Wolfley, and I'm sitting here with Garrett Lee, co-owner of Moving Team 6. Garrett, I just saw where you guys actually have hit over 1,000 5-star reviews.
That's absolutely true, and we don't do it without our team, and obviously to our amazing customers that are willing to trust us and support our team along the way. The thing that separates Moving Team 6, obviously, is our team. You need somebody to help you make that move happen, and we're the team for you.
Go to movingteam6.com for more information. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Cardinals fans, football is back, and Kilt Lifter from Four Peaks has your game days covered. Whether you're posted up at home or cheering with your crew at Four Peaks 8th Street Pub in Tempe, Kilt Lifter is the ultimate game day companion. Arizona's favorite award-winning amber ale, bold, smooth, and brewed for Sundays. This season, lift your game with Kilt Lifter.
The Honda Rodeo Fest is back November 7th through the 9th at Chase Field. Don't wait, this is your last chance to see Kid Rock,
Jason Aldean,
Nickelback,
John Party,
Riley Green, and Treaty Oak Revival. Plus 3 nights of World Championship Rodeo. Tickets are selling fast and won't last. Get yours now at Ticketmaster.com. For details, visit thehondoRodeoFest.com. That's thehondoRodeoFest.com.
Black Friday is going on now at every AutoNation store. Hurry in and save for a limited time. Buy with 0 down. Plus, make no payments till next year. Shop new and used cars, trucks, SUVs, even top luxury models. Drive with 0 down. Plus, no payments till next year. Save your cash for the holidays. Go to your nearest AutoNation store now.
Limited term financing on approved credit. 90-day deferred payment. Interest accrues from date of purchase. See store for details.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Jalen Green era in Phoenix might just begin tonight. The Suns guard is listed as probable for tonight's game against the Clippers. Green was the main piece acquired in the Kevin Durant trade over the summer, and he's been dealing with a hamstring injury to start the season. The Suns will tip off at 7 p.m. tonight right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. As the Cardinals are moving forward with Jacoby Brissett as their starting quarterback, they've placed Kyler Murray on the IR with a foot injury, and the earliest Murray could return would be Week 14 against the LA Rams. Elsewhere on the Cardinals injury report, Budda Baker was one of 8 Cardinals to show up on the report as he was limited in practice with a hamstring issue, but the Cards will look to get healthy and get ready for Sunday in Seattle. And this report is brought to you by Brooklyn Betting. Check out the Veterans Day sale going on now in store and online through November 11th. Get 30% off. Go to brooklynbetting.com.
Bickley and Marotta mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley Blast.
Reputations change fast in the NFL, and after a 5-game losing streak and questions about his drafting skills, the sky is clearing for Monty Ossenfort. Not only did his rookie class shine on Monday Night Football, not only did the Cardinals restore some dignity and credibility to the team logo, but his apparent succession plan for Kyler Murray might be the stuff of legends. In 3 weeks, Jacoby Brissett has elevated the team and validated the offensive coordinator and won over the locker room because he's exactly the kind of quarterback that teammates love. It's happened everywhere he's been. Ossenfort also signed Brissett to a 2-year contract, and next year he'll be earning just above $7 million, which means he can mentor the next young quarterback in Arizona the way he mentored Drake May in New England and the way he was once mentored by Tom Brady. Now, many football fans in the Valley were concerned when Ossenfort put all the money and resources on the defensive side of the football. But the plucking of Brissett to a low-key, affordable, multi-year contract might have been the best thing possible. It illuminated what Kyler Murray wasn't giving the offense. It likely will buy time for a coaching staff that is 12 games under 500, midway through their 3rd season, and it's the perfect contingency plan for a team moving off a polarizing and expensive franchise quarterback. All right, today's Bickley Blast brought to you by my great friends at Chapman BMW, who make luxury attainable. Find them online at chapmanbmw.com.
Honestly, for Jacoby, nothing. I say that. It's a good thought process, Josh, but if he was a first or second year guy, maybe a little bit, you could see some psychological factors that go into that. Jacoby does his job, takes it one day at a time, prepares when he wasn't the starter, prepares to be the starter because he knows his role can change, and now he's going to prepare the same way.
Jonathan Gannon, the head coach, yesterday was asked, hey, what does it mean for Jacoby Brissett knowing he'll start for the next couple of weeks? You heard the answer there. That's been the consensus, and it was the consensus before he ever got to Arizona, too.
Yeah.
Jacoby Brissett, the consummate pro, as a backup quarterback in this league for a long time. Now he's got the opportunity to move forward. And we'll get into that in a second. I just wanted to pass this along, too. It's a story that broke this morning, and it's a tragic story. Marshawn Kneeland of the Dallas Cowboys, who scored the Cowboys' first touchdown against the Cardinals on that block punt recovery, has passed away at the age of 24.
Wow.
The Cowboys released a statement that says it's with extreme sadness that the Cowboys share that Marshawn Kneeland tragically passed away this morning. Marshawn was a beloved teammate and member of our organization. Our thoughts and prayers regarding Marshawn are with his girlfriend, Catalina, and his family.
Oh, that's terrible.
No details on how the death occurred, but, man.
That's terrible.
You want a reminder of how fragile life can be?
How about it?
Oh, sad story.
That's sad stuff. All right, so Jacoby Brissett, one of the things that's interesting here is because Jared's brought this up a couple of times, what if he falls on his face? If you go back and look at Jacoby Brissett's career, and I once, many, many years ago, when he was a backup in New England, I actually played Madden football with him as my quarterback. So just apropos of nothing, I had very early exposure to Jacoby Brissett, okay? He was impressive as a rookie in New England, very impressive. He got a shot in Indianapolis. He was acquired because Andrew Luck was injured. He had a good year. He had some not-so-good years. He was okay in the end. He took over when Andrew Luck retired. He went
went back to being a backup when Phillip Rivers showed up in Indianapolis. He went to Cleveland, and he was anything from good to sensational while holding down the fort while the team waited for Deshaun Watson to return from a suspension. He had a very bad year in Miami where he played behind a terrible offensive line. He returned to New England, and he had a not a good year on a really bad team, but he did mentor Drake May, and the people in New England raved about the job he did there. Everywhere he's gone, the way he plays has won over the locker room. You can go and read it every stop he's been. He's the kind of guy that players, teammates love because of exactly what Omar Ruiz said. He's the kind of guy that will sacrifice his body for the good of the team. And that's the best form of currency in the NFL, aside from results, of course. So that's Jacoby Brissett. He's a very smart player. His interception rate is very, very low, historically low. So the idea,
lowest ever.
Right, the lowest ever. So the idea that he's going to go into one of these games and just start throwing the ball all over the yard to the other team, I suppose it could happen, but there's no history that suggests it will.
No.
So I think at the very least he'll be mediocre. And at the best he'll be exactly what he's been the last 3 weeks. And if the Cardinals defense truly elevates, they got a shot at this. You got to beat the Seahawks this weekend, but they got a shot at this. But if not, as I said in the blast, the Cardinals are really set up perfectly to absorb the loss of Kyler Murray, whether it's a trade or waiving him or cutting him, whatever the case may be.
Yeah, for me, what Jacoby Brissett represents for the Cardinals in the now is a chance. They've dug themselves a hole. And their shovel's got to work out on Monday night, too, in that win against Dallas. But they're still in a hole. And this is a full-on divisional weekend in the NFC West. Because you got the Cardinals taking on the Seahawks. You got the 49ers playing the Rams. Those three teams all have big advantages over you. But the Cardinals have to take care of their business. Had everything, let's just say everything right now was the same. But the Cardinals didn't upgrade their backup quarterback position. And they went into the season with Clayton Tune again. So I think everybody would universally say the season's over. It would be an opportunity for Clayton Tune to get some experience moving forward, but you're not going to win any games. Jacoby Brissett gives you a chance to win some games. And that's what needs to happen for them to continue digging out of this hole. We brought it up a lot. Not only when it happened, but when the offseason wrapped up, the only significant offensive improvement the Cardinals made on this roster was Jacoby Brissett, and now it looks pretty prophetic.
2 years, $12 million. That might be the smartest thing he's ever done.
It's the biggest story of the season. The other factor is that it is possible that Jacoby Brissett plays really well and the Cardinals just aren't good enough and don't win these games anyway. Because he's played well in 3 games. They've only won one of them.
And again, if you're looking at this as a succession plan, because we're all, I think, in agreement that Jacoby Brissett is not going to be the franchise quarterback here. They're not going to suddenly give him a $50 million a year deal when the season is over.
No.
So ostensibly, they're going to get, this regime is going to cash their last ticket. They're going to draft a quarterback, and they're going to get a chance to make that guy the franchise quarterback. So
maybe.
But the way this thing has been set up, this is something where this experiment with Kyler Murray was sort of a mulligan for this coaching staff. See if you can do it, and if you can't, we're going to give you a chance to pick your own guy. Now, that wasn't the plan from day one, but the way this thing is working out, it could be a very easy transition into the next year of football. And hopefully it won't be like 10 years before you find a guy.
Yeah. Here was Jacoby Brissett. He spoke to the media yesterday, too, about whether or not he's got a greater appreciation for his opportunities at this point.
I think I have a greater appreciation of being in this situation, having the opportunity to go out and play and do the thing that I love to do. I mean, it's not promised. I know that. Been in this league for a while. I know these opportunities are precious because they don't last long. And it's just taking it day by day.
Look, and we know this, too, that the moment is not too big for Jacoby Brissett. Mm-hmm. And at the baseline level, that's what you want from a backup quarterback. How many times have you seen a backup quarterback get pressed into duty, and you're like, oh, wow, there's no chance. They're swimming. They can't handle the enormity of this stage. It's never going to be a big enough or too big for Jacoby Brissett. Whether or not that translates to wins, I think that's the big burning question now. Cardinals have a little wind in their sails after finally holding on to a game on a big stage, going into a real tough place to play against a good football team. I'm real curious to see what this looks like.
Yeah, so am I. I think it will look like we hope it will look. I think it will be competitive and close, unless Seattle is really that good. But it's really going to be incumbent on the Cardinals' defense, to me.
Coming up next, how is Jordan Knott doing so far in his first year with the Suns? Well, one championship coach is impressed. We'll share that with you and a lot more next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings on this Thursday here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A huge Cardinals win Monday night, and here comes a roadie in Seattle this Sunday.
Good team, good football team. Coach really well. Got a lot of respect for Coach McDonald. A lot of their players. I got a ton of respect for those guys, and it's going to be a 60-minute game.
Cardinals at the Seahawks. Pre-game with your breakfast. Kickoff 2:05 Sunday afternoon on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here for Trajan Wealth, and fall is arriving in the valley. The leaves are changing, but unfortunately our money does not grow on trees. So if you are worried about your future, if you're worried about retirement, if you're having a hard time making sense of it all, take the fear out of your golden years by scheduling a free appointment with Trajan Wealth, because it's one thing to save for retirement, it's another thing to feel totally prepared, and that is why you need the right game plan. Trajan Wealth will give you the answers and the personalized strategies. Plus, they're not just financial advisors. They're fiduciaries, which means they are duty-bound and obligated to act in your best interests at all times. I'm a client today because they earn my trust, and if you want to take the stress off your shoulders, call Trajan Wealth. Get your plan started today. Give them a call at 480-360-7900, online at TrajanWealth.com. That's TRAJAN Wealth.com. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth, LLC, SEC registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor. With hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken, Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's'.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming, Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season.
Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Join the Bud Light Football Face-Off Monday, November 10th at Tailgaters in Glendale, starting at 5 p.m. Compete for your chance to win tickets to the Cardinals game versus LA on December 7th, plus a chance to go to Vegas for the final face-off where you could score a trip to the Super Bowl.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. Bradley Beal makes his return to the Valley tonight. Will there be a tribute video, or are we more interested in whether Jalen Green makes his son's debut tonight? All of that and more on today's Burnsy and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Hey, good morning, and thank you for listening and watching to our viewers/listeners in Goodyear. Did you know, Sammy, that Goodyear... I can't do a good Cliff Clavin.
Goodyear blimp.
Became a town in 1946, became a city in 1985.
Wow.
And yes, it is named for the Goodyear Tire and Rubber Company. It was built on land that they owned.
Okay.
Yes.
I thought you were doing Jay Leno. That you were doing
It'd be more of
that's about how good you did.
Good morning, the Goodyear. We appreciate you listening out in Goodyear this morning.
It's all of it. I mean, these are all learning experiences for our group as we start to take some of these lessons away in a road environment, different lineups out there. We have to start better. You have to start the game better. We've talked a lot about it, setting the tone early. This is a different one. On the road again, in a tough environment. Can't be down 14 after the first quarter trying to dig yourself out of that hole.
I was Jordan Knott after the game on Tuesday night. Suns lose in San Francisco to the Warriors. They've had their struggles on the road. They've been a different team at home. All three of their wins have come at home. They're back home tonight, taking on the LA Clippers. We should get the return of Jalen Green tonight. Dylan Brooks still out. Shorthanded bunch of Clippers coming in. And look, there's been a little bit of discussion on Jordan Knott's performance so far. First-year head coach taking over a new group. A lot of turnover on the roster. It's been some up, some down. I got on Jordan Knott one game for timeout usage, which I think was really critical in that loss to Memphis.
That was very fair.
But I think there's been a lot of pluses too, especially in the home wins. The defensive strategy that they employed against Victor Wembanyama in the Spurs game was eye-opening to the point where, I don't know if you watched the game last night. Wemby struggled again against the Lakers, so I don't know if there was a little bit of blueprint action going on from what the Suns did and how much is being borrowed, but it's a possibility.
Or maybe they're just kind of coming back to the means a little bit. Yeah, it's one of the two. But I think you highlighted a couple of different things. I give Jordan Knott a little bit of grace on that timeout situation that we talked about because Devin Booker does that a lot, and Jordan Knott hasn't experienced that. So when your best player is telling you as a rookie head coach, review this, your inclination is to serve the player. And I think he learned the hard way that Book isn't always right when he asks for those reviews. The challenge, or the game plan against the Spurs, on the other hand, was tremendously encouraging. Tremendously.
Yes. Yeah.
It really showed a coaching staff that is serving the team. Here, we're giving you something to help you succeed. And that is the best way to build chemistry.
And even in defeat, I mean, the Suns did lose their last game to Golden State on Tuesday night. One of the aftermaths of that game from the Warriors side of things came from Steve Kerr, where he talked about being impressed early on by Jordan Knott and what he's doing with the Suns team.
I just think they're really well organized. I think Jordan is doing a great job. Their staff has them playing to their talent, but the style of play is very purposeful. You look at the three-point attempts, from Grayson Allen and Book and Gillespie, Royce O'Neal, they're all like between 8 and 10 attempts from three per game. So the floor is spread. As I said, they're organized. You can see the patterns that they're working on with their cutting out of the corner and, sliding the guy on the wing down, really putting a lot of pressure on the defense. So I think all of that organization is really helping Book and give him the space to do what he does.
Pretty glowing words from a championship coach. Who once upon a time, Steve Kerr when they were really rolling and winning championships and taking the league by storm.
Yeah.
You remember this, Bick. He let his team coach the team in a game against the Suns. Ruffled a lot of feathers.
He sure did.
I'm pretty sure he didn't have glowing things to say about that Suns coaching staff.
Well,
but here we are all these years
and I'm
later.
sure he did that to prove a point.
Yes.
Right? About the organization for which he once worked. Yeah, I famously, that was an unbelievable moment. I'm very encouraged to win tonight. Like I said, you're 4-5. I think that's a perfectly good start for a new regime in a year of major transition. You win at home, you're 4-1 at home. You're starting to build something there, which is very important. And I think it's trending in the right direction so far. And then they've been doing some of this without Dylan Brooks, and they've been doing this so far without Jalen Green, and that should change tonight. So we'll see how this thing continues to evolve. Now, I called up NBA.com, and the defensive ratings for the Phoenix Suns, I see them parked at 22nd.
That's the team as a whole.
Yeah. Sammy was talking about the lineup of Williams.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, a specific five-man lineup.
Okay, I got you. Okay, my bad.
The defensive rating as a whole has some.
Yeah, okay, my bad. Okay.
Yeah, I'd like to see where some of the other five-man lineups for the Suns land on that to bring them back down.
Right, exactly. Okay.
The other thing we'll see tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center is the return of Bradley Beal. We covered this earlier, but I'm always fascinated by this, too, when a player comes back and a player is not necessarily fondly remembered for his time as a Phoenix Sun. I think it's going to be a rough go for Bradley Beal tonight.
Yeah, I think the crowd's going to be after him. Yeah, I think it will be as well.
And I don't have any. We know what the Suns, and I think most organizations do this now. When a former player comes back, regardless of role, they'll give him a tip of the cap.
Yeah.
If it's somebody who really went above and beyond, they'll get the video tribute. I don't think Bradley Beal, even though he does have a resume, I don't think he rises to that level for what he did in Phoenix. I think he's going to get the same treatment that Yusuf Nurkic got the other night. I think it's a classy move. It sometimes is a case of being the bigger person.
But is it a classy move if you're setting him up to be booed?
What's worse, not acknowledging him? I mean, the organization doesn't view it that way.
Yeah.
I think it's a heartfelt, hey, thank you. Didn't work out, but we appreciate what you brought here.
Yeah, and
fans don't think that way.
Yeah, and whether or not the organization actually feels that way, it's just good policy. You act like you're the bigger person, right?
Yeah.
So that'll be interesting. Also, be interesting will be the return of Dylan Brooks when he does get back, because we did have a reminder the other night of the downside of Dylan Brooks. And Burns and Gambo had an interesting discussion about this, where it was a reminder, because in basketball, if your team is mounting a comeback and you're in street clothes and you get a technical in street clothes, that's the third rail. That's unacceptable behavior. And he apologized to the team, and everything's good. Devin Booker said we're moving on, and everything is fine. But it is a reminder of the other side of Dylan Brooks.
There's a lot that comes around him and with him.
That's right. That's exactly right. And because at that point in time, not that the Suns were going to come back, but they were down 8 at the time. They fouled Steph Curry. Steph Curry made the first free throw. That's when Dylan Brooks got the technical. He made the second free throw, then he made the technical free throw. So we're talking about a 1-point difference. But still, if you're in street clothes, you don't do that to your team. That's a bottom line rule in basketball. And it's just a reminder that, as the fellas on the afternoon show discussed yesterday, on good teams, Dylan Brooks is always a plus. But if your team isn't good, you never know where it's going. It's just a little reminder.
Yeah, I mean, I see the point. It's made worse by the fact that he was not in uniform.
That's the whole thing to me.
And didn't play in the game.
That's the whole thing to me.
Better that it came in they did lose the game. They didn't score a point. They scored one garbage time bucket after that technical foul.
Yeah.
So,
well, they had that possession right afterwards where, again, Suns have had a bunch of these possessions where they've had multiple offensive rebounds on a single possession.
Yeah.
Yeah. And they had one of those right after it.
So I guess the silver lining is, if you're going to go down that road with Dylan Brooks, and that's part of the road that you go down with him, it happened in a game where, hey, they didn't lose by 1. Because if they lost by 1,
then it'd be a big issue.
We would have had a much different discussion yesterday on the show.
Truth.
But yeah, and maybe it's a good thing they got that out of the way now in a situation like that, so he can apologize, move on, and be cognizant of it moving forward.
Exactly.
Coming up next, how can Jacoby Brissett and the Cardinals keep their momentum and beat the Seahawks? Can they? We'll get into it next. Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sign up now for the second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text PICKLE to 620-620. Help some kids, have some fun, and win some prize money. Text PICKLE to 620-620 now.
Hey, Vince Murata back to tell you Southwest Gas is proud to support the lifestyle of Arizonans. Whether it's cooking a traditional meal, providing hot water for invigorating showers, or creating ambiance for holiday traditions and family gatherings, Southwest Gas provides safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. Natural gas bills remain one of the lowest utility bills a customer receives each month and continues to provide unmatched value for heating homes, warming water, cooking meals, and fueling business. In fact, a typical new home in Arizona can save nearly $900 per year in energy costs by installing natural gas. Natural gas service remains more than an essential ingredient in the kitchen. It also supports economic development and growth in the community. For almost 100 years, Southwest Gas has been there, helping turn neighborhoods into communities, houses into homes, and big dreams into reality. If you want more information about how Southwest Gas is supporting a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
After a brutal summer of heat and monsoon storms, are your windows or doors ready for another season, or is it time to replace them? Call the Window and Door Store. Our exclusive Seal and Shield installation comes with a lifetime labor warranty for total peace of mind. It's how we've earned over 1,000 five-star reviews. Call 480-562-3902 now to schedule your free in-home consultation or book online at thewindowdoorstore.com. That's 480-562-3902 or thewindowdoorstore.com.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With a Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
How do you stay humble when you're America's #1 wiper blade? That's what we're currently dealing with at Rain-X. Is it even possible to humble brag when you bully Mother Nature like we do? Do we sound too conceited if we keep repeating how Rain-X is the #1 brand of wiper blades in America? No, we'll take a lesson from our wipers and just keep doing our job with humility. As America's #1 wiper blade. Rain-X. Outsmart the elements.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The future of Kyler Murray in Arizona has been and will remain up in the air, but for now, the Cardinal quarterback is heading to the injured reserve, or IR, with a foot injury. As mentioned earlier this week, Jacoby Brissett will be the starting QB moving forward as the team preps for a rolling Seattle Seahawks team. And here was head coach Jonathan Gannon on the challenge they have in front of them.
It's a good football team we're going to play on the road. It's one of the better environments, in my opinion, in the NFL. They're loud. We got to handle the environment the right way, and we got to play good, clean football.
The Phoenix Suns will host the LA Clippers tonight, and they might just get Jalen Green back. Green has been dealing with a hamstring injury to start the season, but is listed as probable to make his Phoenix Suns debut tonight. The game will start at 7 right here on Arizona Sports, 98.7, and the Arizona Sports app. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Join the football watch parties every Sunday with special guests, food and drink specials, and more only at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Hey, it's Gambo. How different is this Seahawks team than the one the Cardinals faced in Week 4? We'll ask our Seattle sports icon, Brock Hewitt, at 2:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
What they did going to New Orleans and getting Rashid Shaheed at the wide receiver position to add him to Jackson Smith and Jigba, also Cooper Kupp, Arroyo at the tight end position as well. You know Sam Darnold could make every single throw on the football field. That was brilliant. It was a genius move in my opinion. And also, when you look at Rashid Shaheed, he's not going to be able to or have to learn a new offense. Clint Kubiak was his offensive coordinator in 2024 when they were both members of the New Orleans Saints.
That is Harry Douglas from ESPN Radio. It's his contention that the Seattle Seahawks won the trade deadline with that Rashid Shaheed pickup. He mentioned Cooper Kupp. Cooper Kupp missed the last game. He's on the injury report. At least was yesterday, dealing with a couple of injuries. But when you can plug in a guy like Rashid Shaheed, who, look, you're playing in New Orleans this year. You were toiling in anonymity. Nobody was paying attention to the Saints because they've been bad. Really good pickup for an already good football team. And that's the challenge for the Arizona Cardinals this week, is how to topple the Seattle Seahawks. These two teams met back in Week 4, a game the Seahawks won in Glendale 23-20, one of the string of walk-off defeats that the Cardinals had hung on them with last-second field goals. It was another instance of one play here, one play there. We could have been talking about a Cardinals win. I think since that time, I think the Seahawks are getting a little bit more momentum. Now,
they got real sloppy in that game against the Cardinals. They were dominating it for most of the game.
Yeah, they did. They lost the next week. They lost that game against Tampa Bay in a shootout, 38-35, but they've won 3 in a row. They won at Jacksonville. They beat Houston, and they absolutely crushed the Commanders last Sunday night. And a lot of people will focus on Sam Darnold, and he has been fantastic for them, one of the better quarterbacks in the league this year. Their defense is pretty legit, too. What Mike McDonald has done on that side of the ball, bringing that whole Baltimore Ravens defensive mentality to that organization, they've only given up 20 or more points twice in their 8 games so far. One of them was the 20 that the Cardinals scored. Mentioned the Tampa Bay game. Everybody else has been 19 or under, and they've won those games.
They've been legit. Nobody expected Sam Darnold to be as good as he's been, but I think everybody pretty much did expect a very, very good, spunky, aggressive defense, and they definitely have that. So, yeah, it's going to be quite a showdown. It's going to be quite a challenge for Jacoby Brissett, who has thrown just 1 interception in his past 112 throws.
You just jinxed it.
Yeah, next I'll be running him out of town. He's thrown 1 interception.
Why'd you mention that interception, man?
In his 112 pass attempts this season. That is pretty darn good. And in the process, he has lowered his already career-low interception percentage to a rate unprecedented in NFL history. That's how good he's been. So, again, we all know it could go left, it could go right, but if he guides an upset of Seattle, It really is going to take the idea of a comeback here to the next level.
Yeah. You got to be able, if you want to beat Seattle, we'll get a lot more into this game tomorrow to preview this matchup, the second matchup between these two teams. That'll come up on the Friday edition. But again, it comes back down to running the football. And I thought the Cardinals were, the numbers were not astounding on Monday night. I thought they ran when they needed to run. And a lot of that had to do with the performance of the offensive line. And I thought Amari DiMercato had a really, really good game. And I think you want to take some of that pressure. We saw the Cardinals really lean heavily on play action on Monday night. And Jacoby Brissett is good at carrying out those fakes. When he's got some time in front of him, he will stay in the pocket. He'll push the ball down the field. There were a few throws later in the game or a few dropbacks where he had no time at all. It was a jailbreak on the offensive line. But play action works better when you got the run game behind it as well. Brissett yesterday, in talking with the media, he talked about the bounce back game from Amari DiMercato in the run game.
I just think that just shows you what this league is, and how you can't ride the wave of emotions, and how you love to see that. I mean, I'm not that much older than him, but as from a young player, you make a mistake, and then when you get your opportunity again, you gotta, you always talk about not being repeat offenders, and in 4 minutes he goes down without. I don't think I said it to him in the huddle. I just told him it was 4 minutes, and he just naturally goes down and stays in the bounds, keep the clock running. Those things are just like. That's a win, regardless of the outcome of the game, but you got to look at that as a win. And I remember talking to Drew on the plane, and it was just like, how about Amari going down in bounds? I was like, whoa, we all thought he was going to try and score, but, just to have the wherewithal to, just say, hey, you know what, I need to go down right now. It's just, that was, like, I remember watching that in the middle of the game and going like, dang, that's big time right there.
Look, it was a great play. In the heat of a play, in a crucial situation, to show that wherewithal.
Yeah.
But we've also reached a point.
To show that you're not a knucklehead? Exactly.
But if he scores on that play, is he a knucklehead?
No. No, that's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is the perception of Amari DiMercato after that play at the goal line was, you're a knucklehead.
Yes.
It's not fair. It was a very bad moment for him. I'm sure in his private moments, he is kicking himself repeatedly. Right? But it's you don't judge a dude by his worst moment.
No, but zooming out on that particular instance, I think we've reached a point in professional football where a player will get more praise for doing that than he will for actually accomplishing the ultimate goal of every offensive play and scoring a touchdown. So I think there is almost a reaction in some circumstances. What are you doing? You scored?
Yeah.
Now they're going to get the ball back.
Yeah.
I mean, they were up comfortably at that point.
I know. So again, everything about that game on Monday night was just it was like opening up the windows and letting all this fresh air wipe out all the stink and the staleness in the air. It regenerated everything.
Let me ask you this question going into the game. Are you more anxious, and I don't mean that in a bad way, more anxious to see Jacoby Brissett in the offense continue to perform? Or are you more interested in what the defensive side of the ball has to do on Sunday?
It's the latter. Like I said, I think Jacoby is a pretty steady guy. I really do. And I think that I don't think there's going to be much variance in his performances. And I think the offense is, probably going to continue to be good. But I think if the Cardinals are going to get into it, it's going to have to be the defense that really kind of jumps up.
As Jacoby continues to play steady, I can't help but think like, man, it's a shame that James Conner and Trey Benson are both hurt, because he is the type of quarterback that this team was built around to be able to run the ball, win with the defense,
and then play action off the
play
running
action,
game.
And just have a steady quarterback for. And he's doing this now with the third and fourth string running backs.
No, listen, I really honestly believe this. Maybe the results of this weekend's football game are going to challenge that. I really believe the moves yesterday, the fact that this thing now is in Jacoby Brissett's hands, and there's no breathing down his neck for 4 weeks. I think Cardinal fans feel completely liberated, and I think they feel really good about where this thing might be going in the future. Mentioned it in the blast. Bunch of rookies played well, none bigger than Walter Nolan on Monday night. Then you've got the idea that, okay, we've got resolution on Kyler Murray. Yeah. And if we don't win, the better the draft pick to draft our next franchise quarterback.
Yeah, I think you're hitting on an important point, too. When there's something looming at the quarterback position in terms of uncertainty, whether it's injury, whether who's going to play, who's going to start, what's what, I think it hangs over the fan base.
Mm-hmm.
I think it hangs over the team. And this would be the first time in a while where there's not a question about who the guy is going to be.
That's right.
Going into a game.
That's right.
And they addressed it earlier in the week, and, it did take a different turn yesterday with Kyler going on IR, but that's where we are. Cash prizes, fierce competition, and legendary golden paddle up for grabs. So bring your paddle and your A game Friday, November 14th at Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa for the second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament presented by Sanderson Ford. The mascot matchup is happening at noon, where your favorite mascots like Big Red, the Suns Gorilla, Sparky, and Jarrett Carlin will face off in a high-energy battle on the court. It's all for a great cause, too. Proceeds benefit Operation Santa Claus charities. Text PICKLE to 620-620 to register your team. That's PICKLE, P-I-C-K-L-E, to 620-620.
Spots are filling up fast, so everybody get in on this and get in the tournament.
So you being now the official mascot, what does that mean in terms of your costume? What are you wearing to this thing? Is it going to be like last year?
I
full-on Arizona Wildcat?
Don't do that.
I think
do it, yeah.
I think I am going to do that because I think that would fit in best with the other mascots, especially if they pair me up with Sparky. If I'm head to toe in U of A stuff,
No, you know what you should do?
Go.
You should get the promotions department to get you a rental costume, a mascot costume to rent. That would be funny.
Yeah.
But just
Princess Leia again?
But just don't wear the head.
That would be funny. Princess
that's not
Leia
a mascot.
again.
That's a costume. I'm talking like a mascot costume.
Okay. I'll talk with my people.
Look, there's got to be a ferret costume out there somewhere.
Yes.
Right? There's got to be.
Or maybe you could just...
You can spray yourself in that awful musk that comes out of them.
Or you could just dress up as a big bowl of soup or something like that. Coming up next, we will put our proverbial money where our mouth is. Week 10 spreadsheet picks from us coming up next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Hooker, left elbow jumper, rims off. Williams there to tip it. No, got his own miss. Jammed it home in traffic. And Mark Williams has 14 points to go with his 12 boards.
Suns host James Harden, Bradley Beal, Kawhi, Chris Paul, and the LA Clippers tonight. Pre-game at 6, 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and if you're dealing with chronic joint pain, the kind of joint pain that keeps you from doing what you love to do, is every step a reminder of what hurts? Is it a reminder of what you're not able to do and how far you've drifted from a normal life without pain? Well, I've got great news for you because relief is closer than you think. You can find it at QC Kinetics, where they tap into your body's own regenerative power using natural healing factors that help restore and repair damaged joint tissue, reduce inflammation, and relieve pain at its source. QC Kinetics has a 92% success rate among its patients, which is incredible. That includes me. That includes Emmett Smith, who raves about what QC Kinetics has done to help him manage his joint pain. And remember, this is not science fiction. This is your body's comeback story, powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. If you're dealing with that joint pain, go check out what these cutting-edge options can do for you. You can find QC Kinetics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. You can get that free consultation by calling 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Why are more Arizonans becoming members of Global Credit Union? Dave Burns here, proud member. That's because at Global Credit Union, their members pay low to no fees on their accounts and get a better interest rate than they can at the bank. And as a result, Global members collectively saved $195 million last year. It makes a difference. You can become a member today. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
We're here with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, what is that great ride you pulled up in?
Man, it's my Honda from Arrowhead Honda. Just like on the field, I know the importance of reliability and performance and trust my ride to Arrowhead Honda. Whether you're looking for a rugged SUV or a sleek sedan, Arrowhead Honda has you covered.
Head down to Arrowhead Honda today and score big with unbeatable deals and top-notch service.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Low T, start free as Red Mountain Weight Loss is waiving TRT startup fees. Yep, Paul Calvisi here, my buddy Dish of Santa Bod with TRT plus a GLP. Less fat, more muscle, better sleep. You want to accelerate results? Add a GLP for as low as $149 a month. Skip the gimmicks. Nothing. Boost testosterone like real testosterone from Red Mountain. Real doctors, real results. Book at redmountainweightloss.com or dial pound 250, keyword Red Mountain. Are you ready for a smile makeover? Have you dreamed about a beautiful new smile that you can be proud of? If the answer is yes, then let's get you in for a free consultation with ProSmile Dental, where they specialize in no prep or minimal prep cosmetic veneers. Have Arizona's top cosmetic dentists customize your smile with the Valley's only on-site cosmetic dental lab, where they custom create your designer smile with the exact color, shape, and size that you want. ProSmile has locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale. Text PRO to 620-620 or go to ProSmileAZ.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Cover the point spread.
What's the spread?
Don't forget about the 14-point spread.
It's not a spread, it's a schmear. Bickley and Murata make NFL picks against the spread. The spreadsheet.
When football season started, our very own Dan Bickley was adamant that he wanted this segment as part of the show.
I did.
And we all know now it was a ploy for him to flex, to look smart.
Yeah,
because
I'm not
he's looked
flexing
smart.
now, man. I'm coming off a winless week.
You're still comfortably in first place.
Yeah, but you know what? You know how this game works, man. You can plummet in a hurry.
Yeah, we love drafts on this show, too. So what we do is we take the slate of games and we have a draft. Everybody gets 3 games. So this week, there's 14 games in the league. There's 4 of us. 2 games will be left over. We'll each draft 3 about how strongly we feel on the point spread. To update on how things are going, Bick did have a rough week last week. He went with all big spreads last week. 8.5, 8.5, and 13.5, and he went 0 for 3. But he's still in first place for the year at 19-12.
19-12 over through 9 weeks is pretty darn good.
Very good. Jared had a 2-1 week. He's back over 500. 3 games back at 16-15. I had a decent week for me because I suck at this. 2-1. I'm up to 12-19. Sammy had a 1-2 week. The guy who does all the research, who has all the notes. A stack of notes. He is 10-21 on the season.
10-21.
7.
But it's his birthday, so maybe now with another year on that age comes a year of wisdom when it comes to picking against the spread.
Each one of these picks is essentially a 50-50 choice.
Yes.
So to go 10-21 is pretty hard to do. So is 19-12.
Yeah. It's not essentially a 50-50 choice.
Well, it is.
Exactly.
Well, yeah.
So once somebody makes a pick, that game is off the board for everybody else. Our draft order this week, the birthday boy will have the first pick.
Oh, okay. No excuses this week.
Vic, you will be in the 2-hole.
Right.
I will draft 3rd, Jarrett 4th. 3 rounds, snake-style draft. Sammy, you got your pick of whatever you want for your birthday, big man.
So hear me out. I had my #1 pick, and then I started to do some research, and then I found out this team that I had first overall, they haven't won or covered as a favorite since 2021. So I'm going to change it.
Wow.
And that's the Carolina Panthers, by the way.
Ooh.
I'm going to take the Lions -7.5.
On the road.
On the road. At the Vikings. Or Commanders, yes.
Yeah.
They, 7.5. Not enough.
By the way, there's no double-digit spreads this week. Sorry, Bick.
No, there's some big ones, though, but Yeah.
All right, with my second pick, I'm going to slide right in there.
Commanders suck, by the way.
I'm going to slide right in there and take the game that Sammy got scared off of. Give me the Panthers.
I loved that
laying
game
5.
too. Carolina at home, given 5 against the woeful.
Isn't that crazy?
They're going to be
Orleans
6-4, the Panthers, after
Two
this.
words for you. Rico Dowdle.
There you go.
2 more words for you. Rico Suave.
There's your song of the day. Let's go old school.
Suave. All right, so the Panthers, the second pick off the
Who'd have
board.
ever thought that, huh?
I'm going to stay in the same division as the Panthers. Coming off the bye week, the Tampa Bay Buccaneers home against New England, given 2.5. Look, I know New England is tied for the best record in the league.
7 wins.
But Tampa Bay, I like them at home, given the 2.5. I'm taking the Bucks.
Yeah, I like that.
By the way, back to the Panthers, technically the Cardinals' best win of the season. Better than
It didn't feel like it at the
I
time.
know. No wonder it was such a close game.
How do you let that team get back?
All right, I am going with an intra-division, the NFC West matchup. The 49ers are at home, and they're getting 4.5 points versus the Rams.
Yep.
So I'm going to take the 49ers on that one.
Loved that pick, too.
And then the Texans do not have C.J. Stroud, and they're not very good even when they do have him. So I'm going with the Jacksonville Jaguars, minus 1.5 on the road.
All right, the Jaguars on the road. All right.
Interesting.
Back to me. I don't know if I want to touch the international game.
You never know what's going to
This
happen
week
in
there's-
those games.
This game's in Germany this week.
He's Austrian.
But it sounds German, as far as we know.
Yeah, I don't want to touch the Colts, I don't think. Especially after last week. This is the reckoning. Which Daniel Jones shows up.
True.
I'm going to go. There's the battle of the teams that wear purple and gold.
Oh, yes, there are.
And the Ravens are a 4.5-point road favorite in Minnesota against the Vikings. I'm putting my faith in Captain Eye Black.
Are you really?
Yes, getting 4.5 from the Ravens at home.
Wow.
Yeah, that was one of my highest ranked ones for the Ravens, I thought.
Yeah, I would.
Lamar Jackson.
Hey,
This is
you got to be bold to get back in this game.
That's right.
This isn't a spread note, but the Ravens and Lamar are 24-3 against the NFC. Just, it's. I saw it and I'm like, how does that even happen?
But will they win by 4.5?
Exactly, that's the question.
Dan Bickley.
All right, a game that I like, and I'm glad it's still available for me. The Bears. Give me the Bears laying 4.5 at home against the Giants.
The broken New York Giants.
Give me the Bears.
Who can tell how good the Bears are this year, though?
They're not that good, but they're better. They're winning, which is
They
something.
have 5 wins.
All right, I got 2 here. I'm going to go to Monday night, team that's coming off the bye, who I think is the best team in football right now. The Eagles are getting points in Lambeau.
Yeah.
Eagles plus 2.5.
I think that's a good pick.
Had that one as
The
well.
Packers only lose to inexplicably bad teams, though. They don't lose to.
Hey, the
This
Eagles
is
don't
a
have
huge
to win,
game.
though.
A huge game for Jordan Love
Yes.
because everyone's talking that this might be that guy. Now you got a chance to beat Jalen Hurts in your building.
Yeah.
Yep.
And I think it's key, too, that the Packers will be at home, and I think wearing uniforms that resemble the Packers and not dressed up in 1920s football Halloween
that
costumes.
should help.
Yeah.
All right,
That
my,
should help.
My last pick, and Jarrett, this is your stupid fact of the week. This quarterback is undefeated against the spread in night games and 5-0 against the spread in primetime games. It's the Chargers and Justin Herbert minus 3.
Yeah.
That's not that stupid, those are.
Who are you taking?
Chargers.
Okay,
minus
yeah, that's
3.
a good pick.
I like that.
Yeah, I
like
had
that
that
one.
one as my next pick.
Vic, if you want it, the biggest spread of the week, 2 versions of it are still on the board for you.
Yeah, no, I am actually going to take the 6.5 points and ride the Cardinals this weekend in Seattle, baby.
Wow, you got
Hold on.
Jacoby Brissett fever.
Hold on.
And the only cure.
That's a big number against the Seahawks team. Cardinals defense is going to keep that game close. I'm convinced.
They've only played. All their losses have been really close. So.
Yeah, by 4 or less. Oh, I'm left with all the games that I didn't want to be left with.
Yeah, boy, oh boy.
I already said I didn't want to touch the Colts.
They're still there.
You know what? I'll take one of the big spreads.
There you go, Vinny.
I'll take the Buffalo Bills.
Bills
On the road in Miami.
I was hoping that would.
Given 9.5.
You didn't want Coach Swaggy Mike plus the points?
Does he still have swag left?
Yeah, he does.
Oh.
No, he doesn't.
All right, I don't know. I have
Does he stop wearing capri pants when things get bad?
Perhaps the worst matchup of the year, the Browns and Jets. I don't know what to do with that, especially after the Jets made.
I know where I was leaning on that one.
I was leaning New York.
I was leaning Jets, too.
So was I. I'm going to go. They've killed me like 5 times this year. I don't know why I keep doing it, but it's such a big spread. I'm taking the Raiders.
Raiders.
Tonight on the road, getting 9.5 points. Yeah. The Broncos fall behind a lot and have to come back. They don't usually win by a lot, so.
Play a lot of close
Raiders
games.
just traded their best wide
Raiders
receiver.
are so broken.
They suck, I know. What am I thinking?
All right. So the Jets and the Euro game.
Yeah, the Jets and nobody touched the Colts Falcons. I wasn't alone in not wanting to touch that one. You don't know what happens with all that travel.
No.
The crowd being a factor, not a factor.
You don't know whether you're going to get a huge bounce back game for the Colts or whether it's the beginning of a tailspin.
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Yeah.
All right, so those are the leftover games. The picks have been recorded. We'll get this out on social media. If you're really bored, you can follow along and track us.
Take our advice even if you want.
No.
For fun.
No. Take those words out of your mouth. That's the one caveat we were explicitly told not to attach to this game.
We do this for fun and entertainment, and bragging
We are
rights.
not encouraging anybody to do anything with these picks.
Right. I just meant
Even if you look at my record and go, you know what? That Bickley guy, he'd be a really good sports gambler. Don't do it.
That's the peril in things like this. Just imagine if you were like 24-7 at this point.
That's not what I
meant. You had an 0-3 week. People, Big, you killed me, man.
Yeah.
My kid can't go to college now.
I meant take our advice and make your own picks and follow along and keep track of your things during the year.
You don't need our advice to make their own pick. You're scrambling now.
Shut up, mascot.
Go get your ferret costume, mascot.
Coming up next, we'll hit the 9 o'clock hour. Sammy's going to take us through some social studies. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Delivers, bounces behind his back. Now down to 7 on the shot clock as Booker gets it with his back to the basket. Throws right corner Gillespie. Penetrates baseline. To a cutting Livers. He'll throw it down with a big-time right-hand jam.
Suns host James Harden, Bradley Beal, Kawhi, Chris Paul, and the LA Clippers tonight. Pre-game at 6. 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
If you're suffering from stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your arms, legs, hands, or feet, you may be experiencing peripheral neuropathy. If you or a loved one is suffering from neuropathy and has been prescribed a medication like Lyrica, Neurontin, or Cymbalta, there is an alternative. Amazing research has now shown that neuropathy symptoms can be reversed in as little as 1 week. At Restore Wellness, highly trained doctors are using a cutting-edge treatment and successfully slowing and often reversing the disease without addictive medications. If you're tired of living in pain, then call 480-447-9555. That's 480-447-9555. There's no surgery or prescription drugs. Don't wait to get relief. Call 480-447-9555. The first 25 callers will receive a full exam and in-depth consultation, absolutely free.
Nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than at Liberty GMC. Dave Burns here for Liberty GMC in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road, or online all the time at libertygmcaz.com. Check out this brand new feature they have, concierge service. Liberty GMC will pick up your vehicle, perform the service, and return it to you. Perfect if you crave that convenience because your time is valuable. Schedule online at libertygmcaz.com or visit them in Peoria, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road. GMC, we are professional grade.
Every day, community, supporting, giving. Every day at APS, we support Arizona community organizations and our customers, giving back to help Arizona teachers, nonprofits, and families, volunteering to support and strengthen neighborhoods, working with local partners to provide customers with crisis assistance and other services when they need it most. To help your community or find assistance for yourself or someone you know, visit aps.com/brighter. This ad is funded by Pinnacle West shareholders.
Ron Wolfleader from my brothers over at Brooklyn Betting. I want to say thank you to all veterans who served our country. And to help celebrate Veterans Day, Brooklyn Betting is knocking down everything in store and online. 30% off now through November 11th and 35% off for members of the military past and present. Walk into any of Brooklyn Betting's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the Veterans Day sale at Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, you got to get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
Got a question. Did you buy your home in the last, say, couple of years? Well, here's the deal. You could be throwing away thousands on a high interest rate. Whoa, who knows anybody who wants to do that? The Lund Mortgage Team, Arizona's trusted family-run lender, just launched a powerful new refinance program that can lower your rate and boost your savings. It's fast and it's local, and it's available for you right now. Don't wait. Lund Mortgage. That's LUNDmortgage.com, where Arizona saves.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
After a brutal summer of heat and monsoon storms, are your windows or doors ready for another season, or is it time to replace them? Call the Window and Door Store. Our exclusive Seal and Shield installation comes with a lifetime labor warranty for total peace of mind. It's how we've earned over 1,000 five-star reviews. Call 480-562-3902 now to schedule your free in-home consultation, or book online at thewindowdoorstore.com. That's 480-562-3902 or thewindowdoorstore.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Cebulka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Jalen Green era in Phoenix might just begin tonight. The Suns guard is listed as probable for tonight's game against the Clippers. Green was the main piece acquired in the Kevin Durant trade over the summer, but he's been dealing with a hamstring injury to start this season. The Suns will tip off at 7 tonight right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. As the Cardinals are moving forward with Jacoby Brissett as their starting quarterback, they've placed Kyler Murray on the IR with a foot injury, and the earliest Murray could return would be Week 14 against the LA Rams, and here was Jonathan Gannon yesterday.
Kyler's going to go on IR. Feel like that's the best thing for him and for us. He's not fully healthy, ready to go yet, so that makes the most sense.
Elsewhere on the Cardinals injury report, Budda Baker was one of 8 Cardinals to show up on the report as he was limited in practice with a hamstring issue. But the Cards will look to get healthy and get ready for Sunday in Seattle, and that's what's trending now.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Bickley and Marotta Mornings. Social Studies. Brought to you by HigherPrice.com. Carol Royce, your home sold guaranteed realty.
Oh, it's time for some social studies on this Thursday morning. Sammy, birthday boy Cebulka, here to take us through. What do you got, Sammy?
Yes, let's do it. If you're wondering where you can find all the questions, interact with us, anything Bickley and Marotta, we're at Bickley_Marotta on X, at Bickley and Marotta on Instagram and Facebook, and at Arizona Sports on YouTube. So, first question of the day, a little fun for Cardinal fans. What song lyric or title best represents the Kyler Murray era with the Cardinals?
Ooh, terrible at these.
I was going to say something from Randy Newman about short people, but that would be so insensitive. That would be so wrong and insensitive.
Steven Ruiz.
I don't even know how he got away with that, to be honest. But did Steven Ruiz go there?
What was the the
genesis
the
of
basis of that
small
song.
people have no reason to live.
Short people. Short people got no reason to live. Yeah, I always thought that was an odd song as well.
Yeah. Totally.
What do we get on some of these responses?
Yeah, let's see. Buddy Thompson said, I can't get no satisfaction.
Wow.
You know who sings that?
No idea.
Okay. Rolling Stones.
We might get a Sammy song parody after that little sample.
That was something, huh?
Let's see. Colton Krolak, our very own, said, what hurts the most by Rascal Flatts? It says, what hurts the most?
Of course, you're going to read the country. Of
course. Hey, I had to.
Of course.
It's pretty good, too. It wraps it up. It says, what hurts the most was being so close and having so much to say and watching you walk away and never knowing what could have been. And then we had one response, clowns to the left of me, jokers to the right of me. Here I am, stuck in the middle with you.
I got some good answers on this.
There were some good ones.
From Javier Beats. I wish I was a little bit taller. I wish I was a baller.
Oh, that's now that's fantastic.
That is good.
That's the winner right there.
It's a double.
Was that Too Short? No. Who was the singer?
Skilo.
Skilo. That's it.
Green Day, Boulevard of Broken Dreams, another good answer.
Another one. All right, so I want to leave time for Bick's stolen story at the end. So we got one more question before that. So Suns fans, this is with Bradley Beal coming back to the Valley tonight. Why did the Bradley Beal experiment fail with the Suns? Was it the injuries, the bad fit for the roster, him no longer being a star, or his contract? If you had to pick one.
For me, it's the bad fit.
Okay. With the roster?
All four of them applied.
Sure.
Yeah,
yes.
yeah.
All four of them applied.
And that's where a lot of the responses were, a combination of all four and maybe some management involved as well. But 38% bad fit with the roster is leading the votes. Injuries, 28, no longer a star, 22. Weirdly, only 10% voted his contract, which was the last thing that we had to deal with Bradley Beal. All right, so the question of the day, the tease we started at the morning. What is
3-hour tease?
The 3-hour tease, we're paying it off here. What is the worst thing you've ever had
What
stolen?
are we on the USS Minnow or something?
A 3-hour tease. A 3-hour tease.
Do you know what that's from, Sammy?
No.
Oh, there's a tremendous teases for a 9:30 segment.
Right.
Generation gap coming up.
Up.
That's
so
right.
what is the worst thing you've ever had stolen? Tell us the story, meaning, and the outcome.
Go ahead, Bick.
Okay. I want to say I might have been a freshman in high school. My brother and my sister no longer live with us. I lived in an apartment complex with my parents. I had a bicycle. And that bicycle to me was everything. It was my freedom. It allowed me to go everywhere I wanted to go.
So you're like 14, 15, right? So before
Maybe
driving
13,
age.
Yeah, but well before driving
Okay.
age. There was a nice 10-speed, and me and my bike, we were one, man. Went everywhere on that thing. My parents went on a cruise, left me at home to kind of like just, take care of myself. It was the summertime, whatever. Woke up, and I used to park my bike chain it to a lamp pole right outside my apartment complex front door. Woke up the first morning, my parents were gone, my bike was gone.
Oh, man.
And I literally not only felt violated like you wouldn't believe, because that bike meant the world to me, but it took away all my freedom. I couldn't get anywhere. It was horrible. And I worked every angle I could to find out who stole that thing. I never could find out.
My story also happened my freshman year of high school. And has something to do that was near and dear to me. Not a bicycle. Baseball cards.
Oh,
I had a group of kids in the neighborhood who came to my front door, and they're like, "Hey," they're like, we knew each other. We weren't like friends, but hey, like, bring out some of your cards. Let's do some trading. And there was 3 of them, and there was 1 of me, and they had this whole system set up. And I had been gifted some pretty valuable cards from like the 50s and 60s. And I had them in plastic sheets and all that. But they had this system where they were going to, one of them would distract me with something, and the other one would just steal the cards. And I fell for it. And then I realized my cards were missing right after this. And I know these guys were responsible. Out of the clear blue, a friend of mine who lived down the street that I'm still friends with said, "Hey, did these guys come over to your house and want to trade cards?" And I said, "Yeah." He said, "Did they steal any of your cards?" And I said, "Yeah." He said, "Yeah, they did it to me too." So the two of us marched over to this guy's house and accused them. They're like, you can come in and look. And sure enough, under the kid's bed, there's where all of our baseball cards that I stole, like hundreds of dollars worth of cards.
Wow. So you got him back.
Yes.
Good.
That was my feeling of vengeance.
But did that kid get an ass whooping?
No.
Because he deserved it.
It was my freshman year of high school. I weighed like 74 pounds.
You weren't whooping any ass, is what you're saying. I gotcha.
I never had anything really of value stolen, but my friend...
You've never had anything of
value,
value,
yeah,
period.
It's a perfect system, right? My friend in college had their laptop stolen. Then, all of a sudden... So, how it played out was somebody stole his laptop, sold it to somebody else. The somebody else person wound up calling my friend because his name and phone number was written on the bottom of the laptop. He didn't know about it being stolen. So he calls my friend and said, "Oh, you told me the laptop, but it's password protected. What's your password?" So my friend goes, "Oh, why don't we meet somewhere and I'll tell you. I don't want to say it over the phone." So he met the guy.
No way.
He met the guy and wound up getting back his laptop, the whole thing. But the person who stole it was in the middle because this whole thing.
It's one of the worst. I agree with you. Violated is the word. When you have something stolen from you, it's a terrible feeling.
I had a bike stolen my freshman year of college. It was a rundown bike, but you just feel depleted after it happens.
Yeah.
Especially like when they break into your car. I had that happen to me in San Francisco. Remember that? I think I told that story. Yeah. We've got some great responses.
Yeah, well, let's get back to that and off the grid today.
Yeah.
And no need for a Mock My World update today.
No, we need
Well, come on, because it could be record-breaking.
Yeah. Best smells.
The smell of tires, Sammy.
Oh, my
that
goodness,
went over
Sammy.
It's so
Keep voting on Bickley_Murata on Mock My World. We'll get to it at the end of the show, and we'll see where Sammy stands all-time low.
0.5% separate first and second place right now between me and you, Bick.
Oof. That's close.
We know good smells. Sammy, 2.3%. Holy moly.
3.7 is the record.
It's very much in jeopardy.
Oh, I'm cooked.
Thanks, Sammy. Social studies every morning at 9 o'clock. Coming up next, we'll talk some NBA basketball with Rick Bucher from FS1 and the On the Ball podcast. He joins us straight ahead here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Kyler Murray era in Arizona is speeding toward a point of no return. Jalen Green is listed as probable ahead of the Suns-Clippers game, and ESPN's Dan Graziano considers if the Cardinals could consider cutting Kyler Murray. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here. You've seen his face on billboards, on Valley buses, on television commercials. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and it's a fun brand, but know this, the work they do is very, very serious. And when you're hurt in an accident, Sweet James, unstoppable in their pursuit of justice. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience. Over 500 trials, over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They've even got a full in-house trial team, and all that trial experience they have gives them incredible leverage when dealing with those insurance companies, which means they not only win 98% of the time, they consistently deliver some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. Remember, having the right attorney on your side can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and if you're hurt in an accident, do not settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000 or visit sweetjames.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. A blown left headlight is making Erica's drive to her son's soccer game darker and darker. So she goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
Where a friendly AutoZoner finds her 2 new bulbs.
These lights have the most clarity.
And helps her get back on the road so she can brighten her drive and the cheering section.
All right, all right.
See clearer and drive safer with new lights. No hassles, just help. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here for Legacy Green Solutions, the basin's most trusted team for artificial grass, putting greens, and hardscape. They transform my backyard into a true oasis. The artificial grass looks amazing, feels great, and even our dog loves it. Clean, cool, and built to last. Legacy Green Solutions is simply the best. Family-owned, rooted in the Valley for over 25 years, and voted best of the Valley. Text GREEN to 620-620 or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com to save 15% today.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level. And the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025, Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Makita's built for the pros who show up early, who don't do shortcuts, only precise cuts. With tools built to last, job after job, year after year. Performance that pays off, because when the job calls for the best, you answer. And when you need the best, you call on Makita. Built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Hey, it's Luke. Can the Phoenix Suns get back on track against James Harden and the LA Clippers? We'll get you ready for Suns Clippers at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I want to send a shout out and a thank you. We appreciate you listening out in Maricopa this morning. All of our listeners and viewers in Maricopa, we appreciate you. It's the Thursday edition of Bickley and Murata Morning. Suns at home tonight. One game on the NBA schedule on a Thursday night. Suns and Clippers, no Kawhi, no James Harden. Bradley Beal will make his return to Phoenix. Here to talk some Suns and NBA basketball with us from FS1 and the On the Ball podcast, Rick Bucher, our guest via video. Rick, good morning. How are you, man?
Rick, what's happening?
I'm good. How are you guys?
Good. A lot of people didn't know what to expect from the Phoenix Suns going into this year. Obviously, big roster turnover. They make the big trade to get rid of Kevin Durant. Bradley Beal's gone. New coaching staff. There's been some good. There's been some bad. I'd love to get your early impressions on what you've seen or taken in from the Phoenix Suns so far.
Yeah, I think they have some building blocks to move in the right direction. I said it from the beginning. I said it on this show before. Like, you're still building around Devin Booker.
Mm-hmm.
And I understand the attachment to Devin Booker. He has been a model citizen. He's a very good player. When he's your best player, this is about where you're going to be. Like, you're not going to be a championship team. If you get everything right around him, you might be a playoff team. And so that's where they're stuck. And I totally get where you don't want to move off of Devin Booker because of everything that he's been and everything he's meant, the attachment. But sometimes you just get stuck in a place where this is good and you have to make a hard decision if you have any hope of getting better.
Mm-hmm.
And the Phoenix Suns to this point have decided Devin Booker is our guy. We're going to ride with our guy, which I'm totally good with. But if that's what you're going to do, then this is what you're going to be. Exactly the description that you gave. Some good, some bad. That's what you're going to be. If you have hopes of something else, then you have to do something a little more dramatic.
I think you're right on the money about it. And I do think also what you say, the Phoenix market loves Devin Booker so much that they're kind of okay with the strategy in the short term. What might change that is if the Suns get their hands on a great young player unexpectedly and it suddenly takes off. With that in mind, Jalen Green expected to rejoin the lineup tonight. He obviously came over in the trade for Kevin Durant. I've been told a lot of things about Jalen Green, from low basketball IQ to sensational athleticism to the kind of player that's really going to frustrate you. You know the league better than as well as anybody. Who is Jalen Green as a basketball player?
That's a pretty good place to start in terms of great athleticism. I thought just maybe when he was in Houston, like, you don't have to go get Kevin Durant. Maybe Jalen Green could be that guy.
Mm-hmm.
And I think the Houston Rockets looked at it the same way. Not necessarily that he was going to be that guy last year or this year, but do we see the potential for him to be that guy? And then they got to the playoffs, and the distance between what he is and what they hoped he could be was just too great. So I don't believe do I think he plays a low IQ game right now? Yes, I do. Do I think that it's always going to be that way? No, I think he has the capability of playing a smarter game, and there is certainly the talent there, the natural talent there to be able to grow into that. The question is he willing to do that? And we see that with so many players. We're watching it with Anthony Edwards right now.
Mm-hmm.
Like, Anthony Edwards adds a 3-point shot, and then he adds a mid-range shot. And I'm like, Ant, that's not the problem here for you to lead this team. It's your decision-making that is going to be the difference maker. And now that Mike Conley is so old that they're bringing him off the bench to preserve him, I'm looking at that team, and everybody's saying, well, Ant's the leader, Ant's this and that. And he yells at his teammates. I don't care whether you yell at your teammates or not. I care whether you know when this is the time for you to go to attack to get to the free throw line, this is the time for you to take a 3-point shot, or this is the time for you to get somebody else going because of how the defense is playing you. That's what I need. And if you're asking me, can Jalen Green be that? Honestly, I don't know.
Yeah.
I can't give you a definitive yes at this point because I haven't seen that. I've seen a great individual player. To be more than that, and kind of Devin's in kind of the same category, right? I mean, he's so talented as a shooter, as a scorer. I love Devin's game, right? But is he that guy that is going to orchestrate your team? No, he's not. He's never been. And at this point, after what? This is his 11th season in Phoenix.
Mm-hmm.
To expect that he's suddenly going to grow into that role, I just don't think is realistic.
Rick Bucher, our guest here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. Speaking of decision-making or lack thereof, Ja Morant is disgruntled, unhappy in Memphis. You can't go very far without seeing all these, hey, where could Ja Morant end up? And I know Minnesota's been mentioned, Miami's been mentioned. There's a certain contingent of Suns fans that want them to go down that road. I'm against it. What do you think the market would be for Ja Morant if Memphis does get to that point? How wary should teams be at this point of getting into business with Ja Morant? Yeah,
the contract is not crazy for a player of his capability. He's got $40 million this year, $42 next year, $44 the year after that. It's not, when we get past, if we were past 50, 55, we were in that Bradley Beal category.
Mm-hmm.
I think I'd say, boy, that's going to be tough. I talked to a number of scouts around the league and front office executives about this, and it's a very mixed view. There are some that believe that he's salvageable. There's some that believe that he's not. But the number one thing that they all believe is that he has to be in an organization that has structure and discipline and people that are going to hold him accountable, whether that's the front office, whether that's the coaching staff, whether that's the locker room. Ideally, you have all of that. So people are looking at it and saying, if he's going to recover and possibly make the most out of what he's capable of, he has to go to a Miami. He has to go to, I don't know, San Antonio at this point because they're so young.
Mm-hmm.
If I put them in that category and Pop not being there, but he has to go to a organization that is going to put up the guardrails. I literally had a scout say to me, the big problem is in Memphis, there were no guardrails. They let him do whatever he wanted to, and he just wasn't the kind of disciplined player that was able to do that himself.
All right, one last question for you, Rick. What do you think of the Lakers? Are they for real? Real good start for them without LeBron? What are you thinking about the Lakers?
They've been better than I expected. If I look at their schedule, the schedule has been very convenient. I really wanted to assess them after this road trip. But the elephant in the room is Austin Reeves and Luka Doncic and this team playing the way they're playing without LeBron James. LeBron James, at this stage, it looks like he's going to have to come back and fit in. And that's going to be interesting, especially and I don't know why I'm the only one paying attention to this. Maybe you guys have talked about it. Like, what's with the Eastern Island statue that LeBron James is at the end of the bench while he's out? No engagement with the team, no excitement, no, like,
right.
What are we doing here? You're LeBron James. If you still mean something and care about this team, like, and maybe I'm spoiled because I've watched Steph Curry when he's out and how he is. I would expect any player, any championship level player, to be exactly like that. So the drama is yet to come. And I'm not looking so much at how the Lakers are playing everybody else. I'm looking for that internal dynamic to see how that's going to go.
Great point.
Great
Rick,
stuff,
always
Rick.
great stuff. Thanks so much for making time for us today. We appreciate it.
You got it.
Thank you. Rick Bucher from FS1, the On the Ball podcast. He joined us via video this morning here on Bickley and Murata Mornings. It's the Thursday edition of the show. That means we're going to roll out another edition of The Generation Gap. Can the old heads keep their winning streak going? We'll find out next. It's Bickley and Murata Mornings here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Who wants to win some cash money? Who wants to win the golden paddle in the second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament? Text the word pickle to 620-620 and find out all about it. Friday, November 14th, Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the place where your two-person team will paddle the pickle. I came in like a pickleball. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620. Such data rates may apply.
Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here. Everybody wants a hookup when making a major purchase, and that includes buying a brand new car. And what if I told you I can get you the hookup on the ultimate driving machine, one of the finest driving experiences you are going to find on the planet? It's because I can. First of all, Chapman BMW, an award-winning, family-owned business for nearly 6 decades. Everything they do, from Ted Chapman to the technicians in the garage, first-class red carpet elite in every way imaginable. You'll notice it the minute you walk into either location. And speaking of those two locations, that guarantees you the best selection you are going to find in the valley no matter what. So you go and you take your test drive, you find out what you like, then you go and you get your hookup. Here's how you do it. You ask for Shane O'Hanrahan by name. He's the GM of both locations, huge listener of this show, loves our listeners, has hooked up many of our listeners already. That's no BS. You can be next. You can always shop online at ChapmanBMW.com. That's Chapman BMW. 2 great locations, 1 great experience.
Football season is here. Hey, it's Vince Murata, and if you're like me, when you're watching the game, you're snacking chips, wings, veggies. Why not change the game and level up your snacking? Daisy's got new dips, the French onion dip and the ranch dip. Both qualify as game changers. Just as delicious as a homemade dip made with real herbs and spices and other ingredients you'd find in your own kitchen. Level up your snack game while watching the game. Give Daisy French Onion Dip a try. Look for it at your local grocer.
Hey, Wolf here from my brothers and sisters at Santan Ford. That's right, you've heard me talking about my Santan Ford F-150 and the Warrior Queens Expedition and how we are Santan Ford. Well, if you're in the market for a new or used vehicle, do yourself a favor. Go check out the hundreds of new and used vehicles at Santan Ford. Located at the Santan 202 in Val Vista in Gilbert, Tim Hovick and the great team at Santan Ford will take care of you. Go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody. Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Add a GLP-1 medication for just $149 and say goodbye to that belly fat for good. Don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Fix your low T with no startup fee and add a GLP for just $149 only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The future of Kyler Murray in Arizona has been and will remain up in the air, but for now, the Cardinal quarterback is heading to the injured reserve, or IR, with a foot injury. As mentioned earlier this week, Jacoby Brissett will be the starting quarterback moving forward as the team preps for a rolling Seattle Seahawks team. The Phoenix Suns will host the LA Clippers tonight, and they might just get Jalen Green back as well. Green has been dealing with a hamstring injury to start the season, but is listed as probable to make his Phoenix Suns debut tonight. That game will tip off at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And this report is brought to you by Desert Institute for Spine Care. If you're having neck or tingling pain issues, go with the best, and that's DISC, voted America's leading doctor in 2025. Text SPINE to 620-620. That's SPINE to 620-620 for DISC.
Time to take a look at the Arizona Sports Poll Question. Brought to you by Sanderson Ford. The best play is at Sanderson Ford.
Today's Arizona Sports Poll Question brought to you by Sanderson Ford, and it might be the same question as yesterday, if I recall, but with given the news of Kyler going on IR, has he played his last game as a Cardinal? Yes or no?
24 hours ago, I would have said no. Today, I'm leaning towards yes.
Yep, that's where I'm at.
And you were leaning that way yesterday too, Bick.
Yep. And 78% of the vote, yes, 22, no. So there you go.
78%, huh?
78%.
Wow. That's today's Sanderson Ford Poll Question. You can vote on it now on the homepage at arizonasports.com.
Age versus youth in a Goodwill exhibition match.
It's awful being a kid. No one listens to you.
It's rotten being old. No one listens to you.
Oh, it is the battle of the generations where Dan Bickley and Vince Marotta, representing the old heads, as they said in their own words, the veterans, will take on Gumball Jamal and Sammy, the birthday boy, representing Generation Z and the young people. We'll be asking them trivia questions. I will ask the old people trivia questions from stuff that happened in the last 10 years. I will ask Jamal and Sammy stuff that happened before they were born.
And let's face it, this has been hammer and nail so far.
Yes,
so far.
We have been the nail.
The
you
older
whippersnappers have stood no chance against us.
The older
I hope
generation.
You've been studying.
You guys are taking over the earth. You have to represent yourself well. So everybody, please go to YouTube. You could watch us live on the Arizona Sports page. You could play along at home. Today is Sammy's birthday, so young crew, you get to pick the first category. Here are the categories: sports, music, pop culture, and slang/trends. Each you could steal if the other person gets it wrong.
Jamal,
what would you want to go first, Jamal and Sammy?
I'm feeling a little sports.
You know what? That's what we're going to go with.
Let's go sports.
Sports, okay. Jamal and Sammy, name any of the 3 original Monday Night Football broadcasters who called games in the 70s, and he was excited when I said it.
Because I think I know.
Okay.
All right, let's do it.
Hey, we're gonna talk out loud, but I think Madden, John Madden.
That was the first name that came to my head.
Okay.
Too.
We're gonna go lock in John Madden.
Okay. You're about 20 years off on that.
Good Lord, is that wrong?
That is very wrong, but you did know the name of an announcer.
So this is the 70s?
This is not an easy question.
This is the original. It's
the
an easy
original.
question. You only have to name one of them.
I'm gonna shut mics off to defer here.
Man. Oh, I think
Go ahead,
Dandy Don Meredith.
Dandy Don Meredith is correct.
Who were the other two?
Frank Gifford.
Nope.
No. Keith Jackson was
Keith
the original.
Jackson. But the most famous.
Howard Cosell.
Howard Cosell.
Have you ever heard of Howard
Cosell.
I have heard of
Okay.
See, people forget that Keith Jackson was the original.
Keith Jackson was the original, yes.
Good
Okay.
thing we didn't throw Frank Gifford out there.
We were pretty sure about that.
Wow. Okay. All right. 1 point for the old crew. Old crew. Your sports question. Name any of the 3 main UFC broadcasters currently who call pay-per-view fights other than Joe Rogan.
Oh, you took the only one I knew.
I got one.
Okay.
Daniel Cormier.
Daniel Cormier is correct. He is the color guy. Do you know the other 2? Sammy and Jamal?
Last name Lewis. I forget his first name.
John Anik or Anik? I don't know. Megan O'Leary. All right. 2 points, 2-0. Old crew, what do you want? Music, pop culture, or slang/trends?
Pick a category, Vinny.
Let's go music.
Music.
Uh-oh.
Name any 2 of Taylor Swift's famous former love interests.
Any 2?
Yeah.
Oh, this is easy.
Wait, no Travis Kelce.
Yeah, former
Okay,
ones.
thank you.
Maddie Healy and Jake Gyllenhaal.
Can I just tell you, it's so good having Vinny as a
I know,
partner
it's
in
almost
trivia.
see, that's the
It's
almost
so
unfair
great.
thing.
You didn't
It's
go
so
John
great.
Mayer?
There's a huge John Mayer, Taylor Lautner, Joe Jonas, Tom Hiddleston, Calvin Harris,
Come on,
Harry Styles.
The show's only going until 10.
All right. Young people,
Yeah, here we go.
name any 2 of Madonna's former famous love interests.
Oh my God.
Jeez.
A list as long as Taylor Swift is.
Oh, okay.
Probably longer.
Okay,
honestly.
Dennis Rodman.
Ooh.
Okay. Dennis Rodman is correct.
There's one. Oh my God.
I feel like I should know one.
You should know one of something, Jamal. I agree.
Is there another? Okay, is there another athlete on that list? Because I think
there's a lot of them.
Okay. Madonna.
All right, we need an answer, please.
I'm gonna take a swing. I'm gonna go Brad Pitt.
No, that is incorrect.
Was David Beckham on that
we
list?
Got a chance.
No, so we
got
get
a
to
chance
steal?
to steal.
Yes, you get a chance to steal.
So Rodman, we just have to come up with one.
Yes.
Or,
What
okay.
other?
Go ahead.
Brian Shaw.
Brian Shaw. We would have also accepted Sean Penn. Sean Penn, I think she was married to, right?
Yes.
Warren Beatty,
Yes.
Vanilla Ice, Tupac,
Jose Canseco,
Guy Ritchie,
Holy
Alex Rodriguez.
Wow.
Brian Shaw was her first NBA dalliance.
She was dipping her toe, so to speak. All right, young people.
Oh, it's another route. It's
Pop culture or
4-0.
slang/trends? All right, you got to go.
on a
You could do it.
Gotta go on a run. Pop culture.
Pop culture. Who shot John F. Kennedy?
Oh my God.
Dang, I thought you were gonna say Abraham Lincoln.
Oh, we're not going to go that far.
Abraham Lincoln did not shoot John F. Kennedy.
No, that's not true. They had a lot of coincidences between them. But
They sure did.
See now.
Either of you. Open the schools, people, please.
I'm gonna say. He either shot Kennedy or Lincoln.
Go.
Man, Lee Harvey
You
Oswald.
got it.
You did it.
You got it, Sammy. Good pull.
Okay.
You say it's your birthday.
We're alive.
You
We're
restored
alive.
you restored it because if you got that wrong, Fred Khalil was back in your
Yes,
chair
exactly.
tomorrow morning.
Ooh, that was a close
Talk
one.
about a generation.
That
gap.
was a close one.
Here we go.
Jamal, come on, guys. Come on, Jamal.
I think
Lee
John
Harvey
was
Oswald. You ever heard that name?
Yeah,
before?
yeah.
Okay, all right.
Yeah.
All right, old crew.
You really believe that theory that he shot him, though? Come on.
That's true. That was a trick question.
Yeah, I
actually.
don't.
All right, pop culture. Old people. In what video game can you shoot as Master Chief, Spartan, the Arbiter, or Jameson Locke?
Oh, dude. Do you know this?
Yeah, I'm pretty sure. Yeah.
I need an answer,
I don't know
please.
this one. Mine would be a wild swing.
Go ahead and take it. You're rolling hot.
Fortnite.
That is incorrect. Young people, for your first point in 2 weeks.
No, we just
Oh, yeah, you just got a point. I'm sorry. Yeah. For your first steal ever.
Point since 2 seconds ago.
I don't have to name a specific one.
No, just the video game franchise.
Halo.
Halo is correct.
There's life. There's life.
Okay.
This thing isn't over yet.
Life.
All right, finally, young.
No, it's them.
Them. Okay. No, they just went first.
Yeah.
All right, young people.
No, we just went first.
No, you just stole that.
Oh yeah, okay, that's true. All right, so they go first.
Oh wait, no.
Yeah, because I
All
got
right,
Harvey
okay.
Oswald.
It doesn't matter.
All right, old people, slang / trends. Old people, what is a sigma?
Oh.
Oh man, my son says this all
Well,
the time.
Does it?
do you know, Shmuel?
Sigma.
Okay.
I mean, from my college experience, it was guys that I didn't want to hang with.
Well,
I was
this is in modern slang. What is a sigma?
I'm gonna kill myself for this. I should know this, but I can't.
That's a little extreme.
I can't grasp it.
All right, young people for the steal.
See, okay, to Vinny's, that's what we called our freshmen in our fraternity, but that's not the.
No, that's not the current slang.
Okay, Sigma.
We need an answer.
I'm gonna just say, do you have a thought, Jamal?
No, I should know this.
Okay,
though,
I'm
man.
gonna say a loser.
No,
it's the opposite.
It's actually it's
is.
something. Since I can't get the point.
Yeah.
But I'm going to try to verbalize this because my son says this all the time. Somebody who is very unique.
Yeah.
It's similar to an alpha, except it's somebody who's more kind of humble and aloof. But it's somebody who's cool and dominant.
Oh.
But not quite an
But
alpha.
not like a
Okay, so,
a DB.
I still don't have
Not a. Okay. Final
What
one.
would that DB stand for?
Well, that's for next
Dan
week's.
Bickley?
Dylan Brooks.
Some people, both of those, yeah. Okay. All right, young people, last one. We just said, what's a sigma? Young people, what is a beta max?
Beta max?
What is a beta max?
That's got to be someone that sucks.
With no aura.
Yeah, a beta max is.
I will give you a hint. This is not. It's not slang. It's more on the trend part. This is something from the 70s and 80s.
Beta max?
Yes, beta max. What is a beta max?
What's the term for opposite of an alpha? I don't know what that
Is it like a music player?
Oh, you're not correct. Oh, a boombox. You're not correct, but you're close. All right, what?
Sammy, you rallied. You're getting very, very close. Let him know what it is, Vinny.
It is a video format that was superior to VHS, but not as popular and lost out to VHS in the videotape
That's
war.
it.
Got it.
That is it.
Yeah, but
Well,
you got
They did a
close,
little better
man.
today.
They
You
did.
could tell the extra year is helping Sammy.
Yes. I think
Jamal.
by next week
got
I'll
one.
be ready to get ready fully.
That's true. Jamal got Halo today. So
That's true.
All right. Well,
All
good,
right.
good
Very big
performance.
game.
That's
Well
how you
done,
play the
young-
generation
Well
gap.
done, young bucks.
That one was more entertaining, at least.
That was a very Sigma move by Sammy today.
That's right.
What's up?
Right? Am I right?
Yes, you are.
No, I'm not right. Thanks, guys. Generation gap. Final thoughts coming up on this Thursday. It is Bickley and Murata Mornings, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios of Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Live streaming audio, podcasts, video highlights. The Arizona Sports app has all this and more from the local sports leader.
Including Cardinals play-by-play.
Hit by Josh Sweat and dragged down for a sack.
Download the Arizona Sports app, presented by Ready Services Plumbing and Air Conditioning.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Trapped in a 30-year mortgage? Decades of payments, mountains of interest, and every time rates fall, you refinance and start over? That's not a plan. That's a prison. The Life Changer loan lets you do your banking inside your mortgage, using your income to crush interest and pay off your home in just years, not decades. Don't spend one more minute in mortgage prison. It's not magic. It's just math. So take back control at lifechangerloan.com. That's lifechangerloan.com.
Arizona Mortgage Broker number MB1002031, NMLS number 1863775. Life Changer Loan Corp is an equal housing lender.
Do you cringe when you have to smile for photos? Are you lacking confidence because of broken, discolored, or missing teeth? Struggle to chew food properly or just function normally? Have you even forgotten how to smile? Well, ProSmile can change all of that with dental implants. At ProSmile, from start to finish, everything is done on-site with your implants by Arizona's top oral surgeons, cosmetic dentists, and an on-site lab to provide immediate teeth with the highest quality. The all-on-4 implants can give you back the confidence to laugh and smile and look good doing it. ProSmile Dental is the only practice. We have oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists available on-site every day. ProSmile is family-owned, not a national chain. They have locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, and they offer multiple financing options, including interest-free financing or financing up to 10 years. So whether it's the all-on-4 implants, an issue with wisdom teeth, or even a smile makeover with on-site custom-designed cosmetic veneers, text PRO to 620-620 or go to ProSmileAZ.com to book your free consultation. And let's get you into a smile you'll love.
The Honda Rodeo Fest is back November 7th through the 9th at Chase Field. Don't wait, this is your last chance to see Kid Rock, Jason Aldean, Nickelback, John Party, Riley Green, and Treaty Oak Revival. Plus 3 nights of World Championship Rodeo. Tickets are selling fast and won't last. Get yours now at Ticketmaster.com. For details, visit thehondoRodeoFest.com. That's thehondoRodeoFest.com.
You know, in the game of life, a lot of people are in the red zone close to retirement, and they haven't thought about what happens after they're gone. It's not easy. Paul Calvisi here. That's why I went to Matt Dagus and his Bright Wealth Management team. Matt.
And that's a tough conversation, Paul, because the retirement red zone is one of the most important times of life. And estate planning isn't just about money. It's about making life easier for the people you love.
So what happens if someone doesn't have a proper plan?
Well, their family could be left with court battles, confusion, and a lot of stress during an already difficult time. And that's where we help people create a full strategy for that next phase of life.
Because it doesn't have to be that way, right?
Not at all. And a simple estate planning session can give you peace of mind. And we'll walk you through the next steps to make sure that your legacy ends with a win and not a turnover.
Call Bright Wealth Management at 844-726-9116 or click brightwm.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football. Pressure coming. Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again. Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Bickley and Murata, Song of the Day.
I feel like my thumb should be in my belt loops right now. Look, we usually cede control of Song of the Day to whoever's birthday it is.
Yeah, we do.
So Sammy, for the first time ever,
Yes. My favorite country song of all time.
This is it.
Really?
Huh?
Alan Jackson. Good
Belt
time.
it out. Karaoke it.
I don't know. It's so good.
If you're you.
I love how country this song is, though.
Good time.
This is like, you know, not one of your.
It's not your Morgan Wallen country.
Yeah, it sounds like a country song, not a pop song.
Yes,
but it's also not the old school like.
There's some tasty
Waylon
guitar work
Jennings
going on here. I can appreciate that.
there is.
No, Well, this is from a compilation. I'm playing this off of the Genuine Alan Jackson Stories. This is a compilation. How old is this song? Do you know when it came out?
No. I mean,
what's it called?
Good Time
by Alan Jackson.
I think I just became a country fan.
Having a good time. It says on YouTube 2009, but that's
okay. Yeah,
it's from 2006.
Apparently, this compilation came out in 2016.
My eyes are not good. 2008 is when this came out.
8, 6, it's all the same.
It looks so.
It is.
Good Time by Alan Jackson. Today is Sammy Sabolka birthday. Song of the day.
Bickley and Murata going off the grid. Brought to you by Sweet James Accident Attorneys. If you've been hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-500-5200 or sweetjames.com.
I will say it's also Pat Tillman's birthday.
Oh, wow.
We shared the same birthday. He and I, and then James Naismith, the creator of basketball.
Wow.
That's quite the threesome
That is
right
good.
there.
It's pretty good.
Well, enjoy the rest of your birthday.
Thank you.
That's right. Happy birthday, Sammy.
We got kind of self-involved on one of these social studies questions, but it was good storytelling about because you started the show planting the seed 3 hours later of the worst thing you ever had stolen from you. How did we come across that, by the way?
The goalie who tried to steal.
Oh, yeah, Jordan Bennington trying to steal
Alex Ovechkin's 900th goal.
Ovi's 900th goal puck. You told the story of your freshman year in high school, getting something. I told
10
that story
speed stolen.
too.
Yep.
But we got some really good responses as well as I pull them up.
Make sure you read Tom, our guy Tom.
Oh, let's see.
Quite a classic.
While you're looking, it's also Emma Stone's birthday.
Wow.
From the Valley.
Local legend.
Yeah.
Tom said, Tom Foss, you mean?
Yep.
Okay. When I was 12, had a couple buddies do a sleepover, and we decided to take the family car out for a joyride in the middle of the night and crashed it. We walked home, went back to bed. My sister got up in the morning and said the car was stolen. Took 6 to 7 years for my parents to steal the
wow.
That's
So he got away with it mostly.
For holding that secret that long.
I have so many follow-up questions.
Man, that is...
Our very own Dave Burns chimed in.
Yeah.
The worst thing he ever had stolen, his identity. About a week before the 2001 World Series, the police came knocking at my door at 3:30 a.m.
Oh!
Wanting to make sure I was me. Someone was writing a bunch of fake checks from fake accounts with my info. Oh!
3:30 in the morning? Wow.
Sammy, have you ever written a check?
Yes, I have written a check, cashed, written, given, all of the above.
Eric says...
To which bookie?
Yeah.
Those guys don't take checks.
No, you're right.
You're able to write while saying, don't hurt me, don't hurt me.
Eric said the worst thing he's had stolen. Sammy stealing my childhood memories and joy by thinking Oasis sang Smells Like Teen Spirit.
That was yesterday's show, if you didn't hear.
Yeah. Yep.
I had another one, too.
Yeah.
The feeling of being violated. I was such an idiot. When I was in my 20s, I had no money. Had the worst car ever. I drove a 1986 Chevette. And I came to the conclusion that if I was going to have to drive a Chevette, I was going to have my music available to me.
Yeah.
The Chevette was not built to have aftermarket anything put in it. But I had a friend convince me, you should put a stereo system in there. So I did. These poor guys at this stereo shop took about 12 hours retrofitting everything for this 1986 Chevette. And it wasn't like it was expensive to me, but it wasn't like top of the line. It probably cost me like $400 or $500. It wasn't one of the pull-out decks, not a removable face. It was just an in-dash CD player. You know how long that thing lasted? Not very long.
Wow. You bring up something interesting because you and I are from a generation that was really a thing, that the stereos that came with new cars were so inferior that if you had any game whatsoever, you were getting a different one installed.
Yeah, my car had an AM radio only.
See, that's what I'm talking about. Yep, that's what I'm talking. That honestly used to be a thing. Tell you, Vinny, one day you and I you're going to wake up and we're going to be dead, brother. It's coming sooner than you think.
Terrible day. I woke up dead this morning.
I woke up dead. Oh.
Oh, boy.
Oh, my life. It's taken.
that's going to do it for us on this Thursday. Thanks to Omar Ruiz for joining us. Thanks to Rick Bucher. We will be back tomorrow morning at 6 o'clock. Wolf and Luke are up next here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Have a great day, everybody.
Sign up now for the second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text PICKLE to 620-620. Help some kids, have some fun, and win some prize money. Text PICKLE to 620-620 now.
Hey, rate may apply. Hey, Benjamin, we've got a surprise for you.
What? You've got brothers.
Huh?
$50 and $200 bills just like you.
Hey, what's up?
What? We just got them for joining America First Credit Union and opening a new checking account.
And you're all gonna live together at America First.
What? This is nice.
For a limited time, new members get a $250 cash bonus when they open a checking account with direct deposit or $50 with a youth checking account. So head to AmericaFirst.com and get your money working today. Membership eligibility, terms, and conditions apply. Federally insured by NCUA.
This message comes from Viking, committed to exploring the world in comfort. Journey through the heart of Europe on an elegant Viking longship with thoughtful service, destination-focused dining, and cultural enrichment on board and on shore. With small ships that bring travelers closer to the destination, there's more time to explore. And every Viking voyage is all-inclusive, with no children and no casinos. Discover more at Viking.com.
At Bank of America, we asked our people, how do you take ownership of your career?
I'm able to grow my way by putting the priorities that I have for my career first.
I thrive on being a leader who's behind the team, not in front of the team.
Every few years, I'm being re-energized because I get to do something different and learn something new.
See how our teammates are growing in their careers at bankofamerica.com/great place to work. What would you like the power to do? Bank of America, proud to be an equal opportunity employer.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial #law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Ron Wolfleader from my brothers over at Brooklyn Betting. I want to say thank you to all veterans who served our country. And to help celebrate Veterans Day, Brooklyn Betting is knocking down everything in store and online. 30% off now through November 11th and 35% off for members of the military past and present. Walk into any of Brooklyn Betting's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the Veterans Day sale at Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, you got to get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgate tailgating, or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Sammy Sabolka with what's trending now, presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Jalen Green era in Phoenix might just begin tonight. The Suns guard is listed as probable for tonight's game against the Clippers. Green was the main piece acquired in the Kevin Durant trade over the summer, but he's been dealing with a hamstring injury to start this season. The Suns will tip off at 7 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. As the Cardinals are moving forward with Jacoby Brissett as their starting quarterback, they've placed Kyler Murray on the IR with a foot injury, and the earliest Murray could return would be Week 14 against the LA Rams. And here was Jonathan Gannon yesterday.
Kyler's going to go on IR. Feel like that's the best thing for him and for us. He's not fully healthy, ready to go yet, so that makes the most sense.
Elsewhere on the Cardinals injury report, Budda Baker was one of 8 Cardinals to show up on the report as he was limited in practice with a hamstring issue, but the Cards will look to get healthy and ready for Sunday in Seattle. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Sundays belong to football watch parties with wall-to-wall action, special guests, food and drink specials, football promotions, and more, only at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Check 1, 1, 2, 1, 2, 3. Ha! Chaw!
Arizona Sports, 98.7 FM.
Oh, Luke, Wolf, hey, my brothers, are you kidding me? This does not suck buttermilk, right?
Ron Wolfley.
Hey, I was a wedge buster. How are you?
Luke Lipinski.
Hey, guys, welcome back to the show.
It's Wolf and Luke.
We are live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios on this Thursday morning, which also happens to be Sammy the Bull Sabolka's birthday.
Oh, happy birthday, Sammy.
Happy birthday, Sammy.
Nobody's going to sing to you, Sammy.
Hey,
just so you know that, all right, Bull?
That's our gift to you, not singing to you.
Appreciate it, guys. Thank you.
You can't put a price on that.
Yes.
All right. Well, it's Sammy's birthday. It also sounds like this might be the day that Jalen Green makes his Suns debut.
Wow. How about that, man? We've got so much to talk about. Good morning, Basin O'Neills. Let me just say that, first of all.
I have a suggestion for our Suns segments today, if you're on board with this, okay?
Okay.
Can we play Green Day as a rejoin every time since it's Jalen Green Day? If he's actually going to play.
Man, I like that.
All right, so
okay, that's kind of cool. Right?
So we're not talking Suns right now, but we're going to very shortly, obviously. So nothing but Green Day rejoins whenever we talk Suns.
I say you're
today.
trying to drive me into a brick wall where you're not.
Well, you think every band that you deem frattish is Green Day anyway, so we can play with whoever we want. You're going to say it's Green Day.
Let's each his own, though.
Let's start with Green Day's doing pretty well for themselves. Let's start with the Cardinals, and let's start with the Kyler Murray move to IR, because we did talk about it yesterday. But Wolf, so you left the last hour of the show to take Hoopy to the airport. How's Hoopy doing? Good? Everything?
Yeah, Hoopy's doing great. She got back
Excellent.
to Buffalo, New York, of course, and jumped into a vehicle and drove out to Rushford, New York. Population 1,000, ladies and gentlemen.
Probably a little colder there than it is here.
Yeah, of course, waving to her Amish neighbors as well. That was kind of cool.
Why not?
They welcomed her back, of course. So, yeah, Hoopy is home, ladies and gentlemen, but we've got so much more to talk about, do we not?
So while you were gone for that 1 hour, you would think, hey, 1 hour on a Wednesday afternoon, nothing crazy is going to happen. Well, while you were gone, Max stepped in. Kyler Murray was immediately put on IR.
Yeah.
The second you left, they were like, hey, okay, now let's go with some big news. So Kyler to IR, Max and I kind of played out a bunch of different scenarios live as it was going. We were processing it live, but I want to get your thoughts on it here.
Listen, by the pricking of my thumb, something wicked this way comes, and it's the loss of Kyler Murray, ladies and gentlemen. I don't think we're going to see Kyler Murray. They might hear this, the Arizona Cardinals, they might hear this and be just laughing hysterically over there. I don't know, Basin on needs. I'm just saying right now, as it appears to me, this was a move that was made by the Arizona Cardinals to get Jacoby Brissett out there as the starting quarterback going forward. And I think we all understand why that is, because he has played really, really well in the 3 games that he has gone out there and given his team an opportunity to win those games. Now, once again, it wasn't like Kyler Murray was bad. It wasn't like he was the reason why the Arizona Cardinals were losing games.
He wasn't benched initially. Like, it's not like they benched him. He was hurt.
Yeah, he was hurt, and yet the injury was kind of mysterious as well. I think it is a little ironic, Basin Earnings, that the last play that Kyler Murray was actually in was the fumble.
Yeah. Well, he came back for a couple plays after that, didn't he?
Did he come back for that?
But yeah, but the last game he was in was that nightmare of a game against Tennessee. Yes. Did he come back, or maybe I imagine that? I don't even know.
It really doesn't matter. I guess that's the last game.
Yeah,
he's
it's
going
definitely
to
the last
play,
game.
Is that one right there? Listen, it's just my belief once again that this has not worked for whatever reason. I think the Arizona Cardinals have a really good idea as to why it has not worked. For me, I'm looking at it and the blending of the old and the new. You know how important this is going forward. You need a quarterback that can do both. Last year, I was greatly encouraged in regard to Kyler Murray because of how he was playing under center, because of how the offense was responding under center, the fact that they could throw the ball from the pocket. Well, apparently it has not worked this year. And the evidence is there to move on. And when I say the evidence is there to move on, I think specifically of Marvin Harrison Jr. and how much Marvin Harrison Jr. looks so different with Jacoby Brissett as quarterback.
There have been certain parts of this. I don't want to pile on a guy that's hurt. And like you said, it's not like it was his fault they were losing games at the beginning of the season, but we knew coming into this season that this was going to be a prove-it year. That's just the way it is. It's year 2.5 to 3 with this coaching staff. We know how much they value seeing a jump in year 2 from rookies going into year 2. And, if you don't make that jump, then it's easier to step back and say, well, really, it's year 7 and what's happening here. I look at this and like you said with Marv, I've heard a lot of arguments the other way of like, you guys are you're way too all in on Jacoby Brissett. I like the Jacoby Brissett story. I'm not sure he's going to keep playing great the rest of the year, but the fact that he could immediately step in and the offense look better, if he doesn't play great the rest of the year, that almost makes it look worse for Kyler, that this guy was able to step right in and immediately look good against the Colts and the Packers and then go out there and beat Dallas. The first thought the two first thoughts I had, so I guess 1 and 2, when this happened yesterday, Wolf, is one, I'm not saying this never happens, but isn't it weird that he got hurt a month ago and now he's going on IR?
Yeah, there's no doubt about it. Yeah, this is, to me, there's a lot of fishy that is going on, Basinonians. And again, I know the Arizona Cardinals have their reasons. And this is the one thing I want to say about this, brothers, because you know me. I do not ask any questions of the people that I know in the organization. I do not do that, Basinonians. And the reason why I do not do it is because I'm not a reporter, number one. I am not. I'm an analyst. I'm not going to ask questions. And when you work for both entities, and I worked for this radio station and have for a long, long time, and I worked for the Arizona Cardinals and have for a long, long time. When you start asking questions and you get personal information, inside information, now all of a sudden it starts to warp your opinion and my opinions on what I'm seeing.
Yeah.
And I don't want to do that. I want my opinions to be my opinions. I could be dead wrong, brothers. I could be dead wrong. They could be over there laughing at me with my opinion. I don't care. It's just my opinion based on the evidence that I see. And then I will give you my truthful opinion on that. And that's why I don't like asking any questions. I have to say this all the time as a disclaimer. And you understand why, Luke.
Yeah.
Because there are people out there, Wolf was told this by some. No, I was told this by nobody. Because I don't ask anybody. I will tell you right now, I just think Kyler Murray is done. That's me.
Well, that was the other part that jumped out to me. That was, you look at, okay, if he's on IR, the soonest he can come back, like the very soonest, like IR's over and all of a sudden he's magically good to go and doesn't even need practice. The soonest he could come back would be December 7th against the Rams.
Yeah.
First of all, not the ideal team to step back in against after 2 months off, and that would be with no practice. So he would step in. His first 2 games would be against the Rams and the Texans.
We're talking about practice, man.
The best case scenario. And even if he could do that, that gives him a maximum of 5 games left this season in what was supposed to be a prove-it year. I don't know how he could step back, play those 5 games. Again, this is a bunch of ifs to even get to that, and prove it enough where everybody would feel comfortable that he's the guy going into next year.
Yeah.
It now feels like whether he plays again at all this season or not, it kind of feels like in the offseason they're going to switch quarterbacks. And again, I could be wrong too. But that's just kind of what it feels like.
Yeah. And again, I don't know what is happening behind the scenes, Basinonians. I do not. And sometimes in the workplace, things get personal, do they not? Now again, nobody's told me a word about this, but things will get personal from time to time. And I wonder if that's one of the reasons why JG said what he said. You know what? It's good for Kyler to go on the injured reserve, and it's good for us.
Yeah, here, I have that cut real quick.
Kyler's going to go on IR. Feel like that's the best thing for him and for us. He's not fully healthy, ready to go yet, so that makes the most sense. Obviously, that's a change. But we just felt, looking at it right now, that's the best thing for him and us, like I just said. He's fully committed. Right now, what he's going to concentrate on is getting healthy. He's not healthy enough to play. He needs to get healthy so he can get back to playing football. So that's what we're doing.
Well, if I want to play one more, even though we're going to
I just want to jump in and say, you know what? In order to be healthy, Basinonians, you've got to be healthy body, soul, and spirit. The threefold nature of man. Body, soul, and spirit. You got to be healthy. It's not just about physically being healthy.
One more, just because we were, wondering about this, how it went from, he might play, to all of a sudden he's on IR. Gannon was asked that too.
Not quite. It was game time for me. When I say game time, it wasn't working out before the game, but on Saturday to me is close to being game time. There's a lot of the reasons what we did. There's a lot of different scenarios out there of what can happen throughout the week and moving as you get closer to a game. This pivot, I would say, is completely predicated on the information that we have now and his health. And that's the most thing. He's, like I said, he's got to fully focus on getting healthy, and he's in a good spot and ready to do that.
Yeah, body, soul, and spirit, getting healthy.
All right, when we come back, talk some Suns. Could a key member of the Suns be making his debut tonight? Kind of sounds like it. We'll talk about that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A huge Cardinals win Monday night. And here comes a roadie in Seattle this Sunday.
Huddle. It's a good football team we're going to play on the road. It's one of the better environments, in my opinion, in the NFL. They're loud. We got to handle the environment the right way. And we got to play good, clean football.
Cardinals at the Seahawks. Pre-game with your breakfast. Kickoff 2:05 Sunday afternoon on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfleger from my brothers over at Trajan Wealth. Go to TrajanWealth.com for more information. 480-360-7900. The fiduciary advisors at Trajan Wealth understand no 2 retirement plans are the same. They offer guidance on a variety of financial objectives, including ways to earn higher potential returns and tax concerns as well. Let Trajan Wealth help you develop a plan that will meet your financial goals. Give them a call today. I thought I had things in good shape, brothers, until Trajan Wealth gave my plan a second look. It turns out there were some big opportunities I was missing. Now I've got a clear path to retirement and more peace of mind. They're fiduciaries, which means they're going to put your needs first I trust him with the future, ladies and gentlemen. You should too. Call Trajan Wealth at 480-360-7900. 480-360-7900. Advisory services through Trajan Wealth LLC, SEC, registered investment advisor, client paid advertisement. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
It doesn't matter if you're running drills at the park, playing pickup on a Saturday, or sinking the final putt. When you compete with your friends with Michelob Ultra on the line, competition isn't that friendly. The trash talk, next level, and the stakes, oh, those are crystal clear. With only 95 calories and superior smooth taste, it's the ultimate trophy. Superior is worth playing for. Michelob Ultra, superior light beer. Enjoy responsibly. Copyright 2025. Anheuser-Busch Michelob Ultra Light Beer, St. Louis, Missouri.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and you've seen the billboards. Sweet James is everywhere. It's a fun name and a fun brand, but when you've been hurt in an accident and it's game time, Sweet James plays to win. They are unstoppable in their pursuit of justice, and they are the heavy hitter you need when dealing with the insurance companies. Sweet James Accident Attorneys is a world-class law firm with over 25 years of experience, more than 500 trials, and over $2 billion recovered for accident victims. They even have a full in-house trial team, and they win 98% of the time. Remember, having the right attorney can mean the difference between a $2,000 check and a $2 million settlement, and Sweet James delivers some of the biggest wins in the country, and they've been named best attorneys in America. So if you're hurt in an accident, don't settle for less. Call Sweet James at 1-800-9-MILLION. That's 1-800-900-0000, online at sweetjames.com.
If you're suffering from stabbing pain, numbness, tingling, or burning in your arms, legs, hands, or feet, you may be experiencing peripheral neuropathy. If you or a loved one is suffering from neuropathy and has been prescribed a medication like Lyrica, Neurontin, or Cymbalta, there is an alternative. Amazing research has now shown that neuropathy symptoms can be reversed in as little as 1 week. At Restore Wellness, highly trained doctors are using a cutting-edge treatment and successfully slowing and often reversing the disease without addictive medications. If you're tired of living in pain, then call 480-447-9555. That's 480-447-9555. There's no surgery or prescription drugs. Don't wait to get relief. Call 480-447-9555. The first 25 callers will receive a full exam and in-depth consultation, absolutely free.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Add a GLP-1 medication for just $149 and say goodbye to that belly fat for good. Don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Fix your low T with no startup fee and add a GLP for just $149 only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Kyler Murray era in Arizona is speeding toward a point of no return. Jalen Green is listed as probable ahead of the Suns-Clippers game, and ESPN's Dan Graziano considers if the Cardinals could consider cutting Kyler Murray. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
All right, thanks to all the listeners in Scottsdale. Thank you,
What's up, Scottsdale?
It's good to say hi to Scottsdale.
Yeah, brah.
If you're wondering why we're playing Green Day as a rejoin,
yes,
Jalen Green is probable tonight, so if he makes his son's debut, then it is Green Day.
We're going to do that on the Wolf and Luke show, basically. And every time he plays, well, you know what, not every time, because he's going to play
he better
all the
play
time.
another 74 games.
You know, we could have done that if it was Beal Day.
Oh, boy.
You know, that would have been good. If every time Bradley Beal played in a game, we could have played that.
I can tell you, if there's ever a band in the future that you see on like a music festival lineup called Beal Day, they're from Phoenix. I can safely say that.
That is so good. Green Day, Basonians. Why are we playing Green Day?
Because Jalen Green is probable for tonight. So you're going to hear Green Day every time we're talking Suns today.
Okay, now, first of all, the probable label. That means he probably is going to play.
Yes.
Ron Wolfley reporting on that, ladies and gentlemen.
My source,
Dr. Wolf.
He's probably going to play. That's the probable, unless he goes out there in warm-ups in the layup line and then tweaks his ham.
Geez.
Okay, I'm just saying, get it out of the way. Just say it.
Then we're playing nothing but like dark Metallica or emo music tomorrow.
My goodness.
But right now it's Green Day because it is Jalen Green Day. And
Just go full on Pantera at that point.
What? Might be getting a Pantera call out tomorrow if today is not actually Green Day.
Yeah, can I talk to you over here? Seriously, Jalen?
Are you talking to me? I'm going to operate under the assumption that probable means yeah.
Yeah.
And this is...
yeah, man. He's listed as
listed as
on the injury report.
Here we go. This era of Suns basketball has already started. To me, it really started with that win over the Spurs over the weekend because that is okay. Here you go. Like if you take us lightly, we're going to go out there and beat an undefeated team with an MVP candidate leading the way.
I would also throw the Utah win in there as
that's
well.
Fine.
Because once again, Utah beat them. Did
that's
they
true.
not? Yeah, Utah
Avenge an
beat
earlier
them,
loss.
and suddenly you come back and you beat them. It's the first team, I believe, they've played them twice.
Yeah.
Yes.
Tonight, actually, they play a second team for a second time. And then they'll play them for a third time on Saturday, whatever.
So they played better the second time.
They did, and that's something I think you really look for tonight with the Suns, with this coaching staff, and the job that Jordan Ott has done early on, and some of the good reviews he's getting around the league already in the first 2 weeks on the job as the head coach. With Jalen Green, this is another step in building what you're building because make no mistake about it, this guy is one of your most important pieces. He's either going to be Devin Booker's running mate, basically, for the next who knows how many years. He's going to fit. He's going to be a scorer. He's going to evolve his game even more. He's going to play like the number 2 overall pick that he was just a couple years ago. Or I guess if he doesn't, he could be a trade chip down the line, but that's not why they got him. They got him to be the other main scorer on this team, and it sounds like we're going to get our first look at that tonight.
So what do you do with Jalen Green? If he is coming back, you're going to start him? Is that what you're going to do with D-Book, of course? You're going to run them out there? Here we go, right from the get-go. You're going to start him, or
why not?
Are you going to? Yeah, I think you are. I think that's exactly what you are going to do. There are some people that say these guys, of course, they're too similar, and everyone's talking about how they're going to mesh on the floor together, and that's something I'm really interested to see as well. I think we all are, yet at the same time, there's a lot of people, too, that think you can manage the minutes where Jalen Green is taking a lot of the minutes as well that Devin Booker is not. When Book is sitting down, Jalen Green can actually go out there on the floor and run your offense.
I think there's definitely a way to do that, and I think what you're saying is kind of a reminder that we have to have some patience, right? He goes out there and plays tonight, let's say. It's not going to immediately click. It's not going to be like, oh, this is great. Jalen Green give you 39 minutes tonight, and he plays alongside Booker, and he's going to put up 30, and Book's going to put up 35. Like, it's going to take a little time to figure this out because Jordan Ott didn't even have him in the preseason to figure out where he hasn't coached him in a game yet.
Yes. Do you mean Axl Rose patience? You want us all to be really patient?
Just a little
Is
patience.
That it? You know what? Honestly, I don't know if I've got that kind of patience.
All right, well, I tried.
Especially from the beginning of the song. If we start playing that song, I don't know if I could do that, Luke.
Isn't that the song where he's whistling for like 2 minutes?
Yeah, that's right. I think the expectation right now, I'd like to see a little bit more. Let's go right now. Jalen Green and Book in the lineup together, out on the floor together. Here we go. Let's go out there and light up the board, shall we?
All right, so
That's what I want to see.
How many points do you need from Jalen Green in his debut?
I got to see 20. No, it depends on how many minutes he gets. We all understand. Jalen Green is wildly talented.
Mm-hmm.
This guy is...
He averaged 21 last year for
This guy is a Mustang. Led the team in scoring.
Led the number 2 team in the Western Conference in scoring last year.
That's exactly right. This guy now, he took a lot of shots as well, ladies and gentlemen, and that's going to be interesting to see how that works with Book out on the floor too. It's one of the areas that I am interested the most in seeing the shot selection with Jalen Green and Book when they're both out on the floor.
That's a good point. That's going to be something I think we're all watching, right? Who's taking more shots per game? Because Jalen Green on Houston last year, they had a bunch of other scorers, but none of them were like Devin Booker. There wasn't really a clear-cut, here's our scorer. And if there was, it was Jalen Green.
Yes.
So he has never played on an NBA team where he's not the guy as a scorer. And he's not on this team. Devin Booker's obviously that guy. Book has been a little more efficient with his shooting over the years than Jalen Green has. But you got to remember, Jalen Green's still very young, just breaking into the league, essentially. And you're talking about a number 2 overall pick in 2021. Here's K-Ray when he was on with us last week, because last week it seemed like Jalen Green might be close. He was never listed as probable, though. It seemed like he was close. And we asked him what Jalen Green can bring to this lineup immediately.
Well, look, he brings a dynamic that this team has not had in a long time. Has the ability to get downhill, such a electric first step, can touch the paint on pretty much any possession that he wants to. So you're putting pressure on the defense in that regard. So you open up the floor exponentially with the ball in his hands, and not only the scoring opportunities that it sets up for him, but moreover for his teammates, one in particular who will be, I would think, salivating at the chance to be on the floor with him, and that is the guy that wears number 1, Devin Booker.
Oh, man, how about that? There's nothing like that, a first step, especially when you play the game of basketball, to explode and be explosive. That's exactly what Jalen Green is, and we've seen it before. Anybody who can penetrate, that opens up the floor for a lot of shooters out on the perimeter. That's why I can't wait to see it, because he penetrates even better than Book.
When we come back, how do you expect Jacoby Brissett to play now that he's the starter for the foreseeable future? The leash is very long. We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sign up now for the 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text PICKLE to 620-620. Help some kids, have some fun, and win some prize money. Text PICKLE to 620-620 now.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf leader for my brothers over at All Pro Shade Concepts. Go to allproshade.com for more information. It's starting to cool down. Oh, yes, it is. So All Pro Shade, well, they're going to heat things up, brothers. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. Let me say that one more time. When you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you get a patio heater absolutely free, courtesy of All Pro Shade Concepts. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate at allproshade.com and snag a free patio heater while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com. You gotta have shade.
If you love to travel, Capital One has a rewards credit card that's perfect for you. With the Capital One Venture X card, you earn unlimited double miles on everything you buy. Plus, you get premium benefits at a collection of luxury hotels when you book on Capital One Travel. And with Venture X, you get access to over 1,000 airport lounges worldwide. Open up a world of travel possibilities with the Capital One Venture X card. What's in your wallet?
Terms apply. Lounge access is subject to change. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $200-$300.
You're putting gas in your
your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code BOOST25 to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code BOOST25 for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Enter the Omaha Steaks Football Family and Flavor Giveaway for your chance to win a family game day prize pack worth $1,650. That's right, Omaha Steaks is giving away 2 Cardinals club tickets to the December 7th game against the Rams, along with 2 pregame tailgate passes to the Heritage at Sportsman's Park Pavilion. And Omaha Steaks for a year. Visit omahasteaks.com/cardswin to enter and get exclusive offers that benefit the Arizona Cardinals Foundation. But hurry, the drawing ends November 17th.
Picture it, your holiday table, the family cooking together, the scent of golden brown bread, rosemary from roasted potatoes, and a salad so crisp it snaps. This season at Fry's, make the moments that matter possible with quality that's affordable in every aisle. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Save big on eggs. Right now, 18-count cartons of large grade A Kroger brand eggs are on sale for just $1.99 each with your digital coupon. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns returned home tonight for a matchup with the depleted Los Angeles Clippers. No Kawhi Leonard or James Harden for LA, but Jalen Green is probable to make his Suns debut. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Week 10 of the NFL season begins tonight with the Denver Broncos hosting the Las Vegas Raiders. Kickoff for that one is at 6:15. This report is brought to you by ProSmile Dental. Start your smile transformation with the pros. Visit ProSmileAZ.com today to book your free consultation.
Hey, it's Gambo. How different is this Seahawks team than the one the Cardinals faced in Week 4? We'll ask our Seattle sports icon, Brock Hewitt, at 2:30 on Arizona Sports 98.7 FM, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Oh, yeah. It's time to bust it out on the floor. Just go ahead and grab your best girl. Go out there and bust it. Because when a man loves a woman, he engages in bad dancing.
I like how
Never forget that.
This is the song that always gets you to say that too. Like if you are somewhere and you play this song, Wolf's immediately going to get up, find the Warrior Queen, and start dancing.
Yeah, she might actually get up first, though.
Well, if it's this song, it sounds like you'll get up first.
Well, yeah. Then again, you're probably right about that because she'll be thinking about, boy, Ron's going to start bad dancing, and it's going to be a little rough out here, but...
Well, maybe they should play Patience by Guns N' Roses then.
That's all we need is a now-base and needs a little patience.
Jacoby Brissett is going to start on Sunday. This is how this week has played out. Well, we found that out on Tuesday. Jacoby Brissett's going to start on Sunday. And then yesterday we found out Jacoby Brissett's going to be starting for a while because Kyler Murray's on IR, which means he has to miss at least the next 4 games. It does not mean he's suddenly back in 5 games. It might not mean he's back this season. And take that as far as you want. If he's not back this season, is he back next year? I mean, I know that's speculation. I know I'm letting it snowball, but that's also what everybody's wondering right now. But the flip side of this is the Cardinals have a game against Seattle on Sunday. And if you're entertaining any thoughts of them being able to sneak back into the playoff race, get to 4 and 5, they're going to have to beat the teams in their division. And that starts with Seattle on the road on a short week. So Jacoby Brissett's test this week is, I would say, even tougher than playing Green Bay and Indianapolis his first 2 starts.
This is maybe the worst game you could be playing after you get named the starter.
Yeah,
going
seriously.
Forward. It really is. The 12s, of course, up there in Seattle, we know how difficult it is to play in that stadium. And especially when you're talking about the Seattle Seahawks defense and the way that they're playing. I think Jacoby Brissett, it's important that Jacoby Brissett is in a balanced offense. You have to be in a game. You have to be close enough to stay in a game, ladies and gentlemen, where you can remain balanced and you can run the ball and you can attack the line of scrimmage. But for the most part, I think the Arizona Cardinals are going to be running into a pile because the Seattle Seahawks are so good at stopping the run. They're just going to have to keep this game close where they can run into the pile and just say, sorry, we're probably not going to get a lot out of this. Yet at the same time, we need Jacoby to be in a balanced offense, and because of that, we're just going to attack, and run into the pile, and then use play action to throw the ball.
Well, anything he can do, especially on third down, where he's been really good, where this offense has been really good over the last 3 games on third down, that would help a lot, because I don't think you're going to necessarily go into this game saying, okay, we got to beat Seattle 35-34. That's not really the plan, especially with this Cardinals defense being what it is and what it potentially could be. You're probably looking to win a game probably more, like the first meeting between these two teams. It was 23-20. Yep. Seattle had got the last laugh, but it was a 23-20 game. If you remember, Jackson Smith-Njigba, who's been unstoppable all season, was unstoppable in the final couple minutes, but the Cardinals actually kind of bottled them up for the first 3-ish quarters. You're going to need more of that. I think beating Seattle means winning with your defense, but Jacoby Brissett and the offense converting key moments on third downs and putting up some points. I mean, this is a team you've lost 8 in a row to. You've lost 12 of 15. You got to beat the Seahawks at some point before you can feel like you're really turning any sort of page.
I know this is just going to be really a tall order for Jacoby Brissett to go up there and the entire team to play well enough to win a game. Now, once again, it's not impossible. By any stretch of the imagination, it is not impossible. But when you think of the Seattle Seahawks, especially at home and their defense at home, you're talking about a team that turns over their opponent a lot. They're number 6 in interception rate in the National Football League. Number 9 in sacks per attempt, Basinonians. They get after you. And, oh, by the way, the number 9 red zone defense in the National Football League. Situationally, they're very, very good. They're number 5 in points allowed, 18.8 points per game, the Seattle Seahawks. And that is getting better over the last 5 weeks. We were talking about this before the show, Luke, but their defensive quarterback rating. I'm big on defensive quarterback rating. Just think of quarterback rating, ladies and gentlemen, and how important that metric is to measure a quarterback and how a quarterback is playing in the National Football League. And then flip it over to the defense. This is how difficult it is to throw the ball against this defense. You know what? Seattle's number 5 in the NFL with an 83.6 quarterback rating. And, oh, by the way, over the last 3 weeks, as this defense continues to get better as the season unfolds, the last 3 weeks, a quarterback rating is 75.8. That's brutal.
Yeah, that's not an ideal situation to step into for Jacoby Brissett. I mean, I'm sure there are people out there waiting for him to fail. And you're going to hear that narrative if he doesn't have a good game against Seattle. You're going to hear that, well, see, you guys all hitched your wagon to Jacoby Brissett and you benched Kyler Murray, and here you go. And it's, I mean, you're going to get that criticism, but we're led to believe Kyler's hurt and on IR. So it's not, like if you take it at face value, however you want to interpret what's going on, I think most people removing emotion from it would say Jacoby Brissett has as good of a chance this weekend as Kyler Murray, especially if he's a hobbled Kyler Murray, would have had going into Seattle on a short week.
Yeah.
I mean, think about this the other way. If Kyler was starting this week in Seattle, he wouldn't be on a short week, but he's hurt, and all of his teammates, his offensive line, would have been playing on a short week. It's just not a good matchup, no matter who your quarterback is. You just read off their defensive quarterback rating. That's against everybody now.
Basinonians, once again, this is just me, and if I'm wrong on this, I'm sorry, JJ. I really am. I'm sorry, Monty Ossenford. I am sorry to the entire organization with the Arizona Cardinals. I believe they made the move believing that Jacoby Brissett gave them a better chance of winning the game.
I would think so.
I don't think there's any doubt on that. So once again, why? Why would they do that? Well, for a number of reasons. Not only the obvious, the tangible that is right in front of you, but also all the intangibles that go along with it. If, in fact, the Arizona Cardinals made this move believing Jacoby Brissett, it was the best thing for them to do. And JG pretty much said that.
He kind of said that, yeah, with Burns and Gambo. He was like, yeah, I like where our offense is.
Yeah, not only that, too, but he said it was the best thing for them. Not just Kyler.
Oh, in the cut yesterday,
the best thing for them as well.
Yeah.
And, why? Why would he say that? Well, maybe it's the best thing because the intangibles inside the locker room and the impact that it has on some of the players out there. Again, I was talking about this yesterday, but it's so important to realize this. The best player plays. In the National Football League, the best player plays. Otherwise, what you're admitting, you're into losing. We're into losing games. That's what we're into
How many
doing.
times did we say this over the last, and I'm not saying this week, even before the game against Dallas?
Yes.
If Jacoby Brissett goes out there and keeps playing well, and you just automatically go back to Kyler after his first 5 games, you're telling your guys in your locker room, you know what? We're cool going 6-11. We're cool going 7-10, maybe. We're fine settling for that.
Yes.
And they are showing they're not fine settling for it. Whether this works or not, they are going with the guy right now who has shown them he's going to give them a better shot at winning in early November of 2025.
Yes, listen, and I want to be clear on this. I believe Kyler Murray is a good quarterback. He's right in the middle of the league. That's what he is. Okay, but Jacoby Brissett, when he played great. He played great. And everyone inside that locker room understands that he played great. And because of that, you would lose the team. You could lose the team if, in fact, you went back to Kyler Murray at this point in time without giving Jacoby Brissett an out game.
I mean, it would be different if the Cardinals were 5-0, Kyler went down, Jacoby came in and outplayed Kyler, but they weren't, they go 1-2. But the door was left so wide open by this offense when Jacoby stepped in and then he ran through the door. What are you supposed to do as a team? Because of what you just said, set aside everything else, set aside the questions that Jonathan Gannon's getting from the media, set aside what 93% of fans are saying, according to our listeners' poll yesterday. It's the guys in the locker room. If you just automatically go back to the guy who was just being average, they don't care about the big picture of if you're playing for the Cardinals and you're putting your body on the line in Seattle on Sunday, you're not thinking about what the team's going to look like in 2027 and whose feelings might get hurt. Who gives me the best chance to win right now?
Yes, the best player plays. Now, that's inside the locker room. When you're talking about an organization that is paying a guy millions and millions of dollars, that's not always the case. You're going to have a long leash on that for obvious reasons. And you should, for obvious reasons. But inside the locker room, best player plays.
It's also not like Kyler got hurt in the first game of the season and we didn't get to see him play at all this year. It's not like, hey, we're going into week 5. Jacoby's played 3.5 of the first 4 games, and they've decided to make this decision. They played over a month the way they were playing. All right. We are so back, Cardinals fans. Head to the contest page on our YouTube page or listen to at 7:45, 10 or 11:30. Let me try these numbers again. Or listen at 7:45 a.m., 11:30 a.m., and 4:30 p.m. starting next Tuesday for your chance to win tickets to see the Cardinals take on the San Francisco 49ers or the Jacksonville Jaguars. All right, we come back. This is the second time the Suns have played the Clippers this season. So far, the Suns have looked much better in rematches. Is it reasonable to expect a win tonight? We'll get into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Booker, left elbow jumper, rims off. Williams there to tip it. No. Got his own miss. Jammed it home in traffic. And Mark Williams has 14 points to go with his 12 boards.
Suns host James Harden, Bradley Beal, Kawhi, Chris Paul, and the LA Clippers tonight. Pre-game at 6, 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfleader from our brothers over at Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. I can tell you, as a former professional football player, man, I have banged up my back and my spine an awful lot. And the good people over at DISC, they have helped me in the past, and it's one of the reasons why I love recommending them to you, brothers. Listen, DISC surgeons, they utilize the broadest array of treatment options, including non-surgical endoscopic spine surgery, and ultra minimally invasive spine surgery. Disc surgeons are known as leaders in minimally invasive spine surgery all over the world, ladies and gentlemen. That's right. People from all over the world, they come right here to the Basin because of disc. It's time for you to get back to living. What you need to do is go to sciatica.com or call 602-944-2900. That's 602-944-2900 for disc.
As the old saying goes, size matters.
At Morgan & Morgan, we have over 1,000 lawyers and nearly 6,000 people on staff.
But at the core, this is and always has been a family business.
Our family watching out for your family.
Call us or email us 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, even on a Saturday or a Sunday.
And if you ever have a problem, call our mom.
Morgan & Morgan.
For the people and your family.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Hi, I'm Dylan, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a customer service specialist, I love helping couples find their dream engagement ring. And guess what? I just got engaged, so it was fun to create one myself. First, my fiance tried on a bunch of ring styles and she was drawn to a classic diamond pave setting. Then we looked at different diamond shapes from pear to oval to cushion. She fell in love with the princess cut. At Shane Company, you can create a one-of-a-kind ring and get it in days, not weeks. Because a friend wants you to have a magical holiday proposal. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating, or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Hey everybody, it's Burnsy. Bradley Beal makes his return to the Valley tonight. Will there be a tribute video, or are we more interested in whether Jalen Green makes his son's debut tonight? All of that and more on today's Burnsy and Gambo show, 2 to 6 on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and Arizona Sports on YouTube.
Time ticks by, still I try. No rest for cross-chops in my mind. On my own, here we go.
Here we go.
It is Jalen Green Day, so we're playing Nothing But Green Day when we talk Suns.
I see. I get it.
I sincerely hope he plays now after all this. He's listed as probable. If he doesn't, we're going to have to go back and edit the podcast and put something else in as rejoins.
He's probable, ladies and gentlemen.
First time he's been probable.
Probable. I feel good about it.
That's good.
That's good. That is good. I feel good about Jalen Green playing tonight.
You know, let me give you a couple other things I feel good about, okay, with the Phoenix Suns.
Okay.
This is a rematch against the team they played earlier this season. Now, I know that the season's not that old, but they played the Clippers in Game 2. They actually got smoked. They lost by 27, but it's a rematch. So far, we've seen a Jordan Ott coached team have a rematch already once, Utah, on this past Friday. Suns looked a lot better in the second game than they did in the first game. Jordan Ott now obviously coaching them tonight in a rematch against LA. I feel good about that. It's a very small sample size, but so far, I would say so good with Jordan Ott. Secondly, it's a home game. The Suns at home versus on the road. They're 3-1 at home and nearly 4-0. They're 0-4 on the road. So the fact that it's a home game and it's a rematch, and also the Clippers are playing without a couple key players. I'm not at the point where I'm ready to go into games thinking, the Suns are definitely going to win tonight, but I sure feel like they have a pretty good chance tonight.
Okay. You know what? I'm not crazy about the fact that the Clippers are shorthanded. Not crazy about that. Bring your best. I want to see it right now. Bring it on. I think this team also, I'm very interested to see if this team mentality continues as the season unfolds. But I think they respond to a challenge. I think they've got a little chip in their heart. Not on their shoulder where you can knock it off quickly, but in their heart, metaphorically speaking. I think they might have it. And you know what? This is what I want to see. I want to see them continue to develop and grow when it comes to their mentality, because I think that's where they can improve the most. Their mentality, their intensity level, and how they're going to go about their business competitively, night in and night out.
Just to catch everybody up, in case you're wondering which Clippers are not playing tonight, it's Kawhi and James Harden. So,
would you say that's big?
I would say it is big, but I would also say if you're the Clippers, you knew what you were getting into when you added Kawhi.
Yeah, I'm just saying those two guys, they scored 57 points the last time they played.
Well, yeah, I mean, when they play, they're borderline
I'm just
unstoppable.
saying,
Yes.
would you say that is, okay, some of you are out there, this is great, okay, great, that's fine. I'd rather play them full strength, bring it on.
Well, I think there's, to give some credence to what you're saying, it's not like this is game 82 and the Suns have to win to get into the playoffs. And you're like, you know what? We'll take any break we can get. I think right now you're trying to build your team up, and so why not play the best every night? But
it's a player mentality.
It's the way it is.
It will always be a player mentality. Bring it on.
I tell you, it'll be nice to see the Suns finally closer to full strength if Jalen Green is able to go in this game. And then also, you heard it in the look ahead right there, the question that Dave Burns was asking. What sort of reception do you think Bradley Beal gets tonight from the Suns' home crowd? Because I think there's three options, okay?
Okay, good. There's three.
And you go ahead and tell me which one you think is the worst. He gets cheered.
Yeah.
He gets booed. Yeah. Or everybody's just kind of like indifferent. Yeah. I think indifferent would be the worst.
That'd be the worst.
Yeah, I wouldn't because the Suns are going to announce them.
What does indifferent sound like?
Indifferent just sounds like people are just still talking and they're on their phones or whatever. You know what I mean? Like the Suns are like, Bradley Beal's back, and everybody's just like,
yeah, I like that. The murmuring.
Yeah, just the.
I think he'll get booed.
He will get booed.
Yeah.
I don't know that.
I'm going to the game. I can let you guys know.
Oh, good.
So what are you going to do, Rick?
That's putting me on the spot here.
We're going to be able to hear him on the television.
Yeah, okay. We're going to hear Rick louder than anybody.
Let's just, I'm going to play it by ear, see how I'm feeling once I'm there.
Or are you going as a fan?
I'm going as a fan.
Okay.
And I don't like Bradley Beal very much.
All right.
I don't. This is just
so
me.
We know what category to put
I haven't said any. I'm not admitting that I'm going to be doing this.
We're going to hear Rick on TV or on the radio.
You're at least going to be murmuring.
I personally wouldn't be booing him because you're booing a guy for being injured. But I get it I get why people are, and I get that they're going to. And I'm sure Bradley Beal expects it. It's the way it is, man. You paid your money. As long as you're not like out of control, you're just booing, whatever. For me, it's not like this was a guy that came in and purposely destroyed the organization. He just couldn't stay on the floor. And he did ultimately move that no trade so they could move on from him. So, but yeah, that's going to be, that begs the question, what do you think the reception is going to be like for KD whenever the Rockets come here?
Yeah, we'll save that for when the Rockets do come here.
Because KD put up stats, and for the most part, he played. I don't know. I don't know how you can really boo him.
I do wonder what it's going to do to some of the guys that have been here, of course, like Devin Booker. Would Book enjoy playing against Bradley Beal? He's got a very good relationship
Probably.
with him.
Book likes the friendly
and
competition.
that's the one thing about Book that is a little weird, man, yet very, very cool. When he likes you, he's going to compete against you,
As
man.
he once allegedly said against the Timberwolves when he was just going off on them, I have no friends, as he was running back up the court.
Exactly, but, of course he does. He's a very affable guy. He's a very respectful guy, and it's one of the reasons why he deferred to KD the way that he did, but that's just Book. That's who he is, but the friendly competition thing, he takes that seriously.
Good.
I know some guys who don't take it that seriously, some guys that would allow their friendship to get in the way of competing against somebody. Not Book. Not Book. I think he might try even harder because of that.
Anytime he was playing against Karl Anthony Towns or D'Angelo Russell or anything,
your head,
and
Rick.
everybody's just like, oh, yeah, this is Book's friends. One day he's going to be on the same team as them. And he's like, here's 55.
Right.
What are you saying, Rick? Rick's already booing back
Yeah,
there.
you're shaking your head. What do you mean?
No, we got into a whole debate about Kevin Durant and what the reception will be when he comes back here.
We sent them down a path.
And then I said to Jamal that, I'm upset because Kevin Durant's a DC guy and he never came back to my Wizards, even though he said that he wanted,
oh my goodness,
he wished success for his childhood team, yet he never came back. So that's why I was shaking my head.
Ivan said he's going to become a part owner and move them to Seattle. And that's what he started shaking.
So Jamal's just instigating.
Jamal's back there jabbing the Tiger in the ribs.
Oh, November 24th, Rockets Suns from Mortgage Matchup Center. It's not too far away.
Right. Hey, is that the Wednesday?
That is the Monday heading into
the
Wednesday.
Heading into the. When is Wednesday a Friday, brothers? It happens once a year.
Right, because what day is Thanksgiving this year? Is it the 27th?
It's 27th.
Okay, all right. So, yeah, the Suns will be in Sacramento the 26th.
Man, I'm loving this. This is going to be good, man. Cannot wait to see this.
Getting close to your favorite day of the year. It's like less than 3 weeks away when a Wednesday's a Friday.
Yeah, it's fantastic, man. It's kind of like Jalen Green playing tonight. It's going to be fantastic.
Green Day.
Probable.
All right, when we come back, what's your interpretation now that the dust has kind of settled on how this whole quarterback situation has played out for the Cardinals? Was Kyler Murray essentially benched? 15-year NFL vet Lorenzo Alexander is going to join us in here next to get his thoughts. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Jonathan Gannon is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show. Is it safe to say that the way that Jacoby Brissett has been playing, that even if Kyler was healthy, that you still would have came to this same conclusion?
Yeah, I mean, it's a hypothetical to me, but yeah, I like where we're at right now with the offense moving forward.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from my brothers over at Santan Ford. Go to santanford.com for more information. What do you say we talk about the Ford Maverick at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford? What's so cool about the Maverick is it does what a truck needs to do, like hauling or towing while also being perfect in size. It's easy to handle. And parking is no sweat either. That's kind of cool about the Maverick. The Maverick has a kind of flair and style to it for a modern truck owner like you, Basinonians. It's perfect for business managers and service companies, of course. Take a test drive over at Tim Hovig's Santan Ford with a bunch of Mavericks under $30,000 right now, man. Whether you're into the Expedition, maybe it's the Ford Mustang, the Ford F-150. That's what I drive. The Maverick is super cool as well. Head on over to the Santan 202 freeway and Val Vista Drive in Gilbert, or go to santanford.com. I am Santan Ford.
Hi, it's me, Flo, here to tell you that with a Progressive Home and Auto Bundle, you get 24/7 protection, so you're covered no matter where the day takes you.
Even bad hair day?
Yep.
And tree branch fell on my car day?
Especially that day. Progressive has you covered 24/7 for your home and auto.
How about thought it was chicken, but it was tuna day? Or overnight construction outside my bedroom day?
Those days too.
Great, because that was each day this week.
Been there. Well, at least your home and auto are covered every day with Progressive.
Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack.
But not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
Makita knows that pros never settle, and neither do we. With Makita, you get tools that perform at the highest level on every job without compromise. Makita is for the most detailed pros, expertly engineered to deliver precision, job after job. When your work calls for the best, call on Makita. Makita, built to be the best. Available at the Home Depot.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With a Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football. Pressure coming, Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again. Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-502-2612 or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns return home tonight for a matchup with the depleted Los Angeles Clippers. No Kawhi Leonard or James Harden for LA, but Jalen Green is probable to make his Suns debut. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Week 10 of the NFL season begins tonight with the Denver Broncos hosting the Las Vegas Raiders. Kickoff for that game is at 6:15. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Join the football watch parties every Sunday with special guests, food and drink specials, and more, only at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The energy and passion he brings to the game is something I think that's contagious.
Intercepted by Lorenzo Alexander. Now he laterals to Aqib Talib.
I mean, you talk about a great pro that you wish every one of your players would emulate.
He's one of those guys, he's like a lunch bell guy.
That blue-collar appeal to coming to work. He's going to outwork you every single play.
15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander joins Wolf and Luke to give us the lowdown on the Cardinals and the NFL. Brought to you by Y Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefi.com today.
Hour number 2 of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Wolf and Luke on a Thursday, and that means Lorenzo Alexander is here for the lowdown, and I feel like this Cardinals situation has changed considerably since the last time Zoe was here. But before we get to that, Zoe, what's going on, man?
I'm good, doing well. You know, it was good to be back in the studio with you guys. Freshman football season is wrapped up for Brophy Prep, and I'm really proud of my son, just battling through some challenges, right? You know, I always talk about seek discomfort, and he had to lean in through some injuries and stuff, and it was just really good to see the evolution. They do a really good job over that thing overhaul, just building men for others. It's kind of Brophy's mission.
Yeah.
And so Steve Heidemann and the men that he brought in, I just want to say thank you, because that matters. You know, as a coach, you gotta let your son go and entrust him to other men, right?
Yeah.
And what they did this year was really cool to see, and it's just a cultural thing when you go over this. So if you have an opportunity to send your son to Brophy, not necessarily from a football standpoint, but from a development standpoint, with Steve Heidemann and the people he has over there, is definitely well worth it.
You know, it is one of the things I absolutely love, especially about the game of football. It's about building men, too.
Right.
The game of football does that.
Yeah.
When you have a coach that cares about that, kind of like over at Horizon High School. What's up, Coach Ditmore? Little shout out.
Yeah, for sure.
Out.
Yeah.
And now I'm waiting for Brophy to play Horizon. That's really
Yeah. I think, what are y'all, 5A? Y'all 6A?
Yeah,
5A. Yeah.
5A, of course.
All right, well, then everybody can win.
Very,
Right.
very well.
Yep.
All right, well, Zoe, let's just get right into the quarterback situation now, because not only is Jacoby Brissett starting on Sunday,
Right.
he is the starter now for the foreseeable future with Kyler on IR, which could be 4 weeks. It could be the whole season. He might not play again for the Cardinals. Who knows?
Yeah, I mean that's part of it. That it happens. You know, I think I predicted this, you know, a couple of weeks ago, right, with my hypothetical, and I think JG actually said something very similar. Man, do you have that for me over there, Jesse? Teed up for me? Who got it teed up? You know, because, you know,
somebody's got it teed up.
Somebody, you know, because, you know, he was asked for it. If Kyler was healthy, would he still be the starter or not, right?
No.
And he said Jacoby Jones was going to be the starter,
Yeah,
right? Regardless if he was healthy,
Brissett,
right?
yeah.
Or Brissett. I'm saying Jacoby Jones.
You said yes.
God rest his soul. So yeah, no, it's just something that I think that guys in that locker room, the coaches, when you watch the film and you see what looks differently, right? The consistency, the poise, the resilience, right? Because it's not all perfect, but how do you respond? Spreading the ball around, explosive plays.
Yeah.
It just makes sense from a football standpoint to start Jacoby Jones. It just does. And I know we talk about the money and then the talent. That's one aspect of it, man. You can be the most talented dude, but if you got somebody that's playing better, I want him to play.
And there it is.
I want him to play.
What is that, though? That is the law of the locker room.
Yeah, that's the locker room. It's not business. It's
right.
We playing, we all out here fighting. Who's going to give us the best opportunity to win games? Because that's what coaches preach.
That's exactly
ad nauseum.
Right. Yeah. Yes.
You have to earn it.
Yes.
Constantly. And so Jacoby Brissett, that's in my mind now. I do that with my kids too. It's going to kill me today.
Bad.
So, and he's done that regardless if Kyler even got hurt, right? Because I've been in this situation, right? And, you know, and this is when BA, back in the day, he brought up the name Wally Pipp. I'm like, who is Wally Pipp, right? And then you learn about Lou Gehrig and him stepping in when he got hurt. When a guy has an opportunity, that's even how I got in the league. If I get an opportunity, regardless of whatever that situation is, I step in and I perform at a high level, and we start looking better at doing my job. Obviously, there's still 1 and 2 in the process, but it looks different. It looks better. It's really hard. And then when you start thinking about, okay, this is what my fourth year. This is JG's fourth year, third year.
Yes.
Okay, we got to start winning. How it looks matters. My job is at stake.
He said the clock is ticking.
Other people's job is at stake. And that's what coaches typically do. We had a guy, Danny Smith, special teams coach. He used to always tell us, man, hey, I'm going to play the players I trust. Not the best players, the players I trust, because at the end of the day, I'm tied to your production. And if I can't trust you to produce week in and week out, then my job, my family's livelihood is at stake as well. And so I know sometimes owners and the money standpoint would jump in, but when it's like this and you see something that's going to give you a better chance to win, you're going to make that shift and just deal with the other stuff and try to push it off as far as you can.
So can you lose a locker room? Can you lose a locker room if you are a coach as well? And
For
when
sure.
I say that, yeah.
For sure. And
why?
And
Tell
every
people
situation,
why.
and I think we you know hint at that, right? Because that's what coaches talk about. I think the quarterback position is unique and different because that's like leadership, right? And I think what hurt Kyler in this situation in some ways that made it, I think, easier is because the lack of consistency, right? I don't know what I'm going to get. I know what you can do, but I don't know when I'm going to see those peaks, right? Where Jacoby Brissett is not as elite as him, but he's going to be even kill and make plays and do the right things and process things and put us in position to make plays. And when you see somebody doing that week in and week out, same personnel for the most part, right? Overall, maybe even missing some guys that the offense had in the beginning, right? When we think about James Conner, right? It just looks more explosive. I'm in an opportunity to win games. It feels different and looks different. And so that's why when I had my hypothetical question, that's why I was going that way, because being in the locker room, man, I want to win. I played 15 years, went to the playoff a couple of times, never played in the Super Bowl. It's hard to win. So don't waste Buda Baker, right? Calais Campbell's on the end, right? Don't waste that time, because those guys are out here scratching and clawing as well. And, it's just a lot of, things that go into it. But the history with the quarterback, with Kyler and all that, I think just allowed this to be an easier decision in my mind, just knowing the history and the production, the ups and downs, and everything that went along. Because, like I said, I was all in, like, okay, this is the year for Kyler. Oh, he's not showing it. Okay, so at what point do I make that shift as an organization, right?
Something good's happening for you. Don't run away from it.
That is exactly what I thought, too, is coming into this year. This is it.
Right.
This is going to be the fulcrum point for Kyler Murray going forward, and it just has not materialized.
Yeah, and unfortunately, right, he had some guys that weren't making plays, right? They were riddled with penalties, right? And so quarterback, you wear the crown, and you got to wear everything that else happens poorly when you're in that position. It just is what it is.
Yeah.
And right now, with Jacoby Brissett back there, those things have decreased, right? It's still not perfect, but it's decreased. So there's a lot of things that some people are just force multipliers. They step on the field. They may not be uberly talented, but this dude walking the room, it's a presence. It's a calmness. It's I don't know what that is, but I've been around guys, Josh Allen, right? Where it's just, man, I feel like I'm better than what I am because I'm next to this guy, London Fletcher, right? It just is what it is. And so I think when it comes to that, I think that's also something that you're looking at. Guys are playing a little bit better. All guys are involved, man. Everybody, it's hard to defend us because now you don't really know. We can be under center. We can do all these different things that allow us to elevate or leverage our talent that we have and really play to everybody's strengths, not just one individual, which may not be best for our team.
Here's it's one of these two cuts that you were talking about. Jonathan Gannon on with Burns and Gambo.
Is it safe to say that the way that Jacoby Brissett has been playing, that even if Kyler was healthy, that you still would have came to this same conclusion?
Yeah, I mean, it's a hypothetical to me, but yeah, I like where we're at right now with the offense moving forward.
Okay, then that's great. It sounds just like what I said. So now, a couple of years, when I was playing the end of the year, I had we had a guy retire. Name is escaping me. Vernon's brother.
Maxwell.
Vernon Davis?
Yeah, Vernon Davis. Vontae retired. And the internet made a meme of me talking. So I just want the internet to make a meme of me right now and subscribe JG's voice over my voice on Instagram, and let's post that. And it sounds just the same, all right? So figure that out, how to do that.
I love it.
Because the same exact thing. People say, you couldn't be a head coach. The head coach just said the same thing I just said, right?
It took him about a week to
so
say the
there's
exact
something
same
to
thing.
being in a locker room, being in the league for a long time that gives you some type of insight of what people want to do. Sometimes you just can't do what you want to do because the owner steps in or the contract steps in and says, no.
I'll give you this too, Zoe. You said it before the Cowboys game. That hypothetical from Kellen, they hadn't even won yet. They just looked better.
It just looked better. Explosive. That's the things that are going to typically help you win games. It just look better. And that's, again, when you're in that locker room as a player, this looks way different. I need to put him. Can we run with him, coach?
That's right.
I love Kyler, but man, I know if I wasn't doing my job, somebody would rotate in for me.
Exactly.
I've been there. I've been benched. Right? It's not a big of a deal because who's really undrafted? He's a linebacker, or whatever, and I got to sit there and figure out a way. How can I compete and find value again and work my way back?
You're owed one thing as a National Football League player. One thing. Your check. Yeah. That's what you're owed.
All right, we come back. A potential reason for optimism showed up on Monday night. Walter Nolan making his NFL debut, and it looked pretty good. So what could he do for this Cardinals defense moving forward? Lorenzo Alexander sticks around to dive into that next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Play some pickleball with Arizona Sports. Get a partner and sign your two-person team up for the second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament. Text the word pickle to 620-620. Compete for the coveted Golden Paddle. And your share of cash prizes Friday, November 14th at Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa. The Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, benefiting Operation Santa Claus, is presented by Sanderson Ford. Text pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Text pickle to 620-620.
All right, Rick, what do you say you bring me that Brooklyn beat if you don't mind? Oh, there it is right there. That's right. On behalf of my brothers over at Brooklyn Betting, I want to say thank you to all veterans who served our country. Thank you, boys. Thank you, ladies. Thank you for what you have done for us. And to help celebrate Veterans Day, Brooklyn Betting is knocking down everything in store and online. 30% off. 30% off now through November 11th, and 35% off for members of the military, past and present. That's right, if you have served our great country, 35% off now through November 11th, coming up in like 5 days. Walk into any one of Brooklyn Betting's 12 Basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the Veterans Day sale event at Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting. Go to brooklynbetting.com. That's brooklynbetting.com.
Helping your money do more means making sure you get the most out of every dollar. That's why, for a limited time, when you open a new America First Visa credit card and spend $3,000 within 90 days, we'll give you $300. That's like getting a 10% discount on everything you pay for with your card. Before you spend another cent, head to americafirst.com and apply for your low-rate Visa credit card today. Membership eligibility, terms, creditworthiness, change, and conditions apply. Subject to additional criteria. Federally insured by NCUA. Equal Opportunity Lender.
I've always wanted to learn French, but the app I tried didn't help.
If you want to memorize words in another language, there's an app for that. But if you want to really learn another language, there's Babbel. Babbel was designed by over 200 language learning experts to be the most effective way to learn another language.
With other language learning apps, I was just playing games. I wasn't really learning. Babbel's different. Every time I open the app, I can choose to work on my writing, speaking, or listening. And it saves my mistakes for me to review, so I'm constantly improving. Babbel feels like it was created intentionally by people who really know what you need to learn another language. Before Babbel, I thought I just wasn't good with languages. But now I'm speaking French. Tout ça, c'est grâce à Babbel.
Want to really learn another language? Save up to 50% on your Babbel subscription when you sign up at Babbel.com. That's Babbel.com to save up to 50%. Babbel.com.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
I'm Ultima Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Every time one of my children started driving, it was terrifying. I am quite aware of the dangers being on the road. Thousands of accidents happen across the country. We see it every day. These families' lives will be changed in an instant. We fight for these families as if they were our own. We've become America's largest injury law firm by winning cases just like these. If you've been injured in a car accident, call us.
Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Arizona Sports.
Here we go, fellas!
15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander joins Wolf and Luke.
A guy who epitomizes class, integrity, and is a true gentleman.
The Lowdown. Brought to you by Y-Refi.
All right, thanks to all the listeners in Apache Junction right now. Apache Junction.
What
going
up,
on
Apache
out there?
Junction?
Lorenzo Alexander is here, and we can get back into the quarterback and the offense and all those conversations in a little bit. But I tell you, so the reason that I am most optimistic about the direction of this team right now is how the defense really has looked all season, but especially against that Dallas offense, and in particular because guys came back. Garrett Williams came back, and Walter Nolan played his first NFL game, and he was very noticeable in that game in a good way.
Yeah, and I know I'll focus on Walter here in a second, but I think Garrett Williams also added a comfort level for the guys on the back end, especially Nick Rollins, when you think about how they even blitz more this game. I think that has something to do with, and obviously they're 3-0 with them playing, but I think they feel a little bit more comfortable, right, leaving one guy less that's going to be in coverage. And so that was really good to see. And even though they didn't get there every single time, there were times where they did pressure him. And then there were times where the four-man rush got there as well. But when you start creating a little bit of uncertainty about what are they blitzing? Are they not blitzing? Right. Not only do you impact the quarterback, you also impact the offensive line and their ability to communicate. And, are we doubling? Are we pushing? Are we sliding? Right. All those additional things that when you then get these one-on-ones, it allows the four-man rush to get home. Or even in a case with Walter Nolan, where you have guys kind of going in and out of the box, that play that he had on the goal line, there was a miscommunication with how they were going to block that run. And so when you're disguising and moving around on the back end, it helps the front side or the front end as well. And so he went unblocked and made a great play, right? And
saved the touchdown.
Saved the touchdown, right? But a lot of that may even have stemmed from the second level. Okay, is this safety in the box? Did we make the call? Because all that changes how offensive linemen block. And so great play by him, being able to get up the field, being explosive and make that tackle. But also the back end could have potentially helped him with that. And just to kind of transition to him, he is, kind of when I was watching him, I was like, man, he got little ankles, man. He's like an athlete, right? And that reminds me, he's just so quick and explosive. He probably, if he was to lose like I did Wade, he probably could play linebacker. I think he's that type of athlete. Yeah. And so when you see him getting off the ball, being explosive, changing direction, going in and out on guys, one-on-one pass rushing and spinning, he was just disruptive, strong at the point. Really liked what I saw from start, from finish. Yeah, sack, right. He went in and out, swiped the arm, and was able to get to the quarterback. So he's quick, explosive. He can hold up at the point because he had the batted ball. And then the next play, they ran zone at him, and he was battling with the guard and was able to hold off on him, rip off, and make a tackle. So he's a very well-rounded defensive lineman. I think the biggest thing for him moving forward now is, because I don't know him personally at all, but I know with Calais in there, right, what Calais was talking about, right, still be slow, right, because and what Calais is saying is that, hey, you got to build on wherever you start at, you got to build on it, so you have a great game, hey, man, chill, that's just one game, bro. You want to be in this league as long as I've been, you got to continue to build, continue to get better, and be like Calais in a sense where you heard JG say, yeah, Calais came in and was upset because he could have had another sack and was upset about that one play where after he had 2 sacks, right? Yeah. And you want to have that type of mentality. And so that's what I'm excited about, having that here with Calais is continue to develop and grow, because for him to come out there as a rookie, having played at all in the league and be that impactful versus a good offense
that was already playing for 7 weeks.
Right. That's really hard to do. Yeah. Really hard. So now just building on from that as he continues to evolve as a football player is going to be key.
And Calais said what you just said after the game, too. He's like, I'm just reminding him it's one game.
Right.
And the best part of all this, they didn't trade Calais at the trade deadline.
I know. That was awesome. I think it's going to be so good for Walter Nolan and Darius Robinson still to have a guy like Calais walking around. When you look at the defense, where do you think the defense could improve the most going forward? Because they've shown some really good things.
And I think, and let me kind of go back. I was talking about Garrett Williams in the defensive back room. I would say all of those guys stepped up, right? Because there was points in this game where the Cowboys could have got back into this game, right? Especially late when I know they had the block, which was like right before half, and they scored points. But then they ran like a comeback with CeeDee Lamb, and that was like fourth, and they could have got within maybe a touchdown or a score to kind of re-energize that team. And to have the pass breakup that we had, I think it was Max Melton that made the play, or was it Burke? I can't remember who made the play.
Burke made a good play on CeeDee Lamb.
Right. It was a couple of plays on CeeDee Lamb that was made. Now, Burke. So early in the year, they gave it up, right? Mm-hmm. Late in the game where they played well all in the beginning, and when it came down to crunch time, those money downs, the receiver, the number one receiver, whoever it may be, depending on what team they were playing, were able to figure out a way to make the play. This time, the Cardinals, this young secondary, grew up a little bit, I think, and made the play they needed to kind of capture that game and sell it once and for all, because they could have had life if they converted that fourth down.
Yeah, that's a good point.
So that was really good to see as the growth of this defense. The young players feel, this is a money down. We got to step up and make some plays that I really like to see. I mean, I think from here, it's just mainly just consistency. I mean, they played really well. Tackle well, got turnovers, created pressure with four-man pressure. I mean, this defense is good. The defense is who we thought they should be, right? They just have to be healthy to get guys back. And then also from an aggressive standpoint, just being consistently blitzing and dialing some things up and not just trying to play coverage the whole game. You have to be diverse in coverage and blitz, which I thought they were in this past game, and it was very strategic, and it was really fun to watch.
It's interesting what you say about Garrett Williams, too, because we saw last year, Wolf, you talked about this a lot last year, where when he's back there, it even frees up Buddha, who doesn't even seem to ever need freed up, and just kind of what he does for the defense, because the defense looked a lot more aggressive against Dallas, but not like recklessly so, kind of like you were saying. And I don't know, so like I'm not trying to project ahead like, oh, they're going to make a playoff run or any of that, but if the defense plays like that, it just feels like as tough as the schedule is, they could and really probably should be in every game. They've been in every game this year.
For sure. I mean, when you think, what was Dallas offensively ranked? I mean, they had to be a top five with the points they were giving up, right? Right?
Number two in
and
points
to go out
per
there
game.
and handle them the way they did, right? In the red zone, keeping points off the board. I think a big play that kind of went unnoticed as halftime to get in field goal position, tackling the tight end out of bounds going backwards. It kept the clock going, right? So that was a missed opportunity for Dallas to maybe potentially have another play and get in better field goal range that took 3 points off, right? And so those little things right there are game changers, and coaches see those things. And when you see a team playing like that is 2-5, now 3-5, they got something to them, all right? And as long as they continue to fight, they're going to be in these games. Now it's about, can we switch from what happened in the first half of the season when we were losing these 1-point score games to figuring out a way that we can win? And I think with Jacoby Brissett and with this defense playing, if they both can play well at the same time, they'll have a shot. And then obviously the special teams can't start giving up block punts.
Yeah.
All right. They can't now start playing bad once you got the offensive defense rolling.
And don't give me that combination between that three technique and an edge player. Oh, boy, Walter Nolan, Josh Sweat.
Yeah.
More on this as the show unfolds.
And as the season unfolds.
Indeed.
Look at that, huh? All right, we come back to the offense, though. We got to go big picture. What is Kyler Murray's future in Arizona? 15-year NFL vet Lorenzo Alexander sticks around for more next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Delivers, bounces behind his back. Now down to 7 on the shot clock as Booker gets it with his back to the basket. Throws right corner Gillespie. Penetrates baseline. To a cutting Livers. He'll throw it down with a big-time right-hand jam.
Suns host James Harden, Bradley Beal, Kawhi, Chris Paul, and the LA Clippers tonight. Pregame at 6, 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
There are countless personal injury attorneys in Arizona. How in the world do you know whom to choose? Hey, everybody, it's Dan Bickley, and here is why you choose the attorneys at Sweet James when you are hurt in an accident. Number one, Sweet James used to work defending insurance companies, and so did many of his attorneys, and they were disgusted by how insurance companies take advantage of everyday people at their weakest moments, and now they use their passion, experience, and knowledge to give injured victims victims a voice. Secondly, they are one of the only firms that have attorneys with experience in over 500 trials, and they constantly deliver some of the top settlements in the state. Now, it's the compassion for injured victims that drive them to win and win big. So if you are hurt in an accident, call Sweet James at 800-9-MILLION, 800-900-0000. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
I'm Navy vet Phil Briggs, here for Navy Federal Credit Union. I always love Veterans Day because it's when I see my buddies posting up pictures of us when we were younger and built for speed. Navy Federal Credit Union also celebrates veterans of all branches and their families every day of the year. As a veteran, you can become a member and access exclusive rates, discounts, and financial tools for the whole family. So become a member today at NavyFederal.org/veterans. Navy Federal Credit Union. Our members are the mission. Navy Federal is insured by NCUA.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Hi, sports listeners. It's Wayne from Amco. So I know a lot of you have bought new or new used cars that have extended warranties. You know, your salespeople tell you you have to go back to the dealer for repairs. That's not the case. If you have an extended service contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there. And remember that you can use it at any Amco. Most people think you have to go to the dealer for oil changes and service to keep your warranty valid. That's also not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center. And Amco is authorized by all of the major warranty companies. Amco has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service. Now remember, Amco does more than transmissions. So if your car needs repairs, or you hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call Amco first. Just Google Amco for your nearest location. That's Amco, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Add a GLP-1 medication for just $149 and say goodbye to that belly fat for good. Don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Fix your low T with no startup fee and add a GLP for just $149 only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com.
Black Friday is going on now at every AutoNation store. Hurry in and save for a limited time. Buy with zero down. Plus, make no payments till next year. Shop new and used cars, trucks, SUVs, even top luxury models. Drive with zero down. Plus, no payments till next year. Save your cash for the holidays. Go to your nearest AutoNation store now.
Limited term financing on approved credit. 90-day deferred payment. Interest accrues from date of purchase. See store for details.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns return home tonight for a matchup with the depleted Los Angeles Clippers. No Kawhi Leonard or James Harden for LA, but Jalen Green is probable to make his Suns debut. Tip-off for the game is at 7, with pregame coverage beginning at 6. Right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And Week 10 of the NFL season begins tonight with the Denver Broncos hosting the Las Vegas Raiders. Kickoff for that game is at 6:15. This report is brought to you by The Window and Door Store. After a brutal summer, your home deserves an upgrade. Schedule your free in-home consultation at thewindowdoorstore.com.
Arizona Sports.
It's crazy. I've never seen nothing like this.
Lorenzo Alexander, 15-year NFL veteran.
And he is going to get sacked. Lorenzo Alexander, the former Cardinal.
The Lowdown with Wolf and Luke. Brought to you by Y-Refi.
All right, Lorenzo Alexander is here. We talked about the quarterback situation a little bit, just in terms of what it means now going forward this season, Wolf. But we gotta go big picture. Obviously, I think that's what a lot of people are looking at right now. This is Chris Canty from earlier today.
This is the soft benching leading to the long goodbye for Kyler Murray. We're done with him. It's over. It is. And you can see the difference in how the team plays with Jacoby Brissett at the controls as opposed to what we've gotten from Kyler. Jacoby Brissett has started the last 3 games, 3 straight games with multiple passing touchdowns. Kyler Murray ain't did that in 5 years. Last time that happened was 2020 for number 1 in Arizona. He hasn't lived up to being the number 1 overall pick. He just hasn't. And they've cycled through coaches and general managers, and he's been the common denominator to the futility that has been the Arizona Cardinals. It's time. It's over for him in the desert. And we're seeing that now in real time. They've taken it off the board in terms of Jacoby Brissett having to look over his shoulder and having to play the results week to week. They've given this locker room some certainty when it comes to who's going to be under center for them, and it's going to be Jacoby Brissett, and Jacoby Brissett has earned that.
All right, so those are pretty strong words.
Yeah.
He's not the only one saying it, though, Zoe. I mean, that's out there.
And I think that's the most respectful way you can say something like, right, Chris Canty played against him, same era, really love and how he presents things, right? He understands how hard it is to play in this league, right? And I think while he was praying Jacoby Brissett and what he's been able to do for this team, also showing respect and just kind of pointing out what Kyler hasn't been able to do from a production standpoint. And guess what? It's okay, right? You've made it to the league, first-round pick. You've played quarterback for 7 years, and there's a lot of guys that just aren't good enough to step over that extra line, and that's okay. You still pretty dope, right?
Yeah.
25,000 guys, right? It is what it is from that standpoint of this is what you've been able to produce here, right? And so from that standpoint, I agree wholeheartedly with Chris Canty that Kyler Murray will be somewhere different next year, and that doesn't mean that he can't reinvent himself and figure it out somewhere else like a couple other guys and countless other guys have had to do prior to him. So
can I just jump in and say, Zoe, that I do believe that Kyler Murray's going to do better somewhere else because it's going to be the absolute frying pan to the face to wake him up.
I agree, depending where he lands. Like, he needs to land in, like, Pittsburgh or something if this really plays out. Or somewhere. I mean, he's got to fit the offense, but he needs, like, a coach like that that's going to get him on track, I guess.
Correct, because I don't know if he ended up with and he won't be in Denver, but what's my man in Denver right now?
Sean Payton.
Sean Payton.
Yeah.
That a coach like that
might not work.
Wouldn't help his game at all.
Oh my!
He needs someone that's gonna be tough love, but is gonna approach him a certain type of way, right?
Put him in a position to succeed.
To succeed and not MF him everywhere he goes, right?
You're saying BA would not be a good way to go.
No, BA would not be a good way to go. You could be balling and BA may come to you off of one play and MF you, man. Like, my God, BA, I thought I was your guy. I thought I was your 5-star. So, again, I agree with where this situation is as far as from a quarterback standpoint. I had brought up earlier or a couple of weeks ago about another guy I had been around, second-round pick. It didn't work out, and they said goodbye to you by putting you on IR, and you can kind of disappear off into wherever you go because you no longer really have to be in the facility.
That's right.
You can go rehab, get your surgery, whatever that may be. It also protects him from getting hurt if he had to go into the game. And if it's a minor thing, right, it's not going to drop his value as far as him as a quarterback. He is who he is in terms of what he's been able to produce over the last 7 years. People are going to make an evaluation off of that, especially with a foot injury that if last week he had an opportunity to have a role on the field, it can't be too severe, right? And so he just has to get healthy and get his mind right for that next opportunity that he's going to have. And I think it's the right decision in terms of allowing Jacoby to be the starter and not have to worry about answering the questions week in and week out because that becomes a distraction too. Okay, well, when is Kyler coming back?
Yeah.
How you doing your thing? Hey, JG, you got to keep answering the questions over and over. And then Jacoby.
It's not just Jacoby.
Yes,
it's
everybody
that
have to speak. And I've had to deal with that. Like, you got to keep talking. Yeah, it doesn't matter. Hey, we know Kyler and, Jacoby's doing his thing. And when Kyler, you kind of have to be in the middle
Can't
in the
say
grade.
the wrong thing either.
Right. You got to be very mindful.
Trey McBride, Marvin Harrison Anderson Jr. is saying good things about Jacoby Brissett, and people are like, that means they hate Kyler.
Right,
No, it just means they're saying good things about the guy who's starting.
Exactly. So it alleviates a lot of pressure off of everyone that's in that locker room, head coach, everybody, media guys. You just don't have to worry about it because everybody knows who's the starter now moving forward and where Kyler's at. And, depending on if he comes off of IR, which I don't probably see at this point, you don't have to worry about for the rest of the season. You just worry about playing football and answering football questions.
Do you think, and maybe you've kind of already answered this, but like the decision's already made, then behind, it doesn't matter really what Jacoby Brissett does the rest of this season in terms of your big picture? It may impact, like, if Jacoby's your guy next year, if you're drafting a guy or whatever. But as far as Kyler, do you think anything that happens on the field now this season is going to impact that?
Then you got to think about, right, so he went on IR, so he had to beat it for 4 games.
Yep.
And then when he comes back, is it worth putting him out there if you've already made the decision that he's not our guy moving forward? Now you risk injury, and now you're on.
Can I just jump in and say this, though? It's interesting that the injury is 4 to 8 weeks. 4 to 8 weeks. Imagine if it's the 8.
That's the season.
What that does. That's the season.
4 is almost the season.
It might as well be the season. I'm going to sit out all this time. So it's really hard to play quarterback, to go and sit out all that time and come back and you've already kind of been up and down. To jump into something that's, rolling is really hard to do. And at that point, what is the benefit to really either party? Right, because if I go out there and play bad, I ruin my chances or my value. Right, I can't go anywhere else, and at this point, I don't know if he's going to go out there, and if he gets hurt, then that really hurts things.
And if he goes out there and if he plays well, it muddies the
waters. Right?
It's like you're almost in a no-win situation.
Yeah, you just make the shift. They made it. Now you rock and roll with JB. And then who's the backup now? I haven't even gotten that far.
Would be the backup
right
now.
If he JB gets hurt, that's who goes in, and you just got to roll with the hand that you've kind of put yourself in at this point.
They also just signed Jeff Driscoll.
Oh, did they
I feel like
really?
they do that every year, just your annual Jeff Driscoll signing right there. Well, then my question for both of you guys is, and this probably is influenced by how the rest of the season goes, but if you move on from Kyler after this year, who's your quarterback next year? Like, are you going to the draft? Are you going with Jacoby Brissett? Are you going with Jacoby, but you have a drafted rookie to learn behind him? Or, like, what's the plan there?
Yeah, that's something that, Monty's thinking about right now as far as who's going to be free agents. What does the draft class look like? What assets do we have? And then how do we finish the season in terms how far do we have to move up to get a guy that we actually like and think is viable to replace Jacoby? I'm about to do it, Jacoby Brissett. So it's just that's something that we can't answer now.
Yeah.
Ideally, right, Jacoby is probably not your franchise guy. He's a really good quarterback.
Yep.
But franchise for the next, 10 years, he's not that guy. And so you do have to start kind of figuring out who's the next, who's going to be that guy that you can build teams around and hopefully go to perennial playoff games and win a championship with. And that's why you have Monty Ossenfort right now doing that.
Yeah, he's gonna.
I'm with you on this.
Money on
I
this
really am. I think honestly, Jacoby Brissett is somebody I want on this team.
Yeah,
no doubt about it. Especially if you are going to draft a young quarterback. But I think that's what they're going to do if they can do it in the draft.
Yeah,
if they can target somebody they really like. I could see that happening, but. That's a big if.
That's a lot of ifs. That's a ways down the line. But I'm sure they at least have to think about it when they make a decision like this. Like, do we have a plan if these 3 things happen? All right, cash prizes, fierce competition, and the legendary golden paddle are up for grabs. So grab your paddle and bring your A game. Join us Friday, November 14th at Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa for the 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament presented by Sanderson Ford. Don't miss the epic mascot matchup at noon where fan favorites like Big Red and the Suns Gorilla are going to face off in a hilarious high-energy battle on the court. Wolf, I'm not even joking. I'm pretty sure Jarrett Carlin is going up against the mascots in that. No. I've heard a rumor.
Okay.
The best part is it's all, and it's fitting because he's a mascot. It's all for a great cause. Proceeds benefit Operation Santa Claus charities. Text PICKLE to 620-620 to register your team now. That's PICKLE to 620-620. Spots are filling up, so don't wait. PICKLE to 620-620 and secure your spot. When we come back, we got Thursday Night Football tonight, and we got the ramifications of a few trade deadline deals. So what stood out to Lorenzo Alexander? He's sticking around for one more segment next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Sign up now for the second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text PICKLE to 620-620. Help some kids, have some fun, and win some prize money. Text PICKLE to 620-620 now.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Orchard. What if you found your dream home that you've been looking for, and then you could just move in right away without waiting around to sell your old place first? It sounds perfect, right? It's exactly what Orchard's Move First, Sell Later program allows you to do. Buy your new home now, sell the old one later, and here's how. Orchard gives you cash so you can buy and move into your new home first. You can do it on your timeline. That way you don't have to wait around. You don't have to do extra showings. You don't have to plan your schedule around a bunch of strangers' schedules. Then you can avoid double moves, too. The Orchard experts are going to take it from there. They're going to handle repairs on your old home so you attract the right buyers. Orchard agents are local experts. They're some of the most experienced around town, and they're equipped with smart tools and products to help you sell your home for more. It's what they do. They've already helped over 10,000 customers do this. Orchard's Move First program gives you the freedom to buy and move into your new home first, sell your old home later, buy before you sell, but still get top dollar for your home with Orchard. If you're ready to find out how much your home is worth, visit Orchard.com to get your free home valuation. That's Orchard.com.
For the team at Berg Simpson, it really is more than a slogan. Good lawyers changing lives. Dave Burns here. As nationally renowned trial lawyers, they're here to change lives for the better by fighting in court and getting families compensation for their injuries. Berg Simpson also makes it a priority to give back to their community. It's at the heart of everything they do, helping people when they need it the most. So call the trial lawyers of Berg Simpson at 602-777-7000 or visit bergsimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical is proud to team up once again with Arizona Sports for Character Counts. We're celebrating high school athletes across Arizona who show integrity, commitment, and academic excellence. With over $100,000 in scholarships already awarded, we're excited to keep the momentum going. Nominate a standout student athlete today at CharacterCountsAZ.com. We'd love to share their story, and they could win $10,000 from Parker & Sons.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, not advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at TrajanWealth.com.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming, Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
The energy and passion he brings to the game is something I think that's contagious.
Intercepted by Lorenzo Alexander. Now he laterals to Aqib Talib.
When you talk about a great pro that you wish every one of your players would emulate.
He's one of those guys, he's like a lunch bell guy. That blue-collar appeal to coming to work. He's going to outwork you every single play.
15-year NFL veteran Lorenzo Alexander joins Wolf and Luke to give us the lowdown on the Cardinals and the NFL. Brought to you by Y-Refi. Don't let private student loan debt ruin your life. Go to yrefi.com today.
All right, we got Zoe for one more segment, so let's take a look at some of the potential ramifications of what happened at the trade deadline. And the biggest ones, I would say, that jump off the paper are the Jets moving Quinnen Williams to Dallas. Man. The Jets moving Sauce Gardner to the Colts. The Jets just benched somebody today, too. They announced this. It was like one of their better players, and they just decided they're going to bench him. So I don't know if they're just looking for the first pick right now or what. But Rashid Shaheed going from New Orleans to Seattle, I mean, that directly impacts the Cardinals because they're going to face him this weekend.
Right.
So.
Yeah, it's just making, outside of that one, looking through the trades, a lot of defensive line and DBs getting shifted around, right? Understanding, right, just how to stop offense. You got to impact the quarterback right up in the front or back end. Can I lock down number one guys? Can we hold up if we need to blitz? Especially when you look at some of the teams like Philly and who they'll have to play, and just trying to figure out how can we get our defenses a little bit better to have to shut down opposing offenses when you see all these yards being put up around the league.
So, of the names that Luke mentioned right there, what is the one guy you go, really? That guy? You're going to move that guy. Who was that guy?
With the Jets and knowing who they are and where they're at, right? Knowing their head coach being a defensive guy, I was shocked about Sauce Gardner being moved, right? Yeah. A young talent like him,
big time,
who's a baller, who you can build a defense around or build a defense with and culturally get where you want to go. Obviously, they felt like they needed those 2 first-round picks, which is crazy. It's something similar that you got for Micah. So that was shocking to me, knowing what type of player he is, but obviously great for the coach because they're right there on the cusp and knowing what they need to do and the teams that they're going to see if they want to make a run. When you think about the Bills and the Chiefs, the Broncos, right, all these teams that can toss the ball around, you need to be able to solidify that back end, again, to hold up, maybe make the quarterback hold the ball so you can pressure and impact the QB.
What do you think of the Denver Broncos right now? I mean, in terms of how they're playing?
Yeah, I mean,
they're the best fourth quarter team in the National Football League.
Right, they're like the polarization of the Cardinals, right? When you look at the fourth quarters and how they're finding ways to win these tight games, right? Yeah. And that's always typically the difference for most teams. If you can find ways to win, and so they're rolling right now, have a great defense, and just playing really good football. And so when you can find ways to win, even though you may not, maybe you even shouldn't win that game based on how you played the entirety of the game, winning at the end of the day on the NFL level, that's all that matters. And it becomes contagious, a mindset, and you always feel like you're in it, right? It's not like, oh, here we go again. It's not, okay, we got it. We've been here. Right, we've been here. Who's going to make the play? Oh, it's my turn today, right? It's a different vibe when you're in tight games. When you've won them, you just feel like you're going to always win them. Just like when you lose, you feel like you're going to always lose. So they've been, it's been beneficial to them winning these close games.
Like when you put up 33 points in the fourth quarter of a game where you've been shut out all day. Just put up 33 on the Giants. I would think at that point you never feel like you're out of a game. Well, they're playing Thursday Night Football tonight is Denver and the Raiders. Raiders looked better last week because they got Brock Bowers back, and all of a sudden he looked like Brock Bowers for the first time this season. But Denver's 7-2. I mean, that's tied for, but it's the best record in football right now.
Yeah, but this is also a divisional game, and divisional games are toss-up games. I played for the Raiders for 1 year, and so I was a part of, the AFC
Do you have
West.
That helmet? Do you have it? The helmet?
Do I have the Raiders helmet?
You tell me you
I
didn't.
I may not have the Raiders helmet.
Keep the Raiders helmet?
Man, I was a little salty when I was with the Raiders, Wolf. I was not in a good place. I had just got cut from here. We'll get into that later.
Okay.
I don't want to derail the segment, man. I didn't really enjoy my time with the Raiders, even though it was beneficial in some other ways. But neither here nor there. I played in this game before and understand the hatred, right, the history, and that this is a divisional game. And just because the Raiders aren't very good this year overall, the Denver Broncos will have to step up. And we've seen this throughout this season, too, right, where, they're going to win. No, well, it's a divisional game, man. Just watch out, because it's just always something about when you're playing a team you're familiar with, that mystique of who they are or they think they are doesn't really matter to you, because I've seen you a lot. I understand what you like to do. I know your personnel, and I know how to win against you typically shows up, especially, on a Thursday night game.
Also feels like this season, and this might just be what it looks like, but it feels like when a team is going really well, they're almost due to lose. We saw it last week with the Colts and the Packers. Denver has won 6 in a row.
So competitive.
The Patriots have won 6 in a row. They play Tampa this weekend. I mean, that'll be a good game, but it's just, I don't know, Zoe, like when you look around the league right now, who jumps out to you as the team to beat? We did the power poll yesterday, and it's like, even just limiting it to 5, you're leaving out like 2 or 3 teams that probably deserve to be in there.
Yeah, and nobody's really taking the crown with that, right?
Nobody even has one
Everybody's
loss.
falling back. I mean, and so I'm always going to fall back to the knowns. I like the Bills because I know what they can do, right? The Chiefs, you know what they are, the pedigree teams that have been there. So when it's on the line, I'm going to put my money on them. The Eagles, Those are the teams that I'm going to be looking at as far as, because even if they don't win their division, right, the Chiefs could still not even get into the playoffs. But typically those teams know how to win, find ways to win, because everybody thinks like you're supposed to just roll it. Most teams face some sort of adversity, and based on the leadership, the culture, and obviously the talent of that team, those teams typically rise up and find ways to win, and those organizations typically do that. And so if I had to pick somebody today, I would pick probably one of those three teams based on where they're at and knowing their history in the game.
You know what's amazing is back when I was playing, of course, nobody paid any attention whatsoever to the trade deadline. Nobody.
Yeah, it didn't matter, right?
Yeah, it just,
right,
it just
yeah.
really didn't. And even back when you were playing, it wasn't like a lot of guys got moved at the deadline, right?
No.
Now we're starting to see that, though. We're starting to see the trade deadline, some real good I mean, Sauce Gardner and Quinnen Williams.
Right.
And you're talking about some of the best players at third position in the National Football League. It really has changed.
Yeah, and I don't know what that is. I don't know if people feel like it's hard to find great talent in the draft, where you feel like the draft pick, because it's going to be a 30, 31 type pick based on where you're going to be at. Hey, I can give those picks up because I'm getting known talent right now.
I think
and movement.
I think it's also, Zoe, that you can bring a guy in from another team and get him up to speed quickly nowadays in today's NFL, as opposed to when I was playing.
Yeah, and I would also say that the free agency probably had, once free agency started, getting to this mindset of guys moving freely more around, because ownership still was ownership. Like, I'm not trading nobody, you with me.
That's right.
Right now, the further we get from that mentality, I also think guys are willing to shift around that as well, as that's changed.
Yeah, that's a good observation as well. But the terminology is not nearly, it's a little bit more common, I think, the terminology, in terms of going from team to team as well. I don't think it's a completely different system.
Do you guys think there is a position that's tougher to make a jump mid-season than others, setting quarterback aside?
Yeah,
but
probably like receiver.
Okay.
Anything offensively.
Yeah.
Because offensive schemes and terminology could be way different.
Yeah.
If I'm playing D-line, man, getting a three-tech, man, take this B-gap, rush the quarterback, right? If I'm playing corner, we're playing quarters. Some form of that, generally speaking, is quarters, right? You may pass things off differently. If we playing man, hey, lock down the dude in front of you. But when you get into, like, checks, what do we do in quarters in, a BA system versus a Sean McVay system may be completely different, right? Offensive line, where our calls may be completely different based on how we pick up guys or how we mic people. That typically is a little bit more moving parts to it.
The reason I asked that, because I was thinking you might say that, like Rashid Shaheed going to Seattle, on paper, it's like, man, this is a brilliant move for them. It's kind of exactly what it doesn't look like they're missing anything on offense, but if they were, it's that sort of receiver. But they play the Cardinals here in a couple days.
Right.
Is he necessarily going to be totally up to speed?
He could be. I don't know the history. And so when you say that, like, who's the offensive coordinator for Seattle? Where did they come from? Have they ever been anywhere together? The guy in the Saints, right? Did they have similar systems?
Same coaching tree or
right,
whatever,
coaching tree. Now, okay, we can make this tie-in a little bit easier, and it's an easier transition then. But if it's two completely different systems, he's going to have if he plays, he should play, it's going to be a kind of a dial-back package where, hey, you hear this word, you're running these two routes on the backside regardless of what defense they're showing.
Yeah.
And so that's how you would make the transition until he gets caught up.
Okay. So it's always great to have you in here, man.
Thank you, Zoe.
Yeah, always. Appreciate you guys.
Yeah, for sure. When we come back, we're going to take you through the top stories of the day with Wolf and Down Your Lunch. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
A huge Cardinals win Monday night. And here comes a roadie in Seattle this Sunday.
Good team, good football team. Coach really well. Got a lot of respect for Coach McDonald. A lot of their players, I got a ton of respect for those guys. And, it's going to be a 60-minute game.
Cardinals at the Seahawks. Pre-game with your breakfast. Kickoff 2:05 Sunday afternoon on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolfley here for my brothers over at Presidential Pools and Spas. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. You know what I love? Presidential Pools, they first started out as a little company building little pools all the way back in 1991, and they reshaped the pool industry in Arizona. by becoming the largest pool builder in the state by volume. That's right, ladies and gentlemen. Presidential Pools, from 1991 to being the largest pool builder in the state. They've been improving their brand for decades and really set themselves apart with their process, their products, and their people. They build pools, and their history and expertise, I think, is worthy of your attention. I know they came over to the Wolfley compound, and they told us where that pool needed to be and why it needed to be there and what the shape was. They gave us all the information, and we are so happy they did. Go to presidentialpools.com for more information. That's presidentialpools.com, Arizona's #1 pool builder.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
With 24 monthly bill credits on Experience Beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits end and balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro, 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Oak Cliff Speed Test Intelligence data 1H 2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Baseball is all about stepping up to the plate when it matters most. And when you've been injured, you need a heavy hitter in your corner. At Morgan & Morgan, we don't back down. We fight to get you every dollar you deserve. No curveballs, no strikeouts, just results. That's why we've recovered over $25 billion for our clients and fight for them from offices nationwide. Morgan & Morgan, America's largest injury law firm, proud sponsor of the Arizona Diamondbacks.
Injured? Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
People always tell you to stop and smell the roses, but I couldn't bend over to smell the roses. Now I can.
Chronic pain and stiff joints place limitations on life, but QC Kinetics gives patients amazing relief to finally live their best lives, like Andrea Southard.
It's amazing the freedom that these injections have given me. I'll be 49 in June, and I am too young to be in that much pain and that debilitated.
Extreme pain from osteoarthritis is no match for QC Kinetics. These are sophisticated, all-natural biologic solutions that directly target pain, restoring and repairing damaged tissue in your knees, back, hip, or shoulders. No surgery, downtime, or steroids.
I got my life back. I got my smile back. And I guess best of all, I got my laugh back.
Ready to shed the pain and get your life back? Call QC Kinetics.
602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-7246. QC Kinetics. 602-837-PAIN.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns return home tonight for a matchup with the depleted Los Angeles Clippers. No Kawhi Leonard or James Harden for LA, but Jalen Green is probable to make his Suns debut. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app. And Week 10 of the NFL season begins tonight with the Denver Broncos hosting the Las Vegas Raiders. Kickoff is at 6:15. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student-athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Yeah, can I have a number 3 with cheese and a large coffee?
Wolfing down your lunch. Serving up today's top sports stories with Wolf and Luke.
Man, does this smell good.
Brought to you by Aria Dental Implant Center. Locally owned and affordable dental implants.
All right, thanks to Lorenzo Alexander for joining us the whole previous hour. We are live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, and it is now time for Wolfing Down Your Lunch. Rick is here. Rick?
You guys excited for Jarrett Carlin to play the mascots in the pickleball tournament?
This is, I've known Jarrett for a while, and we've worked on a lot of really ridiculous projects together. And now that I see this is kind of where it's all been headed for him to be playing pickleball against a bunch of mascots.
I agree. If you want to see him and register your team, text pickle to 620-620. That's pickle to 620-620.
I'm glad we're doing the show from out there so we can just watch Jarrett playing racquetball or pickleball against a bunch of mascots from around town.
Like that.
Yeah, Jarrett versus the Suns Gorilla, Big Red.
Yeah, it'll be fun. Sparky's going to be out there, I believe, too.
Yes, yeah. Sparky will be out there as well. The Arizona Cardinals placed quarterback Kyler Murray on the injured reserve yesterday. What do you guys make of K1 being placed on IR exactly a month? It was literally exactly a month after the injury occurred.
It's hard to imagine him playing for the Cardinals again. I'm not going to sit here and pretend there's a 0% chance it happens. I mean, maybe he just is out for the rest of this season and they go back to him next year. I mean, that's very possible. We were looking at his contract again during a break. I mean, it would be a lot of dead money if you moved on from him in the offseason. But the flip side is there is a very viable scenario where if you see a guy in the draft that you like, and there's not like a consensus number 1, so it's not like you have to pick number 1. You may like a guy that's going to be there at 15 or something. If you go out and draft a rookie quarterback, he's not going to cost that much his first year, so it kind of offsets the dead money you'd be given to Kyler. Maybe that rookie could learn behind Jacoby Brissett. That wouldn't be the worst thing. So it gives you some clarity for this season. I think it raises now a lot of questions for the offseason.
Yeah, I do think it gives you a lot of clarity this season, and because of that, I think it gives you a lot of clarity this offseason as well. I would disagree with Luke on that. Because of what you're doing right now, I think once deposed, a king is deposed. There's no getting around it. And because of that, I think this is a situation where I think Kyler Murray is done playing football for the Arizona Cardinals in 2025. I think he's done. Going into 2026, I don't think we're going to see Kyler Murray again. I could be dead wrong on that. And if I am, fine. I've got no problem with that. I just want to see Kyler compete. If he does come back, I want to see him compete. No one is guaranteed anything in the National Football League but your check. I want to see him compete if he comes back. And maybe he'll be given that opportunity.
All right. You guys basically answered this already. But sticking with this topic, our Sanderson Ford poll question is up now at ArizonaSports.com, and it asks, has Kyler Murray played his last game as a Cardinal, yes or no?
I would say yes.
Yeah.
I'm going to say yes, but I'm not as – I think most people voting yes are thinking like, yeah, it's 100%, it's a done deal. I think it's like 80% yes, but I'm still going to say yes.
That's still a high percentage.
Yeah.
Produce!
All right. I'm voting yes because I do agree with you guys. Only 77% say yes.
Wow.
I feel like that's a low number.
Yeah.
We got 23% saying no. So
it's got to be partially because of the contract. I mean, there is a scenario where Brissett goes out there, isn't great the rest of the year, and then in the offseason they don't love anybody in the draft and they go back to Kyler. But the number of ifs that are involved in that, and even ifs we don't know about based on conversations behind the scenes that would involve Kyler, I'm sure, that just makes it seem kind of unlikely.
See, once again, I cannot stop thinking like a player. What was that? I have no idea.
I dropped my mouse.
Right. It was very weird.
Sounded like clapping.
I am going to continue to think like a player. And once a franchise quarterback is deposed, again, I believe he's deposed like a king. And because of that, if you're going to do it once, you've done it. He's done. That's what I think.
So if Jacoby Brissett goes down, are they going to call on Jarrett?
Sincerely hope not. I'd rather have an injured Kyler Murray playing than Jarrett.
That's so funny. I forgot to laugh, Rick.
Well, I mean, he's, helping out the mascots.
They could call on him as a mascot. They could do that.
The Phoenix Suns take on the Los Angeles Clippers tonight at the Mortgage Matchup Center. Tip-off is at 7, and you can listen to the game right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. The Clippers will not have James Harden or Kawhi Leonard for tonight's game. Is this a game the Suns have to have, given the circumstances?
It's not a game they have to have, but it's the first time this season we've gone into a game where I thought, okay, this maybe is one they should win. The Clippers are still good, even without Kawhi and James Harden. They still have other players, so I don't want to paint them like they're the worst team in the league, but they're missing two of their main guys. The Suns, maybe most importantly to me, have played pretty good basketball at home so far this season. So I don't know who's favored. I'm guessing the Clippers are probably still favored, but no, Phoenix is actually favored by 3.5. Wow.
Yeah.
So I guess that tells you all you need to know.
Yeah, honestly, you stop and think about it. Kawhi Leonard is not going to play. He scored 27 in the last game they played, and James Harden scored 30. That's 57 points. Ron Wolfley doing math live on the air.
Dangerous.
Without those two guys, with Jalen Green being probable and coming back, I could see where the Phoenix Suns at home could win this game, especially the second time they're playing the Clippers.
Jalen Green is probable, as you mentioned, Wolf, to make his Suns debut. What are your expectations for Green tonight if he indeed suits up?
I don't know that there are specific numbers. It's more... There are numbers for the year when we get going.
Yeah,
and he's playing.
My question is just what do you want to see from him? What do you think we'll see from him?
I think tonight specifically, I'd like to see him step in, make a few shots that you're like, oh, okay, yeah. There's most of the guys on the team don't make those shots, but Jalen Green can, and not disrupt what they've done well on offense, if that makes sense. I mean, I think ultimately he's going to make what they do on offense run a lot more smoothly. But to your point earlier in the show, Wolf, there are a lot of people, especially at the time of the trade, that felt like he couldn't fit with Devin Booker.
Yeah.
I'm not expecting them to fit together perfectly in his first game back, but you'd like to just kind of see some signs that it could work.
Yeah, the thing I'm really looking at, a couple of things. Number one, his effort on the defensive end of the floor. That's number one. And number two, how he and Book play together. How each one plays off the other. That's what I want to see. When Book has the ball, what is Jalen Green doing? When Jalen Green has the ball, what is Book doing? How do they play off each other? That's my expectation. I have no numeric expectation. I just want to see how they play defensively with Jalen Green on the floor and offensively with Book specifically.
Can I make a bold claim here?
You already predicted the Suns to make the playoffs. Is it going to be more bold than that?
Probably, actually.
Oh, wow. Okay.
Tonight we are seeing the debut of a future Suns legend.
Oh,
jeez. Okay.
In Jalen Green.
Wow.
So just to run through, I wanted to see signs that he'll fit with Book. Wolf wanted to see a good defensive effort. And Rick wants to see Steve Nash level career starting.
No, I'm not saying that tonight, but I do think that
he's the start of it.
I really am high on Jalen Green. I've been really high on Jalen Green since his rookie season. So.
Yeah,
this is true.
Okay.
And Jamal is shaking his head.
He is.
Right.
And not only that, he's rolling his eyes, which you can't see. But Jamal, do you have anything you'd like to say real quick before we go to break?
No.
Okay.
Thank you, Jamal.
Jamal's like, I'm just going to get
Jamal
myself
or
in
nothing.
trouble. And that time Jamal gave you a firm nothing intentionally. And in fact, that nothing was something. That's wolfing down your lunch. Thank you, Rick. All right, we come back. What would it say if the Suns did go out there tonight and avenge their earlier season loss to the Clippers? Specifically, would it say something about this coaching staff already? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
Jonathan Gannon is our guest here on the Burns and Gambo show.
Is it safe to say that the way that Jacoby Brissett has been playing, that even if Kyler was healthy, that you still would have came to the same conclusion?
Yeah, I mean, it's a hypothetical to me, but yeah, I like where we're at right now with the offense moving forward.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Legacy Green Solutions. Go to LegacyGreenSolutions.com for more information. Listen, the Basin's most trusted team for artificial grass is Legacy Green Solutions. That's right, artificial grass, putting greens, and hardscape as well. They transformed our backyard at the Wolfley compound. They turned it into a true oasis. The artificial grass, brothers, I don't know if you've seen this new stuff they have, but the artificial grass looks amazing. It feels great. Our dog loves it. Baron loves playing around in the grass. It's clean, it's cool, and it's built to last. Legacy Green Solutions is simply the best, man. They're family-owned and rooted right here in the Basin for over 25 years, and they've been voted best of the Valley. Text GREEN to 620-620 or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com to save 15%. Legacy Green Solutions. They make it look good and they make it last. Text GREEN to 620-620.
Every day, reliable, comfortable, connected. Every day you rely on power. At APS, we work around the clock to deliver some of the most reliable power in the country. But with Arizona's extreme weather, outages can happen. Stay safe and informed with alerts by keeping your contact information up to date. And visit our outage center for updates online or on the APS app. For more ways to stay safe and informed, visit aps.com/brighter.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
The Honda Rodeo Fest is back November 7th through the 9th at Chase Field. Don't wait, this is your last chance to see Kid Rock.
Jason Aldean,
Nickelback,
John Party,
Riley Green, and Treaty Oak Revival. Plus 3 nights of World Championship Rodeo. Tickets are selling fast and won't last. Get yours now at Ticketmaster.com. For details, visit thehondoRodeoFest.com. That's thehondoRodeoFest.com.
This is the story of the one. As a maintenance supervisor at a manufacturing facility, he knows keeping the line up and running is a top priority. That's why he chooses Grainger. Because when a drive belt gets damaged, Grainger makes it easy to find the exact specs for the replacement product he needs. And next day delivery helps ensure he'll have everything in place and running like clockwork. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Finding great candidates to hire can be like, well, trying to find a needle in a haystack, but not with ZipRecruiter. Its powerful technology actively finds and invites qualified candidates to apply to your job. So while other companies might deliver a lot of hay, ZipRecruiter finds you the needle in the haystack.
See why 4 out of 5 employers who post a job on ZipRecruiter get a quality candidate within the first day. Try ZipRecruiter for free at ZipRecruiter.com/free. That's ZipRecruiter.com/free.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-502-2612 or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states.
What are we watching in tonight's Phoenix Suns game? It's Staring at the Suns with Wolf and Luke.
All right, thanks to the listeners in Anthem. How's everybody out there in Anthem doing right now?
What's up, Yoda? Up in Anthem.
Is that where he is? Is up in Anthem? Nice. No. Oh, but he could be.
He used to.
Oh. Playing Green Day for a reason, because Jalen Green is expected, he's probable to make his Suns debut tonight. So every time we talk Suns, we're playing Green Day because it is Jalen Green Day here in the Valley. Had this thought driving in, Wolf, and I wanted to get your reaction to it. The Suns coaching staff, Jordan Ott, let's just say Ott specifically right now. Oh, you did? Oh, I missed this. All right, we're doing Staring at the Suns right now? Okay. Are we doing Staring at the Suns?
Oh, okay.
All right, we'll do Staring at the Suns first. Rick, was that on the air or off the air?
That was off the air.
Okay. All right.
That's so good.
So I guess we're doing Staring at the Suns.
I have no idea what just happened, basically.
Apparently, Rick played the Staring at the Suns sounder over this. I just didn't hear it.
Okay.
Luke wanted Green Day, so instead of playing the normal Staring at the Suns, I did a remix with Green Day.
Oh, nice. Okay. Well, I want to honor the remix.
You didn't notice it.
No, I'm sorry, Rick. I blame the headphones. All right. Well, okay. Let's do Staring at the Suns first.
That was so weird, man.
My answer's easy. Jalen Green. That's who I'm watching tonight.
Okay. Man, it's hard to say that. He's probable.
Yeah, he's probable.
Okay.
Well, I'll probably be watching Jalen Green tonight. If it's not him, we can come back and redo this segment at 7.
Yeah, it's really cool. Yeah, it's hard to say. How are you not going to be looking at Jalen Green tonight based on needs? But it's not just him. It is going to be Book playing off of him on the offensive end of the floor. When they're out on the floor together, I'm really fascinated to see this. How they play off of each other. And on the defensive end of the floor as well, I want to see Jalen Green and the kind of effort that he's going to be giving. Effort matters to me. And I want to see what kind of effort he's going to bring. And that's been a big knock. It's been a big knock against him, at least in Houston it was. They said that he didn't play hard on the defensive end of the floor, and I think he's going to play hard.
It'll be so blatantly obvious if he doesn't here. And again, I don't mean one game tonight, but the way this team is building their identity to be a hard, gritty defensive team.
Yeah, I would say, Luke, why wouldn't you expect it tonight in one game?
No, I would, but
if ever there was a game, he was going to be, okay, here we go. You want me to play defense, right? It would be making that first impression, wouldn't it?
Yes, but I'm saying over the course of the season, if this team gets better and better defensively and he doesn't, it's going to get more and more obvious. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Like if we get a month into this or 2 months or 3 into this and they have built this team to be really strong defensively and Jalen Green isn't doing it, he's going to really stick out on this team.
To me, once again, everybody gets beat. When you play professionally based on Onions, everybody gets beat. Michael Jordan used to get beat. You're going to get beat.
That's debatable.
Okay, yeah. You're going to get beat individually up and down the floor. That's going to happen. What kind of effort do you give? See, that's what I'm looking at tonight in regard to Jalen Green on the defensive end of the floor. What kind of effort are you going to bring?
You're fired up to watch Jalen Green tonight.
Yeah.
You've been in this almost feels like when a Wednesday's a Friday. That's the mood that Wolf has had all day today.
Yeah.
Ready for Jalen Green to play some basketball.
Let's go.
This is Steve Kerr after the Suns' last game against Golden State. It was a Suns loss against Golden State, but this is what Steve Kerr said about Jordan Ott and this Suns team now as they build this new version.
I just think they're really well organized. I think Jordan is doing a great job. Their staff has them playing to their talent, but the style of play is very purposeful. You look at the three-point attempts, from Grayson Allen and Book and Gillespie, Royce O'Neal. They're all like between 8 and 10 attempts from 3 per game. So the floor is spread. As I said, they're organized. You can see the patterns that they're working on with their cutting out of the corner and, sliding the guy on the wing down, really putting a lot of pressure on the defense. So I think all of that organization is really helping Book and give him the space to do what he does.
Yeah. Steve Kerr.
Because I have a few.
Okay. What are your thoughts on that?
Well, one is specifically what he was saying about Jordan Ott sort of maximizing what his players are good at. That feels like the exact opposite of what we saw last year.
Okay.
That's the first thing to me.
Okay.
It felt like the Suns last year, with all their talent, when you put it together, it was adding up to less than what it should have. Whereas this year, it's early, but it feels like Jordan Ott and this coaching staff may be good at playing the guys' strengths and getting the most out of them. It's extremely early. I get that. But you've got Steve Kerr saying it. He doesn't have to say it right there. You've got everybody around the NBA talking about what they did to Victor Wembanyama in the game over the weekend. Now, that's not all coaching, but some of it's coaching. Yeah. And this is why I'm specifically interested in tonight's game. We've seen them play a team twice already this season. The first time they couldn't stop Utah at all, had to rally and still lost in overtime. The second time they beat them by 22. That's typically the sign of good coaching. If the second time you see a team, your team looks a lot better.
Yeah, that's really interesting. For me, I think of Bradley Beal and I think of Kevin Durant and Devin Booker last year. And I think to some degree that handcuffs you because you're not going to do anything odd. You're going to go out there and you're going to say, we got the big three, go out and play. Here's what we're going to – you're never going to get credit for doing anything schematically because it's about the skulls at that point in time, the skulls that you have. I think right now with this rebuild going on, it's one of the reasons why I think we're seeing people recognize what Jordan Ott is doing. Schematically, you can come in and you can sell it to a bunch of young guys, developing guys. It's easier to sell it. Or a guy like Devin Booker, who's as affable in class and strong as it gets as a player. I think it's easy to sell him on schemes, and we need to go out and play these schemes. I think it's easier to do that when you've got developing guys as opposed to Kevin Durant and Bradley Beal.
Yeah, but it wasn't. You're right. It wasn't just KD and Beal though. I mean, it just felt like the whole team last year was just kind of off. I mean, Beal's biggest thing was he didn't play enough. KD's biggest thing was it's kind of easy for him to put up 30 a night. And I don't know if that was a bad example to other guys who it's not easy for them to put up 30, but they're like, look, here's how KD does it. Here's how I'm going to do it. Well, when you do it, it gets you 2 points.
Yeah.
Whatever it was. We don't have to worry about last year anymore, but I just thought it was interesting to hear Steve Kerr say that specifically because so far it has kind of looked like that. I didn't expect them to beat the Spurs and shut down Victor Wembanyama.
Yeah, but once again, how do they do it? Schematically. That's how they did it. And I think, again, it's easier for Jordan Ott to sell the scheme to the guys that are going to go out and actually execute it, as opposed to KD's like, just give me the ball. Okay, man, just give me the ball. You need guys who are bought into the system as well, bought into the scheme. You need players who are affable, players that are open to what you're trying to sell. And you only get one opportunity to come in and try to establish your culture that first year. You get one opportunity to do it, and I think we're seeing it right now.
So to that end, how do you think he's doing? Because it is early, but like you said, you only get one opportunity.
Doing really, really well.
It kind of, I'm on board so far. I really am. I really am.
What are they? 6-2 now
in competitive games.
6-2 in competitive games for me.
Okay, well that's what you were looking for, right?
Yes,
to be at that level. So 3-5 overall in record, but 6-2 in competitive games. And we agreed at the start of the season, that's what we were looking for, is how many of these games are going to get deep and we're going to have 6 minutes, 5 minutes, 4 minutes left in the fourth quarter, and it's still very much up in the air and they have a chance to win. They've already exceeded my expectations early in the sense that they would go out there and just handle a team like San Antonio.
Yeah.
Now, I don't know what the next game against San Antonio looks like, but who cares? They won the first one. Like, they're showing the ability to do things sooner than I thought, especially when you consider they haven't had Jalen Green at all until tonight.
Yeah.
Hopefully.
You brought this up earlier, and I think you're on. The fact that they're playing for the second time on the schedule right now, I think it's going to be interesting to watch, yet at the same time, there's no James Harden and no Kawhi Leonard. And those guys scored 57 points in the last game.
All right, we come back to the Cardinals. If the Cardinals move on from Kyler Murray, just how abruptly could they do it? Like, could they not even trade him? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Who wants to win some cash money? Who wants to win the golden paddle in the second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament? Text the word pickle to 620-620 and find out all about it. Friday, November 14th, Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa is the place where your two-person team will paddle the pickle. I came in like a pickleball. Text the word pickle to 620-620 and sign up now. Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620. Such data rates may apply.
Black Friday is going on now at every AutoNation store. Hurry in and save for a limited time. Buy with zero down. Plus, make no payments till next year. Shop new and used cars, trucks, SUVs, even top luxury models. Drive with zero down. Plus, no payments till next year. Save your cash for the holidays. Go to your nearest AutoNation store now.
Limited term financing on approved credit. 90-day deferred payment. Interest accrues from date of purchase. See store for details.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Add a GLP-1 medication for just $149 and say goodbye to that belly fat for good. Don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Fix your low T with no startup fee and add a GLP for just $149 only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com.
Constipation with belly pain that keeps coming back and back and back. If your symptoms keep coming back, talk to your doctor. It could be irritable bowel syndrome with constipation or IBS-C. Linzess could help you get ahead of it. Linzess linaclotide is a prescription medicine that treats IBS-C in adults. It's not a laxative. It's a once-daily pill that helps you get ahead of your symptoms. It's proven to help you have more frequent and complete bowel movements and helps relieve overall abdominal symptoms, belly pain, discomfort, and bloating. These symptoms were studied in combination, not individually. Do not give Linzess to children less than 2. It may harm them. Do not take Linzess if you have a bowel blockage. Get immediate help if you develop unusual or severe stomach pain, especially with bloody or black stools. The most common side effect is diarrhea, sometimes severe. If it's severe, stop taking Linzess and call your doctor right away. Other side effects include gas, stomach area pain, and swelling. Talk to your doctor and say yes to Linzess. Learn more at linzess.com or call 1-800-LINZESS.
Being hurt in an accident can change your life, and we want you to be empowered in that situation, and that is why we tell you to call Sweet James. Hey, everybody, Dan Bickley here, and when one of our listeners got hurt in a motorcycle accident, he was shocked by the lowball offer he got from the insurance company, and he called Sweet James, and his new team of attorneys helped him get the medical care needed to get on that bike again, and then they fought tirelessly to deliver a $400,000 win. Now, no firm can guarantee outcomes, but if you're ever hurt in an accident, you need a team of local attorneys who have the care, the skill, and the resources to win the most for you. And Sweet James brings over 500 trials of experience to every case, big or small, and that is why they win 98% of the time, and they win big. Call Sweet James at 800-9-million. That's 800-9-million. Find them online at sweetjames.com. Proud partner of your Phoenix Suns.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? the best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons. Heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns return home tonight for a matchup with the depleted Los Angeles Clippers. No Kawhi Leonard or James Harden for LA, but Jalen Green is probable to make his Suns debut. Tip-off is at 7, with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And Week 10 of the NFL season begins tonight with the Denver Broncos hosting the Las Vegas Raiders. Kickoff is at 6:15. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and tonight's Suns game may include the debut of Jalen Green. How will he look? How will the team fare? We'll discuss tomorrow. The fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
No reason to be melancholy whatsoever, running down the field. Because you want to stick your mouth guard in and take the spot above your eyebrows and stick it on some other guy's spot below his lips, ladies and gentlemen. I mean, why get so nasty?
I think we lost Wolf. Wolf may just do this for the next hour and a half.
That felt so good. What up, YouTube? Can you see the flush in my cheeks?
It now matches your red shirt.
Oh, my goodness. Used to do that in the tunnel, man.
That does not
Getting
surprise
ready
me.
To go out. Just look at your teammate and go, ah. Oh, man.
You do that in the newsroom while people are writing stories.
What are you going to do about it?
Well, what are you going to do about it? It's a good segue into what we're about to talk about here. It does, I'll admit, this still feels a little wild to me that as we go into Week 10, we're having the conversation of, okay, if the Cardinals move on from Kyler, how do they do it?
Yeah.
But it's been a weird season, and I think you have to at least have the conversation right now. Is there a possibility he's back and starting for the Cardinals next year? I still think there's a slight one. Most people think there isn't even one. But either way, I think it's worth having the conversation. They're definitely having it nationally. Yeah. I can tell you that. In fact, I can play you some audio to sort of back that up. Here's Peter Schrager on Pat McAfee yesterday talking about what to do with Kyler now.
The problem is Kyler's contract the next 3 years. It's over like $100 million in dead cap space. So what do you do with that? But in a post-Russell Wilson era where teams just say, rip the Band-Aid off, that might be the move. I'll say this. They are still paying Cliff Kingsbury his full salary. They are still paying Steve Keim his full salary. Those guys are from a different era. Those are the guys who brought Kyler in. These new guys, Gannon and Monty Ossenfort and his crew, they didn't draft Kyler. They didn't sign him to that extension. And if you go to the owner and say, hey, we tried it for 2 years, we're going to move on. We got to take a financial hit. We'll figure it out. They might be more open to it than if they were the guys who actually drafted him.
So was that Peter Schrager?
Yeah.
That was Schrager right there. You know, it was interesting. He said from that era.
Mm-hmm, he did.
He said from that era. And that's exactly what I would say. Kyler Murray came in and he was from an era where the spread was going to take over the National Football League, just as it had college. It was going to take over. And I always thought, no way, it's too simple. It's too simple. Get on the ball, snap the ball as fast as you can, go into 11 personnel, and just here comes a zone read of the RPOs. You're running basically about 7 different plays. It just seemed too base, too simple. And you know what? Ultimately, it is. It is too base and too simple. It's one of the reasons why the pendulum has swung back. And now you're having the old and the new blended going forward. Yeah, there are some really good things, good traits about an RPO or a zone read. Just, you got to have it in your offense. Yet at the same time, you got to have much more because it's just too simple. It's checkers as opposed to chess. And that's when Kyler was coming out. He was the head of that. The tip of the spear 7 years ago, 2017, 2018, 2019. That's when the spread offense was going to take over the National Football League, and it did.
How wild would it be if you just think about how unconventional it is, right? It's unconventional for the Cardinals to – it's not impossible. I mean, the Giants just cut Daniel Jones last year. But it's unconventional to say, wow, this guy has this much left on his contract and you're just going to cut him and you're going to eat the cap hit. That is unconventional.
Yeah.
Would you say it's more or less unconventional, though, than it was to, in 2019, spend a number 1 overall pick on a quarterback a year after you had just spent a first-round pick on a quarterback? Like, Kyler's entrance into the league was unconventional, not because he wasn't going to be a high pick, but because the Cardinals were willing to do it. And his exit from Arizona might be kind of unconventional, too. I mean, he's an unconventional quarterback, I guess you could say. But at the same time, it's going to be tough to trade him with that cap hit, obviously. You watch football this Sunday. You will easily find a few teams where Kyler Murray is much better than what they're running out there. But he's got to be the right fit. That's become pretty clear. And
you've got to have the right offense for him as well. That's the honestly, Basinonians, of every thought that I have, the disappointment that I feel that Kyler Murray took what was a real advancement in the schemes of the old last year in 2024 and really improved in those schemes in terms of going under center and taking snaps from under center and running an offense from under center and doing it well, to not developing in that part of the scheme. That really bothers me because he was progressing. What happened to him this year? This year was going to be the big year. Mm-hmm. It really was. And all we saw off of play action were a lot of checkdowns instead of throwing it down the field.
I do wish we could have seen, maybe 9 games before all this happened, but at the same time, maybe not. Maybe Jacoby can lead them to the playoffs. Maybe he still has enough time to do that. I don't know. I mean, this is the way it all played out. And even as I say that, I'm like, but we have seen 6+ years of this.
You know what, honestly, right now, if in fact James Conner was healthy, mm-hmm. I'd feel like, they got a shot. The defense coming around, the way the defense is coming around.
That's the thing. It's the defense, not Brissett, that makes me think they could win some games here.
Right. But, if you tell me Jacoby Brissett is going to continue to protect the ball the way that he has. Ladies and gentlemen, 6 touchdowns to 1 interception.
Convert on 3rd down and protect the ball and let the defense get it done.
If he could just do that with this defense, especially if you tell me Walter Nolan's going to be all that in a bag of chips. Wow.
Maybe a couple bags of chips the way he played on Monday.
And it's just beginning. It's going to get better as well. What do you want to say?
I want to read this cut from Dan Graziano. I'm pretty sure you had in your email.
Okay.
So I'm just to kind of clarify how this could work. So this is Dan Graziano from an ESPN article yesterday saying, if at the end of the season the Cardinals still feel they've been better with Brissett than with Murray, they'll surely consider a change. That would mean either absorbing some of the $36.8 million for 2026 or releasing Murray and taking on $54.7 million in dead money. That's a lot less than the $80 million the Broncos took on when they cut Russell Wilson in 2024.
Wow.
And the Broncos have a 17-10 record since then, made the playoffs last season, and look to be headed that way again, unquote. I think the second part of that is important because sometimes you have this conversation with people and they're like, well, they'll never move on from Kyler. He can't take a cap hit like that. Yeah, he can. Denver did it, and it's if you don't believe he's the guy or if you believe he hit his ceiling, do you want to pay him for the next 3 years and just not make the playoffs for 3 years? Or do you want to take the cap hit right now, but have a chance to make the play if you truly believe you're never going to get there with him?
Yes.
And his body of work suggests you're not going to get there with him.
Isn't it odd that Luke said body right there? Because the body types are so similar between Russell Wilson, of course, and Kyler Murray as well. And yet we're having this conversation. This very conversation. Now, the past is the past, and the past of Russell Wilson is way different than the past of Kyler Murray.
I mean, Russell Wilson had a Hall of Fame career for a while, and then by the time the Broncos both signed and cut him, he was already on the back end of his career. Kyler should not be on the back end of his career.
The only thing I would say in regard to this, and I'm not a mathematician, ladies and gentlemen, I am not.
Oh, boy, this is going to be good.
Honestly, you do not want me doing your balancing your checkbook, whatever it may be. But I will tell you right now that I'd rip that Band-Aid off.
If that's the belief behind the scenes, I think you have to rip the Band-Aid off. Why would you sit here for 2 or 3 years and just, I mean, then your fans are miserable. You're miserable if you've already made that decision internally. Kyler's miserable.
Yes.
I mean, you're facing an uphill battle if you know it's not going to work, you don't stay with the person for 3 more years.
What's interesting, there's an example right in front of you there, 2024. That's what the Broncos did.
I mean, the Giants
and how are the Broncos doing?
They're doing pretty good. The Giants, but they're the better example. The Giants cut Daniel Jones, and the Giants, I understand their record isn't great, and Daniel Jones is doing great in Indianapolis, but the Giants are moving forward. Daniel Jones wasn't going to do in New York what he's doing in Indianapolis. Daniel Jones, exact same draft class as Kyler Murray, so the timeline matches up. For Denver, I think it's a great, comparison too, because they went out and identified a quarterback in the draft. It wasn't the first overall pick, and Denver's a Super Bowl contender this year. Not far removed from all that. All right, we are so back. Cardinals fans, head to the contest page, our YouTube page, or listen at 7:45 a.m., 11:30 a.m., and 4:30 p.m. starting next Tuesday for your chance to win tickets to see the Cardinals take on the San Francisco 49ers or the Jacksonville Jaguars. When we come back, when are the Cardinals getting Trey Benson back? Sooner? Later? I don't know. That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Booker, left elbow jumper, rims off. Williams there to tip it. No. Got his own miss. Jammed it home in traffic. And Mark Williams has 14 points to go with his 12 boards.
Suns host James Harden, Bradley Beal, Kawhi, Chris Paul, and the LA Clippers tonight. Pre-game at 6. 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
There are only about 4,300 publicly traded companies on the U.S. Stock Exchange. But there are an estimated 33 million companies in the U.S. Hi, I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. The average investor is missing out on over 99% of the investment opportunity that's happening in this beautiful country until now. True portfolio strength is found beyond the confines of the S&P 500, investing in promising companies before they go public. Private real estate, infrastructure, world-changing technologies. This is called the endowment model. The endowment model has historically outperformed the traditional model of just stocks and bonds. If you're an accredited investor and want more from your investments, it's time to think beyond just stocks and bonds. Call Trajan today. 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Advisory services offered through Trajan Wealth, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. See website for details.
Protect your liver and give it the support it deserves by making Active Liver from New Nordic part of your daily wellness routine. Find Active Liver in stores at your local CVS, Meijer Grocery, or online at Amazon, or at newnordicusa.com.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well,
I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a game plan for your appetite. Meet the Sonic Smasher, the QB1 of burgers. 2 hand-smashed Angus beef patties, always made to order with melty cheese and Smasher sauce. And this month only, buy 1 Sonic Smasher, get a free large drink when you order in the Sonic app. Hydration, covered. Flavor, elite. Open the app, call to play, and score yours now. Only at Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic.
Because we have lawyers in all 50 states, I see lots of lawyers' ads. Most seem to be bragging on results, but are they true or misleading? For example, in some cases, a firm may try a case even though the at-fault party has no lawyer, then brag in the ad about their results. My son Matt got one for nearly $50 million, but we never collected one dime. Some lawyers may say they got a result even though they were sitting second chair at a firm like mine, and even though they had little to do with it. Happens all the time. All that glitters is not gold. At Morgan & Morgan, our results are real. Visit forthepeople.com and go to settlements and verdicts to see for yourself what your case may be worth before you hire a law firm. Do your homework. Fact check. It's easy and too important not to. Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com.
Injured? Dial Pound Law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Enter to be the next Arizona sports fan of the game, presented by Redbird Farms Chicken. Win tickets to a Cardinals home game, be featured on the Jumbotron, and receive a $100 grocery gift card. Text Redbird to 620-620 to enter to win today.
Message and data rates may apply.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us on Friday. We'll get you ready for the Cardinals and their trip to Seattle to take on the Seahawks. The fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
There's been so much chaos this week. We really haven't even had a chance to dive into a matchup between the Cardinals and Seahawks. And it's Thursday. Really haven't even got to look at this. The game is in 3 days. Let's look at one specific aspect of it, Wolf, the running game, because you're going to need to be able to run on Seattle. And let's start with an update from Jonathan Gannon on Trey Benson, who now is eligible. You could open the practice window and all that stuff.
He's doing well. I take it day by day there. He's not going to be out there today, but he is doing better. You know, what does close mean? I don't know what close means. Take it day by day, but he's doing well. He's progressing.
Jonathan Gannon right there, and maybe I'm just reading too much into this, sounded like a guy who was happy to answer any question that wasn't about his quarterback, didn't he?
Yes, he did. And
I don't blame him.
Yeah, you know, once again, they really need Trey Benson. They really do. They need him back. But Amari DiMercato is a guy that I think is capable of running the ball in between the tackles and doing it with a little butt. And I mean that literally. You know, Bam, I think Bam, too, has really showed a propensity to be able to run the ball as well in between the tackles. But it's just not James Conner or Trey Benson. Mm-hmm. And Trey Benson, too, still has a little bit to prove in regard to running the ball in between the tackles when he gets back. But this is going to be something I think the Arizona Cardinals are just going to run into a pile, Basinonians. And the reason why I say that is because of just how good the Seattle Seahawks are at stopping the run. Think about this. Number 2 in rushing yards per game allowed, and number 1 in rushing yards per play allowed. That is the Seattle Seahawks defense. And when you talk about the Seattle Seahawks defense, I think immediately of their defensive line. You've got Reed, you've got Byron Murphy the second, you got Leonard Williams.
Yeah, I still have, I don't need to see Leonard Williams anytime soon after last season's performance by him against the Cardinals.
That guy gives me so many nightmares because as a Commanders fan, he used to play for the Giants and would just wreck the Commanders. And then, he leaves the division, but he has to go to the NFC West. So I continue to have nightmares about that guy.
Yeah, he has. He wrecked the Cardinals last year, basically twice, but certainly the first time. And he's going to be a problem, I'm sure, on Sunday.
Jaron Reed is a good player as well.
They have a bunch.
Byron Murphy.
They have a bunch of players on defense.
They're just the defensive line. It's what it is, based on things. That defensive line is brutal for Seattle, and I mean that in a very good kind of way if you're one of the 12s.
So Trey Benson's last game was against Seattle, actually, that Thursday night game. So he missed the Tennessee game. Lucky him. He didn't have to be a part of that Tennessee game. Missed the Colts game, missed the Packers game, missed the Cowboys game, which means he is eligible to come off IR. They open a practice window. You just heard the update from JG. That's from yesterday, that it wasn't he wasn't out there just yet. But, I don't even want to say silver lining. It's making the best of a horrible situation. If you can't have James Conner, the one thing you can try to get out of it is see what you have in Trey Benson. This guy was a pretty high pick, and if you strip away all the other positions and just say running backs, he was one of the very top running backs taken in last year's draft. And there was a lot of hype in the running back community around Trey Benson, and he's shown a couple flashes here and there, but he hasn't had consistent playing time. This is supposed to be his job right now while James Conner's out. I mean, it's supposed to be James Conner's job, but he's obviously hurt. So this was supposed to be Trey Benson's opportunity to take the ball and run with it, literally and figuratively. And it doesn't seem like that'll be happening against Seattle.
No, it does not. And, once again, Seattle, the Seahawks are so good in terms of their rush defense. It's one of the reasons why, based on these, they're number 9 in red zone defense. The Seattle Seahawks, top 10. In red zone defense, and the reason being is because they are so good at stopping the run. Once again, that is the area of the field for the most part, where if you have a hard time stopping the run, it's going to show up in the red zone more so than anywhere else.
Yeah. Amari DiMercato is running the ball pretty well, I would say, last game.
I love it.
Do you see, every time he has the ball, do you see he's like holding it like
he's holding it like Ron Wolfley circa 1986.
I mean, good for him. He didn't fumble that one against Tennessee.
I used to run in the open field with two hands
that's
over.
That's how he's running.
Are you kidding
me?
And
I respect it. I mean, have you seen Chad Powers? I'm sure you haven't. It's a new show.
Wait a minute. The open field, Basinonians. Let's define the open field.
Ron Wolfley just running through the open field.
Rarely did that ever happen.
But when it did, you had both hands on the ball.
When I did, yes.
You haven't seen Chad Powers, I'm assuming.
No, I
Rick,
have not.
Jamal, have you guys command and control? One of you has. Neither one of you has?
It's being pushed on me by Aaron Maloney.
Oh, it's funny.
And
it's funnier than I thought it was going to be. See, I didn't think it looked all that great. It's a lot funnier than it looks.
But I have no life. I just watch sports and come to work, and then that's about it.
It's a quick show. It's only 6 episodes. Anyway, the whole point, it's only 6 episodes. But at the very beginning, so I'm not spoiling anything, the very beginning, he pulls the Amari DiMercato and fumbles. He tosses the ball away right as he's crossing the goal line.
Yeah.
So, the next time he plays and scores a touchdown, he has both hands on the ball. He runs out the back of the end zone. He's still holding it. He won't give anybody the ball. And they're like, what's this guy doing?
Interesting.
I want to see DiMercato get in the end zone and kind of bury the pass, but never give the ball to anybody.
Yeah. Would you say 12 personnel was a big personnel group for the Arizona Cardinals coming into this season, ladies and gentlemen? 12 personnel was going to be huge for the Arizona Cardinals. So much of it because of whom? Tip Ryman as your stud tight end, Trey McBride as the move tight end. Look, everybody, it's James Conner. He's going to blow your face off. Then, now all of a sudden, 12 personnel has dropped to 26%.
Well, 20%. They don't have the personnel.
That was at 40% when the season started. 40%, now they're at 26%. It continues to decline. It's precipitous right now. And yet...
Wolves Playbook for Dummies.
12 personnel.
1 back, 2 tight ends, and 2 wide receivers.
I did not expect
Slam
that.
it, Mel. Honestly, though, it really is. It's a paradigm shift, and we're seeing a lot more 11 personnel that is going on right now for the Cardinals. And we're seeing, okay, if we're going to get big, we're going to go big. 18% of the time, Calvin Beachum is going to be in the game as a 6th offensive lineman.
We're getting a lot of Calvin Beachum is tight end eligible in this player. He's an eligible receiver. All right, we come back. Let's talk some basketball. Jalen Green, probable to return tonight. What does Kevin Ray expect from the Suns in their rematch with the Clippers, and this time at Mortgage Matchup Center? That's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Cunahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Hello, everybody. Eric Bryan, owner of Precision Air and Plumbing. When it comes to your comfort, results matter. That's why Precision has been voted the #1 ranked AC company in the Valley for over a decade, delivering the best installation in the state. And now's the perfect time to upgrade. Get $2,500 off a new AC unit, plus receive the Valley's only 10-year workmanship warranty. Protect your home, lower your stress, stay comfortable all year long. Make the Precision decision today. Call us at 602-FIX-MY-AC.
For over 50 years, Spinato's Pizza has been a Valley favorite. Hey, it's Vince Marotta inviting you to be a part of Spinato's Secret Sauce Society, where the perks are as delicious as Spinato's Pizza. Earn points every visit. Turn those points into your Spinato's favorites. Members also get special deals and surprises you won't find anywhere else, plus birthday treats and early access to new menu items before they hit the table for everyone else. Your loyalty deserves more than a slice. It deserves the whole pie. Join today at SpinatosPizzeria.com.
Do you cringe when you have to smile for photos? Are you lacking confidence because of broken, discolored, or missing teeth? Struggle to chew food properly or just function normally? Have you even forgotten how to smile? Well, ProSmile can change all of that with dental implants. At ProSmile, from start to finish, everything is done on-site with your implants by Arizona's top oral surgeons, cosmetic dentists, and an on-site lab to provide immediate teeth with the highest quality. The all-on-4 implants can give you back the confidence to laugh and smile and look good doing it. ProSmile Dental is the only practice. We have oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists available on-site every day. ProSmile is family-owned, not a national chain. They have locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale, and they offer multiple financing options, including interest-free financing or financing up to 10 years. So whether it's the all-on-4 implants, an issue with wisdom teeth, or even a smile makeover with on-site custom-designed cosmetic veneers, text PRO to 620-620 or go to ProSmileAZ.com to book your free consultation. And let's get you into a smile you'll love.
If you're a golfer in Arizona, here's something you need to know. You face a 2.4 times greater lifetime risk of skin cancer compared to the general population. That's because each round of golf means hours in the sun and up to 8 times more UV exposure than non-golfers. The T.W. Lewis Melanoma Center of Excellence at Banner MD Anderson Cancer Center urges you to protect your skin. Sunscreen, long sleeves, and a wide-brimmed hat aren't optional. They're essential. Be proactive. Protect your skin.
Ready to order?
Yes.
We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card, so let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With a Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns return home tonight for a matchup with the depleted Los Angeles Clippers. No Kawhi Leonard or James Harden for LA, but Jalen Green is probable to make his Suns debut. Tip-off is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6 right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And Week 10 of the NFL season begins tonight with the Denver Broncos hosting the Las Vegas Raiders. Kickoff is at 6:15. This report is brought to you by the Window and Door Store. Ready to place your windows or doors? Schedule your free in-home consultation online at thewindowdoorstore.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Catch it in from the corner.
Wolf and Luke.
Brings the boom and catching bodies on his way to the rack.
Suns, game day with K-Ray.
I'm ready for whatever. I'm ready for whatever.
Welcome to the fourth hour of the show, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios. Suns getting ready to take on the Clippers tonight at home, trying to run their home record to 4-1 this season, Wolf.
Oh.
Suns play-by-play guy, Kevin Ray, joining us right now on the Arizona Sports Line. What's going on, K-Ray?
Gents, happy game day.
What's going on, Kay?
Just ready for another fun one tonight.
Man, I guarantee you I missed that Batman mask you had on the other day.
Yeah, we may have to bring that back depending on how some of these games go. All right, Kay, let's start with the obvious. Jalen Green, probable for tonight. Not guaranteed, but this is the first time that he's been probable. If he can go, what are you looking for from him?
Well, I think the first question is, how many minutes do we anticipate? And I would say probably given, recent injuries and everything, probably in the 25-minute range, give or take. I think that they will certainly gauge where he's at, not only while he's on the floor, but, oftentimes, especially when you're talking about a hamstring guys, when you come over off the bench, will he go back into the tunnel and get on a stationary bike to keep himself warm? Those are the things that we'll find out once we get to the arena a little bit later on. But I would say probably 25 minutes would most likely be the target.
Okay, obviously this is the second time the Phoenix Suns have played the Los Angeles Clippers, and the first time did not go very well. What do they got to fix from that first game? What do they got to do better in this second game in order to win?
Well, whether it's the Clippers a second time around, Wolf, or anybody, I think the one common theme that we have seen with this team and their losses is, getting in a hole early and then having to expend a lot of energy and execute almost flawlessly in order to get themselves back into the game. We saw that, at Golden State the other night. And some of it, might be a byproduct of just being a, new collective, new coaching staff, everything. But having said that, there are some correctable things that, I think that they will focus on, especially here tonight. And then look, no Kawhi Leonard, no James Harden. Those two guys went a long way, especially Harden, as he just absolutely, carved them up in that second quarter. And the Clippers were shooting lights out. That was their home opener. A little bit like what Golden State the other night. That first quarter, in the first 8 minutes, Golden State was unconscious from downtown. So I would expect the Suns to be a lot more locked in three-point shooting, but certainly missing a guy like Harden, who is such a tone setter and can get you on your heels defensively with his, still his ability to draw fouls. It goes a long way when you're missing a guy like that.
Talking to Kevin Ray, Kay, you mentioned, kind of a theme of the games that the Suns have won versus the ones they've lost. And another one is how different they look at home as opposed to on the road. They are one Devin Booker buzzer beater away from being 4-0 at home and 0-4 on the road. And they've just looked like a different team when they're at home. Is that something you expect to last all season because they are a team that's not necessarily loaded with star players? Or is that just kind of a coincidence early in the year, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, I think it's a little early to make the determination, but I would say at this point, Luke, it's maybe a little of both, a little bit of a coincidence, but I do think there's something to be said because it's a new team going through these experiences together that you hope will continue to improve as the season goes on, and more importantly, as they continue to get hopefully healthy for a longer period of time.
Now, Kay, obviously it's only 8 games into the season right now, but is there one guy that has kind of caught your eye, a little bit of a surprise player in these 8 games?
I don't know that I would say a surprise. The two guys, the two guys that have stood out just in terms of their impact in the limited minutes they've been on the floor. Colin Gillespie.
Yes.
But that is not a surprise. I fully expected Colin to have a breakout season, and he is really living up to that. And I think, Nick Richards has quietly, guys, in the minutes that he's played, and he hasn't played big minutes, but the minutes that he's played, at least in the games the Suns have been in, he's had a huge influence on, whether it's 10 minutes, whether it's 14 minutes. And I think that speaks to his mentality, his approach, not knowing if he's going to play 7 or 17, just kind of being a pro's pro. So those are the two guys, at least right now, that if you want to qualify them as surprises, would certainly, fall under the very pleasant surprise.
Talking to Kevin Ray, Kay, we were playing a cut earlier of Steve Kerr after the game on Tuesday being very complimentary of what Jordan Ott is already doing with this team. And obviously a lot of people were looking at what the Suns did against San Antonio as well. And, there have been moments early in the season where you're like, okay, this guy, you understand why he was getting some buzz as a guy that was going to get hired at some point here as a head coach. What are you hearing any sort of positive or negative, I guess, vibes? Is there any sort of vibe around his job early on this season around the league?
I haven't talked to a lot of guys only because we've been on the road for a couple of games. I think that what he has been able to accomplish, especially with, given the injuries, I think it has certainly raised eyebrows. Now, if you were to talk to coaches, assistant coaches aside, they would tell you they're probably not surprised considering the stops. He was in LA, part of that championship run and in Cleveland last year, looking what they did and some of the people that he worked with individually, Evan Mobley, Defensive Player of the Year. Jordan worked a lot with him. So I don't think he's surprised. I keep going back to what Brian Gregory said in his conversation with Steve Nash before hiring Jordan. And this is, Steve was a guy that had been around Jordan, that Brooklyn staff, just in talking to people. And Steve said something that I think resonates and certainly resonated with Brian Gregory. And that is, in today's NBA, the big names, the big personalities, the Phil Jacksons, those guys, they're kind of by the wayside. It is now substance over sizzle. And I will tell you, Jordan Ott is full of substance. His players acknowledge that. He is authentic as you're going to come across, very low key, straight to the business, and I've been thoroughly impressed with his approach here early on.
Kay, is there anything you want to look at specifically from Jalen Green tonight? Something you're going to be looking for if he does play?
One of the things I'll be very curious to see is, and I don't think that it's going to be, I don't think we should be surprised by it, but how much of a continued flow will this team have offensively with Book more off the ball? Mm-hmm. Will Jalen be pressing a little bit? And I think if that's the case, it's understood. New environment, new team. He's heard all the talk about what this team can be with him. So I hope the young man can take the floor, take a deep breath, and just be Jalen Green. But for me, it is, how much can he touch the paint? Because the more often that he can touch the paint, the more damage that he can do, both directly and indirectly, whether it's, a straight line assist or whether it sets up a hockey assist, or his ability to get to the rim. I think a lot of people who maybe didn't watch a lot of Houston basketball, this is a kid that can get to the cup and finish.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, always great talking to you, man. Thank you.
Hey, I broke out the Johnny Cash for you today, Wolf, because the Suns need to put the Clippers in the ring of fire. Let's go, baby.
See, everything's got a theme now on YouTube. Thanks,
Thank you, Kay.
That's Kevin Ray joining
awesome,
us right there on the Arizona Sports Line. All right, we come back to football. How could having Jacoby Brissett as the starter now for the foreseeable future impact Marvin Harrison Jr.? You'll hear what Marv had to say about it next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
If you live for this sound, if you are the greatest pickleballer in all of Arizona, and if you have a partner who can help you take it to the competition, sign up now for the second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text PICKLE to 620-620. Help some kids, have some fun, win some prize money. Text PICKLE to 620-620 now.
Rates may apply.
Luke Lipinski back to tell you about Twin Peaks. If it feels like everything's going on right now, that's because everything is going on right now. Football's all around you, college and pros. We're hitting the stretch run in college now. If you watch everything at Twin Peaks, you don't have to miss any of the games, and you can follow along with your fantasy football teams as well. Plus, now basketball is going, and these games are starting to heat up. Hockey is off to a great start as well. Call some friends, grab a table, order up some food and drinks. You're good to go with all the TVs at Twin Peaks. You don't have to miss any of the action, and you're going to be eating great food the whole time, too. Enjoy their outstanding food selection. They've got an entire menu made for MVPs. They got loaded fries, burgers, wings, flatbreads. Boy, wings sound really good right now. Wings, did I mention the wings? And maybe some wings. Plus, nobody does happy hour like Twin Peaks, 3 to 6, 10 to close every weekday. You don't even have to wait for the weekend. They're serving scratch food, pouring quality drinks every day after dark, so you can experience the best late night in the league today, tomorrow, whenever. Twin Peaks has you covered, whatever you're looking for, so never settle. Stop by and experience the great scenery and lodge mentality at Twin Peaks.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and fall is a great time in the Valley. It's also the best time to replace your windows, so do what I did. Take advantage of a great special from my friends at Advanced Window Products, where you get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. You will not be disappointed. My new windows look awesome. The installation process was fantastic and professional, right down to the cleanup process. Highly recommend Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public, where there are no middleman markups. They build your windows, they install your windows, then they guarantee them for life. By the way, that lifetime warranty is transferable. It's serviced by a local team with labor, glass, and parts included, and with financing options available. It is a great time to invest in your number one asset. Call 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
A lot of personal injury lawyers make claims about how good they are. But how do you know who's the best? Who will fight to get you the money you deserve? At Berg Simpson, we don't rely on simple claims like other firms. We have 27 best lawyers in America, 17 super lawyers, and we're one of the National Trial Lawyers' top 25 most influential law firms. Compare us to other firms, then call Berg Simpson.
If you've been injured, call Berg Simpson for free now at 602-777-7000. BergSimpson.com. Good lawyers, changing lives.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right, you can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
The Honda Rodeo Fest is back November 7th through the 9th at Chase Field. Don't wait, this is your last chance to see Kid Rock, Jason Aldean, Nickelback, John Party, Riley Green, and Treaty Oak Revival. Plus 3 nights of World Championship Rodeo. Tickets are selling fast and won't last. Get yours now at Ticketmaster.com. For details, visit thehondoRodeoFest.com. That's thehondoRodeoFest.com.
Arizona Sports. Breaking news.
Ugh. All right. What do you got, Rick? Tell me this is good.
This is good.
Hey, good. Okay.
So this is according to Chris Cartman. I'll read his tweet here. Sources: Kenny Dillingham walked into position meetings last week ahead of a win over Iowa State to tell his players that he would continue to lead Arizona State into next season. 3 people apprised of his comments told at Sun Devil source.
Okay. Were we worried that he was leaving? I'm not. So he's definitely back.
Yeah, he's definitely coming back.
Okay.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
All right. Well, I guess in 2025 you have to say stuff like that.
All right. Yeah,
All right. Well, I'll take that
that's
as good
interesting.
news.
Okay, yeah.
Okay.
Put that in the positive category.
That is, I would say, at the top of the positive category.
Yes.
Well, I wasn't even worried. Now
I was kind of hoping it was Sam Levitt. Because I already assumed Kenny was.
That would have been.
Kenny was fine.
Crazy. I've already emotionally come to terms with it not being Sam Levitt for the rest of the season.
Yeah. Okay.
That throw me off. Right?
Yeah. No, I mean, he's been rumored to be a candidate for, according to Chris Cartman, he's been rumored to be a candidate at Auburn and Florida, among other jobs.
Yeah, I mean, he's going to be that. You're right. He's going to be that candidate every year as long as ASU's good. I will maintain.
Yes.
Until I have any reason to believe he's going to leave. Again, you can throw this back in my face in 10 years that things change. But in 2025, 2026, Kenny Dillingham is not going anywhere. And now you have proof from Kenny Dillingham.
I wouldn't invite people to do that, Luke, because they will.
No, I'm saying like,
throw it back
if you throw it back in my face in 10 years, things may very well have changed.
Right.
But I'm saying right now, and I would say next year, I'll stay with the same stance I've taken of things are going to have gone bad. Fans are going to have stopped supporting their team here. And Kenny's going to have to be getting crazy offers.
I'm just trying to help you out. So.
No, it's too late.
Okay,
There's
just
no
trying to help you out.
I appreciate it, but it's too late. I want to thank our listeners right now in surprise.
Oh, surprise!
There's a surprise for you. And let's talk a little NFL here and a little Cardinals and a little storyline known as the development of Marvin Harrison Jr. in year 2. Wolf, I think we would all agree it's looked better over the last few games. It's been disjointed at times, and then he's had, a monkey wrench thrown into his development because he's switching quarterbacks on the fly mid-season. That's life in the NFL. That happens. But, now he knows Jacoby Brissett's going to be the guy here for a little bit. He talked about he and Brissett just throwing around after practice, getting ready.
I guess the first couple of weeks, whatever routes I feel like I needed to get after practice to just get that angle of catching. I'll get him after practice now, kind of whatever he needs, and I'm always going to be there for him, do the same. So, it's been great, though.
You also talked about the success the offense has been having lately.
Yeah, it's been great. Obviously, we're all working together. like I said, with even my success doesn't take one person on an offense or on a team that has success. It takes all 11 guys to go out there and execute. I think we kind of put it together last game.
He's such a team guy. I really love him. He really is. He just wants to deflect all of it. It takes 11 guys out there to actually go do it. He's so spot on and right on. I love his attitude. I love listening to him. But this is a guy that is definitely getting better. What's interesting about this, 7 receptions in his last game. That is a season high for him. 7 receptions, career high. To me, it says an awful lot on 10 targets, how he delivered, of course. And if you go back to the last time he was targeted 10 times, it's the Seattle game that he was targeted 10 times. And he had 6 receptions for a touchdown as well. I wonder if we're going to see that because, in a big game like this against a good team, it's going to be really interesting to see what they do to try to take away Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yeah.
Knowing that he was targeted 10 times in the first game that they played, and then knowing what he did against the Dallas Cowboys on Monday night.
It's a good point because the Seattle game is where this really kind of turned for Marv. I know he had the concussion after that you can't just look at his stats because he didn't finish that game out, but he finished out the Seattle game. And the Seattle game was the one where he was coming off the San Francisco game with the drop. And then in the first half of the Seattle game, he bobbled that one and it ended up being an interception. So it was like, man, this is bottoming out on national TV. And I was telling you the next day, like, you're getting texts from people because it's on national TV that are friends of yours that don't live in Arizona. And they're like, man, I thought Marv was like doing good. What's going on? Second half of that game, goes over Witherspoon, basically mosses Witherspoon for a touchdown, which nobody does. And from that point on, he has looked better, both with Kyler and Jacoby Brissett.
Yes.
But now it's with Jacoby Brissett, and I do think it's funny. Anything you say is going to be taken as a narrative against Kyler. I don't mean it that way. I do think it's remarkable how quickly he and Jacoby Brissett have had chemistry because they hadn't played in an NFL game together until just a couple weeks ago. And right out of the gate, those two have had chemistry, especially on third down.
Yeah, no, you know what? I love the way that Jacoby Brissett went through his progressions, but his read, I'll guarantee you, Basinonians, his primary read many times was Marvin Harrison Jr. And that was not an accident that we saw him target Marvin Harrison Jr. as much as he did. I think this is going to be the case going forward as well. They've shown a little chemistry there. The Seattle Seahawks are going to do everything they can to take away Marvin Harrison Jr., but that leaves Trey McBride then. And maybe you might want to take away Trey McBride in certain down and distances a little bit more than Marvin Harrison Jr. That's why I think we might see a wild card from Drew Petzing and the Arizona Cardinals this week specifically. Tendency breakers. They're always looking to break tendencies, Basinonians. They are. Offensive coordinators, defensive coordinators, they're always working towards breaking those tendencies. But they do exist, and they exist for a reason, because you experience success when you throw the ball to Trey McBride. Mm-hmm. You experience success when you throw the ball to Marvin Harrison Jr., or at least you are as of late. This is going to be really interesting to see what happens in terms of the targets for McBride and Marvin Harrison Jr. when they play the Seahawks.
It's a good point because this is the first time the Cardinals have played twice. They've played the same team twice this season. You'll play San Francisco for the second time next Sunday, but Seattle is the first team that the Cardinals have played twice this year. So you're right. You have to at least be aware of what you showed them on offense in that first meeting, and what you showed them was you were not afraid to feed Marv the ball in the second half of that game, and you're never afraid to feed Trey McBride, certainly. So it's certainly something to keep an eye on, not just in this game but going forward, because the main thing that you said all offseason that you were looking for this season, if it boiled down to one thing, it would be the chemistry between Kyler Murray and Marvin Harrison Jr. Well, Kyler's not playing, and we don't know if he'll ever play for the Cardinals again. So you have to almost amend that to Marvin Harrison Jr.'s development.
Man, wow. That's shocking to hear you say
He
that.
might.
I know that. I'm not saying you're wrong. It's just shocking to actually hear that.
It's weird to say it.
It feels It does. It feels like the end of an era, man.
So for Marv now, it's just developing as a receiver because are you developing chemistry with Jacoby Brissett and he's going to be your quarterback beyond this year? You can't develop chemistry with Kyler Murray right now because he's on IR. If you're Marv, you just got to do kind of what you've been doing the last few games and just as an individual get better and better. You said this, I think a lot of people were focused on this before the season, the catch rate for Marvin Harrison Jr.
Yes.
Last year, the percentage of his targets that he caught was 53%. This year, it's 62%.
Wow. Okay.
So,
We're going to put that in the positive category.
Some of it could be, take that with a little bit of a grain of salt because that accounts for bad passes and drops and all these different things. That's a pretty significant jump, 9% in year 2.
Yes, it is. And early on, it just seems weird that in September he was struggling to catch the ball.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, this wasn't going well early.
It was not going well early.
Yeah. He was asked, Marv was, what it's been like playing with Jacoby Brissett.
I mean, he's obviously a tremendous leader for us. I think his communication and understanding of the offensive system, has done a tremendous job for just everybody. And like I said, it really takes all 11 guys to kind of do the job. And obviously, he's done his part, but receivers making plays and O-line making plays and the running backs all doing the job if he goes into success.
I mean, everybody just.
I don't know where
everybody in the PR department stand up and applaud Marvin Harrison Jr. That is so well answered. That is just a great job, Marv.
This is another example, though, of what Zoe was saying before of, for everybody, kind of make a decision on the quarterback and then go in that direction. Because if it's like, hey, Kyler might play this weekend, then every player's answer, if you say anything good about Jacoby Brissett, it's like, well, you don't like Kyler? Is that what you're saying?
Yes.
No, he asked me a question about Jacoby Brissett, so I'm answering a question about Jacoby Brissett.
Yes.
Now that kind of goes away with Kyler on IR. So, that's the next step in the Marv evolution this Sunday against Seattle. When we come back, we're going to make our Week 10 NFL picks.
Oh, no.
One of us went undefeated last week. And it'll
me.
shock you who it was.
Yeah, right.
It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Shocking.
A huge Cardinals win Monday night. And here comes a roadie in Seattle this Sunday.
Huddle. It's a good football team we're going to play on the road. It's one of the better environments, in my opinion, in the NFL. They're loud. We got to handle the environment the right way. And we got to play good, clean football.
Cardinals at the Seahawks. Pre-game with your breakfast. Kickoff 2:05 Sunday afternoon on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians. Ron Wolfleader from our brothers over at Moving Team 6. Go to movingteam6.com for more information right now. You know what I love about Moving Team 6? They proudly support and hire our veterans. That's right. They look for those that have served our country to join their moving team, ladies and gentlemen. Moving Team 6, they train all their employees with a foundation of service to bring joy to the job and to customers. Whether it's a local move you're just going to, move over to Chandler, ladies and gentlemen. Maybe it's long distance. Yeah, you're moving out to Apache Junction. Commercial, residential, it really doesn't matter. And with a massive air-conditioned storage facility in Phoenix, Moving Team 6, they can actually store your furniture, store your stuff for a few months maybe before you actually make that move. One of the reasons why you've got to go to movingteam6.com. That's movingteam6.com. Your move is their mission.
Gatos, when's the last time you won an award? I mean, won anything? Fantasy football championship? No, doesn't count. Doesn't count. No, how about America Roofing winning? And this is why we love America Roofing, because everyone is realizing what we know. They just won the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year in the great state of Arizona. Even better, they have an A+ rating with a Better Business Bureau. That means thousands of homeowners are happy. Whether it's a full replacement or just a leak that needs fixing, America Roofing gets it right the first time. And I've had them do both at Casa Calvisi, right? First it was a leak, then it was time. We had our roof replaced, and man, the confidence that comes with over 20 years of experience, you're getting Arizona's best. Trust your roof to the name people know. America Roofing, the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Go to AmericaRoofingCo.com. Get a free estimate at AmericaRoofingCo.com. America Roofing, where quality meets trust every single time.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations,
1 great experience.
Recently, a new client called me and started by saying, "Mr. Morgan, I really need your help, but I'm just a nobody." Those words stunned me, and I immediately called him back, and we're now helping him and his family after a terrible accident. I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Everybody who comes to our firm at their time of need is a somebody. I grew up poor, but my grandmother was like a queen to us. At Morgan & Morgan, our goal is to level the playing field for you and your family at your time of need. The insurance company has unlimited money and resources. You need a firm who can fight them toe-to-toe. For right at 30 years, we have fought them in courtrooms throughout America. Our results speak for themselves. And always remember this, everybody is a somebody, and nobody is a nobody. Visit forthepeople.com to learn about our firm. Morgan & Morgan, for the people.
Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Arizona lawyer will handle Arizona cases. Prior results do not guarantee a similar outcome.
Hi, folks. Lorenzo Alexander here. After 15 years playing professional football, I've been through plenty of winning and losing. If you feel like you're losing because of private student loan debt, call my friends at Y Refi. They refinance loans others won't touch and create a payment plan based on what you can afford, even if you're behind or in default. Y Refi can help lower your interest rate and reduce your monthly payment. And they don't care what your credit score is. Call 888-502-2612 or visit yrefi.com.
Not available in all states.
I'm Jesse Morrison with Trending Now, presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns return home tonight for a matchup with the depleted Los Angeles Clippers. No Kawhi Leonard or James Harden for LA, but Jalen Green is probable to make his Suns debut. A tip-off for the game is at 7 with pregame coverage beginning at 6, right here on Arizona Sports 98.7 in the Arizona Sports app. And Week 10 of the NFL season begins tonight with the Denver Broncos hosting the Las Vegas Raiders. Kickoff is at 6:15. This report is brought to you by Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort. Football watch parties have taken over Sundays. Join the excitement and don't miss a play at Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader, making picks with Wolf and Luke.
All right, we're heading into Week 10. I only have to hold Jamal off here for first place for 8 more weeks. The results of last week, everybody actually did good. 3 of us went 2-1. And then would the individual who went 3-0 like to stand up and say anything?
Yeah, I'm excited. You see, unlike you guys, for the Kenny Dillingham news, I'm excited.
Okay.
I just thought the Kenny Dillingham news was understood. You actually kind of freaked me out, is what you did.
I don't think it was understood.
I fully would have been stunned if Kenny Dillingham left. But I'm not saying it's not news. I wasn't. It's not that I'm not excited. It's just like, it's like you're telling me Devin Booker's not leaving tomorrow. That's what you're telling me. But anyway, Rick went 3-0.
I did, yeah, and I'm excited about it.
You should. You should be fired up.
He's excited.
So the standings for the season, I'm 23-7-1.
Wow.
Jamal is 21-10. Wolf is 19-12.
Man.
And Rick is 15-15.
19-12 does
back to
not
500.
feel.
Back to 5. So we're all at 500 or above. So I have a 2.5 game lead on Jamal.
Okay.
Jamal is a 2-game lead on Wolf right now. So the draft order for this week, picking the games, Wolf, you're actually going first.
Oh, I am.
Then Jamal, then me, then 2-pick Rick, but on the good side of the draft order.
Okay, Basonians, this one, I feel like I'm stealing on this.
Well, then don't take it.
The Denver Broncos tonight, of course, playing the Las Vegas Raiders. The Denver Broncos at home. This is seriously a Super Bowl contending team, the Denver Broncos. That's a Tier 1 game, Basinonians. I'm taking the Broncos tonight.
At home, short week. Hard to argue with that. All right, Jamal, you are up.
See, I was worried about that one because it's a division game, and Luke kind of mentioned that they might lose here some too, and Geno Smith just might throw for 500 yards.
I don't think I mentioned any of that.
Oh, never mind.
So did mention it's division game, and it is division game. I don't think anybody said Geno might throw for 500 yards.
He has those games every now and then.
He does, and watch him do it now after we said that.
Or not.
Jamal, I would encourage you to pick wrong here, since you're the one I'm worried about.
Yeah, apparently Luke just owns me in everything. He beat me in fantasy this week too.
That's true. That came down to the wire. Thank you to Trey McBride for winning that.
Yeah, and now Luke takes the final playoff spot, while Jamal slides into the one right on the outside.
That was quietly a big game between us, Jamal.
That was.
But
since Rick wanted to point that out, Rick, where are your standings?
1-8.
Oh, okay.
Don't draft Tua. Don't draft James Conner when he's going to get hurt.
Just shots behind the glass.
I'm tied for first, am I not?
Yeah, because you actually changed your rosters last week. Don't forget this week.
You are 7-2. Look at you. Look at you, 7-2.
Yeah.
All right, Jamal, it's your pick here.
I also feel like I'm stealing. I'm going to take the Lions over the Commanders.
You guys, well, you did steal because you stole the two picks I wanted to take.
That is a good one right there. I mean, come on.
Over Marcus Mariota and the Commanders this week.
Jamal.
Those were definitely the two easiest ones, so you guys are kind of jerks for taking them. I will go with probably the third easiest one. I got to go with a road team, but give me Buffalo on the road in Miami.
Oh, my goodness. Yes.
That one might be easier than those two.
Easier than the other ones.
Oh, I don't know about that. So you guys could have taken it if you thought if that was easier.
Really?
All right, 2 picks for Rick here.
All right. The Carolina Panthers have actually looked better this year, and they just beat the Packers, and they're at home, and the Saints aren't very good, and just traded Rashid Shaheed. So I am going to go with the Carolina Panthers.
Okay.
Boy.
And now a second
and then
Rick pick?
The Rams are playing unbelievably well. So I'm going to go Rams over the San Francisco 49ers.
Okay. All right, so it's back to me here. Man, I have that strong rule against picking games overseas, and there is a game in Berlin this weekend.
You going to be there?
Probably not going to make it to Berlin for this one. Yeah, big Colts-Falcons game.
Slacker.
Yeah, maybe. I haven't ruled it out. I'm saying probably not. List me as doubtful for the Berlin game. All right, I guess I'll just keep taking road teams. That's always a smart strategy. Man, this is going to be a tough game. I just put me in firmly in the Lamar Jackson camp and give me Baltimore on the road against Minnesota this week.
Wow.
Any of these games tier 1 to you, Wolf?
Let me look at that. Baltimore. Baltimore's on the road. Yeah, that's tier 3.
No, but are there any tier 1s left in your mind?
Oh, yeah.
Oh, there are?
Yeah, did you pick the Colts?
No, they're in Berlin. That's why I just did the whole speech on Germany.
You know, they're in Berlin. So's Atlanta.
Atlanta feels like they're in Berlin half
Wherever
the year.
you go, there you are.
Jamal, it's your pick. After that analysis, I don't know if that helped you or hurt you.
Actually, I'm going to take the Jacksonville Jaguars over the C.J. Stroudless Houston Texans.
The C.J. Stroudless. All right, there
Davis
you go.
Mills, Stanford legend.
Legend is strong, but at the same time, we'll see what he does.
Rick is throwing that legend word around a lot
My
today.
goodness.
All right, 2 for Wolf here.
Okay, Basinonians, I think this is simple. I'm going to take the Indianapolis Colts. It's a tier 1 game.
I've never wanted the Falcons to win so badly.
I know.
To go into Berlin and make that the
right
Atlanta
there.
of the Europe.
Yes. And then, let's see. What else do I have?
Not easy now.
It isn't easy. I'm going to take Did anyone take the Chargers?
No.
Nope.
Good. Because I'm going to take the Chargers at home against the Pittsburgh Steelers.
Wow, trusting primetime Herbert.
That's right.
There are several games on the slate this week that I didn't want to have to pick, and you guys have already taken a couple of them.
I'm pretty confident in the Steelers in that one.
All right, that makes
it just seems like Justin Herbert in prime time just doesn't have
me
it.
feel better about the Chargers. I think that Rick's super confident about a pick.
I'm 3-0. I was 3-0 last week.
That's true. I cannot.
I know what I'm doing.
Jamal.
Sorry.
You can either make a pick or say something about Rick. Either way, it's fine.
Is both an answer?
Yeah, you can do both if you'd like.
I'm kind of surprised. Okay, you know what? I'm not surprised. I'm going to take the Bears.
That's what I was going to say.
The Bears.
I'm going to take the Bears again.
Love that, Jamal.
Yeah, the Giants, without Scadaboo or not, they are not a threat to do a whole lot. All right, is it me? You left me with all the games I didn't want to take.
It is you.
So it's me, then it's Rick, and then there are 2 games that are going to be left over.
Correct.
So just for listeners, I'm going to read off what the games are that are left that you guys forced me to pick between. Browns, Jets, so that's exciting. Patriots, Buccaneers, which is a great game. I just don't want to mess with it. Cardinals, Seahawks, and Eagles, Packers. All right, you know what? I'm going to pick against the team that has gotten me success this season. And I'm actually going to take Tampa Bay at home over the Patriots.
Wow.
Give me the Buccaneers for no reason other.
Bucky Irving.
No Bucky Irving, but
no Mike Evans.
No Mike Evans. They never have anybody. They still win.
Yeah.
I just think the Patriots, and I'm a believer in the Patriots, and especially Drake May, but in the NFL this year, you rattle off 6 wins in a row, that means you're due to lose. And they're playing a really good team, and they're on the road. So, yeah, give me the Buccaneers. It's always a good pick if you have to talk yourself into it for 5 minutes. Rick?
All right. I want to pick the Cardinals over Seattle.
Okay.
And I want to pick Green Bay over Philly because Green Bay likes to show up against good teams and not show up against bad teams.
But you are drawn to Browns Jets, aren't you?
But the Jets just the vibes have to be terrible, and they're going up against Myles Garrett. So I think that game's a little easier than we think it is. So I'm going to go with the Browns over the Jets.
All right.
I don't think that game should even be televised. Like, it's just in protest.
They should play that one in Australia in the middle of the night or something.
If you like the full pick.
There's still NFL players that are going to be playing, Jamal.
All right.
Well, not Quincy Williams. He got benched for being good today by the Jets. So that might indicate what they want to do.
And they traded the rest
Still
of
going to be good players out there.
The Browns might even rout them. Like, I wouldn't be surprised.
Wow.
And routing being like 20 to
17
nothing.
to 10. Oh.
All right, so Wolf, you have Denver over Las Vegas, Indy over Atlanta and Berlin, and the Chargers over Pittsburgh in the Steel City. Luke, you have Buffalo over the Dolphins. You have Baltimore over the Vikings. And you have Tampa over New England.
I might be losing some ground this week.
Jamal, you have the Bears over the Giants. Detroit over Washington, and Jacksonville over Houston. And I have Cleveland over the Jets, Carolina over New Orleans, and the Rams over San Francisco.
Rick just wanted to proudly proclaim that he picked Cleveland again, one last time.
Yeah.
All right, when we come back.
It was my big end.
Yeah. Thanks for throwing that in there. We come back. We'll get to some Cardinals injury updates. I believe we're going to hear some of what Buda Baker had to say today. Buda spoke, right? Okay. He was on the injury report, but he's speaking. So that's next. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Booker, left elbow jumper, rims off. Williams there to tip it. No. Got his own miss. Jammed it home in traffic. And Mark Williams has 14 points to go with his 12 boards.
Suns host James Harden, Bradley Beal, Kawhi, Chris Paul, and the LA Clippers tonight. Pre-game at 6, 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
All right, Basinonians, Ron Wolf here from our brothers over at Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. I want to tell you, warn you right now, this is about your health, ladies and gentlemen. Yeah, you need to go experience the Aria difference. Aria is helping patients regain their quality of life while saving thousands of dollars compared to the other corporate dental implant centers that are out there right now. Choosing dental implants, it's one of the most important health decisions you're ever going to make. It's one of the reasons why I want you to check out Aria Dental Implant Center in Phoenix. They're locally owned, and they're proud to offer world-class care in a state-of-the-art facility right here with decades of experience and thousands of smiles restored. Dr. Joe and their expert team deliver results that you can trust, unlike any gimmick dentistry that you might actually see out there. Bait and switch pricing. Aria doesn't engage in any of that. Head on over to Aria Dental Implant Center. Go to ariadentalimplantcenter.com. That's ARIA dentalimplantcenter.com.
$5,000. That's the average amount of money people in the U.S. are now spending on gas in a year. $5,000. That's crazy. If you drive, you have to download Upside, the free app that gives you cash back every time you get gas. That's right. You can earn real cash back with Upside just by buying the gas you're already buying. You can literally start earning cash back today.
I use Upside every time I fill up, and I've already made around $300.
You're putting gas in your car anyway. Why not get real cash back? If you like free money, download Upside.
I'm saving the cash I earn from using Upside to help pay for a vacation later this year.
Download the free Upside app now to earn cash back every time you buy gas. Use promo code POWER to get an extra 25 cents per gallon on your first tank. You can cash out anytime right to your bank, PayPal, or a gift card for Amazon and other brands. Just download the free Upside app and use promo code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus on your first tank. That's code POWER for a 25 cents per gallon bonus.
Hey, it's Gambo, and I'm here with Stuart Willis, the president of Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. Stuart, it's the fourth quarter. The clock's winding down on 2025. What should folks be doing right now with their taxes?
Gambo, this is crunch time. There are two big moves that people can make before year end. First, harvesting gains and losses, and then Roth conversions.
All right, give me the quick playbook. Gains and losses first.
Sure, if your investments are up, you can harvest some gains while taxes are still low under the big beautiful bill. If they're down, harvest the losses to offset future gains. Either way, you're putting points on the board.
All right, and how about the Roth conversions?
Converting IRA money to a Roth now means you pay today's low tax rates, and all future growth is completely tax-free. It's like locking in a win for retirement.
Folks, the clock runs out on December 31st. Call Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax at 602-877-PLAN or go to assetpreservationwealth.com.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, and SEC Registered Investment Advisor.
Hi, sports listeners. It's Wayne from AMCO. So I know a lot of you have bought new or new used cars that have extended warranties. You know, your salespeople tell you you have to go back to the dealer for repairs. That's not the case. If you have an extended service contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there. And remember that you can use it at any AMCO. Most people think you have to go to the dealer for oil changes and service to keep your warranty valid. That's also not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center, and AMCO is authorized by all of the major warranty companies. AMCO has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service. Now remember, AMCO does more than transmissions. So if your car needs repairs, or you hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call AMCO first. Just Google AMCO for your nearest location. That's AMCO. AA, MCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4.
Hey, it's Vince Murata. Join us on Friday. We'll get you ready for the Cardinals and their trip to Seattle to take on the Seahawks. The fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
All we need is a little patience, brothers.
On some level, you asked for this.
Yeah, I did.
And you got it.
Yeah.
Rick, I missed the heart out.
You need a little patience for the payoff, for the most part. Axe, take it away.
I only remember how this came up earlier. You just came in whistling. No, wait, that wasn't you.
No, I think you actually said patience. You said patience.
Oh, yeah. I said I was going to have patience with the Jalen Green debut.
Right.
I wasn't going to expect 35 points on like 60% shooting.
Just, honestly, just don't pot that down so quickly. Unless we're violating some
Have a little
rule.
patience.
I'm just saying right now, are you going to have this kind of patience?
Are there degrees of patience?
You know, it's kind of a slow beginning here to this song, of course. And it really doesn't speed up that much. Are you going to be okay with this?
Doesn't Slash have a guitar solo in pretty much every Guns N' Roses song?
Yeah.
He still have one in this song, too? Was this like their first song?
No, it was not their first
song. But it was one of their first songs, wasn't it?
This is like second album, Guns N' Roses.
Yes.
Huh.
Yeah.
Okay. So it was one of their first songs. They had more than 2 albums.
This is not second album even. This is like third.
Is it?
This is what was it called?
Well, let me just look this up because we have.
All right, which one of us knows Axl Rose? Oh wait, that's Wolf.
Oh yeah.
Yeah. So I guess.
Well, I used to know him basically.
Who has the jacket? That's also Wolf. All right, we'll defer to Wolf on this. Buda Baker showed up on the injury report, and that's never good, mainly because it never happens. Like, Buda showed up on the injury report, and I was just like, okay, that's cute. He's obviously going to play.
Remember the high ankle sprain he played with?
He just played through?
He played right through a high ankle. Ladies and gentlemen, I've never seen a dude play through the high ankle sprain.
And if I
He didn't miss one game.
Yeah, the high ankle sprain.
What?
Guys get that, and they're like, oh, see this guy in a month or two. Buda's like, I'll be out there on Sunday.
Yeah.
And if I remember right, they didn't really have anything that they were playing for in terms of playoff implications at that point that year either, or they were like kind of on the verge of being eliminated.
Ain't nothing but a high ankle sprain.
No big deal. So he was limited yesterday with a hamstring. The official injury report from yesterday, Max Melton, Mac Wilson Sr., kind of both big deals, didn't practice at all. Limited Buda, Keitrell Clark, Will Hernandez, Will Johnson, Zay Jones, B.J. Ojulari, and Xavier Weaver. But Buda spoke today, and was he a full participant today, Rick? Do you know? Jamal, anybody?
The injury report is not.
So he
out
was
yet.
he
But
practiced.
Tyler Drake says that he was out at practice
Okay,
today.
so he was either limited or full.
Okay.
He spoke afterwards, and he talked about what led to a successful fourth quarter defensively in that last game against Dallas.
Yeah, I mean, we just continued to take it one play at a time. Just continue to hone in on the details, hone in on, urgently getting lined up and executing our play call each and every play. And, we felt if we could do that, when the clock hits 0, we'll be winning the game. So that's the biggest thing that we've done and the things we're going to continue to try and do.
You know what I love about that cut right there? Do your job. That's all I hear is do your job and communicate and make sure that everybody knows what the play is. And even if it's the wrong play, let's just go out there and make sure we execute whatever play is executed, if that makes sense. Well, let's go out and, execute the play and communicate the play to each other. Even if it's not the right play call, go out and execute it and do your job and quit belly aching. That's what I hear when I listen to Buda.
I only heard half that. I didn't hear the other half. More from Buda. He talked about the impact of having Garrett Williams back in that secondary.
Yeah, I mean, just to have G back, G can do a lot of things. So just to have him back, he's very detail oriented. A guy who does a great job of taking it one play at a time, and he's definitely going to be able to execute each and every play that he's on the field. So it's definitely great to have G back. We still were doing our things with him off the field, but with him on the field, that's just another guy that's a pro's pro that knows his job and knows the ins and out of his job, and he does a great job at it.
Yeah, knows his job. Execute. Go out and do your job.
That time I heard it.
You heard it that
time I heard it, yeah. Here's more from Buda on what Walter Nolan can do for this defense, disrupting things up front.
Yeah, it adds a lot. I knew he was going to be disruptive when he came in, and, he was going against our ones. Just a guy who was getting in the backfield early, and it was definitely special to see. So I knew when he was going to come back that, our D-line and our defense as a whole would jump up just because, first and and foremost, he's a rookie, so, maybe teams might be not paying attention to him as much. But for him to do what he did the first game with, I think he had 30-something snaps, definitely a guy who can get in the backfield, can do his job, creates a lot of havoc for the O-line, and can create more one-on-ones for our edge rushers and, even Calais. So sky's the limit for him. I talk to him a lot. He's a great rookie, great young man, a guy who's going to, continue to play great football. And I'm excited to see how this future is going to be for him, because I definitely think he's going to be one of those guys that, people are going to know for years to come.
You know what? I love the fact Zoe was in here and Zoe was talking about his little feet. His feet, his pitter-patter feet. He's got these little feet, and he's a thick dude from the waist down, and yet his feet are just all... Love it.
I don't think that's how Zoe said it, but that's Wolf's translation of what Zoe said. You sound like you're ready to do another hour. You want to do another hour?
Yeah, you know what? Let's go.
Okay, well, we're not going to. I'm sorry.
Actually, I've got Big Red Rage.
Oh, yeah. So you're going to be fired up for Big Red Rage.
Yeah.
They don't even know what they're getting into out there.
Did you see Walter Nolan's pitter-patter feet?
Well, Polly's used to this from you. All right, that's it for us. Thanks to Rick and Jamal behind the glass. Thanks to Zoe for joining us in here for an hour. For Wolf, I'm Luke. We got Burns and Gambo coming up next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Peace and strength.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons.
They know. They're seeing the same thing we're seeing. You're a better offense with Jacoby Brissett.
Yes.
Drew Petzing doesn't look like he doesn't know what he's doing anymore.
Yes.
Okay, with Kyler Murray, it was like, Drew Petzing sucks. Get a new coordinator. Fire the guy. Nobody said that for 3 weeks. Petzing looks like he could coach.
Marvin Harrison looks like the 4th pick in the draft.
Right.
With Jacoby Brissett throwing.
Right.
He looks like, that's what the 4th pick in the draft looks like.
Michael Wilson can play. Zay Jones can play. Oh, look, the offense can move the ball.
Trey
They can
McBride
score
scores
points.
touchdowns, right?
What's a 300-yard passing game? Like
all the things.
Burns and Gambo, afternoons 2 till 6 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Get in the zone, AutoZone. Charlie's battery is struggling to start. Not ideal before the tailgate, so he goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone,
where a friendly AutoZoner tests his battery for free. Looks like he needs a new one, so he gets the Duralast battery.
have fun and stay warm.
And he makes it to the tailgate early enough to get his favorite spot. Free battery testing and charging. No hassles, just help. Get in the zone, AutoZone. Restrictions apply.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a game plan for your appetite. Meet the Sonic Smasher, the QB1 of burgers. 2 hand-smashed Angus beef patties, always made to order with melty cheese and Smasher sauce. And this month only, buy 1 Sonic Smasher, get a free large drink when you order in the Sonic app. Hydration, covered. Flavor, elite. Open the app, call to play, and score yours now. Only at Sonic. Live free. Eat Sonic.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming. Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson.
The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again. Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
The Honda Rodeo Fest is back November 7th through the 9th at Chase Field. Don't wait, this is your last chance to see Kid Rock. Jason Aldean. Nickelback. John Party, Riley Green, and Treaty Oak Revival. Plus 3 nights of World Championship Rodeo. Tickets are selling fast and won't last. Get yours now at Ticketmaster.com. For details, visit thehondoRodeoFest.com. That's thehondoRodeoFest.com.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those roadshows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. The Phoenix Suns have the NBA stage to themselves tonight. Yes, it is the one and only game across the entire league tonight. It's going to be old friends or enemies, Bradley Beal and Chris Paul, and the rest of the LA Clippers visiting Mortgage Matchup Center. It is also expected to be the debut of Jalen Green, who has missed the first 8 games of the season due to a hamstring injury. As far as the rest of the injury report, Dillon Brooks remains out with a core muscle strain, and then Grayson Allen was added today. He's questionable with an illness. No Kawhi Leonard or James Harden for the Clippers. Leonard is dealing with a right ankle sprain. Harden is out for personal reasons. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. The Cardinals did add a quarterback to their practice squad today. It'll be Jeff Driscoll joining the team following a workout he had on October 29th. He is back with the team after spending time in Arizona in 2023. And now just one MLB manager chair needs filling after today. The San Diego Padres have named Craig Stammen their next skipper, replacing the recently resigned Mike Schilt. This report is brought to you by Red Mountain Weight Loss. Looking to boost your testosterone and lose the excess fat? Start TRT for free and add a GLP for as low as $149 a month at Red Mountain Weight Loss. RedMountainWeightLoss.com.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Burns and Gambo starts now.
Straight up 2 o'clock on this Thursday afternoon. Good afternoon and welcome into today's edition of the Burns and Gambo Show here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. My name is Dave Burns alongside the one, the only John Gambadoro. Hi, Gambo!
Burnsy, what's going on?
Not much, my friend, today. What's cooking? What do we got? What's up?
I got the Suns. We got Jalen Green. Got a big weekend with the Cardinals. Jacoby Brissett. We got all the Kyler Murray stuff coming out now.
Yeah, we got a lot of stuff.
We had no sports last night.
No, it was a quiet night.
It was
in that regard,
right?
Quiet
night.
Getting caught up on TV. Went to bed a little early. It was kind of nice.
There is a movie coming out this weekend that I do want to see.
The
Nuremberg.
The Nuremberg. Yeah.
Oh man, I want to see it. You too, Lauren?
No?
No.
Okay. I want to see that. It's a good cast.
Lauren's a no. Yeah.
It's a really good cast.
Michael Shannon, Remy Malik, Russell Crowe.
I like that Remy Malik, man. That guy's a great actor.
When did Russell Crowe get so fat?
That's a great question. There was a TV show where he was like this road rage guy, and I looked at him, he was as big as a house. Like you were the Gladiator.
Okay, the last movie I remember him not being fat in was The Nice Guys with Ryan Gosling. I felt like he kind of looked like Russell Crowe in that movie. You remember that movie, right? It was kind of clever, funny. It was a really funny movie, yeah, right? Like, I don't remember him being super fat in that one, and I'm guessing that was 2016?
Unhinged. He was, the first time I'm like, oh my God, that's Russell Crowe.
Yeah.
He got big.
That was my takeaway from that movie trailer.
Was just how big he had
Wow,
gotten.
the cast is good. Wow, Russell Crowe is
Then
fat.
it was another one where he was like in the army and he was flying drones.
I don't remember that one. I don't remember that one.
You don't remember that one?
No, I don't remember that one.
I'm gonna look it up.
But Russell Crowe was on a run there for a while. He was on an absolute tear there for a while between L.A. Confidential,
Land of Bad.
Yeah, I'm not familiar with that movie.
He was
between L.A. Confidential, Gladiator, and The Insider. He was bang, bang, bang. He was money. He was solid. Yeah, Russell. Hey, you know what? It happens. It happens. You know, you get a little older. You just kind of let things go a little bit.
You're like, I don't want to do it anymore. I probably had to work so hard for Gladiator. It's like, I don't want to do that again. It's too hard.
Gladiator.
I get it.
Such a good movie.
It was such a great one.
Such a good movie. I love Gladiator. Absolutely. That's Russell Crowe's filmography.
You'll be at the Coliseum.
We will be.
You'll be at the Coliseum
in
in
fact,
Rome.
We're solidifying some travel plans right now, as a matter of fact. So we're thinking like mid-May to early June is when we're thinking about going right now. So we're excited. A little trip to Florence, a little trip to Rome, a little trip to the Amalfi Coast and Positano. We're looking at
Bellissimo.
Andiamo. Yeah. That is not my travel itinerary. It's not the top story of the day.
I'm excited for you.
I can tell. Yeah, we're excited for us too. Believe me, we started really talking about it last night. We're pretty excited about it. Let's tell you what is our top story of the day, though.
Burns and Gambo, the weigh-in.
Tremendous leader for us. I think his communication and the understanding of the offensive system, has done tremendous job for just everybody. And like I said, it really takes all 11 guys to kind of do the job. And obviously, he's done his part, but receivers making plays and O-line making plays and the running backs all doing the job. I think it goes in success.
Marvin Harrison Jr. yesterday on what it's been like playing with Jacoby Brissett. That continues to be the top story locally around here, obviously with no disrespect intended for the return of Jalen Green tonight or even the return of Bradley Beal tonight for the Suns. But it's the Cardinals moving forward now with a quarterback change. The big news yesterday, Kyler Murray going to the IR. He's going to have to miss at least the next 4 games. The earliest he can come back is going to be on December 14th, I believe.
5 games left in the season.
5 games left in the season when he does come back.
Right.
And as expected, the Arizona Cardinals went and added another quarterback. You reported this on your Twitter account. Jeff Driscoll.
Yeah.
Come on back down.
Small breaking story, but we were able to get that out there. Jeff Driscoll was in last week for a workout with 2 other quarterbacks. He was here 2 years ago. The organization has always liked him. They signed him to the practice squad today. They brought in the 3 quarterbacks last week. Number 1, because they hadn't really taken any look at quarterbacks this year, and they wanted to have some guys on the radar. And number 2 is because there was some concern over Kyler Murray's availability at that time. Let's get some quarterbacks in just in case this thing goes south, which it did. And now Murray's on the IR. At least now it's not like, hey, let's bring in a bunch of quarterbacks and scramble. Hey, we saw 3 guys last week. Which guy did you like the best? It was Jeff Driscoll. So Jeff Driscoll is signed to the Cardinals practice squad.
There's familiarity there. If he sounds familiar, that's because in Jonathan Gannon's first season with the Cardinals, Jeff Driscoll was on the practice squad, and he was in the quarterback room along with Kyler Murray and Joshua Dobbs and Clayton Tune and et cetera, et cetera. Eventually, he got signed off the practice squad by the Browns. He's hopped around since. He's been with the Commanders. He's been with the Raiders. He's played in 25 games since 2018. Make no mistake, he is a classic in case of emergency break glass guy. It's nothing, but it is
it's the Cardinals preparing themselves for what's going to be at least the next month without Kyler Murray, and to hear everybody talk about it, not everybody within the organization, but everybody outside the organization, it's going to be more than a month without Kyler Murray. It might be the rest of your franchise life without Kyler Murray, depending. Like, we might have seen the last of him, and so you've got to make sure you've got plenty of quarterbacks on the roster and you're ready to do it. But it was a move. We expected it. It came.
Yeah.
And now they're a little more full
So now
on the quarterback roster.
Your quarterback room, Jacoby Brissett, Keaton Slovis, and Jeff Driscoll is your quarterback room. That's what it is. So you've got those three guys. But
who had that on the preseason bingo card? Anybody?
I don't know, but I mean, I continue to be blown away with how well Jacoby Brissett has played. It was a terrific signing by the organization to bring in Jacoby Brissett. I mean, it may have saved their season, depending on if they could win these games or not. I mean, having him gives you a chance. Every week you have a chance to win a football game with Jacoby Brissett. You wouldn't have that if you had a lot of the other backup quarterbacks in the league.
It's funny because I remember in the offseason, all the moves were defense, defense, defense. The only two moves they made offensively were to bring in Jacoby Brissett as a backup to Kyler and were to draft Hayden Connor out of Texas in the sixth round. And that was it.
Yeah.
That was it. Everything else was on the defense. And looking back on it, and this is not to diminish the moves they made defensively. Obviously, Josh Sweat was impactful. Obviously, Calais has been impactful. Will Johnson has been impactful. And hopefully, Walter Nolan is going to be impactful, who, by the way, got a shout-out from Aaron Donald of all people.
That.
Did you see
I
that
saw
on
that
that
on
podcast?
your email.
Yeah, it's like
Aaron Donald.
I'm gonna get some light to Nolan, the rookie D tackle 97 for the Arizona. His first rookie start, right? This week, first time playing.
Yeah, he was out all season because of a calf, so this was his first game. Yes, in Dallas.
3 tackles, a sack, batted pass in his debut. I think that sack he had was in the fourth quarter too, wasn't it? So it was a big sack in the game. He played some good football, man. So good job, big dog, for your first rookie game. The guys
Clap
didn't
it up
show
to
up.
Walter Nolan.
Yeah, clap it up, and a big one for them on prime time Monday Night Ball, man.
If you're Walter Nolan, is there anybody you'd rather hear that from about your NFL debut? I mean, seriously, like if you could handpick one guy to say really, really good things about your NFL debut, I don't know if you'd pick anybody different than Aaron Donald.
I'd be like, Aaron, you're still young. You want to come play with me? You got any gas left in that tank?
Or is it empty?
Come on. You're still a young guy. No, that was great. That was great to see. He was dominant in that game.
Here's the other thing about Jacoby Brissett and how much this factors into this decision. I mean, there's a lot of things that factor into the decision when it comes to Jacoby Brissett, Kyler Murray, injured reserve, all of that stuff. Jacoby Brissett, after the game against Dallas, and I thought this was fascinating. Jacoby Brissett lowers his interception rate.
Okay, this is huge.
To an NFL all-time record of 1.3%, okay? Through Monday night's game against the Cowboys, Jacoby Brissett has thrown 25 career interceptions in 1,873 pass attempts. That's an interception rate of 1.3%. That is the all-time record in the history of the NFL.
That's not even a Cardinal. That's an NFL record.
That's an NFL record.
And they're basing it on how many
NFL
throws?
Record.
Are they basing it on?
Yeah, it's the number of interceptions as related to how many pass attempts you've got. So like a percentage, like a batting average almost, right? Like how many hits, how many at-bats, how many interceptions, how many pass attempts. Aaron Rodgers previously had the record at 1.4% of his passes being intercepted in his career. Jacoby Brissett is number one. Now, I don't think Kyler throwing the ball to the wrong guy is necessarily the reason why Jacoby Brissett has been better, but I do think...
Well, him cutting down the interceptions, there's a reason he's better.
There's no doubt.
That's changed him.
And I think their hesitancy to have Kyler throw downfield might be a result of their fear of Kyler throwing interceptions. Clearly, they don't have that same fear with Jacoby Brissett, right? Like, clearly, they're not worried about Jacoby Brissett throwing the ball for chunk plays down the field, but maybe they do worry about that with Kyler, and that's why it's been so dinky and dunky every time he's the quarterback.
Yeah, I've been impressed with Jacoby's ability to throw the ball through tight windows and go down the field in those mid to long range passes, anything that's in that 15 to 25 range. I think he's been very impressive with that. The turnover thing, I didn't even know until you sent that this morning, and it just blew me away. Like, wow. Okay, that's really, really impressive. Like, getting him, you knew you had one of the top backup quarterbacks in the league for the first time in a while. It's good you have one.
but his ability to not turn the ball over has been really, I would think, the biggest key to his success, maybe even more so than his ability to go down the field with these passes.
When we come back on Burns and Gambo, settle in for what's going to be probably a few months of conversations just like the one we're about to have. Kyler Murray's market, if there is one next year. What does it look like? We'll talk about it next on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Delivers, bounces behind his back. Now down to 7 on the shot clock as Booker gets it with his back to the basket. Throws right corner Gillespie. Penetrates baseline to a cutting Livers. He'll throw it down with a big-time right-hand jam.
Suns host James Harden, Bradley Beal, Kawhi, Chris Paul, and the LA Clippers tonight. Pre-game at 6, 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
The Schwartz Laser Eye Center and Dr. J. Schwartz ready to help you with all of your eye care needs. It's a full-service eye care facility. There's locations in Glendale, Scottsdale, and Mesa, and many times somebody in your family just needs to have an eye exam. And where do I go? Where do I go for an eye exam? Well, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center can handle all of your eye exams. They also did a great job for me with dry eye. When I first moved here, I had a problem with dry eye. They fixed that for me. Dr. Schwartz did. Dr. Schwartz years later did my LASIK surgery. That was 15 years ago. And I remember when I was having it done, he said, well, here's your options because your eyesight is changing. You're in your 40s. It's getting worse. You can get glasses and contacts, or we could do LASIK surgery. I said, did some research on the LASIK surgery. I said, all right, that sounds right for me. It was no problem. I went in. It was in and out in a half an hour. Go home, take a nap, wake up, and you see better. It was that simple to do. Now, the Schwartz Laser Eye Center offers 2 years of interest-free financing for your LASIK surgery. So if you want to go through that procedure, it's simple, it's painless, it's easy, and they've got 2 years of interest-free financing available. Call 480-483-EYES or go online at teamidoc.com.
2 of the Valley's trusted HVAC and plumbing companies are now one. Hayes Cooling and Heating and Orangutan Home Services are now service experts. Celebrate with a $99 AC Precision Tune-Up. Call 866-EXPERTS or visit serviceexperts.com. License details online.
Southwest Gas is committed to delivering safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. Every thriving community starts with a strong foundation. From warming homes to fueling industries that drive our economy, natural gas provides the energy you can count on. Because energy does more than fuel your day, it provides comfort, reliability, and connection. Southwest Gas fuels the homes and local businesses that bring our neighborhoods to life. For more information about how Southwest Gas is supporting a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
All right, Basin earnings, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade is heating things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag free patio heaters while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com.
Hi, I'm John Ray, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. When you buy an engagement ring or fine jewelry gift from Shane Company, you get more than what you paid for. Our jewelry comes with our all-inclusive free lifetime warranty. It covers everything. There's no fine print. You'll get unlimited cleanings, resizings, and repairs. Plus, it even protects your engagement ring's center stone. We stand behind the quality of our jewelry, and that's our gift to you this holiday. Peace of mind. Because a friend knows the best things in life are free. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. If you've been injured in a car accident, call America's largest injury law firm. For over 35 years, my mission has been to deliver more for our clients, to deliver more for you. If you or anyone in your family has been injured in a car accident, call us now, as the time to file a claim may be limited. Last year, more clients hired Morgan & Morgan than ever before, protecting America, fighting for you. Morgan & Morgan. Visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
Hey, Arizona contractors and homeowners. Pioneer Landscape Centers now carry irrigation supplies. And we're celebrating at select locations. From turf to stone, we're your go-to for top quality landscape and hardscape materials. Tap into more at pioneerco.com. That's pioneerco.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and tonight's Suns game may include the debut of Jalen Green. How will he look? How will the team fare? We'll discuss tomorrow. The fun begins at 6 a.m. on Arizona Sports, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Burns and Gambo on this Thursday afternoon. A shout out to our audience in Wickenburg. Whether you're listening on the radio or whether you're watching us on YouTube, hello, Wickenburg. We appreciate you hanging out with us here on this Thursday afternoon, where we offer a warning to everybody. I don't even know if it's a warning, just sort of an alert more than anything. Now with the official news that Jacoby Brissett is the starting quarterback for the Cardinals and that Kyler Murray is on the IR, and we have to acknowledge at least the possibility that Kyler Murray has played his final game as a member of the Cardinals. Get ready for this. Get ready for a whole bunch of speculation about where he might go.
Are you ready?
Might want him. Yeah, I'm ready. You know what?
Ready for it? Bring it on.
I'm sometimes like I imagine maybe later in the season or in the off season I'll be kind of fatigued of it. I'll get a little tired of it. For now, yeah, I'm ready because I feel like in some ways this has been, if not 7 years in the waiting, this has been like 3 years in the waiting. Like I think this outcome, like we talked about this yesterday, this outcome and where we are right now of understanding this could have been Kyler Murray's last year shouldn't surprise anybody. Like it shouldn't be like we're all like, oh my God, I couldn't see this coming.
Right.
I think a lot of us could see this coming.
We could see it coming.
A lot of us kind of knew this was a possibility. And so now that it's here, are they going to cut him? Are they just going to release him? Can they trade him? Is there a marketplace for him? Because all of the different options have all sorts of different ramifications, short-term, long-term, things like that. So it was a Bleacher Report article. And in the Bleacher Report article, they chose a very, very interesting ideal landing spot for Kyler. The Carolina Panthers.
So from one small quarterback to another.
I guess.
Right.
Yeah, I guess.
Yeah. I listen, there's going to be, just keep track of this. Carolina's one. How many will we see from between now and the rest of the season? Teams that they're going to link Kyler to somewhere. Carolina's one. There's going to be 5 others. You know, there's going to be now they mention the ideal landing spot is Carolina, but they say other potential suitors, the Raiders and the Steelers. So they mentioned those two, and then
we could add a few more to that.
Well, we could, but I think it's going to be interesting to see where he gets linked to on some of these on the trade speculation chart.
Guarantee. Well, I was going to say I guarantee you he's going to get linked to the Miami Dolphins. He already has been linked to the Miami Dolphins. Somebody suggested a Tua for Kyler straight up trade yesterday, the day before. He'll get linked to the Jets. He'll get linked to the Browns. He'll get linked to probably nobody in the AFC South. He'll get linked. Well, he just got linked to the Raiders. You mentioned them as a possibility. And then in the NFC, I think he could get linked to, I'm just looking here, probably nobody in the AFC North, probably nobody in the AFC East. The Panthers, you mentioned that. Could it get linked to the Falcons potentially? Maybe. Could it get, depending on
Penix and
whether
they like him or
they
not.
sold on Penix or not. The Saints, could it get linked to the Saints potentially? Maybe.
He'll be a starting quarterback in the NFL next year. I really believe that. I don't know where, but I think he'll be a starting quarterback. But it's interesting. In this story, they say Kyler Murray's comments about the Cardinals' new stadium seem prophetic. Is that the word?
Yeah, prophetic. Yes.
It's beautiful. I don't know when it's coming, but hopefully I'm here to see it. Mm-hmm. And now Jacoby Brissett's the starting quarterback. Kyler Murray's got a foot injury, and the speculation begins on Kyler Murray's future.
When he said it, and Mitch and Lauren, if you could find that cut, because it always makes me laugh every time I hear it. When he said it, it was funny because it was funny, but it was also funny because it was true. It was funny because it was at least he's got the self-awareness to understand that he might not be around when this.
Yeah, it's beautiful. It's beautiful. Beautiful. Yeah. Hope, well, I don't know what's coming out, but hope I'm here to see it.
I applaud him. I applaud him for having that kind of self-awareness. Be like, I might not be here to see it in a few years when the thing.
I believe that Kyler Murray wanted to stay here. I do. I think I don't think he wants to leave. I don't think he is now. Maybe now the way things have gone, that will change. But I don't think Kyler was ever. I want to get out of here. Through the ups and the downs, the highs and the lows. And it's not all lows. I mean, there's been some highs with Kyler Murray. I mean, he's a 2-time Pro Bowler. He was a Rookie of the Year. He did lead the team to the playoffs. They had that incredible start the one year. So,
I don't think it's been all those. Like I said, I've always kind of felt that Kyler's a middle-of-the-pack quarterback. I don't think he's great, and I don't think he sucks. I think he's right in that middle tier, and that middle tier is just always the freaking hardest to judge is that middle tier. It's just, do you keep the guy? Do you not keep the guy? Do you those teams that are in the middle, when you've got the 14th, 15th, 16th, 17th, 18th best quarterback, those are hard times to decide whether that guy's good enough or not.
Yeah, and that's why I think there are like a half dozen teams that we just mentioned that you could see him potentially going to, because you could very easily make the argument he's better than what they have. And he's better than what they can get as well. And I'm going to play this soundbite from Dan Orlovsky on First Take today, talking about Kyler Murray's potential market in 2026. And I don't know. If you're a Cardinals fan and you're looking forward to moving off of Kyler Murray, I think you're going to be encouraged by this soundbite.
Right now, the number one free agent quarterback heading into the 2026 year is probably Aaron Rodgers.
Yes.
To my knowledge, where contracts sit with guys right now, right? Free.
Yes.
If Aaron's going to play, it's going to be in Pittsburgh. No questions asked. So there's just not a lot of quarterback bodies available for next year. The college quarterback class is so up and down, and a bunch of those kids, the more you hear, are going back because the money for them is just outrageous. Yep. And so you're looking at Ty Simpson or Fernando Mendoza as like the two names that you feel somewhat comfortable with. And so Kyler's going to be highly sought after. The only other name that you could throw into the equation might be Mac Jones, but he's under contract and he's made himself so much money if he's not the guy in the future in San Francisco. And so I just think Kyler will have so many options. The only thing I'd say this is that, the last thing I'd say is this. He has to play indoors, I think. I do believe that Kyler's got, or in Miami type of environment where weather isn't really an impact.
Small hands, holding on to the football, cold weather. Maybe. Could be the... Sorry,
I got choked up on that.
Yeah.
Got a little clamped on that one.
Yeah, my friend group right now is they're having this talk about the future and Aaron Glenn and their Jets conversation, talking about, a real offensive coordinator wouldn't help. I'm like, hey, Kyler to the Jets, you want him? No! We need players that live for the game of football. He is a typical example of somebody who is great at football but does not love the game. So that's what my friends are saying. I got the comments are coming. They don't want him. They don't want him with the Jets.
That's interesting.
But I wonder what the fan bases would think. Would the fan bases I wonder if the fan bases would be, you're in Vegas, you're in Pittsburgh. Would you want Kyler Murray? I mean, Pittsburgh's cold weather. Yeah. If you want him in a dome, it's not Pittsburgh.
Yeah, I mean, Miami, in that regard, Miami makes a lot of sense. Yeah. I think Carolina makes a lot of sense. New Orleans would make a lot of sense. The Raiders would make a lot of sense because you're not in cold weather. I mean, it's would you want him though? I think you'd be hard pressed to get that excited about him. You'd be looking at him stopgap. You'd be looking at him like
2 years.
Like, is he our Daniel Jones? Like, he's just here to kind of keep things warm. And Daniel Jones has been better than that. But I think that's what the Colts fans thought when they got Daniel Jones in the first place. I don't know how many teams would be that excited about getting him. Probably not many. Fan bases. Teams might be. But I think fan bases would be like,
Can we draft the guy?
Yeah, and that's Orlovsky's point. There aren't a lot of great options out there.
We're going to talk about an athletic mock draft today. Not good for the quarterbacks.
Not good at all. When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, here we go with a division rival for the Arizona Cardinals, and it's time for one of our favorite traditions. It is Seattle Week Part 2. We check in with the one and only Brock Heward of Seattle Sports and Fox Sports, and that is next on Burns and Gambo.
Sign up now for the second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text PICKLE to 620-620. Help some kids, have some fun, and win some prize money. Text PICKLE to 620-620 now.
All right, back here for Global Credit Union and their locations all across the valley, and a better way of banking that is waiting for you at Global Credit Union. Global Credit Union, truly, and I've sat in on their meetings with their executives, and I'm here to tell you their commitment to making banking easier and to saving you money with your banking, it's real. It's a real thing. It's what they're about. Their commitment to providing Global members with low to no fees on their accounts. It's real. Their commitment to getting you a better interest rate than you can at the bank. it's real because they want you to be able to save as much of your hard-earned money as you can so you can spend as much of your hard-earned money as you want on the things that you want and the things that you need. It is a totally different vibe banking with Global Credit Union, and you'll see it right away. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org, your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. People say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Workdays can be unpredictable, but your workwear shouldn't be. With the Cintas Apparel Plus program, you'll have freshly laundered garments for everyone on your team delivered every week. Cintas has workwear for just about any job imaginable, with high-performance fabrics and an uncompromising fit that stretches and moves with you. Don't leave looking and feeling good to chance. Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
There's never been a better time to experience Sun Devil football.
Pressure coming, Levitt throwing for the end zone, and it's caught for a touchdown by Jordan Tyson. The Levitt to Tyson connection clicks again.
Don't miss your chance to be a part of the action, tradition, and unmatched atmosphere at Mountain America Stadium this season. Get your Sun Devil football tickets today by calling 480-727-0000 or go online to sundeviltickets.com.
Is your financial advisor offering you up to a 30% upfront bonus? Or are they promising you up to 10% growth per year, all for your retirement income? If not, then you need to come to Trajan Wealth. I'm Jeff Jr., founder of Trajan Wealth. If you have a plan to retire within the next 10 years, don't wait only to find out it's too late. I've seen hardworking folks like you retire only to be required to go back to work, all because their advisor told them guarantees like these were too good to be true. They're not. That's up to $30,000 upfront or up to $10,000 per year on $100,000, all guaranteed for retirement income. Don't keep working when you're supposed to be retired, and don't let any financial advisor tell you it's too good to be true. Call Trajan today, 480-360-7900. That's 480-360-7900.
Annuities, non-advisory products. DBA Trajan Wealth Insurance Solutions. Additional disclosures at trajanwealth.com.
Football is back, and it's all about the tradition, the tough defense, just like America Roofing. Hey, we went with the best in Arizona, America Roofing and Casa Calvisi. We're ready for every season. Heat, wind, rain, repair or replace, home or business. America Roofing means championship service and quality. No trick plays, just honest work, proven results. Don't settle for second string. Get a free inspection and save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns have the NBA stage to themselves tonight. They and tonight's opponent are the only teams in action league-wide. A nice little quirk in the NBA tonight. It's old friends Bradley Beal and Chris Paul and the rest of the LA Clippers visiting Mortgage Matchup Center. It is also expected to be the debut of Jalen Green, who has missed the first 8 games of the season due to a hamstring injury. As far as the rest of the injury report, Dylan Brooks remains out. He's dealing with a core muscle strain. And then Grayson Allen was added to the report today. He is questionable with an illness. No Kawhi Leonard or James Harden for the Clippers. Leonard is dealing with a right ankle sprain. Harden is out due to personal reasons. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And the Arizona Cardinals did add a quarterback to their practice squad today. Jeff Driscoll joins the team following a workout that he had on October 29th. He is back with the team after spending time in Arizona in 2023. And that is what's trending now.
A huge Cardinals win Monday night, and here comes a roadie in Seattle this Sunday. Cardinals at the Seahawks. Pregame with your breakfast. Kickoff 2:05 Sunday afternoon on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Time-honored tradition here on the Burns and Gambo Show. One of our favorites when it's Seattle Seahawks week, whichever one.
We got Mike Sock on?
Yeah, but he said no. He said no. So Brock Heward, on the other hand, is like, he's got nothing better to do, apparently, so he said yes to us. Brock Heward from the Brock and Salk Show up there in Seattle to preview the Seattle Seahawks. Forget that Mike character. You're always our first choice, Brock. You know that.
You know what's cool? Bernsey? I think this is the first time in 5 years of doing this twice a year where actually Gambo was on both shows during the season. Like usually, what's he work? 1-2 days a week?
Oh,
I think it's the first time that he's been on both shows during both games during the season.
Here's why. I know the reason why. I know the reason why. A lot of times Seattle will play the Cardinals towards the end of the season, and Gambo,
I'm in Finland.
Because he's Gambo, takes the entire month of December off to celebrate the holidays and is just not here.
I love winter vacations. I love the winter vacations.
So for schleps like us who are working in the December month and work through the holidays, and while Gambo's off frolicking with Huskies and Doug, all that stuff, we're working. I get it. I get it.
I love I think last time, if my memory serves me right, weren't you speaking Italian to me at the end of the thing too, Gambo? What were you doing last time?
Io parlo italiano. Actually, I applied for my citizenship. So I will have my citizenship very soon. I hope I should have my citizenship. I applied for it and was granted it, so good to go. By the way, I did want to say this. I felt for you guys. Were you rooting for the Blue Jays in the World Series or the Dodgers? No, I did. I wanted Seattle to win. We wanted Suarez and Naylor. Everybody here wanted Seattle to win at this radio station.
Yeah.
We all wanted Seattle to win. I'm not saying this is a bad. I was rooting for the Mariners. I wanted them to get there. But after they lost, did you root for the Blue Jays?
Human beings. Yeah, I kind of root for human beings. I like Freddie Freeman. I like more Blake Snell's an old Husky football fan guy.
Okay.
Kind of more relationship with the Dodgers guys than I do those Blue Jays. That 9 outs away. 9 outs away, but couldn't get it done. And now, can we sign Naylor back? We'll see. He's playing games. He maybe wants to get back to the Northeast. I don't know. That would kind of suck because I don't want to imagine the Mariners without Josh Naylor. That's the kind of impression that he honestly made and left on the majority of us fans.
All right. So the last time we talked to you, everything was. It was early in the season. The Cardinals were hanging in there. They had a couple of thrilling wins, a disappointing loss, but they were still very much viable. Kyler Murray was still the quarterback, and Seattle was kind of feeling their way through with some of the changes and things like that. Here we are a month and a half later. Jacoby Brissett is the quarterback for the Cardinals. Kyler Murray is in the IR, and Sam Darnold is the MVP of the National Football League today? Is that where we stand right now?
Well, according to PFF, they awarded their midseason awards, and Sam was the MVP, and Jackson Smith-Njigba was the Offensive Player of the Year. So it's been a pretty good run and a pretty good offseason for John Schneider, Mike McDonald, DeMarcus Lawrence has been a monster. Basically, every draft pick of theirs is contributed. Gray Zabel's been a phenomenal rookie guard for them. Nicky Minwari is healthy. You didn't see him the first time in the matchup, so. Yeah, it's pretty rosy right now in Seattle. What they're doing offensively, what Mike McDonald continues to build defensively. They're salty. I think they're the only team that's in the top 5 scoring offense and scoring defense. So it's got they're going to have to handle prosperity, as we talked about on our show, because the applause has been loud and from basically everybody on the national level when you put on a showcase like they did Sunday night in D.C.
I want to go with this Zabel kid because I was looking at some numbers preparing for the show this week. This kid hasn't given up a sack yet, and he's got the 6th lowest quarterback pressure rate among all offensive linemen that have had at least 50 pass blocking snaps. That stands out quite a bit, that you could get a rookie offensive lineman that dominates like that early in his career.
Yeah, the word that we've kind of used a lot, guys, is pivot. And it started in the offseason when they pivoted from Geno Smith and DK And there were a lot of naysayers with that, but I think a lot of us that watched it every day and kind of knew what the locker room was about, and I think there was almost a sense of relief when both of those guys moved on. And you pivot to Cooper Kupp and you pivot to Sam Darnold and some of the other moves with veterans. And then in the draft, they did the same thing. And, John Schneider 5 years ago would not have taken a guard from North Dakota State with the 18th pick. He would have relied on a Laken Tomlinson or, some of the older guys that he felt just from a value standpoint, dollars and cents standpoint, made more sense. And after getting their teeth kicked in so many times at the line of scrimmage, they said no. And actually Steve Hutchinson, the Hall of Famer who works with the Seahawks in the offseason around some of their draft, he was the one that put his foot down to John and just said, you're drafting this kid, period, end of story. He's going to be here the next 15 years. He's got an unbelievable personality. He's a tremendous athlete that could play a bunch of positions. And I'm sorry, John, you're going to take a guard at the 18th pick. And I think a lot of folks around here are pretty happy he did.
Yeah, he is also part of a larger picture and a larger offensive line unit, which I was reading one of the stories kind of prepping for this week about. And I think in the story they suggested that the offensive line that Seattle is currently trotting out there might be the best they've had since Russell Wilson's rookie year. Like it's that good. It's giving Sam Darnold that much time. Zabel's part of that. Would you concur with that? Is it that good in Seattle?
I think it's that good of a system fit. The two tackles are really young. It's also the youngest offensive line in the NFL. They're all on their first contracts.
Wow.
Which is great news for the Seahawks if they can continue to grow and develop together. They'll sign Charles Cross. They picked up his fifth-year option for next year. They extended Abe Lucas, the right tackle, with a 3-year extension. He's a very, very good player and finally healthy for a year plus. We mentioned Zabel, the left guard. The center is a good player. He'll never be an elite player, but he's a very good, capable player. And really the only question mark is the right guard, Anthony Bradford. That's, we'll see whether or not he'll be in the plans long term. But 4 of those guys will absolutely be the building blocks for years and years and years to come. And with the position group, and you've seen it in Arizona, we've seen it in Seattle, that is the hardest position group to solidify. There's not enough supply in the market for offensive line, and everybody always needs them. And that may be quietly, while everybody celebrates Sam's, resurrection and JSN's just explosion, behind the scenes, I think they are most thrilled about a young offensive line that for the first time in a long time is pretty darn good.
Let's get the outside perspective on what's happening here in Arizona. The soft benching of Kyler Murray. We had Jonathan Gannon on. I asked him if even if Kyler was healthy, would Jacoby Brissett be the starting quarterback? He said, "Yeah, I like the way the offense is playing." They're pivoting. We may have seen the last game that Kyler Murray ever played for the Arizona Cardinals. Jacoby Brissett is the starting quarterback right now. We're all debating Murray's future and where he goes and where he'll end up. But just give me your thoughts on the outside looking in on this quarterback change in Arizona.
Well, I'll let you know we played that sound on our show. And I think afterwards, Salk said, I think I need to listen to Gambo and Gannon every week because those two guys are characters. So I think he will be. I think old Salky will be tuning into the Gambo Coach Gannon interview each week. I know you're there too, Bernsey. But
I'm just there when the wheel goes around, Brock. We all know it.
I pushed him a little bit. I follow up and follow. I just push them until they kind of say what I need them to say.
That's right. That's right.
I just wanted to get an answer. I wanted to get an answer on whether he would have. Jacoby would have been the guy.
I think it was really well done, and I think a very fair question. And I think years ago when I came on your show, there was some scuttlebutt that came out of that when I just kind of said there's got to be more than just playing on Sundays. That the job requires a lot more than that at the elite level, and that's what the best of them do. We also play Trey McBride, the tight end?
Yes.
Oh, my gosh.
Yeah, he loves Jacoby.
You think?
Yeah. He wanted Jacoby to be the quarterback by that soundbite, yeah.
I think so. So, I think in Brissett you get a pro. Let's face it, your guy in year 3 has got to win. Pushed up against the wall, what is a defensive-minded head coach going to do? He's going to empower the QB that gets the ball out of his hands, QB that doesn't make mistakes, the QB that's gained the respect. If Mr. McBride is somewhat of a voice in that locker room as one of their young stud stars of, yeah, man, we really respect the work of Jacoby and all that he puts into this. So, yeah, that didn't surprise me. That didn't shock me to see that news come down. And now they've got to keep him upright, and in particular on Sunday, because this is a vicious pass rush for the Seahawks. And Kyler felt that in the first matchup. 7 of the 8 quarterbacks have felt it and gotten really their head kicked in and sacked and hit and pressured at record rates, and that's not hyperbole. You heard it on the broadcast Sunday. Jaden Daniels has never been hit and harassed like that. Brock Purdy in the opener never hit and harassed like that. So this is a group. You mentioned the Seahawks O-line going back to 13. This is the first time since 13 and 14 that you've had 8 dudes up front that can wreck a game. Wow. And that's going to be, that will really be the key. But long-winded answer, was not surprised to see that move made. And this GM and this head coach were not here and part of Kyler being drafted. And they hope they win enough. Right, certainly the head coach, that he'll have a chance to find the next one.
Well, I want to thank you for coming on and making us feel a whole lot better about our chances this weekend against the Seattle Seahawks.
Oh, it's going to be a tight game. No. It'll be a tight game. Yeah, honestly, like Sam Darnold, the crazy stat about Sam is he's been sacked 9 times in 8 games. There were seasons that Geno and Russ got sacked over 50 times in the season. So he's getting sacked about once a game. But it was your Cardinals in that opener that sacked him and harassed him and got after him 3 times. So that was a big number. And now you got Nolan, and now you got Will, and and Buddha loves to play the Seahawks. It'll be a feisty, super competitive game. But this Seahawks front is pretty real, and Jacoby's going to get hit quite a bit.
All right, good stuff. Well, man, we appreciate it. Give Mike our best, okay? And we'll talk to you at some point, right?
Yeah, let's do it again.
We'll do it again.
Sure.
Yeah, we'll do it again.
Thank you, my friend.
And let's see if we can make it a 3rd time a charm with Gambo on the show. Okay, God bless you, boys.
That is Brock Hewart, our guest here.
Come on, I got to go snowmobiling.
Gambo show. Yeah, absolutely. When we come back,
I got to go catch my dinner.
Jalen Green, assuming everything goes according to plan, will make his son's debut tonight. What are we expecting? That is next on Burns and Gambo.
The future of Arizona sports. High school athletes speak about their game, their preparation, competition, and sportsmanship. Every Saturday morning on The Kevin McCabe Show. Presented by Brooklyn Betting. Don't miss interviews with players from your favorite local teams when the Dean of High School Sports in Arizona hosts The Kevin McCabe Show. Saturday mornings at 9 on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Yeah, sure. I'll call it a guilty pleasure. It's football season, and football is best served with food, wings, chips, veggies, you name it. I love it, and I love it even more with Daisy French Onion Dip. Dave Burns here. You're sitting down to watch a game with friends, and your football just isn't complete without your snacks and your Daisy French Onion or your Daisy Ranch Dip. It goes perfectly with everything you've got while watching the game. It's a staple of the weekend grocery list during football season, so give it a try. Look for Daisy French Onion Dip at a grocery store near you.
The Honda Rodeo Fest is back November 7th through the 9th at Chase Field. Don't wait, this is your last chance to see Kid Rock, Jason Aldean, Nickelback, John Party, Riley Green, and Treaty Oak Revival. Plus 3 nights of World Championship Rodeo. Tickets are selling fast and won't last. Get yours now at Ticketmaster.com. For details, visit thehondoRodeoFest.com. That's thehondoRodeoFest.com.
So my mother is thinking of switching from Verizon to Pure Talk, but she's worried the deal sounds too good to be true. Michael, she said, how can those Pure Talk people offer me the same basic service as Verizon for so much less money? I said, Ma, go ask Google how much Verizon spends on advertising and promotions. A few seconds later, my mother said, oh my goodness, $12 billion a year? That must be a typo. I'll tell you what I told my mom. It's not a typo. Verizon spends $12 billion a year on advertising and promotions, and their customers are paying for it. Well, Pure Talk doesn't spend that kind of money on commercials. Trust me, I would know. That's why they can offer you and my mother unlimited talk, text, and plenty of data on a crazy fast 5G network for just $25 a month. And if you're a business owner, you could really save a fortune. Dial pound 250, say the words Mike Rowe, and you'll get an additional 50% off your first month. That's pound 250 Mike Rowe. Pure Talk. Everything you need and nothing you don't.
Now's the time to score big at Freeway Chevrolet. Get game day ready with huge savings because we'll triple your rebates on select new trucks and SUVs. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Offer available on new inventory only. Excludes EVs. Cannot be combined with any other offers or incentives. NCC rebate only. On approved credit. See dealer for complete details.
Freeway, Chevrolet, I can, and Ray.
Progressive knows there are some surprisingly expensive things in life, like rugs. People say a rug would really bring the room together. And sure, you don't know what that means, but it sounds important. Suddenly you're using words like jute and sisal. Then you see the price and lose it because how can the thing you walk and spill on cost so much? So you devote your life to taking down Big Rug. But then you remember that switching your home and auto to Progressive could save you hundreds. So looks like Big Rug is safe. For now. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and other insurers. Not available in all states.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with a Capital One Saver card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
Hey, Ron Wolfley here for Legacy Green Solutions, the basin's most trusted team for artificial grass, putting greens, and hardscape. They transform my backyard into a true oasis. The artificial grass looks amazing, feels great, and even our dog loves it. Clean, cool, and built to last. Legacy Green Solutions is simply the best, family-owned, rooted in the Valley for over 25 years, and voted best of the Valley. Text GREEN to 620-620 or visit LegacyGreenSolutions.com to save 15% today.
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll.
Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, we got some news about the Diamondbacks we'll share here in a minute before we talk about the Suns. But before that, we'll turn to Lauren for our poll question.
We're going to talk about the Suns before we talk about the D-backs before we talk about the Suns.
Yeah, that's not confusing at all, but sure.
No.
That's clear. It's clear in my head. It makes sense to me. So
that's kind of a typical Burns and Gambo show right there.
Right.
I'm kind of slow with that stuff. So we're going to talk about the Suns, and then the Diamondbacks, and then go back to the Suns?
Great. You're all caught up.
I think I got it. I think I got it.
Yeah. Suns.
And then what do we do after that?
Then we're going back to the Seahawks.
Yeah. And then we're going to talk about the Seahawks for a little.
Then we're going to say hello to a certain part of the state.
No, yep. Then the next segment we will. When we talk about 10 NBA players you might not know about, in parentheses, unless you watch college basketball, then in fact you do.
Yeah, Lauren did not like that topic at all. She was not a fan of that. We'll explain. Okay. No, we'll explain why when we get there. We'll explain why when we get there.
I have a disclaimer on that already.
Right. What's poll question? What you got?
Poll question today is, who of the following will score more points tonight? Jalen Green or Bradley Beal?
Oh, that's easy. Jalen Green. I don't know if he's on a pitch count, though.
I guess, see, that's the thing. Is he on a pitch count? If so, how much?
Probably is.
Because Bradley Beal probably is too, but given that there's no Kawhi and no Harden,
they need him to score.
They might. You know what? Sorry. Boo me when they play my intro video at the arena tonight. I'm going to say Bradley Beal. I think he scores more points tonight. I think he scores more points. He scores more points. Because I think Jalen Green will be on a pitch.
Book's going to be like, there's no way you're coming in here and dropping 30, dude. I'm guarding you.
I'm not saying 30. I think there will be a minutes restriction for Jalen Green. And I think they will need Bradley Beal to score a bunch with those two guys gone. So I'm going to say Bradley Beal, and I'm gonna wear it for the day, but that's fine.
I'm going Jalen Green.
Okay.
Gambo actually likes the Suns, apparently.
I do like them.
No, that was a diss at Burns.
Oh, yeah.
Taking Bradley Beal here. Yeah. All right.
I do like the Suns.
Jalen Green is winning this poll question.
There we go.
With 91% of the vote.
Wow. I don't think I've ever voted for anything in any of these poll questions that garnered less than 10% of the vote.
Yeah, well, you got 9 right now.
All right.
When we check back in, we'll see.
I mean, the question is, okay, even if Jalen Green's on a pitch count, like, can we expect Bradley Beal to play 20 minutes without getting hurt in some way?
I don't know. I mean, maybe
I'm
not.
going to be there. I'll be like waiting for the note. Bradley Beal has left the game and will not return.
It's possible. You never know. It's possible. But with no Kawhi and no James Harden, maybe. We'll see. All right, now we ping-pong back to Diamondbacks, and then we'll go back to Suns for a second. The Arizona Diamondbacks have extended a qualifying offer to Zach Gallen. Fully expected. We also fully expect him to say no to it.
Yeah, we reported on October 1st that they were going to give the qualifying offer to Zach and that Zach would not take the qualifying offer. So we're going to stick with that based on what I'm hearing. Qualifying offer extended to Zach Gallen today. He will not accept that qualifying offer. He will be looking for a multi-year deal, and that would allow the Diamondbacks to get the compensation. If it's over $50 million, they would get a compensatory pick at the end of the first round. That is what I expect is going to happen.
Yeah, so that is, I mean, no surprise at all. We fully expected him to get the qualifying offer. We fully expect him to turn down the qualifying offer, and then we'll see if he signs somewhere else. You get a draft pick for that. In the meantime, now back to the Suns. This is Mark Williams on having Jalen Green and Devin Booker and how it's going to help.
I think everybody knows both of those guys can score the ball at a really high level. Defenses have to pay attention to both of them, so I think that'll make our lives as bigs a little bit easier. That's just one more person you got to worry about. So.
Jalen Green listed as probable for tonight's game. Every expectation is that he is going to be there and he is going to play.
Right.
That's good. We're excited. It's about time that we start the clock on what a Devin Booker, Jalen Green backcourt looks like. We need to find that out.
There's no question. This is a dynamic player. I mean, he's a terrific scorer. Very streaky guy, and you're going to go through the ups and downs with him as a Suns fan. He's a streaky scorer. There are going to be times when he's going to score like 7 straight baskets, and he's going to be on fire, and then he can go cold and miss the next 7. He is streaky not only from game to game, but also inside of a game. He gets very streaky. He might have a great first half and a terrible second half, or vice versa, because that's just who he is. But what you're going to like about him is his ability to attack the basket. He's not a mid-range assassin necessarily. He shoots the basketball, but he does like to use his speed and acceleration. He's much more athletic than Booker. He's more athletic than Booker. He's not as efficient as Booker, but he's more athletic than Booker, and he likes to use that athleticism to drive by guys and get to the basket.
And that is the word that has me a little worried about Jalen Green, that I'm going to be watching for more than anything tonight, is his efficiency. He's not a tremendously efficient player.
No.
And he's not a tremendously gifted playmaker either in terms of getting other guys involved and things like that, right? That's just not his thing. That's not his game. Yes, he is uber athletic. And yeah, he can get to the rim in a heartbeat, and he's good with all that stuff. But he'll take a lot of shots, and sometimes he won't make a lot of shots. And even though at the end you'll look at it and go, oh, hey, Jalen Green had 24 points tonight. Yeah, how many shots did he need to get there, right? And getting other guys involved and playmaking and things like that. So now we start the dance a little bit, the dance between point Book, Jalen Green, when they trap Book to try to take the ball out of his hands or make him make decisions. Now he's got Jalen Green as an outlet. How do they play together? And I'm expecting tonight could be kind of rough.
Growing pains.
Like it could be a little awkward tonight.
Does Green, and I don't know this about Green, but does he defer now, like early? Does he defer a little bit more than he normally would? I was a leading scorer on that Rockets team, and I had a lot of guys who could score the basketball, and he was their leading scorer.
Or is he just young and cocky enough to defer to
say,
no one? Say, hey, I was the main piece you got in the Kevin Durant trade. I'm here to take this thing over.
In a perfect world, he will alleviate a lot of the pressure, the traps, the blitzing of Devin Booker because of his ability to score. So that scoring ability can maybe alleviate some of the pressure that's on Devin Booker because he is a dynamic scorer.
And, of course, we'll talk more about it over the course of the day. But the expectation, Bradley Beal will indeed play tonight for the Clippers. 7 o'clock tip time. You'll hear it here on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader. Cash prizes, fierce competition. the legendary Golden Paddle. It's all up for grabs. Grab your paddle and bring your A game. Join us Friday, November 14th at Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa for the second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament. It's presented by Sanderson Ford. Don't miss the epic mascot matchup at noon, where fan favorites like Big Red and the Suns Gorilla face off in a hilarious high-energy battle on the court. Best part, it's all for a great cause. Proceeds benefit Operation Santa Claus charities. Text PICKLE to 620-620.
We need 5 teams right now. We need 5 teams.
Okay.
We got to get 5 teams right now to want to play pickleball on this day with us. 5 teams right now. Text PICKLE to 620-620. Text PICKLE to 620-620. We need 5 teams right now.
Absolutely. When we come back, Sam Darnold failed in New York, revived in Minnesota. Now an MVP candidate in Seattle. Is that how this is going to be? That's next on Arizona Sports.
Friday, the 14th of November. It's a date on the calendar when the rest of the country looks to Arizona with envy. Because our weather? Chef's kiss, baby. So why don't you take a day off next Friday? Make it a long weekend and start it off by getting a buddy and signing up to play some pickleball for cash prizes and pride, huh? Text the word pickle to 620-620. You need a 3-day weekend. We need you and your paddle. 100% of your entry fee goes to Arizona kids and families this holiday season. Text pickle to 620-620 now. The second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, presented by Sanderson Ford and benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620 right now.
Back here to tell you about the Berg Simpson Law Firm and why they're different and why in a world filled with so many choices, and all you have to do is drive around our freeways here in the Valley and you'll see billboard after billboard after billboard, commercial after commercial. What makes Berg Simpson different than the rest? What makes them different is the quality of the attorneys. 31 lawyers named in the Best Lawyers in America publication. 14 lawyers named in the Super Lawyers in America publication. Consistently listed as one of America's most influential law firms by the National Trial Lawyers. When you've got all these choices and all these options and all these companies that you could call, Berg Simpson stands above the rest because of the quality of the people who will be working on your case day and night. If you're ever in need, and certainly they hope you're not, and so do I. But if you are, let the best team represent you. Call 602-777-7000. That's 602-777-7000, or visit them at bergsimpson.com. Berg Simpson, good lawyers, changing lives.
This is the story of the one. As a custodial supervisor at a high school, he knows that during cold and flu season, germs spread fast. It's why he partners with Grainger to stay fully stocked on the products and supplies he needs, from tissues to disinfectants to floor scrubbers. Also that he can help students, staff, and teachers stay healthy and focused. Call 1-800-GRAINGER, click Grainger.com, or just stop by. Grainger, for the ones who get it done.
Whoa, it's you, the Capital One Bank guy.
That's what they call me.
Mind if I get a selfie?
Yeah, sure thing. Say no fees or minimums on your Capital One checking account.
Wow, that's a keeper. So, where are you heading?
I'm off to spread the good news that Capital One helps people keep more money in their wallet with no overdraft fees.
Oh, you're the best Capital One Bank guy.
Hey, mind if I get a selfie?
Sure.
Say, Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com/bank for details. Capital One N.A. member FDIC.
Skin cancer is the most common cancer in the U.S., with over 5 million cases diagnosed every year. And those who spend time outdoors are especially at risk. Whether you're hiking, golfing, or playing pickleball, Arizona's sun can do serious damage. The T.W. Lewis Melanoma Center of Excellence at Banner MD Anderson Cancer Center reminds you, wear sunscreen, cover up, and protect your skin. 1 in 5 people will develop skin cancer before age 70. Don't be the one. Be proactive. Protect your skin.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and fall is a great time in the Valley. It's also the best time to replace your windows, so do what I did. Take advantage of a great special from my friends at Advanced Window Products, where you get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. You will not be disappointed. My new windows look awesome. The installation process was fantastic and professional, right down to the cleanup process. Highly recommend Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public, where there are no middleman markups. They build your windows, they install your windows, then they guarantee them for life. By the way, that lifetime warranty is transferable. It's serviced by a local team with labor, glass, and parts included. And with financing options available, it is a great time to invest in your number one asset. Call 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
That's the sound of fun. All across the valley, families are discovering their new favorite game, pickleball. At Just Pickle Courts, we design and build custom pickleball courts for homes, clubs, and communities. Beautiful, durable, and made for connection. For a free quote, visit justpicklecourts.com/radio. That's justpicklecourts.com/radio.
JustPickleCourts.com. Design, build, play, pop, pop, every day.
Picture it, your holiday table, the family cooking together, the scent of golden brown bread, rosemary from roasted potatoes, and a salad so crisp it snaps. This season at Fry's, make the moments that matter possible with quality that's affordable in every aisle. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
Right now, USDA Choice boneless beef chuck roasts are on sale for only $5.99 a pound in the Super Value Pack with your card. Fry's, fresh for everyone.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Vareldis with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons, heating, cooling, plumbing, and electrical. Phoenix Suns have the NBA stage to themselves tonight. It'll be old friends Bradley Beal and Chris Paul and the rest of the LA Clippers visiting Mortgage Matchup Center. It's also expected to be the debut of Jalen Green, who has missed the first 8 games of the season due to a hamstring injury. As far as the rest of the injury report, Dylan Brooks remains out with a core muscle strain, and Grayson Allen was added today. He's listed as questionable with an illness. No Kawhi Leonard or James Harden for the Clippers. Leonard is dealing with a right ankle sprain. Harden is out for personal reasons. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then per ESPN's Jeff Passan, 13 Major League Baseball players were extended qualifying offers by their respective clubs. That includes Arizona and Zach Gallen. The expectation, per our John Gambadoro, is that Gallen will decline that offer and test free agency. This report is brought to you by Schwartz Laser Eye Center. Schwartz Laser Eye Center is the official team eye doc for the Suns and D-backs. Visit teamidoc.com and schedule your free eye evaluation today.
Here are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com. I'm Kevin Zimmerman. The Cardinals add QB Jeff Driscoll to their practice squad. The Kyler Murray era in Arizona is speeding toward a point of no return, and Jalen Green is listed as probable ahead of the Suns-Clippers game. Those are the top 3 headlines on Arizonasports.com.
Sam Darnold is lighting it up. This kid is on fire, and he's got this Seahawks team rolling. This ain't throwing the ball short. This is aggressive quarterback play, putting the ball in the right play. JSN, now you're adding Shaheed. You got a good base tight end. The offensive line, they're not great in the run game. They've been excellent in pass protection, which is giving him, and he is dialing it up, man.
Shift Saturday, he's talking about Sam Darnold. That's Sam Darnold, who, admittedly, had a terrific year last year with the Minnesota Vikings. He was huge for them. I think they were 14-3 on
and they
the
let him
season, if I remember right.
J.J. McCarthy.
And in part because when they got to the playoffs, the old Sam Darnold kind of showed up, right? And if I were a Seattle fan, I'd probably be a little worried about that again, too. You know, Sam Darnold, when he was with the Jets, tend to see ghosts out there.
They lost to
right?
the Rams, and he played terrible, right?
Yeah, he played terrible because he
played
just
the Rams, and they didn't score any points, if I remember.
He sees ghosts sometimes, where it's just the pressure confuses him. Yeah, he's like Haley Joel Osment from The Sixth Sense. Directed by M. Night Shyamalan, by the way.
That's the best M. Night Shyamalan movie I've ever seen, because I don't usually like his stuff.
I liked Unbreakable. I thought Unbreakable was a really good M. Night movie. But anyway, that's neither here nor there.
I always cry with The Sixth Sense. I always cry.
When they're in the car and he
tells his mother,
I
want to tell you my secret.
About the grandma and how the grandma saw her dance. Yeah,
grandma saw you dance.
It's very emotional. Yes. It's a very emotional.
It makes me cry every time.
Anyway, whether Sam Darnold sees dead people or not, I don't know. But he does see ghosts out there, and sometimes he tends to make bad decisions. But so far this year, he has become one of the most talked about players in the NFL for how he's playing. He's not seeing any ghosts right now. He is delivering the ball with authority. He's doing it downfield.
Can you compare him to Jacoby Brissett, considering the amount of teams he's been on?
Sam
Darnold's been on a lot of. He's been on a lot of football teams.
Sure, in a way. I mean, I again, kind of like yesterday. How old is Sam Darnold?
28.
He's 28. Okay, that's the difference. Is that Sam Darnold? If this is who he is, I think you can make a more compelling argument.
He discovered it early enough.
That he discovered it early enough that you can count on him being your quarterback for the next 5 years. I don't think anybody really thinks that about Jacoby Brissett. Maybe a year or two, but I don't think anybody thinks you've solved your problem for the next 5 years with Jacoby Brissett.
It's fascinating to me that this guy's gone from the Jets to the Panthers to the 49ers to the Vikings to Seattle, and now he's an MVP candidate. What quarterback in our lifetime, that doesn't happen. You don't have a guy that's a retread quarterback like that. Very rarely, very rarely does that happen, where you've got a guy that bounces around that much and all of a sudden now he's great. Like Sam Darnold threw 35 touchdown passes last year. He's going to throw 35 touchdown passes again this year. Like he's legitimate. I saw Barnwell did a thing on the MVP candidates. He had Sam Darnold third. He had Mahomes first, but he had Darnold third. You've seen a lot of things that have Sam Darnold right up there as the number one guy for MVP votes.
There was a story on The Athletic about how it's time to take Sam Darnold's MVP case seriously, and it was kind of a transcription of one of their podcasts, and a lot of it was very analytical based and analytical numbers to make the case, but top 3 passer rating, EPA per dropback, completion percentage over expected, blah, blah, blah. A lot of big numbers there. Creating outside the pocket. He's on pace for 4,400 yards, 34 touchdowns, 10 picks, and maybe more importantly, because a lot of time the MVP is just tied to team success, there are some who believe, you cited not one but 2 power rankings yesterday that had Seattle as the number 1 team in the NFL right now.
Yep.
If that continues and he ends up with 4,400 yards, 34 touchdowns, and 10 picks, he's going to get votes. He's going to get a bunch of votes. Jonathan Taylor, the Colts, going to get a bunch of votes, which it's been a while since a running back has been able to do that, but he's been so good for them. But yes, he and the reason why was
3 years, $100 million
is what he signed for.
I just wanted to look it up. I wasn't sure. 3 years,
and he's probably got an out. There's probably a way for Seattle to get out of that after a year or two. Usually, it's not a
55 guaranteed in the first year with 2 team option years, so it's team options. They got him.
It's just
they got him.
Yeah, they got him, but if they want out, they can get it. Not that they would want out,
they
but
can
they could get out. Yeah, they can get out. They can just say, yeah, no, we're good. We're not going to pay you anymore. And part of the reason...
He's not getting out.
And part of the reason why is, and this is what I asked Brock about when we had him on earlier, Brock Heward, that offensive line, and we've had this gentleman on before. His name is Michael Sean Dugar, and he covers the Seahawks for The Athletic. He posted the theory that this is the best Seattle Seahawks offensive line play since Russell Wilson's rookie year, that they are balling up front.
And they're all young.
And they're all young.
All young, first contracts.
The run game. Their run game is mediocre. It hasn't really stuck between...
Because they've got 2 guys that are, neither one of them are that good. They got Walker and Charbonnet. Neither one of those guys are that good. They're both okay. Zach Charbonnet, Kenneth Walker, they kind of split it up the way Detroit does. Well, you get this series, you get that series, and I don't think that they've got a great back. They're okay, but they're not great backs.
Listen to this. Sam Darnold in passer rating on deep throws. Like, we're excited Jacoby Brissett's throwing the ball down the field. Sam Darnold leads the NFL in passer rating on deep throws. 150.6 when throwing more than 20 yards downfield.
Yeah.
That's ridiculous.
It is.
That's a near perfect passer rating when throwing the ball 20. Now it helps you've got Jackson Smith and Jigba back there.
Okay,
and
let's talk about that
you
for a
just
second.
made the trade for Rashid Shaheed, so that's going to help too. You've got this rookie that was a big part of your fantasy. Is he still part of your fantasy football team? Horton?
No, I got fired Sean.
Who's now rehired Sean?
Yes. We're going to break that news in the 4 o'clock hour, I think Lauren wants to. He got rid of Horton without me knowing.
Oh, no.
One of the reasons he was fired.
Oh, no. It helps.
I drafted Horton, and then he got rid of him because he was running my team.
It helps when you've got a Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Jackson Smith and Jigba is on pace for 2,115 yards receiving and 123 catches. He would be the first player in history to have 2,000-plus receiving yards. Okay, they're like... Good luck guarding, and I know Will Johnson's great, but that is a challenge right there. He's been unstoppable this year.
Yeah.
Unstoppable.
Yeah, and so this, you heard Brock say it, this is a game for the Cardinals to try to do what many, many others have failed. Pressure Sam Darnold, get to him. Josh Sweat, Calais Campbell, blitzes, Baron Browning, whatever it takes. Jalen Thompson, whatever it takes to rattle Sam Darnold and get to Sam Darnold. And this might be the game. And we asked Jonathan Gannon about this on Monday. Hey, it kind of looked like you were blitzing a little more against Dallas. Yeah, we were kind of blitzing a little more. Maybe this is another week to kind of blitz a little more against Seattle just to throw Sam Darnold off a little bit.
So short week for the Cardinals. They were in Dallas. They come back home. Then they got to travel to Seattle all on a short week. Seattle is home. Seattle's playing great football right now. We both kind of feel like the Cardinals have to win both of these games.
Yes.
Seattle and San Francisco. They can't split these two games. This is a big one. You're not coming off the bye. You don't have this extra time. Again, a little bit shorter time. But this is a big game. Probably be a close game again because the Cardinals will usually play a lot of close football games. But, they'll have a chance. But a lot of things have to go right for them to win.
We are so back, Cardinal fans. Head to the contest page on our YouTube page or listen at 7:45, 11:30 a.m., and 4:30 p.m. starting next Tuesday for your chance to win tickets to see the Cardinals take on the San Francisco 49ers or take on the Jacksonville Jaguars. When we come back, we were introduced to Colin Gillespie last season. Now he's getting introduced to the rest of the NBA, and they are taking notice. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
A huge Cardinals win Monday night. And here comes a roadie in Seattle this Sunday.
Huddle. Good team, good football team. Coach really well. Got a lot of respect for Coach McDonald. A lot of their players, I got a ton of respect for those guys. And, it's going to be a 60-minute game.
Cardinals at the Seahawks. Pre-game with your breakfast. Kickoff 2:05 Sunday afternoon on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Congratulations, Christian Brothers. 50 years in business. If there's a company you want to give your business to, you want to give it to a local company dedicated to Arizona, and that is Christian Brothers. Not a company that's been sold out 3 or 4 different times, but one that has been right here in the Valley, and that is Christian Brothers. Now, for 50 years, I've got some incredible specials that they've got going on. They're going to make $50 worth something again. How about a $50 plumbing inspection that includes a full home plumbing check for leaks, corrosion, and pressure issues, a water heater flush and safety inspection, a drain and fixture evaluation to prevent clogs or damage, and, of course, a peace of mind report that you will get at the end. They've also got one for the AC unit, a complete system performance test, a safety and efficiency review for the compressor, the coils, and the wiring, and a tune-up recommendation list for you if you want to go ahead and do that. Now, $50. $50, you can get a plumbing inspection, an AC inspection, or an electrical inspection right at Christian Brothers. Give them a call for $50. You get that done. 602-222-3535. That's 602-222-3535.
Join the Bud Light Football Face-Off Monday, November 10th at Tailgaters in Glendale, starting at 5 p.m. Compete for your chance to win tickets to the Cardinals game versus LA on December 7th, plus a chance to go to Vegas for the final face-off where you could score a trip to the Super Bowl.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with my good friend Shane O'Hanrahan, GM of Chapman BMW, the guy that can literally make your dreams come true.
Bick, you know I love your show and your listeners, and I want everybody in the audience to know that you have a friend in the business at Chapman BMW. This is not lip service. Come down, take a test drive, find what you like, then ask for me by name and get your hookup. Find out how easy it is to do business with a great family.
That's Chapman BMW, 2 great locations.
1 great experience.
After a brutal summer of heat and monsoon storms, are your windows or doors ready for another season, or is it time to replace them? Call the Window and Door Store. Our exclusive Seal and Shield installation comes with a lifetime labor warranty for total peace of mind. It's how we've earned over 1,000 5-star reviews. Call 480-562-3902 now to schedule your free in-home consultation or book online at thewindowdoorstore.com. That's 480-562-3902 or thewindowdoorstore.com.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Add a GLP-1 medication for just $149 and say goodbye to that belly fat for good. Don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Fix your low T with no startup fee and add a GLP for just $149 only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com.
You know, I still have my first car, a classic 66 Mustang, and what was is parked right next to what's next, a new Explorer we recently bought from our Desert Ford dealers. Yep, Paul Calvise here. Hey, Ford isn't just part of our family. My grandfather worked for Ford Motor, but it's part of America, our heritage. Yet Ford is also the future. Whether it's family time or four-wheeling time, tailgating, or towing, Ford has a powertrain option that fits what you're looking for. Gas, hybrid, electric. You know what else our Desert Ford dealers have? The best-selling line of trucks for 48 years running. That Ford F-Series with the all-new 2025 F-150, designed to be the toughest and most productive ever. And then there's a 2025 Ford Mustang Mach-E, 100% electric, 100% SUV with sports car performance. SUV, my daily driver, a Ford Edge. And again, we just bought a new Explorer. Wait till you see the redesigned interior on the all-new 2025 Explorer. Bottom line, get on down to our Desert Ford dealers or click buyfordnow.com.
Hey, it's Luke. What do the Arizona Cardinals have to do to pull off an upset win in Seattle? We're talking Cardinals Seahawks tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Did you know I live in Gilbert?
I did know that you live in Gilbert.
I just wanted to make sure you knew I lived in Gilbert.
That's where you live.
I like living in Gilbert. You used to live in Gilbert.
You know, when I first moved here, I lived in Gilbert.
Yes.
I lived in, I lived in 2 houses in Gilbert.
The lakes area, right? Like, weren't there lakes where you lived?
Yeah.
Right?
There was like a lake
like
there.
the Val Vista Lakes area, I think is where you lived.
Greenfield and something or other right around there. So I had 2 houses and then 2 and out. So I've been 2 houses in Gilbert, 2 houses in Ahwatukee.
Yeah. Love Gilbert. Love Gilbert.
You do.
Big fan of living there. Absolutely. Just thought I'd mention that. Thought I'd share that with everybody. You know, just
thanks for mentioning.
I just felt compelled to bring that up for whatever reason.
Thank you.
Jalen Green expected to play tonight for the Phoenix Suns to make his debut. We're all excited about it. We're also curious to see what the trickle down is for everybody, and that includes a player who's continuing to kind of carve out a little more space in our hearts when it comes to this Phoenix Suns basketball team, and that's Colin Gillespie. Today, there was a story on The Athletic, about 10 players who are kind of flying under the radar a little bit, 10 players that aren't getting as much attention, but that you should certainly know about. Colin Gillespie was on the list, and I wasn't surprised that Colin Gillespie was on the list based off of the season that he's having, but he is a player who is starting to capture some attention around the NBA for how he's played.
They had always thought that he could be T.J. McConnell-esque, and I always use that as the comparison because that's what they believed. And during the offseason, when everybody kept asking me about point guards, Chris Paul, and there were many other point guards I was asked about. I can't remember them all by name right now, but I was always asked about point guards, and I would break out the Reaper, and we'd play, no, not getting this guy, not getting that guy. And then people would ask me why. About Colin Gillespie. I mean, come on. I'm like, no, they really like Colin Gillespie. They think that, Book and Green will be the backcourt, but Colin Gillespie could come in and play 20 minutes a game, and they think he's very much like T.J. McConnell. And he is proving it every step of the way that he is just as good as T.J. McConnell. I've been more impressed with his game than I thought I would be. I really am, to the point where I've always been a big believer. Like, I don't think that it's good if Colin Gillespie's playing 30 minutes a game.
Mm-hmm.
I don't. I think it's better if he's more of a 15 to 20 minute a game guy.
Starting to change your opinion on that?
I mean, I asked Kellen about it yesterday when we had Kellen Olson on. He is starting to win me over in the minutes he plays. He's just really winning me over.
Smart basketball IQ, good shooter, good passer, doesn't turn the ball over a whole lot, limited defensively, but tries. You never see a lack of effort. He does try. There's a lot to like about his game. And and TJ McConnell's been a terrific role player. And I think Colin Gillespie is right there. He has more three-pointers than any other bench player in the NBA right now.
Did you confirm that? I know they mentioned that stat during the broadcast the other night. That was okay. That's legit. He more three-pointers made.
That's what Kevin Ray said. And if Kevin Ray says it, I'm taking it to the bank.
Kevin Ray said, K-Ray said it. It's gospel.
K-Ray, you did say that, right? I didn't mishear you. K-Ray, you said most, and I'm going with K-Ray.
K-Ray texted me yesterday, so I imagine if he's listening, he'll text me again.
I listened to the broadcast, and I write down notes when those guys have good nuggets. That was a good nugget, K-Ray. I liked it. More three-pointers than any bench player in the NBA, Colin Gillespie.
Yeah, it's he's been to the point where Jordan Ott was asked today, or actually not today, this was a couple of days ago, about when Green comes back, what happens with Gillespie, what happens with Grayson Allen.
No, there's no deliberation. We want everyone to play well, so it's good to see those guys play well.
Devin Booker on Connor Gillespie.
He's been doing incredible, and, it hasn't surprised any of us as he's maintained this through all the training camp and from the start of the season. So, he's been great. He's a pleasure to be on the court with, and, at the end of the day, he's an ultimate competitor.
The person who wrote this up for The Athletic wrote about it from probably based in Denver, I'm guessing, because they wrote the Denver Nuggets could really use him, and I don't understand why they let him walk out the door in 2024.
He was on the championship team.
Yeah.
He was on the team that won it all on the Nuggets.
And he can't understand why they let them walk. And then he goes on to say, Gillespie isn't going to turn around the Suns' fortunes by himself. But adding a rotation caliber guard on a minimum deal without using draft capital is exactly the type of win the Suns need to replicate, say 60 to 70 more times to offset the drafting capital hellscape they currently inhabit. And he's kidding, or she's kidding, but you have to find Connor Gillespie's of the world. You do. Colin Gillespie's perfect.
And Connor too. If there's a Connor Gillespie out there,
Colin Gillespie,
we will gladly
Chad
welcome
Gillespie.
you.
Chad Gillespie,
yes.
Charlie Gillespie. Yeah. We'll take you. You have to find guys like that because your ability to add players in the margins, especially with the draft capital that you don't have, is pretty slim. It's a big home run that they were able to find him.
I just, and I know you watch all these games too. I mean, are you starting to feel like, that he could be a regular in the rotation, a regular starting point guard?
A regular starting point guard.
Because what's the difference between, like, right now he's just, he's Grayson Allen has started with Jalen Green out. It's been Grayson Allen and Book. Jalen Green's going to come back, and if Grayson Allen's having a great year, he's got to get his minutes. Grayson Allen is having a great year.
So what are we talking about? Jalen Green coming off the bench?
I don't know.
Because I don't think we can do that.
I don't think it matters who starts. I'm a big believer in it matters who finishes.
Well, you just asked who started.
I did ask if you think he's a starting caliber point guard.
So that's why I was answering it like that, because I think if we assume Jalen Green has to start, then you can't. Then now you're starting a backcourt of Colin Gillespie, Jalen Green, and what Booker's your 3, and Dylan Brooks is your 4, and you're so small. You're so small if you're rolling out a lineup like that. I don't think he starts. I think for now the TJ McConnell role is great. I think that the TJ McConnell role suits him very, very well. But if he continues to demand more minutes through his play, I mean, maybe what it does is
25 minutes a game.
Does it make Jalen Green expendable at some point, somewhere down the road?
See, and that's where I get to the point where I just Green's got to be better. If Colin Gillespie's playing over Green, that's not a good thing, right? Jalen Green was the leading scorer on the Houston Rockets. He needs to come here and be a leading scorer.
And I don't know.
I mean, Colin's like 6 feet tall.
I get it. I totally get it. But because he's a pure point guard, and maybe in theory, a player that Devin Booker is better off playing next to than Jalen Green
anyway. Is the fit better?
The fit's better because he's your point guard, and Devin Booker can just free him up to be more the 2 and not play.
But what's the downfall?
Book.
Defense.
You'll
have a terrible defensive. Well, Jalen Green's not going to make it any better either.
No, he's not. He's not. But Jalen Green, and I don't know what the Jalen Green market is. I don't think it's going to be robust unless he plays very, very well. But I think maybe I'm dreaming here. You could take Jalen Green and flip him in a way that addresses something that you don't have a lot of.
Jalen's
a lot of
bigger.
Size at the wing, things like that.
Jalen is bigger. Now, that size matters. He's not a great defensive player, and hopefully he'll work hard at it. And I'm looking forward to seeing it in Jordan Knott's system, how he plays defense compared to Houston. He's never been known as a defensive player, but he is 6'4". So he's bigger than Colin Gillespie by quite a bit.
Yeah.
But, man, Gillespie's just been impressive as hell. He really has.
It's been a real quiet week with the Arizona Cardinals. I'm not exactly sure what we're going to talk to Tyler Drake about next for the Red Sea review. We'll see if we can come up with some stuff because there's really just nothing going on with the Cardinals right now, right? It's been
I don't know what we can talk about.
I hope we come up with some topics. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Booker, left elbow jumper, rims off. Williams there to tip it. No, got his own miss. Jammed it home in traffic. And Mark Williams has 14 points to go with his 12 boards.
Suns host James Harden, Bradley Beal, Kawhi, Chris Paul, and the LA Clippers tonight. Pre-game at 6, 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
The Lund Mortgage team ready to help you with all of your mortgage needs. Refinance, new home loan, pre-approved for mortgage. Nobody does it better. As Carly Simon once sang, nobody does it better than the Lund Mortgage team. Matt Oliver, Lisa Lund, they are terrific at what they do. Matter of fact, I saw somebody just the other day that had a review, and they were talking about how one company wanted to charge them $20,000 to refinance. They had an adjustable rate, and the rate kept going higher and higher and higher, and they couldn't afford their mortgage payment. They called this company, yeah, we can help you $20,000. They're like, well, we can't afford that. They called the Lund Mortgage team. Matt Oliver sat down with them. They devised a game plan for $2,000. $2,000 instead of $20,000. They got a fixed rate at a number that they really like. I mean, come on. The Lund Mortgage difference. It's right there for everybody to see. 623-889-0130. Call them. If you're struggling, you have any mortgage issues, call the Lund Mortgage team. They'll treat you fairly, and you'll be raving about the great quality customer service you get. Call them at 623-889-0130.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
Progressive presents a testimonial of sorts.
Hey, slow down!
Oh, yeah? Well, you drive like my grandma. She's a very attentive and courteous driver who wears a seatbelt and always uses her turn signals. She's also a talented painter and has very low cholesterol. Not that that has anything to do with her drive. We just thought a more complete picture of who she is might be interesting. Anyway, have a nice day.
Safe driver? Get Snapshot from Progressive and get a personalized rate based on how you drive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
1-877 Cars for Kids. KARS Cars for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Ron Wolfleader from my brothers over at Brooklyn Betting. I want to say thank you to all veterans who served our country. And to help celebrate Veterans Day, Brooklyn Betting is knocking down everything in store and online. 30% off now through November 11th and 35% off for members of the military past and present. Walk into any of Brooklyn Betting's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the Veterans Day sale at Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, you got to get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Bedding.
If you're on the job day in and day out, you know living with pain in your knees, hips, back, or shoulders is miserable. The good news, QC Kinetics gets it. They understand guys like you.
They don't have the luxury of taking time off. They want to keep working. We are built for those guys that want to keep working and want to stay active. So the vast majority of who we see are the blue-collar guys like me and you.
QC Kinetics uses biologic therapies, just like pro athletes have used for years, to get you lasting pain relief with no surgery.
I want you to continue working. I want you to continue exercising. The joints are made to be moved.
The treatments at QC Kinetics are fast and non-invasive.
It's not a lot of time commitment on your part. There is no downtime or recovery time. You don't need short-term disability with what we do. We want to keep you active.
Call QC Kinetics now to set up your free no-obligation consultation. Learn how you can get real pain relief.
Call QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN. That's 602-837-PAIN. QC Kinetics, 602-837-PAIN.
I'm Mitch Vareldes with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Phoenix Suns have the NBA stage to themselves tonight. It's just them and the team on the other side of the court in the association tonight. Old friends Bradley Beal and Chris Paul and the rest of the LA Clippers visit Mortgage Matchup Center. It is also expected to be the debut of Jalen Green, who missed the first 8 games of the season due to a hamstring injury. As far as the rest of the injury report is concerned, Dylan Brooks remains out. He's dealing with a core muscle strain. And then recently added to the injury report was Grayson Allen. He's currently questionable, dealing with an illness. For the Clippers, they will not have the services of Kawhi Leonard or James Harden. Leonard is dealing with a right ankle sprain. Harden is out due to personal reasons. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. That'll be right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. The Cardinals did add a quarterback to their practice squad today, that being Jeff Driscoll. He joins the team following a workout he had on October 29th. He is back with the team after spending time in Arizona back in 2023. And then per ESPN's Jeff Passan, 13 players in Major League Baseball were extended qualifying offers by their respective clubs. That includes Arizona and starting pitcher Zach Gallen. The expectation, per our John Gambadoro, is that Gallen will decline that offer and test free agency. This report is brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Now's the time to score big savings at Freeway Chevrolet. Chevrolet, together, let's drive. Freeway Chevrolet off the I-10 and Ray Road.
Burns and Gambo. The Red Sea Review with Tyler Drake. Brought to you by Freeway Chevrolet. Kickoff savings at Freeway Chevrolet. Just off the I-10 and Ray Road. Chevrolet. Together, let's drive.
Weekly visit with our Cardinals insider from ArizonaSports.com, host of the Cardinals Corner podcast, along with Lauren Koval, our producer. He is Tyler Drake, and he joins us. Oh, look at that. This Tyler from home with the awards behind him as well. We got to get that wall. We get some more awards on that wall.
I need to see the photos there. What's the photo to the over your left shoulder? It's like a baseball one. What photo is that? Battle of the Bay.
Old school.
Series, 49ers.
Old school.
Like
the actual
Giants
poster from back in the day.
Giants A's Battle of the Bay. That's nice. Nice piece.
Yeah.
Fantastic. That's great. Oh, that's good. That's good to see.
All right, let's start with this. They brought in the 3 quarterbacks last week. We reported today that they were making a signing with Jeff Driscoll to be on the practice squad. Had to do it. Any surprise to you that it was Driscoll, or more about familiarity that they've known him from a couple of years ago and they liked him?
Yeah. When all of those tryouts came through the wire, that was the first name that stood out to me just because of that familiarity. So not a surprise whatsoever there. I figured we were going to see a quarterback signing after the news of Kyler Murray going to IR. You got to have another one in the saddle just in case. So Jeff Driscoll makes a ton of sense just because, a lot of familiarity there.
Go ahead again. Go ahead.
When I look at this last game, one of the things that really stands out is, a lot of people have just kind of been saying, the draft picks over the last 3 years, they really didn't, only a few of them have really popped. Watching Walter Nolan pop the way he did, and you see in Paris Johnson, you see in and Marvin Harrison Jr., That was a really good day for Monty Ossenfort and the draft team and the scouts, because it's showing that, hey, a lot of these guys that they draft can really play. It was really impressive to see the young guys go out there and ball the way they did.
Yeah, especially Walter Nolan getting out there, NFL debut on prime time, and lived up to lived up to the price tag of a first-round pick. Obviously, it's been a while since he's been on the field. He hasn't had any time outside of that last game, so really cool to see him do that. But it's not just him. I mean, look at Denzel Burke there, too. Big fourth down pass defense, had the interception as well. Will Johnson still doing his thing. And then you had Cody Simon come in with a huge fumble, forced fumble there late. So a lot of the picks are coming in big. I mean, Jordan Birch has been a mainstay in that rotation at pass rusher too. So a lot of the picks are paying off. And yeah, you mentioned Paris Johnson, Marvin Harrison. So a lot of good coming from the young guys. And Walter Nolan said it best this week, like the future's bright with what they have in the locker room. So really interested to see what they can do against Seattle now, because it's going to be a much tougher test than I think what we saw against Dallas.
Tyler, is it safe to say that today was the first normal day for the Arizona Cardinals in a week? You know what I mean by that, right? Like it feels
I know what
like
you mean.
every single day since last Thursday, since we had you on a week ago, it's been this development, this angle, this change. Gannon said that, and today you were out there. You tell me, was there a blanket of normalcy over the team today that maybe hasn't been there for the last week, or maybe even longer than that if you want to stretch this thing out more than that?
Yeah, I think you stretch it out more than just the week. I think obviously the whole Kyler, he's close. He's still the starter. Nothing's changed to, we're going to go start Jacoby, to now, yep, we're putting Kyler on the IR. Like, it's been a roller coaster couple of weeks of just this whole quarterback development. What's going to happen next? And yeah, I think today was very much normalcy, some clarity. Just, we're at the open portion of practice and we know exactly who the starter is going to be. He's throwing to the guys he's going to be throwing to in the game. We don't have to be, logging reps between who's doing what with who. It was very much a normal day of practice, a normal day of just the ins and outs of Cardinals football. And I think that could help. I think distractions, limit them as best as you can. And this has definitely been one of those in the past couple of weeks. So moving on from it and getting to that next stage and getting able to just focus on the X's and O's could really bode well for them in the second half.
I'm curious because I doubt very many are going to go on the record and say anything bad about Kyler, and I wouldn't expect that necessarily. But I am curious from your perspective, given how much more involved everybody has been with Jacoby Brissett as the signal caller. Have you gotten any kind of sense of how much, for lack of a better word, happier everybody is in the wide receiver room knowing that Jacoby Brissett is the quarterback because he gets everybody involved?
I was my
next question. I mean, you got to imagine they've got to be happier. And I think just listening to Marv, I think that's the thing is, like you said, Bernsey, nobody's going to come out there and be like, yes, Kyler's not a better quarterback than Jacoby. Like we needed Jacoby to come back. But when you go between the quotes, go between the lines, and you listen to the wide receivers and talk about how much of a leader Jacoby is and how he's getting guys ready in the huddle and putting them in the right spot, like those little tiny things are a constant with Jacoby Brissett. I continue to hear these from every pass catcher. I mean, Trey McBride says it, Marvin Harrison Jr. says it, Zay Jones says it, Michael Wilson said it. Like, they just feel a lot more comfortable with Jacoby, and they're not going out there and saying we're more comfortable than Kyler, but everything they're saying, the leadership aspect, the comfortability, knowing that he's a veteran, staying in the pocket, getting those explosives, you can tell that there is just a comfortability, a confidence level that was really missing over those first 5 weeks. And I think that's really what I look at is, again, they're not going to go out there and bash a guy, but you've got to see what everybody's saying and you've got to see what the results are putting on the stat sheet. And that's a lot is being said right there.
When I go back to the last game against Seattle, they had a valiant comeback. It fell short. Kyler had the 2 interceptions. The defense really balled out. It was another game where they, held an opponent to 23 or less. MHJ had a really brutal first half. But in that game, I remember we came out and that fourth quarter was so great for them. We were like, can this be who they are? Can this be the offense? But they were great in the fourth quarter. So in your opinion, to get a win in Seattle, what do they have to do differently from the last time they played them?
Yeah, I mean, I think they, one, have to come out and play fast. I think what we saw in Dallas, we need to see a repeat of that. Get Marvin the ball early. I think we saw the success of that. And that's the other thing, too. For 3.5 quarters, the Cardinals were not winning that football game. They were not even close to winning that football game. So if they can just have a little bit more oomph at the beginning, that should only bode well for at the end of it. And that's the other thing, too. The defense learned how to close out a game last week. And I think you can really parlay that into another dominant performance late. But again, they're going to have a tough test. You got Sam Darnold, who didn't have an incompletion in the first half last week and had 4 touchdowns. Like, that alone is going to be nuts to watch. And then they're adding a guy like Rashid Shaheed, another deep threat, like with JSN. I mean, it's going to be one of the toughest tests they've had all year. I think Seattle's gotten better since the last time they played. But when I look at it, you've got to come out firing. You've got to get Marvin the ball early. You've got to get Trey the ball early. And if you can try to establish the run game, it's only going to help Jacoby play action, under center looks. It's only going to help him throw the ball more, because if they're going to win this game, Jacoby's going to have to go win it. I really do think
the last time they played them, they basically abandoned the run. I remember after the game, I asked Gannon about the huge disparity in pass to 41-17. They threw the ball 40. And Gannon said, like, they don't think that they could run on Seattle. They just don't think that they could run on them. So balance would be nice, but I don't know if it can work against them, because the last time out, they basically went, we're going to go pass heavy and barely run the ball. And no Connor, no Benson in this one. I wonder if it's a similar game plan.
Yeah, I do think. I think it's one of those where you just put it in the hands of Jacoby, let him do what you've seen him do the last 3 weeks and get after it. I mean, when you're throwing, more points per game, more total yards, more passing yards, like, Jacoby's getting it done. So continue to rely on the hot hand and see what he can do. And I think that's really going to be the name of the game, is you've got to throw the rock and you've got to really compete with what Sam Darnold and his company's doing right now.
Tyler, we appreciate the time as always. Thanks for joining us, as you usually do every Thursday. And we'll talk to you next week, if not sooner, when we see you around here in the studio, all right?
Sounds good. See you guys.
You got it. Tyler Drake, our Cardinals reporter for ArizonaSports.com, co-host of the Cardinals Corner podcast, along with our own Lauren. In fact, I think they were just recording one today that should be dropping very, very soon.
Drop that.
As
Drop
well.
it.
Drop that podcast when we come back on the Burns and Gambo show. Rumors continue to swirl. Yet another program was linked with Kenny Dillingham today. But in that regard, there's good news. And we'll share it with you next on Burns and Gambo.
Sign up now for the 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text PICKLE to 620-620. Help some kids, have some fun, and win some prize money. Text PICKLE to 620-620 now.
Confidence is knowing you're ready to handle whatever comes your way. That's what it feels like to take on your workday with Cintas. They make sure your AEDs are up to date, your fire extinguishers are tested and inspected, your floor mats are cleaned and delivered, and your workwear looks good, feels good, and is freshly laundered with a Cintas Apparel Plus program. So are you ready to take on today? Visit Cintas.com.
Oh, I'm ready!
And get ready for the workday.
Smarter clean in half the time. Brought to you by Swiffer Power Mop. Tired of the mop and bucket struggle? The Swiffer Power Mop gives you a mop and bucket clean without all the extra work. It's an all-in-one cleaning tool that mops smarter, not harder. With built-in solution that breaks down dirt and grime. And a pad with over 300 scrubbing strips to absorb and lock sticky messes. It even gets into places a regular mop can't. And leaves your home smelling fresh for hours. Try the Swiffer Power Mop today. Love it or your money back.
2 of the Valley's trusted HVAC and plumbing companies are now one. Hayes Cooling and Heating and Orangutan Home Services are now service experts. Celebrate with a $99 AC Precision Tune-Up. Call 866-EXPERTS or visit serviceexperts.com. License details online.
Progressive presents a testimonial of sorts.
Hey, slow down!
Oh, yeah? Well, you drive like my grandma. She's a very attentive and courteous driver who wears a seatbelt and always uses her turn signals. She's also a talented painter and has very low cholesterol. Not that that has anything to do with her drive. We just thought a more complete picture of who she is might be interesting. Anyway, have a nice day.
Safe driver? Get Snapshot from Progressive and get a personalized rate based on how you drive. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company and affiliates. Snapshot not available in California or from all agents. Surcharge possible for unsafe driving.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it.
Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, your company is a leading installer of artificial turf in the Valley, and artificial turf has become extremely popular in Arizona.
Absolutely. Less maintenance is what everyone is going for these days. So we can provide a lawn that'll last through every season, less watering, no mowing, one-stop shop. Call Turf Monsters.
623-263-7388, online at turfmonstersaz.com.
And we're back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how is the service at Arrowhead Honda?
I trust my friends at Arrowhead Honda's service department to keep my Honda in tip-top shape. Their expert team always gets it right. From quick oil changes to major repairs, they will literally handle it all. Thanks, Arrowhead Honda.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 and Bell Road, or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Tell them Michael Wilson sent you. Go Red.
In football, the best teams rise to the top. In medicine, the same is true. That's why Barrow Neurological Institute is consistently ranked among the nation's best in brain and spine care. From game day concussions to the most complex neurological conditions, Barrow delivers world-class expertise right here in Arizona. When it comes to your brain, your spine, your future, you want the very best on your side. Barrow Neurological Institute. It matters where you get your care. Visit barrowneuro.org.
We make the claims process easy so you can get back on the road in no time. It's why over 43 million drivers trust Progressive. See for yourself at progressive.com.
Hey, it's Wolf. What will we see in Jalen Green's Phoenix Suns debut? Will we see Jalen Green's Phoenix Suns debut? We'll be reacting to Suns Clippers tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
It's a bye week for ASU. The big game to watch this weekend is Texas Tech BYU. Go Cougars.
Go BYU.
Go Cougars. Yeah, go Cougars. You let them finish undefeated. I don't know if they're for real or not. Their schedule, I get all that. But them winning out means that they would hand Texas Tech another loss. They would hand Cincinnati another loss. And I think for ASU to get in the Big 12 title game, that's what you're looking for, right? You're looking for, okay, one team clearly to get in and then just a whole bunch of two-loss chaos. And let's see if you can win some of the tiebreakers or if some of those two-loss teams can become three-loss teams. So
chaos is good.
Chaos is great for ASU.
Chaos is good.
I think you're rooting for chaos. Chaos is not good when it comes to the coaching staff. And we're getting quite used to this now, especially with so many big-time college football programs that are opening up. I mean, there's a lot of big jobs that are out there. Kenny Dillingham has now been linked to the opening at Auburn, which kind of makes sense. He's coached there for 1 year. He was the quarterback's coach and offensive coordinator.
Somebody
under
put out
Gus
a meme,
Malzahn.
Kenny Dillingham, welcome to Auburn, but it was from 2019.
It was his picture in the media guide from 2019.
And people like freaked out. Oh, my,
what? Yeah. 4 power programs in the SEC. 3 power programs and 1 pretty good one. Auburn, LSU, Florida, they're all open. Arkansas is open as well. Penn State is open. UCLA is open. And so somebody, and I can't remember exactly who, some national college football writer linked Kenny Dillingham to the Auburn job, probably in part because of the fact that he used to play there. Now, I don't know if this was necessary. I don't know how noteworthy this should be, but I'm going to bring it up anyway and just kind of put it out there and see what kind of reaction it gets. Our buddy Chris Cartman over at Sun Devil Source reported that Kenny Dillingham recently informed members of his team that he would continue as the school's head coach next season. Kenny Dillingham, and here's the story, and I'm reading this word for word from SunDevilSource.com, and we appreciate their work as always. Kenny Dillingham informed members of his team ahead of their win against Iowa State last Saturday he planned to return for his 4th season as ASU's coach in 2026. Despite rumors labeling Dillingham as a candidate at multiple Power 4 jobs, including at Auburn and Florida, Dillingham unexpectedly entered several position meeting rooms last week to tell players he would continue to lead the Sun Devils next season. Quote, he just walked in, said he wasn't going anywhere next year, and that's going to be business as usual, close quote. The parent of one ASU defensive player said of the message relayed to them. Then he left. He also did that with other positions on the team because those players heard the same thing, and they talked about it after, close quote.
It's a shame that you have to do that, but you have to do it. Because what you don't want is the kids are going to see the speculation. The parents are going to see the speculation. All the jobs are opening. Kenny's done an amazing job. You know, that win last week against Iowa State without your two best offensive players, just a tremendous win. It just solidifies what a great coach he is. What a great coach he is. What a great builder he is. Who wouldn't want this guy to be your head coach? You'd be crazy if you're one of these schools and you don't contact him. You'd be crazy if you hired a search firm and they didn't have him as one of the top 5 guys on your list. Then that search firm should be fired if he's not top 5 on the list. So that's why you just you just got to go out. Like, I'm not going anywhere because you don't want to lose kids in the portal. You don't want people talking. You don't want rumors to get out and speculation. Nip it in the bud. I'm not going anywhere. I'm not going. So, and you might have to do that a couple more times because his name's going to keep coming up.
Yeah, Mitch, through his connections, was able to obtain exclusive audio of how these meetings sounded like.
I'm not leaving. I'm not leaving.
I'm not leaving. This is my home. They're going to need a wrecking ball to take me out of here because I ain't going nowhere.
I'm going to bet $10 right now, anybody who wants to take it, that Gambo's never seen that movie. I'm going to bet $10 right now he's never seen that movie.
Year?
2005. I'm going to guess.
Main actor?
2013. Oh, God, I was way off. 2013.
Main actor?
Leonardo DiCaprio. In a movie directed by Martin Scorsese.
Okay. Wall Street.
Huh?
Wall Street.
The Wolf of Wall Street.
The Wolf of Wall Street.
That was close enough. Wolf of Wall Street.
Yeah, baby!
But did you see it? Did you see it? Oh, you saw it?
Yeah. Is it the one with the really pretty blonde?
Good memory, Gambo.
Good memory. Yes, Margot Robbie.
What do you remember about the movie?
I remember Margot Robbie taping cash to her body. Is what I remember about that movie, says Gambo.
Good night, everybody.
Good night.
I'm going to end on that.
I'm impressed. That didn't strike me as the kind of movie that you would enjoy very much. For whatever reason. I don't know why.
What do you mean? It's got his favorite word in it. Like over and over again.
Did that movie set the record for the number of F-bombs in a movie?
Was there a boat and money was being thrown off the boat?
Yeah, there was a boat and it was
and in the end, he was a crook, right?
Yeah, in the end, he went to jail.
He was a crook.
But he got out of jail and rebuilt his life very quickly. It was a good movie. It was right, but yeah, there was a boat and they were at sea and they were in the middle of a giant storm.
Was the Margot Robbie scene? What's her name?
Margot Robbie.
Was it like one of the most talked about scenes?
It was pretty talked about at the time.
Okay.
Yeah, it was pretty talked
Yeah,
about.
I remember it.
You saw it. Okay.
I saw the movie.
But back to that was funny. But back to the task at hand here. I guess I'm just a little surprised that he felt compelled that he had to do it because I never got the impression anybody was taking him leaving seriously. You know what I mean?
But if you don't say anything, it just allows rumors to fester. It just does. It's the world we live in right now, right? The kids in the portal, the coaches getting in. Kenny Dillingham is doing such a great job. Like I said, it'd be crazy for any firm to not have him as a top 5 guy. So, if he could just reassure the kids I'm not going in, you don't want to have kids thinking about, hey, I'm going to lose the coach. No, I want to leave too.
I totally understand what you're saying. I do. It's just and I'm not saying Kenny's never going to leave or that there isn't going to be a job that comes along that Kenny says, oh my God, I can't say no to that. I have to consider it. I'm not saying that day won't come. I just didn't feel like that day was today. I didn't feel like any of these jobs were.
You didn't feel like he needed to do it today?
No, I mean, just that the threat of him leaving never felt real. Even with all of these jobs, it just never felt substantial enough that he would feel like he has to go in. But I also understand this is going to be, and to your point, I think this is a good one. this is going to be a crucial moment for Kenny this offseason now. Jordan's leaving. Cam's gone. Sam might be gone. And Kenny said a couple of days ago, hey, he's going to have a surgery, and he's had it, by the way. I saw a screenshot on his Instagram of him recovering with his foot in a giant cast. Said, I'm going to talk to Sam sometime in the next couple of weeks after he's had his surgery and get an idea of what his plans are next year and see what he does. Kenny might have to work harder than he's had to work in at least a couple of years to kind of rebuild this thing a little bit on the fly, right? Like, you're going to be losing potentially a lot of talent walking out that door. All those guys who came back, you're losing a lot of them this offseason. And so between recruiting and transfer portal and things like that, in order to keep this going, you might feel like you had to say something this year because you didn't want guys to get squirrely and leave.
There's one thing that's going to work in his advantage. When Jordan Tyson goes as the top wide receiver in the draft, he can go back-to-back draft. He can go to kids and say, you want to play offense at ASU? Look where Cam Scatterbu is. Look where Jordan Tyson is. We put kids in the NFL. Sam Levitt's going to play in the NFL. He's going to play on Sundays. Jordan Tyson is going to be the first wide receiver taken. They're going to have other guys drafted too.
Yeah.
But I think that's the thing that could work to his advantage is the success that he's going to have with two of his star players going to the NFL.
According to Chris's story, Florida, which fired former ASU offensive coordinator Billy Napier as its head coach on October 19th, has interest in Dillingham, according to two people familiar with its search process. But Dillingham has not had any conversations with the Gators about their opening. So that's the only one in this story that is mentioned specifically as, hey, we've heard Florida is the one that's kind of, we kind of like him.
It's not great to be a Florida Gator.
It is.
It's not
It
great
is
to
great,
be.
though, for it to be the 4 o'clock reset, because it's 4 o'clock reset time, and we'll get you caught up on what's going on in sports.
A Wolf of Wall Street
on the Perns and Gambo show.
Bickley and Morana mornings. The defense now with renewed health, with Garrett Williams back, with Will Johnson back and healthy and contributing, with Walter Nolan coming back, Darius Robinson working his way back, Josh Sweat looking unblockable at times during the Dallas game. That might be the bigger story.
To me, for the Cardinals, if they're really going to take this moment and get back into the race, it's going to be because of their defense. It's going to be because this defense goes from mid to top 10 to dangerous, to the kind of defense that can just shut you down, because that's what they did to Dallas.
Bickley and Morana, mornings on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with a real-life story from Life Changer Loan. So one of our listeners is in the pool business. His wife stays at home with their kids. They're far from wealthy, but they're responsible with money. They owed over $500,000 on their home at 6.5%. They changed to a Life Changer Loan. They're paying off their home in 8 years, saving over $490,000 in interest. Find out what Life Changer Loan can do for you at 480-504-0844, online at lifechangerloan.com.
America's favorite car show is back. Don't miss the final Good Guys event of the year. The 28th Speedway Motors Southwest Nationals. November 21st through the 23rd at West World of Scottsdale. Over 3,000 hot rods, muscle cars, and trick trucks. Check out the Square Body Syndicate and GSI GM Truck Takeover. Don't miss the Good Guys 2025 BASF Top 12 Cars and Trucks of the Year. Meet the top builders in the country and so much more. November 21st through the 23rd at West World of Scottsdale. Details at good-guys.com.
Morning, Zoe. Got donuts.
Jeff Bridges, why are you still living above our garage?
Well, I dig the mattress, and I want to be in a T-Mobile commercial like you. Teach me, Saldana.
Oh, no, I'm not really prepared. I couldn't possibly. At T-Mobile, get the new iPhone 17 Pro on them. It's designed to be the most powerful iPhone yet and has the ultimate pro camera system.
Wow, impressive. Let me try. T-Mobile is the best place to get iPhone 17 Pro because they've got the best network.
Nice, Jeffrey.
You heard them. T-Mobile is the best place to get the new iPhone 17 Pro on us with eligible trade-in in any condition.
So, what are we having for lunch?
Dude, my work here is done.
The 24 monthly bill credits on experience beyond for well-qualified customers plus tax and $35 device connection charge. Credits ended. Balance due if you pay off earlier. Cancel. Finance agreement iPhone 17 Pro 256 gigs, $1,099.99 and new line minimum $100 plus a month plan with auto pay plus taxes and fees required. Best mobile network in the U.S. based on analysis by Ookla Speed Test Intelligence data 1H2025. Visit T-Mobile.com.
Every day, community. Supporting. Giving.
Every day at APS, we support Arizona community organizations and our customers, giving back to help Arizona teachers, nonprofits, and families, volunteering to support and strengthen neighborhoods, working with local partners to provide customers with crisis assistance and other services when they need it most. To help your community or find assistance for yourself or someone you know, visit aps.com/brighter. This ad is funded by Pinnacle West shareholders.
Hey, I'm here today with Dr. Justin Field of Desert Institute for Spine Care, also known as DISC. When I had low back pain, I went to the experts at DISC. There are people who have low back pain and herniated disc. Doc, what is the treatment for a herniated disc?
When patients fail conservative treatment, they come to me with a herniated disc in their low back, and they've got pain down their leg, maybe weakness and numbness with that as well. When it comes to surgery, we do something called a microdiscectomy, which is done through a less than 1-inch incision, done under a microscope, under general anesthesia, and we're able to remove a little bit of bone to be able to gain access to that herniated disc. We remove it and people wake up and they feel so much better. Not only is their back pain improved, but that the leg pain, the weakness, numbness associated with it is gone.
Thank you, Dr. Field. If you suffer from neck or back pain, go see the spine experts at DISC at sciatica.com or text SPINE to 620-620.
Message and data rates may apply.
Black Friday is going on now at every AutoNation store. Hurry in and save for a limited time. Buy with 0 down, plus make no payments till next year. Shop new and used cars, trucks, SUVs, even top luxury models. Drive with 0 down, plus no payments till next year. Save your cash for the holidays. Go to your nearest AutoNation store now.
Limited term financing on approved credit. 90-day deferred payment. Interest accrues from date of purchase. See store for details.
This holiday season, elevate your event at Talking Stick Resort. From breathtaking views and a world-class golf course to 113,000 square feet of flexible event space, every detail sets the stage for an unforgettable holiday party. Whether it's cocktails under the stars or a fully produced banquet with state-of-the-art AV, Talking Stick has it all. Plus a luxurious spa for next-day recovery. Secure your celebration today. Talking Stick Resort, Scottsdale's premier destination for celebration. Life well played.
KMVP FM Phoenix.
Live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Varel. With Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. The Phoenix Suns have the NBA stage to themselves tonight. They and tonight's opponent are the only teams in action league-wide. It's going to be old friends Bradley Beal and Chris Paul, and the rest of the LA Clippers visiting Mortgage Matchup Center. It is also expected to be the debut of Jalen Green, who has missed the first 8 games of the season due to a hamstring injury. As far as the rest of the injury report goes, Dylan Brooks remains out, with a core muscle strain. It's Grayson Allen who's listed as questionable. He was added today due to an illness. No Kawhi Leonard or James Harden for the Clippers. Leonard is dealing with a right ankle sprain. Harden is out due to personal reasons. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. Cardinals added a quarterback to their practice squad today. It is Jeff Driscoll. He joins the team after a workout that he had in Arizona on October 29th. He's back with the team after he spent time here in 2023. And then per ESPN's Jeff Passan, 13 players were extended qualifying offers by their respective MLB clubs, and that includes Arizona and Zach Gallen. The expectation per our John Gambadoro is that Gallen will decline that offer and test free agency. This report is brought to you by America Roofing. Why should you choose America Roofing? Arizona's largest roofer, A+ with the Better Business Bureau, and winner of the 2025 Roofing Contractor of the Year. Save 12% at AmericaRoofingCo.com.
Arizona Sports. The local sports leader. Burns and Gambo, the 4 o'clock reset. 4 o'clock reset.
4 o'clock reset on this Thursday. A lot going on in sports. Here to tell us all about it is Lauren. Take it away.
All right, guys, let's dive on in because the Arizona Cardinals are adding quarterback Jeff Driscoll, an old friend, reuniting. He will be back on their practice squad now that Kyler Murray is added to the IR and out at least those 4 games. And we had Brock Heward on earlier in the show, and he asked about Budda Baker and always being up to play Seattle. Well, Budda spoke to the media today and was asked if playing in Seattle is still special for him.
Yeah, of course. Year 9, it's always great to play back home where I'm from. I went to University of Washington, so that's about 15 minutes away. Definitely special to go back, do my ritual, do my routine, and, have a great time, have a great game on Sunday.
He does love playing there. I remember when we had known the night before Budda was drafted that the Cardinals were going to take Budda in the second round. So the first round ended, and we knew they were going to take Budda in the second round. I remember calling Brock like, hey, they're going to take this Budda Baker guy. What can you tell me about him? And he's told me the story about running up the Space Needle and how he had to beat everybody. So we kind of had that in the bag, knowing that they were going to take Budda the next day.
Yeah, there was a race for all the Washington football players, and he won the race. It's what I always think about when I think about Budda being a Seattle guy. So, and hopefully Budda Baker, that was his first... The fumble recovery he had. It
was first in a long time.
First turnover recovered in like 3 years, 4 years. It's been a minute.
Been a long time. Been a long, lonely time.
A great Budda Baker would be just fine with me against Seattle on Sunday.
And it could be very important because our very own Tyler Drake is reporting that Max Melton, Mac Wilson, and Will Johnson all not at practice today. Not practicing out there on the field.
Ooh. What?
Yeah.
No Max Melton and Will Johnson?
Okay, let's just give them the win and stay home.
Don't go to Seattle.
You guys win.
Oh
my God.
Mac Wilson, okay, Cody Simon came in and obviously forced the fumble. That was a huge moment in that game.
Cody was good.
Hopefully at least one of Will Johnson or Max Melton can play. Neither of them out there against Jackson Smith and Jigba.
Rashid Shaheed,
Torrey Horton,
Cooper Kupp if he's back.
If Cooper Kupp's back, yeah. I mean,
who's their tight end? AJ Barner.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Yeah. Okay, please.
Oh my God.
Come back.
Yeah. So we'll look at that in the injury report later this week, and then a little play-by-play cut from Monday Night Football.
And the punt is blocked, and it's loose in the end zone. The Cowboys are running after it. And they lay on it in the end zone for a touchdown. It was blocked and recovered by Marshawn Nealon for a touchdown. It was Sam Williams that blocked it, and it's 10-6.
It's a terrible story.
I have the full police report, so I will just read that
It's a terrible story. Terrible tragedy.
According to Frisco Police, the department responded to assist the Texas Department of Public Safety with locating a vehicle that evaded the troopers during a pursuit that entered the city at approximately 10:39 p.m. last night. DPS troopers found Nealon's vehicle crashed on the southbound Dallas Parkway near Warren Parkway. According to the report, Nealon fled the scene on foot, and officers searched the area with help from canine and drone units. Approximately 3 hours later, Nealon was found with what appeared to be a self-inflicted gunshot wound.
2 months before he was selected by the Cowboys, his mother passed away unexpectedly. There was some mental health issues that he had. First active NFL player to die during the season since 2018 when Colts linebacker Edwin Jackson was killed after being struck by a car. This is a terrible, terrible story. It makes me very sad.
Absolute tragedy, and of course our condolences. It's awful to think about.
Our deepest condolences to his family and to the Dallas Cowboys organization. And Sauce Gardner was cleared today from concussion protocol, paving the way for him to make his Colts debut Sunday in Berlin against the Atlanta Falcons.
In Germany.
It's a big move. It's a big move for the Indianapolis Colts, who and in the AFC, why not? Right?
It's a big time move. Like
why not?
They went for it.
Yeah.
Like they went all in. Sauce Gardner is a great player.
There's a whole bunch.
He's a great player.
I know the AFC is still the Chiefs and the Bills, and probably will be the Chiefs and Bills till the end of time.
You going Colts? Come on, go Colts.
But there are three teams there, the Colts, the Broncos, and the Patriots, that all kind of have why not them vibes about them? You know, like, hey, they're way better than anybody thought. And if there are some cracks in the foundation with the Bills or the Chiefs, why not one of those three teams?
So we'll wake up Sunday morning, that game will be on?
Yes.
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 Berlin, Germany. I've been to Munich. I've never been to Berlin.
Never been to
I have been to Munich.
Never been to Germany.
No.
Oh, it's beautiful. Just
And
beautiful.
One of those teams you mentioned, Burnsy, they're in action tonight. The Raiders are in Denver to take on the Denver Broncos for Thursday Night Football with time change. That game now starts at 6:50.
So we don't lose Mitch. So,
We don't lose
so
Mitch.
Mitch will still be dialed into the show and paying attention, even though he can't hear a word that I'm saying right now.
If he had his camera on right now, you'd see just
We
how
don't lose
dialed
Lauren, who has the tight end on the Raiders.
As Gambo learned the hard way.
75 fantasy football points by a tight end in one game, an all-time record last week. He had how many touchdowns did he have last week?
3.
How many yards receiving?
Ooh, I don't even know. 260
Yeah.
something.
Yeah.
Yeah. Thanks,
Yeah.
Brock Bowers.
The next day I looked at my fantasy football score and like one guy. She had one guy. That beat my basically beat my whole team.
Gambo and I are playing each other this weekend, and in typical fashion, I walk into the studio and he's like poring over his team, like trying to figure it. And
I'm not running it anymore.
I have not given it one glance.
I'm not running it.
I need to look at it and see what I'm doing.
I just know that my best offensive players on like CD Lamb and Javonte Williams aren't playing. So
Yeah, they're on bye this week.
I don't care. I don't care. So we've fired Sean.
Oh boy.
All right,
Because
well-
I don't know how to get him
That's
off
how
of
bad
it.
things are.
So
He's by default he's been rehired.
we've fired Sean because I don't know how to get him off the damn thing.
And in some NBA news, the Phoenix Suns, they're back in action tonight. Bradley Beal and the rest of the LA Clippers are visiting Mortgage Matchup Center. It is expected to be the debut of Jalen Green tonight, who's missed the first 8 games with a hamstring injury. Dylan Brooks remains out, and Grayson Allen was added to the injury report earlier today. He is questionable for
Got
this
an
one.
illness, right? Like he's feeling under the weather, so we might not see Grayson Allen tonight. Looking forward to Jalen Green. At this point, I've just kind of divorced myself from caring what sort of reaction Bradley Beal is going to get, or what. Not so much the reaction, but whether they show a video or not. I don't know if they're going to show a video. I think we stumbled upon the right solution yesterday.
Yeah.
Go to Bradley Beal, and because Josh Bartelstein, his father Mark Bartelstein, is Bradley Beal's agent, and if Bradley wants one, give him one, even though it's going to elicit a bad reaction. And if he doesn't, don't.
Right.
And just leave it at that.
Offer it up.
Right? Like offer it up. Hey, would you like one or not? Because you've had an interesting relationship with Suns fans the last year. And if you don't want one, we get it. We won't give you one.
Might
Just
as well
do
like
that.
Nick Ahmed. Do you want a World Series ring? No, I don't want one. But you deserve one. You were on this. No, I don't want it.
Yeah.
I don't want a World Series ring.
Leave it up to him. But it'll be, he will not be received. Well, he will not be received well tonight.
No, tip-off for that one is at 7 right here on 98.7. And the Arizona Diamondbacks extended a qualifying offer to Zach Gallen ahead of Thursday's deadline. Gallen now has until November 18th at 2 p.m. to accept or reject the offer. It is expected that he will reject the offer.
Yeah, he's going to get a better deal than a one-year qualifying offer.
Yes, and the Diamondbacks will get a draft pick when he decides he's going to get a better offer than a one-year qualifying offer. So that's why you do it.
Yes.
And that's your 4 o'clock reset.
Thank you, Lauren. We appreciate it when we come back here on the Burns and Gambo Show on Arizona Sports. Kyler Murray, his future, and what happens if they trade him, what happens if they cut him. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
If you live for this sound, if you are the greatest pickleballer in all of Arizona, and if you have a partner who can help you take it to the competition, sign up now for the 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text PICKLE to 620-620. Help some kids, have some fun, win some prize money. Text PICKLE to 620-620 now.
I'm on our YouTube channel. You can watch the show on YouTube. And John Fonzo, how you doing, John? Saying hello to you, waving. You watch it on YouTube right now. Said, Gambo, I met you at Home Depot and your wife was buying a bunch of Christmas stuff. I'm like, okay. And then so Charlotte came in and said that she actually met us at Sanderson Ford and she bought a 2013 Mustang with 12,000 miles on it for $16,000. Thank you, Charlotte, for going. Hello, Charlotte, on YouTube, for going to Sanderson Ford and purchasing a vehicle at Sanderson Ford. I actually bought my daughter a Ford Mustang. at Sanderson Ford around that same time when she turned 16 years old. She's 30 years old now. She's a doctor. She's making really good money. She still drives the same car I bought her when she was 16 years old. 14 years ago. Same Mustang, convertible Mustang, still driving it. Doesn't want to get a new car. I don't know why. But she just loves that Mustang, and she is still driving it 14 years later. We purchase all our vehicles from Sanderson Ford. It's a great dealership. No hassle, no pressure, no nonsense. It's easy to go in, find a vehicle you like, get a great price on it, work with some great people on the financing options. It is a terrific dealership. The only dealership that my family shops at is Sanderson Ford or Sanderson Lincoln. They're on 51st Avenue in Glendale. You can also go online for more information at sandersonford.com.
We just want to have enough money for retirement.
And travel to visit our grandchildren.
I understand. That's why at Fisher Investments, we start by getting to know each other, so I can learn about your family, lifestyle, goals, and needs, allowing us to tailor your portfolio.
What about commission-based products?
We don't sell those. We're a fiduciary, obligated to act in your best interest.
So how do your management fees work?
We have a simple management fee based on the value of your portfolio, so we do better when you do better.
We appreciate that kind of transparency.
We also check in with you regularly to keep you up to date on the markets and your portfolio.
Well, what other services do you offer?
As a client, you have access to resources on investing, financial planning, estate planning, Social Security, Medicare, and more.
Wow, sounds like Fisher Investments has everything we need.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com.
Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
Hi, I'm Andy, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. As a product development manager, I make sure every piece of fine jewelry at Shane Company is meticulously designed for quality. From 14-karat gold chains, pearl necklaces, diamond studs, and of course, dream engagement rings. We know you can get your holiday gifts anywhere these days, but knowing your loved one's gift was crafted by master jewelers? It's a difference everyone can see and feel, no matter the price. All of our fine jewelry begins with a vision by our in-house designers. Then, we ensure each piece meets our high-quality standards every step of the way, including the smallest details. It's why our jewelry comes with our all-inclusive, free lifetime warranty that covers everything and doesn't cost a dime. At Shane Company, there's no shortcuts, just craftsmanship. Because a friend wants your fine jewelry to be nothing short of perfect. Come see for yourself. Visit us in-store or at shaneco.com. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
Dragging through your day, low energy, poor sleep, no drive? At Vital for Men, we're experts in helping men take back control with testosterone replacement therapy and now offering semaglutide. Plus, we accept most insurance. Book your free testosterone test today with 3 Valley locations, all experts in TRT. Go to vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Stop feeling exhausted. Start feeling unstoppable.
After a brutal summer of heat and monsoon storms, are your windows or doors ready for another season, or is it time to replace them? Call the Window and Door Store. Our exclusive Seal and Shield installation comes with a lifetime labor warranty for total peace of mind. It's how we've earned over 1,000 5-star reviews. Call 480-562-3902 now to schedule your free in-home consultation or book online at thewindowdoorstore.com. That's 480-562-3902 or thewindowdoorstore.com.
A huge Cardinals win Monday night, and here comes a roadie in Seattle this Sunday. Cardinals at the Seahawks. Pregame with your breakfast. Kickoff 2:05 Sunday afternoon on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Thank you to everybody in Tolleson hanging out with us here on this Thursday afternoon on Burns and Gambo.
Hello, Tolleson.
Hello, Tolleson. We appreciate you and everybody listening to us here on the Burns and Gambo show. In the meantime, the Kyler Murray story has officially become one of the big talking points nationally in the NFL. What are they going to do? How are they going to do it? Have we seen the last of Kyler Murray in a Cardinals uniform? And if so, what does that look like? Did they cut him? Did they trade him? What's the market for him? Et cetera, et cetera. Dan Graziano of ESPN had a good kind of in-depth look at this, and we referred to some of this yesterday, but I think we can get into a little more detail here about it when it comes to the finances of all of it. and in particular, the $54.7 million in dead money that the Cardinals would take on if they just flat out cut him next year. Now, there's ways to spread that out, pre-June 1, post-June 1, all that cap stuff that if you want to take a deep dive into it. But what they point out, and what we pointed out yesterday, I think is maybe the most important part here. You hear something like $54.7 million in dead money, and you think, that's it, we're screwed. We can't compete. There's no way, we're out. He writes that's a lot less than the $80 million the Broncos took on when they cut Russell Wilson in 2024. And since then, the Denver Broncos are 17-10. They made the playoffs last season, and they look to be headed that way again. So
crazy, right?
It's crazy. Now, I'm sure for
$85 million in dead money?
Yeah, to the point where Peter Schrager went on one of the national shows yesterday, I think it was McAfee, and said, look, there's a belief around the NFL, just rip the Band-Aid off. Just rip it off. You don't want him there? Cut him. Cut him and deal with it. And that's a big cap hit. You have that for me, Mitch? You're going to play it?
The problem is Kyler's contract the next 3 years, it's over like $100 million in dead cap space. So what do you do with that? But in a post-Russell Wilson era where teams just say, rip the Band-Aid off, that might be the move. I'll say this. They are still paying Cliff Kingsbury his full salary. They are still paying Steve Keim his full salary. Those guys are from a different era. Those are the guys who brought Kyler in. These new guys, Gannon and Monty Ossenfort and his crew, they didn't draft Kyler. They didn't sign him to that extension. And if you go to the owner and say, hey, we tried it for 2 years, we're going to move on. We got to take a financial hit. We'll figure it out. They might be more open to it than if they were the guys who actually drafted him.
The cap one of the things that helped the Broncos is the cap went up $25 million in one of those years. And that's the benefit when you look at this is that the cap keeps going up, and not by $2 million. The cap went from $225 million to $250 million the first year Russell Wilson got cut, the first year. So, okay, what was the cap hit that year? Okay, now $25 million you just added in cap money.
Right.
So they owed him like $39 million. But the rise of the cap helps teams offset the loss on cut. Now, you can't cut 4 guys like that, or 3 guys, or even 2, but you could cut one guy. Post June 1, I think it was $35 million for Russell Wilson. Well, the cap went up $25 million. So what is it really? It's a $10 million loss. Mm-hmm. So I think that's what really has helped is that the NFL is so damn popular. There's a game in Berlin this week. Everything's going up. The cap is not ever staying the same. It keeps getting higher and higher and higher. And that's why the quarterback salaries have gone extra, whatever that word is. Forget, I don't know what the word is. But it's grown. Astronomically.
Astronomically?
Well, I was thinking extra. Not extra.
Astronomically.
The cap has gone up astronomically, and that's why this Broncos story you look at and you say, oh, my God, how could you? Well, but then you got to take $25 million off of that because the cap went up.
Yeah.
And the cap's going to go up next year, too.
And it's a great point, and it's a way to make you feel like you could absorb it more if you needed to. Now, I'm
definitely nobody talks about that, but that's the truth.
I'm sure. The Cardinals would rather explore a trade for Kyler Murray than anything else, and I'm sure that's going to be the first thing if they are going to move on from Kyler. And at this point, while they haven't said anything on the record or off the record for that matter about it, I can't imagine anybody is going to be surprised if they do look to trade Kyler Murray somewhere. Is it the Jets? Is it the Dolphins? Is it the Saints? Is it somebody else? Is it the Raiders? Somebody else who could use a quarterback need? I don't know the answer to that, but I think the cutting him option, it's not, look, it's easy for me to say it's not my money. I'm not the one who's going to be writing him checks for nothing for not being around. But it happens, like in this league, this is not like something unusual the Cardinals would be doing. It absolutely happens. I think what was also interesting about Graziano's story, and this shouldn't come as a surprise, but I'm just throwing it out there anyway because it's the first time I've heard anybody kind of put it out there like on the record.
Okay.
He wrote, the growing sense around the league is that even if they miss the playoffs and get to the end of the season without Murray proving he can be their quarterback of the future, the Cardinals are likely to give Gannon and GM Monty Ossenfort a chance to stick around and pick their own quarterback.
Which they should.
Which now, keep in mind, 2 weeks ago, man, we couldn't go a day without having a conversation about, this story's got Jonathan Gannon on the hot seat. That story's got Jonathan Gannon on the hot seat. And now it feels like it's swung a little bit back to the idea of, yes, the season is clearly not going to live up to expectations, but given that they inherited Kyler and they inherited the Kyler the Kyler contract, the only fair thing to do would be to allow these guys to choose their own quarterback. When you combine that with the fact they're still paying Steve Keim and they're still paying Cliff Kingsbury, and they probably don't want to have to pay 2 more guys on top of that. So.
I'm not the biggest fire the coach guy out there. There are other people that always want to fire coaches every year. I'm not like that. I get to the point where, depending on the circumstances, like I was all in on firing Mike Budenholzer because he was a disaster, and there's a lot of things that I know behind the scenes that are not public, and as the reason why they needed to fire him. They needed to fire him. Jonathan Gannon deserves another chance to come back and coach the Cardinals right now, is my opinion. Now, there's a lot of games left to be played, and, whatever happens, happens. Here's a team coming off a bye week. They had lost 5 games in a row. They put together an incredible game plan, offensively, defensively, and they punked the Dallas Cowboys in Dallas. That's a good coaching staff. That's a good head coach. Monty Ossenfort's draft pick shined in that game. So many of his draft picks really played well. I believe right now at this point on November 6th that, yes, Monty Ossenfort and Jonathan Gannon deserve to come back. I believe that. I really do. There's been no indication to me that they don't. Even in the 5-game losing streak, it wasn't like they were getting their asses kicked. They were in every single game and barely losing. So it was hard. They just didn't learn how to win.
The Amari DiMercato moment and that loss felt like it might have had Gannon on the ropes for a minute, though.
What does Gannon have to do with DiMercato making a boneheaded play?
Well, it doesn't. It was the reaction to DiMercato on the sideline and the fallout from that.
Oh, that one. Okay.
That one.
Okay.
Right? At that moment, that was peak. Yep. Ooh, is he going to survive this?
Yes, he overcame it.
Can he? And he has, to his credit. He
apologized to the team.
Look, like I said,
made a mistake. You made a mistake.
I want to see who they pick. I want to see who they choose. I'm really curious. Now, you sent me this mock draft today, and it's not super encouraging in terms of guys that could be out there in the draft at quarterback, but I would still like to see who they pick.
Yeah, and I know we're running late on a break, but this mock draft that I was looking at had no quarterback taken until pick number 6, and only one quarterback before the Cardinals were at number 10. The second quarterback was Dante Moore of Oregon. He went number 19 to the Pittsburgh Steelers. So the early judgment right now is that outside of Fernando Mendoza, this is not a good draft class for quarterbacks.
3 quarterbacks in the first round. It was Mendoza, number 6. It was Dante Moore, number 19, and it was Lenoris Sellers from South Carolina, number 29. Those are the only 3 in this mock on the Athletic.
Not a great class.
When we come back on the Burns and Gambo show, what's making this even harder for the Cardinals is that the NFC West has done an exceptional job this year, with, of course, the exception of one very notable team. That's next on Burns and Gambo.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Delivers, bounces behind his back. Now down to 7 on the shot clock as Booker gets it with his back to the basket. Throws right corner Gillespie. Penetrates baseline to a cutting Livers. He'll throw it down with a big-time right-hand jam.
Suns host James Harden, Bradley Beal, Kawhi, Chris Paul, and the LA Clippers tonight. Pre-game at 6, 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
They call it the Pro Smile difference, and oh, what a difference it is. If you're considering a dental procedure to fix your teeth and give you the confidence to smile once again, I urge you to do your homework. Spend some time researching the different options and places you can have your dental work done, and when you finish, I am certain that you will choose Pro Smile. You see, Pro Smile really is different. First, they're the only practice in Arizona with full-service oral surgeons and cosmetic dentists on site. Many dental implant centers use just regular dentists to do an oral surgery, not Pro Smile. I wouldn't take that chance. Also, Pro Smile is the only implant center where the lab, mills, technicians, anesthesiologists, and the board-certified oral surgeons are in the office. Most of the places you research, they're going to farm a lot of that work out, which could lead to delays and mistakes. But not a Pro Smile. And with Pro Smile, they understand that you are making an investment in yourself. So they offer incredible finance options up to 10 years because the last thing they want is for cost to hold a customer back. So whether you need dental implants or custom veneers, go with Pro Smile Difference. You won't regret it. Locations in Phoenix and Scottsdale. Call 1-888-GO-SMILE or text PRO to 620-620 for all the information.
When it comes to Redbirds, your favorite team may dominate the gridiron, but Redbird Farms chicken rules the roost in flavor. With hand-cut, antibiotic-free, cage-free, vegetarian-fed chicken, Redbird Farms chicken is what real chicken tastes like. Our standards exceed the highest industry norms for quality. Find Redbird Farms chicken at Albertsons, Safeway, and Bash's.
Grill it, fry it, put it in parm. As long as you make it Redbird Farms.
We are back with wide receiver Michael Wilson. Hey, Michael, how's your new Honda?
Man, I love it. It's so smooth, reliable, and perfect for my busy life. Whether I'm heading to practice or a game, my Honda from Arrowhead Honda gets me there in style.
Visit Arrowhead Honda today at the 101 at Bell Road or shop online at arrowheadhonda.com.
Be sure to tell them number 14, Michael Wilson, sent you. Go Red.
Hi, sports listeners. It's Wayne from Amco. So I know a lot of you have bought new or new used cars that have extended warranties. You know, your salespeople tell you you have to go back to the dealer for repairs. That's not the case. If you have an extended service contract that's hiding in your glove box, please don't forget it's there. And remember that you can use it at any Amco. Most people think you have to go to the dealer for oil changes and service to keep your warranty valid. That's also not the case. You can have your vehicle serviced at any authorized service center. And Amco is authorized by all of the major warranty companies. Amco has dealership quality, rental cars, no hassles, and faster service. Now remember, Amco does more than transmissions. So if your car needs repairs, or you hear, feel, see, smell, or even think you have a car issue, please call Amco first. Just Google Amco for your nearest location. That's Amco, AAMCO, transmissions, and a whole lot more.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Add a GLP-1 medication for just $149 and say goodbye to that belly fat for good. Don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Fix your low T with no startup fee and add a GLP for just $149 only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com.
I'm Mitch Varel, with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Phoenix Suns have the NBA stage to themselves tonight. It's just them, their opponent, and that's it across the entire NBA. It's the Clippers coming to Mortgage Matchup Center tonight, and it is expected to be the debut of Jalen Green, who has missed the first 8 games of the season due to a hamstring injury. As far as the rest of the injury report goes, Dylan Brooks remains out with a core muscle strain, and then Grayson Allen was added today, but he's listed as questionable with an illness. The Clippers will not have the services of Kawhi Leonard or James Harden. Leonard is dealing with a right ankle sprain. Harden is out due to personal reasons. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 6. You can listen to it all right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And per ESPN's Jeff Passan, 13 MLB players were extended qualifying offers by their respective clubs, of course, and that includes Arizona and Zach Gallen. The expectation per our John Gambadoro is that Gallen will decline that offer and test free agency. And that is what's trending now.
Hey, it's Luke. What do the Arizona Cardinals have to do to pull off an upset win in Seattle? We're talking Cardinals Seahawks tomorrow at 10 a.m. It's Wolf and Luke on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
Imagine a teacher in a classroom walking down the aisle where all the desks are, handing out the papers.
Okay, I'm with you. I'm picturing it.
Seattle Seahawks. Hey. San Francisco 49ers. Hey. LA Rams. Hey.
You get an A. You get an A. You get an A.
Cardinals. C-.
Kind of reminds me of my life.
Does it now?
Yeah.
You would have gotten on your knees and praised God if you got a C- or a C+. I'm sorry, it was a C+, not a C-. You would have gotten on your knees and praised God if you got a C+. And don't lie, you know I'm right.
Well, remember the person in front of me always was like it was Gina Ficara, who our grades were always the same.
Well,
Gina got a C, you got a C. Gina got a D, you got a D.
That's true. I forgot about the Gina Ficara effect.
And on a rare occasion, Gina got a B, I'd get a B.
Yeah, these
rare occasions.
And this shouldn't surprise anybody. These were grades handed out by CBS Sports, grading everybody at the middle of the season because we're kind of at the mid-season point. Everybody else in the division got an A. The Cardinals got a C+. And within this was this just so most annoying stat ever about the Arizona Cardinals that I didn't realize until I read it in the story. The Arizona Cardinals are one of 7 teams to lead in every game this season. Isn't that nuts?
It's nuts.
That's nuts. There's 32 teams in the NFL. 7 of them have had a lead in every single game this year.
They also mentioned Arizona Sports 98.7 in the article.
Oh, they did. Yeah, they did mention us. Is that where your eyes went? Right.
I'm just saying they did mention us in the story.
Yes, they did. Coach Jonathan Gannon did tell Arizona Sports 98.7 FM that Brissett would have been named the starter this week, even if Kyler Murray were healthy. But this shouldn't. Go ahead. Yeah.
I think the thing that stands out about it to me is not the Cardinals grade, which is it's okay. It's that the other 3 teams all got A's. Like the San Francisco 49ers, ravaged by injuries. No Nick Bosa, no Fred Warner for the year. Brock Purdy hasn't played. You got Mac Jones filling in. Christian McCaffrey was banged up. And they got an A.
Yeah.
Like they're 6-3. The 49ers are 6-3.
Mm-hmm.
Like that is incredible. The Rams, who we were going into the season, Matthew Stafford is that achy back. He's not going to make it through the year. And they're saying like he should get MVP attention. 21 touchdown passes. And we were like, Matthew Stafford, man, this guy's on his last leg. I don't know if he's going to make it. And here he is. He's got 16 touchdown passes over his last 5 games.
Mm-hmm.
So he's playing incredible. Seattle, they make a change at quarterback. They bring in Sam Darnold. They're like, okay, let's see what's going to happen. And they're in first place. And everybody thinks that they're the best team. They're the best team in the NFC West and a potential Super Bowl contender.
Right.
Because that's how good they're. So to me, it's like, well, it's what a bad year to be the Cardinals because this division is so damn good.
Yeah, to me, it goes a little bit deeper than that. It's not just so much, woe is us, such bad luck that we're in this division with these other teams. I think that these other 3 teams offer something that the Cardinals, quite frankly, are lagging behind a little bit with.
Okay.
I think, number 1, roster construction, and in particular, your ability to hit on draft picks. I mean, Seattle's been elite. The Rams have been elite.
2 of the best defensive players in the NFC were draft picks by them.
Elite. All right. In San Francisco, I'd have to go, maybe not as elite, but they've obviously, the fact that they've been able to withstand all the injuries that they've had speaks to their depth, which I think speaks to their draft. I think that's number 1. And I don't think that's an accident. I think there's a reason why they got all those grade A's on their season so far, because they have been able to, and again, the Rams and the Seahawks stand out in particular as teams who have just been able to draft out of their minds. Okay, that's 1. Number 2, I think you can make an argument that 3 of the best 7 coaches, 8 coaches in the NFL reside in the NFC West. I mean, Sean McVay's.
That's a good point.
Sean McVay's elite. Kyle Shanahan's elite. And Mike McDonald is proving himself to be one hell of a find by the Seattle Seahawks when they hired him as he was the defensive coordinator of the Ravens, I think. Now, this is not a knock on Jonathan Gannon, but he has not shown himself to be at that level yet. And I think I'm just speaking kind of bluntly and honestly here. He just hasn't, and so I think that's where you can't just say this is some random luck of the draw. Oh boy, what a bad year to be in the NFC West. I think it goes a little bit deeper than that. Like man, if you're going to compete in this division, you got to be on your game and you got to be on point, because these other teams, these other GMs, these other coaches, they're really, really good at what they do. and you got to be really good at what you do to compete. Am I wrong?
No, I think you're right.
Okay.
I think you're right. The next two games they play are division games against Seattle and San Francisco. You got to win both of these games to kind of keep your playoff hopes alive. What are the Cardinals now? They're 3-5?
Yes.
I mean, if you split those games, you're 4-6 with 7 to play. And now you got to win 6 out of 7, to get to 10 wins becomes very, very hard. And it's no easy chore. Like this Seattle game and that injury report, Max Melton not playing, Will Johnson not playing. Like, ruh-roh. Like, that's not good news. There was one other key player that was out, too. I can't remember who it was. Will Johnson, Max Melton,
and Mac Wilson.
Mac Wilson. Like, okay, three better defensive players. That's not a good thing. It's a tough division. There's great coaching. They've had good success in the drafts. They have good success in free agency. And it really is a tough division to play in. There's no question about it. That's why those 3 teams all got A's in the grades.
But it is frustrating because you would have thought that when Puka Nacua leaves, and is going to miss a few weeks, that they're going to take a step back. They didn't. Certainly with the 49ers losing Nick Bosa and Fred Warner, and they still might. And honestly, that's the game where I think if you can beat Seattle this week, and I know that's a big ask.
They're much better on the road than they are at home. Seattle.
Seattle?
Yeah, they've won like 10 straight road games.
Yeah, it's true.
They're
You're right.
so good on the road.
They're just okay at home. If you can beat Seattle on the road, big ask, but if you can do it, I think you can get San Francisco. I think, you know what I mean? Like if we're talking about 2-0 is what you need to do to really, truly get back in this conversation, the key one is this weekend, I think, because Seattle is just playing with a great deal of confidence right now, a great deal of internal belief in what they're doing. They just went out and swung a big-time trade to address what was a slight weakness on their roster and now turning it into a major strength. Beat Seattle, I think you've got a puncher's chance against San Francisco at home.
Most frustrating game of the season was Seattle, was San Francisco. The most frustrating game to me.
More than the Titans?
Oh, the Titans, too, because you blew that.
The Titans.
But the 49ers, because division, they had the lead. The Cardinals had the lead with 3 minutes left in the game. They punt the ball to San Francisco.
Yeah.
They go all the way down the field. They kick a field goal. They win the game. It's like, seriously?
Yeah.
The Titans games for sure because they really blew it. But the division, San Francisco, they had that game, too. They had that game and then just gave it up at the end.
When they had the holding in the end zone and the safety, that's it. They won. Mm-hmm. They won. They're going to win this game.
35-yard chip shot field goal to win the game.
That's that.
Oh, my God.
But I don't know if anything will ever.
And then Connor got injured in that game.
Just think about it. If they had just won the Titans game, they're 4-4, and they're right there.
Right there.
They're right there. Maybe they're not in the driver's seat. Oh, but they are in the conversation at 4-4. They are absolutely in the conversation.
The Titans had been 1-26 when trailing after 3 quarters before they won that game.
That game will haunt. I'm telling you, that game will haunt them all season long.
Yeah,
I really. Yeah, it'll haunt them all season long.
Cam Ward was looking like Warren Moon in that game.
Ja Morant, not very happy in Memphis right now. What a surprise to see those around the NBA trying to link him to your Phoenix Suns. If only you could see Lauren shaking her head on the other side of the glass. That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Sign up now for the 2nd annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament presented by Sanderson Ford, benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text PICKLE to 620-620. Help some kids, have some fun, and win some prize money. Text PICKLE to 620-620 now.
Pay rates may apply.
Love telling you about Stuart Willis and Asset Preservation Wealth and Tax. There is never a bad time to start your financial future. Now, you can work hard and have a 401k and maybe a Roth IRA and some investments, but what you really want is you want a financial advisor that could guide you through all the different, because it's not as easy as just saving money. We're all putting money away tax deferred, and eventually the bill's going to be due on that. Taxes, when do you pay those taxes? There are times to pay it and there are times not to pay it. And when you work with a financial advisor like Stuart Willis, like I am, you're going to understand the most important thing is it's not how much money you save, it's about how much of that money are you going to be able to keep. And that's very important when you start to get towards retirement. You're saying, I built this incredible nest egg. Okay, now how much of that money am I going to be able to keep? Because a lot of it's going to have to go to taxes. But there are different times to pay those taxes that can really be beneficial to you. That's why having a financial advisor that's not only a financial planner and a retirement planner, and an estate planner, but also somebody that can help you through the tax situation. Call Stuart Willis now. Set up a free portfolio review. You have nothing to lose and everything to gain. The number is 602-877-PLAN. That's simple. 602-877-PLAN.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC registered investment advisor.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters. And Mike, why is the fall a great time for our listeners to get in touch with Turf Monsters?
Fall is great for planting season. So if you're looking to do some seasonal planting, trees, shrubs, whatever you need, we're a one-stop shop. We can do everything for you. We have the best reviews in the Valley. We showcase our work. We have the best installers. We want your business. Customer service is our number one priority.
623-263-7388, online at turfmonstersaz.com.
I'm John Morgan of Morgan & Morgan. Why should you hire America's largest injury law firm for your case? There's lots of reasons. Just like there's a reason millions of people called us last year in their time of need. When it comes to fighting for justice and compensation, millions of people across the country trust us to go to battle for them. We became the largest injury law firm in the world for a reason. There's only one Morgan & Morgan, forthepeople.com. Injured? Dial pound law or visit forthepeople.com for an office near you.
Every time I turn around, my friends at Pure Talk give me one more reason to feel good about switching. This month, for instance, they're supporting Canines for Warriors, a terrific organization that trains rescue dogs and then pairs them up with combat veterans struggling with PTSD. The result? They're saving lives on both ends of the leash. This is why I switched to Pure Talk. I like being in business with an American wireless company who shares my values. Yeah, I appreciate unlimited talk, text, and plenty of 5G data for just $25 a month, and I bet you will too. But I think you'll really appreciate doing business with a company who gives back to the men and women who volunteered to defend our country. Just dial pound 250, say micro. With Pure Talk's U.S. customer service team, you can switch in as little as 10 minutes. Again, dial pound 250, say micro, to switch to an American wireless company who actually stands for something. Pure Talk.
Hi, I'm Lexi, your friend and jeweler at Shane Company. If you're planning to propose this holiday, we're ready to make creating your engagement ring a warm, welcoming experience. At Shane Company, we're all about your style, your budget, your dream engagement ring. Explore the widest selection of diamonds and ring settings ready for you to see in person, or visit us at shaneco.com. You'll have your ring in days, not weeks. Our friendly jewelry consultants don't work on commission. There's never any pressure, just perfect proposals. Shane Company, your friend and jeweler.
1-877 Cards for Kids. KARS Cards for Kids.
Ready to get rid of that old car? Donate it to Cars for Kids. Call 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS to reach a friendly live agent. Donation's super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now, 1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS.
1-877-CARS-FOR-KIDS. Donate your car today. Did you know you can donate real estate too?
The Burns and Gambo Need to Know Social Poll Update. Presented by Sanderson Ford.
All right, it's our Sanderson Ford poll question. Sanderson Ford on 51st Avenue in Glendale, online at sandersonford.com. And we've got a really good poll question out there, and we'll let Lauren take it away.
Gambo, do you think that Burnsy skipped out on the opening of the poll question because he voted for Bradley Beal the first time this came around? And
He did.
And he couldn't deal with the impact of that, so
Couldn't.
he decided to skip it?
He's just gone. He left.
Yeah. I mean, if that's how the cookie crumbles.
Yeah, that's the Gambo show.
It's the Gambo show.
All Gambo all the time.
It's always the Gambo show. No, I was just late. But I got booed roundly the last time.
Move this man!
To hop in a jacuzzi or something during this last break?
Is there a jacuzzi in here?
That's a good question. It might be. We should get one.
We should get one.
We should.
That would be great.
That would be fantastic.
Wouldn't that be great?
Yes.
Have a jacuzzi in here?
Yes.
That would be fantastic.
For the amount of time that I spend in this building, we should get a
Jacuzzi would be nice, yeah.
No sitting in the jacuzzi today, baby. We need you to do some work.
I infamously once missed a segment because I went in the jacuzzi.
Yeah. He was
At my
working
house.
from home.
I was working from home.
thought that we had a pre-taped interview or something like that, so we went and sat in jacuzzi.
I like 15 minutes. Like, I go sit in the jacuzzi for 15 minutes. Living my best life when you're working by yourself.
I apologize for being late. What's the poll question today?
The poll question today is, who of the following will score more points tonight? Jalen Green or Bradley Beal?
I'm saying Beal because I think Jalen Green's going to be on a pitch count, and the Clippers don't have Kawhi Leonard or James Harden, and sorry, not sorry. Boo me all you want. Doesn't mean I'm rooting for it. I mean, we can understand the distinction there, right? Like, I'm not rooting for Bradley Beal to have a better night over Jalen Green. I just think logically it makes sense to me in my own warped little head.
I'm going with Jalen Green. I think Bill will get hurt in the first 3 minutes of the basketball game.
That'll be it.
That's rich. That's fantastic.
Jalen Green is leading the way, but Burnsy, I've got some good news.
I've made up some ground?
It is 89% Jalen Green, 11% Bradley Beal.
Last time it was, what, like 93-7?
Yes, you
Okay.
wanted to make it over that 10% hump, and you have. You've made it to 11.
Yeah, I appreciate the votes. Thank you very much. That's the poll question. You can find it on the Burns and Gambo X page, at Burns and Gambo. One word is where it's at. All right, so taking you behind the curtain a little bit here on the Burns and Gambo show. We all send each other the emails. We see this story. We see that story. I don't, and maybe I'm wrong, I don't think I included the John Morant stuff in my email today. I'm looking right now to see if I did.
I had one.
Oh, no, I know you did.
Yeah.
I know you did.
Trade value is seemingly so low.
No, I had it. Okay, I had a link to it.
Yeah.
I find the concept of whether the Suns should get in on the John Morant trade as so silly.
Please no.
And such a waste. Like, please no. And yet, because he's disgruntled in Memphis, there have been some suggested that he might be on his way out. And there are some who are suggesting that maybe the Suns would trade Jalen Green for John Morant as a possibility. I saw that a couple of times.
4-game losing streak. They're not playing well. They're struggling to get Jaren Jackson Jr. involved in this new offense. So John Morant's name has come up. Now, the problem with Ja is there's been a lot of off-the-court issues, too, with John Morant. Like, there's a lot. It's like you're taking a risk with John Morant. I don't think that I would take that risk with a player like that. I just don't think you need the headache. He's a talented player. I'm not saying he's not, but we haven't even seen the first Jalen Green game yet, and everybody's like, trade Jalen Green for John Morant. Can we see Jalen Green play first to see how he fits in before we start discussing stuff like that?
Hey, man, plus I feel like, you know how sometimes if you've been dating somebody for a few years, right, and you break up, all right, I'm not ready to get into a long-term relationship again. I kind of want to just, have some fun and date around a little. I'm not ready to commit myself
Burnsy.
to. Yeah, you know what I'm talking about, right? Like, I'm not ready to get right back into John Morant. Like I just did the thing. I just did the thing where I tried, hey, let's pair Devin Booker with this guy, and let's pair Devin Booker with that guy. And now I'm going to jump right back into pairing Devin Booker with John Morant to see how that works. No, man.
Give this a run.
Let's give this a run and see how this works. And everybody just breathe for a minute before we start looking for who the next big name that's going to be out there that we can link up with Devin Booker. I just think it's crazy.
Look, one of the things to like about this team is the production they're getting from so many different players, and not having, the stars, having just James Jones once built a team that made it to the NBA Finals. That was very deep. It was very deep. 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. They were deep. And this team is starting to resemble that. Their bench has been terrific in some of these games. And they've got several guys that they can turn to. Now, this team is a long way away from competing for a championship. And there's going to be a lot of these guys that are on this roster that are not going to be part of the next great Suns team. We all get it. We all know. We're not trying to say that there's something that's there that's not. But you are seeing them kind of get back to the grounds that, that made them successful in the first place. Building a good bench, building a deep bench. That's how they could beat teams. They may not beat you 1 through 3, but they're going to try to beat you 4 through 10.
And I think, too, part of that is building a proper culture. And I have seen enough of John Morant in Memphis the last few years I think it's strongly suggested that he would run counterculture to that. That he would not help your culture get better. He would not fit in with your culture. And it's just, and that's why, okay, I emailed it to you too, just a link on it. But I read the story. I'm like, no, come on, man. Not John Morant. No way.
No,
no way.
I'd like to go a little bit of time without having these names pop up. And the Suns, could they get this guy? Could they get that guy? Could they, it's just at this point, let's run this for a little while. And they need to run it too. The Suns need to run it for a little while to see what they have.
That's interesting, though, because around the trade deadline, I think there's at least a possibility that the Kuminga name comes up again. Possibly.
He's played well.
I
did like him.
There's obviously been a connection there in the past. They've obviously pursued him in the past. This much we know. I do wonder if that name pops up again, around it, because I believe when he signed that contract, it's kind of built with the idea like we'll probably look to trade you at the deadline in February. So I wonder if the Suns come back. Now, the Suns clearly didn't have anything that really enticed Golden State then. I don't know what they would have that would entice Golden State now to want to make that kind of deal. But I'm with you. I'm really not in any rush for who's the next big thing, who's the next player, who's the next addition. Let's let this ride for a little bit.
I think that there are tradable pieces. But I don't think you want to trade any of the young guys. You want to develop them and have them a part of your future. Could you trade Grayson Allen? Probably. Could you trade Royce O'Neal? Probably. Could you listen? One of the reasons they didn't fill that other roster spot was to keep a roster spot open so they could possibly take somebody into their space for a pick. Hey, you need to get rid of that guy to get under the tax, or you need to get rid of that guy to open up. We'll take that guy. You give us a pick, or you give us 2 seconds, and we'll add that guy to the roster. I think that's very possible for the Phoenix Suns.
When we come back, we are so back, Cardinals fans. Head to the contest page or our YouTube page, or listen at 7:45 a.m., 11:35 a.m., and 4:30 p.m. starting next Tuesday for your chance to win tickets to see the Cardinals take on the San Francisco 49ers or the Jacksonville Jaguars. When we come back, we'll circle back to the top story of the day. The Cardinals have figured out their quarterback problem. There is another quarterback problem they need to resolve. That is next on Burns and Gambo.
A huge Cardinals win Monday night. And here comes a roadie in Seattle this Sunday.
Huddle. It's a good football team we're going to play on the road. It's one of the better environments, in my opinion, in the NFL. They're loud. We got to handle the environment the right way. And we got to play good, clean football.
Cardinals at the Seahawks. Pre-game with your breakfast. Kickoff 2:05 Sunday afternoon on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
You're listening to Leaf Filter Radio, and the guru of gutter protection himself, Chris Coonahan, is here to take your most pressing leaf-related questions.
Hey, everybody, Chris here. I understand we have Ron on the line. Ron, where are you calling from?
Uh-oh. Ron, are you calling from a ladder?
Well, I was. I wanted to ask Chris what I need to do to get my gutters ready to have leaf filter installed.
Oh, Ron, you don't have to do anything. A Leaf Filter Trusted Pro will come out and clean out your gutters, realign and seal your gutters, and install Leaf Filter, America's #1 gutter protection system.
So I didn't need to get on this ladder?
Ron, Leaf Filter Trusted Pros are in your neighborhood and ready to help. Just visit leaffilter.com/deal to schedule your free gutter inspection and get up to 30% off.
Thank goodness. What was that site?
To get this special radio offer, go to leaffilter.com/deal for your free gutter inspection today and get up to 30% off. That's leaffilter.com/deal for up to 30% off. leaffilter.com/deal. See representative for warranty details.
Low T, start for free. Get prescription testosterone therapy with no startup fee. Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. You'll think better, sleep better, and your love life will be better. Add a GLP-1 medication for just $149 and say goodbye to that belly fat for good. Don't be fooled. Nothing boosts testosterone like actual testosterone. Fix your low T with no startup fee and add a GLP for just $149 Only at Red Mountain Weight Loss. Go to redmountainweightloss.com.
Ron Wolfley here from my brothers over at Brooklyn Betting. I want to say thank you to all veterans who served our country. And to help celebrate Veterans Day, Brooklyn Betting is knocking down everything in store and online. 30% off now through November 11th and 35% off for members of the military past and present. Walk into any of Brooklyn Betting's 12 basin locations and tell them Wolf sent you for the Veterans Day sale at Brooklyn Betting. For the best sleep ever, you got to get the best mattress ever at Brooklyn Betting.
It's game time at Casino Arizona with Tailgate Touchdown. Win cash, prizes, or drive off in a brand new 2026 Chevy Silverado. Join us for weekly drawings every Wednesday in November for your chance to win prizes and earn entries into the grand prize drawing. Then, on November 26th, 8 lucky winners will have a shot at up to $10,000 or the ultimate tailgating machine, a 2026 Silverado. Details at CasinoArizona.com. Casino Arizona, uniquely Arizona.
Must be 21 or older. Problem gambling? Call 1-800-NEXT-STEP.
If you've been diagnosed with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis, this is what it sounds like to be 1,000,000 miles away. Imagine being 1,000,000 miles away. Tremfya guselkumab, taken by injection, is a prescription medicine for adults with moderate to severe plaque psoriasis who may benefit from taking injections or pills or phototherapy. With Tremfya, clearer skin is possible. In clinical trials, at least 70% of patients saw at least 90% clearer skin at 16 weeks. Results may vary. Tremfya is also indicated for adults with active psoriatic arthritis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Ask your doctor about Tremfya. Call 1-800-526-7736 or visit Tremfya.com.
You know, people talk a lot about saving for retirement, but they don't talk enough about what happens when they start spending that money. Paul Calvisi here, and that's why we're talking with Matt Dagas from Bright Wealth Management.
And that's the part, Paul, that no one prepares for, taxes. If you've got a 401k, IRA, or a pension, Uncle Sam is lining up on the other side of the field, ready to blitz your retirement income.
All right, so in football terms, how do you avoid getting sacked?
You've got to have a plan with intention, and we help clients build strategies to reduce unnecessary taxes and keep more money in their pocket.
And you're offering folks listening right now a chance to come in and talk through it?
Absolutely. Call Bright Wealth Management today at 844-726-9116, and we'll show you how to prepare for the tax hits before they happen.
No gimmicks, just smart local planning right here in Phoenix.
Exactly. Let's help you retire with a game plan.
Call Bright Wealth Management today, 844-726-9116.
Investment advisory services offered through Foundations Investment Advisors, LLC, an SEC-registered investment advisor. The content provided is for educational purposes only.
KMVP FM Phoenix, live from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studio. Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
I'm Mitch Varel, with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Phoenix Suns have the NBA stage to themselves tonight. It's just them and the LA Clippers at Mortgage Matchup Center in downtown Phoenix. It's also expected to be the debut of Jalen Green, who has missed the first 8 games of the season due to a hamstring injury. As far as the rest of the injury report goes, Dylan Brooks remains out with a core muscle strain, and Grayson Allen was added today as questionable with an illness. We expect to hear from head coach Jordan Ott within the next 15 minutes or so we'll get a definitive update on Grayson's status in moments. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. Speaking of injury updates, we just got the Day 2 injury report for Cardinals and Seahawks this weekend. The only of note on the Cardinals would be Will Johnson, who took a step backwards today. He was limited Wednesday due to a back/hip injury. Today, he was a non-participant. On the opposite side of things, one wide receiver for Seattle went forward and another went back. Cooper Kupp went from a non-participant to limited today. He's battling hamstring and heel issues, while Torrey Horton, the rookie, went from a full participant Wednesday to a non-participant today. And then, per ESPN's Jeff Passan, 13 Major League Baseball players were extended qualifying offers by their respective clubs. That includes Arizona and Zach Gallen. The expectation, per our John Gambadoro, is that Gallen will decline that offer and test free agency. This report is brought to you by Parker & Sons. We're looking for the next student athlete to win a $10,000 scholarship. Text character to 620-620 to nominate a student today.
Hey, it's Vince Marotta. Join us on Friday. We'll get you ready for the Cardinals and their trip to Seattle to take on the Seahawks. The fun starts at 6 here on Arizona Sports 98.7, the Arizona Sports app, and the Arizona Sports YouTube channel.
I think all 11 are doing a good job. You know, I mean, we're doing the things that are needed to move the ball, stay on the field, and score points, you know. And that's been good to see because we've put up some numbers here now that you would say that you should have a chance to win the game when you put up over what the points we've been putting up. So with saying that, this week's going to be a new challenge. In my opinion, the tape that I've watched so far, this is the best defense that we've played. So it'll be a big-time challenge, especially at their place.
All 11 are doing their jobs. What's the quarterback's role in all that? Where does he factor in?
He's one of 11 to do his job.
Jonathan Gannon talking about Jacoby Brissett and the role that he's played in the success they had against the Dallas Cowboys and generally a better offensive brand of basketball that they've played for the last few weeks, even though it hasn't led to as many wins as we would like.
I like his answer, though. He's one of 11. Don't prop him up too much. I mean, a lot of other guys get credit. Michael Wilson should get credit for the way they've played. You know, I mean, Marvin Harrison Jr. had a great game the other day. Amari DiMercato had a great game, right? You don't want to put too much on Jacoby as he's the reason why. Obviously, he's a factor for sure with what he's been able to do. But a lot of other guys have stepped up too. Do I think that Jacoby's elevated the game of the other players? Yes, I believe that he has. But those players have had to make good plays to help the Arizona Cardinals. And this week against Seattle, he's right. This is the best defense. We had Brock Hewitt on, and he was just raving about the front eight. Yeah. This is like they wreck people. They absolutely wreck people. And that's why the last time they played him, I think they looked at the film and they said, we're not going to be able to run the ball against this team. So it's got to be quick pass, quick pass, quick pass. We might not see the deep window passes with Jacoby in this game. It might be more dink and dunk because you just don't have the time.
Perhaps. Yeah.
So like we've been raving about Jacoby going down the field. That might not be available against Seattle this week.
It goes without saying, but I'll say it anyway, that one of the benefits of putting Kyler Murray on the injured reserve is that this delicate situation, and we've used that word a couple of times. There was a story on ProFootballTalk.com in the last 24 hours that called it a minefield. The Cardinals are tiptoeing through the quarterback minefield right now. And I believe their story was written before they put the Kyler Murray on the injured reserve list. Now that he's there and he's on the shelf for the next 4 weeks, it's not delicate anymore, you know. It's not a minefield anymore. It's not, you know, and that is real. I mean, maybe the biggest benefit of putting him on the injured reserve list is that you've kind of bought yourself a month to cool it off a little bit and not have to worry every single day about Kyler and is he coming back and is he ready and is he going to start, is he not, and things like that. It's Jacoby. It's going to be Jacoby for the next month.
And there's got to be a benefit to that. There's got to be a benefit to know the back and forth and the questions.
Huge benefit.
And then the players who, look, I mean, whether they were vocal or not about it, I mean, Trey McBride seemed to be just giddy over playing with Jacoby Brissett the other day, just giddy over it. If those guys privately always felt like, man, I do think Jacoby's better. I'm not going to say it, but I think Jacoby's better. You know, now those guys could just relax and just play. Just play. Like, if this is what they wanted, they got it. Jacoby's going to be the quarterback for the rest of the season. You know, barring an injury, he's their guy.
Plus, I think, now this is diving into something that's a little touchy, but like as we've used the word before, it's a delicate situation or a minefield. I do think Jacoby Brissett is just better wired to be a quarterback in today's NFL in terms of his personality and his leadership and things like that maybe Kyler Murray is. You know, like there's a reaction to Jacoby Brissett in the locker room and the way he leads and the way he communicates that maybe is better than the reaction that Kyler Murray gets in the locker room with the way he leads and the way he does things?
I think part of that is the experience of having the ups and the downs in his career, the success,
Perhaps.
the failure, the success, the failure, the success, the failure, starter, not a starter, starter, not a starter. Kyler hasn't had that. Kyler was the number one pick. He was the starter from day one. You know, he's been the guy. So, like, Kyler hasn't gone through the adversity that Jacoby has. So maybe Jacoby can handle that a little bit better because he has done that.
Maybe, but now moving forward, and that's what this whole Pro Football Talk article was about. Was okay. How did the Cardinals? And it's going to be the question that's going to haunt us for months now. Before the end of the season, after the end of the season, how do the Cardinals get out of this? And if that's indeed where we're going, how do the Cardinals move on? If the Cardinals, if the whole league thinks that they're trying to trade Kyler Murray, then I imagine a lot of the people in the league will expect the Cardinals to pick up some of the money that Kyler is owed to take it off their hands a little bit, right? Like, hey, yeah, we'll consider trading for Kyler Murray, but you got to eat some of that. We're not just taking on that whole contract off your hands.
I think the more you eat, the more you would get back from the team.
Potentially, yeah. Or then
the less you eat, the less you get back.
Then there's just the flat out cut him option, and just the, hey, we tried to trade him, and it's not working. Too many teams want us to take too much money, and we're not getting back what we want, or whatever the case may be. We're just better off cutting him, letting him go, releasing him, and moving on from him, just like the Denver Broncos did. Now, I think we would all agree that the trading him option is the better one, but I also think that the trading him option, again, I'm not totally sold on this, but you might need to play him at some point this year if you want to trade him.
We're going to disagree on
so
this
people
one.
can take a look at him. Where if you're going to cut him, if you're just going to flat out cut him, then you just put him in bubble wrap and you put him away and you don't play him the rest of the year. But if you're going to trade him, you might want to show him off at some point to show everybody he's fine, he's healthy, he's good to go.
Yeah, I disagree with you, which is okay. I disagree. I don't think you need to. I think, for number one, to me, it's not he's coming off of a surgery. It's not like you're repairing an Achilles or an ACL or shoulder surgery. He's not that hurt. So, if I'm a team, I'm not that worried about it because he's not going under the knife. That's number one. And number two, from the Cardinals' perspective, if, depending on like I said, there was $190 million in injury guarantee on the contract when they signed it, $190 million. There's got to be some of that left. I've reached out to his agent to try to find out how much is left, and we'll see. If I'm the Cardinals, I don't want to risk that. I don't want to risk I play him in a game and he gets blown up and now he does need surgery and now I can't trade him. And, then it just becomes very difficult. So, but the other thing is I just think that there's if you're a team and you want to trade for Kyler Murray, I don't know that 2 games at the end of the season is going to sway you one way or another. Like, Kyler's been in this league for 7 years.
No.
This is who he is. Do you want him or not?
Not because he's good.
You want to prove that he's healthy.
Proves that he's healthy.
Yeah. I understand.
Not because, hey, look, Kyler, he's a great quarterback. You should want to take him off our hands.
He's fine.
No,
he's healthy.
Kyler, he's fine. He's healthy. See, he looks good. He's running around. He's doing Kyler Murray things. He's doing the stuff. That would be the only reason why I would think you'd be at least tempted to throw him back out there.
I understand what you're saying.
Trade him,
I don't agree with it, but I understand what your point is. I do. I just think because it's not a severe injury that requires surgery, that it shouldn't be be a big deal.
But if cutting him is the plan, done.
Boy in the plastic bubble.
Done.
John Travolta.
Moops. Oh no.
Which one's Moops?
So
I know the John Travolta one.
It's so the Moops is the Seinfeld reference. So in Seinfeld, which you didn't watch, there's an episode where Jerry and George go to visit this sick kid who's living in a bubble because he can't be exposed to the outside air. And the kid's a jerk. The kid inside the bubble is an absolute jerk. Treats everybody real, yells at his parents. He's very, very mean. So George decides, not because George is a great guy, but somehow George gets wrangled into playing a game of Trivial Pursuit with him. And the answer to the Trivial Pursuit question is the Moors, but there's a typo on the Trivial Pursuit card, and it says the Moops.
The Moops.
So when the kid in the bubble arrogantly says, oh, that's easy, that's the Moors, George goes, oh, no, it's the Moops. And the kid's like, there's no such thing as the Moops. The Moops. It says it right there on the card. It's the Moops. That, to me, is the boy in the bubble. You go with the John Travolta after-school special.
That sounds funny. I'm going to Google it and see if I can find it. The Moops.
Oh, no. The Moops. Yeah, it's but I don't know if it's one of my favorite Seinfeld episodes, but because we talk about this bubble thing a lot, Like Gambo and I have been doing the show together for like 15 years now.
Yeah.
This bubble thing has come up a lot. So every time we do, he goes John Travolta, I go Moops.
I go 1976 after school special. Got home at 2:30, 3 o'clock. It's on. There it is. The after school special.
I tend to go. That episode was probably like 1995 or 96.
Yeah. I'm in 76.
Yeah.
I'm in 1976.
I'm
10 years old.
I'm 20
coming
years
home
later.
from school, play a little stoop ball, and then go inside and watch the after school special.
Ironically, given that I work in radio, one of my favorite Seinfeld episodes is when Kramer finds the Merv Griffith radio setup and decides to host the show from his apartment.
People walk in and they don't realize they're on a radio show. It's so funny.
Or when he downs the bag of chips and is like, "We're in a commercial break."
I am surprised you didn't watch Seinfeld. It does to this day surprise me you didn't watch Seinfeld.
You know what I did watch? I watched Melrose Place and Beverly Hills 90210.
I thought these were going to be comparable shows.
Those are very
and I
different
learned
shows.
very early on that was a wrong inclination.
You thought
for
those
me.
two shows were going to be comparable shows?
I thought he was going to compare something similar to Seinfeld.
I didn't watch Friends and I didn't watch Seinfeld. I watched MASH, if that goes for anything. I did watch MASH.
It just fits more and more with your bubble.
I had a small attention span. I liked Three's Company, Welcome Back, Kotter, Gilligan's Island, The Brady Bunch, The Partridge Family, Mork and Mindy.
So basically you didn't watch TV in the 90s is what you're saying. You only
Beverly
watched
Hills 90210 and Melrose Place.
I guess those were in the 90s. You didn't watch sitcoms in the 90s, I guess is what we're getting
Probably
at.
not.
Up next from the Casino Arizona and Talking Stick Resort Studios, Bradley Beal is back in the Valley.
He's back!
And his replacement is set to make his debut tonight. That's next on the Burns and Gambo Show.
Phoenix Suns basketball.
Hooker, left elbow jumper, rims off. Williams there to tip it. No, got his own miss. Jammed it home in traffic. And Mark Williams has 14 points to go with his 12 boards.
Suns host James Harden, Bradley Beal, Kawhi, Chris Paul, and the LA Clippers tonight. Pre-game at 6, 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Back here for Liberty GMC, 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Online all the time, libertygmcaz.com. The month of November, Thanksgiving specials, they're all over the place at Liberty GMC. Great deals on 2026 Sierra 1500s. Great deals on Acadias and Terrains and Yukons and all of the thing, because nowhere can you buy a GMC for less than you can at Liberty GMC. They're also home to a tremendous service department, one that in the last several months has added a late night shift, which is great. You drop your car off by 8 p.m. It is done and ready for you by the next morning. If you're like me and you don't like to sit around waiting for your car to get serviced, you don't have to sit around and wait for your car to get serviced. You drop it off by 8 p.m., it's done the next morning, and that is the beauty of Liberty GMC Service Department. 87th Avenue and West Bell Road in Peoria. Shop and buy online all the time. LibertyGMCAZ.com. GMC, we are professional grade.
Sponsored by Progressive Insurance. Keep your career moving forward with growth opportunities, great pay and benefits, and one of the country's top workplaces. Go to careers.progressive.com and apply today.
Keeping your engines healthy means protecting them in season and out. Experts trust Stable to do that. And third-party testing confirms it. Stable is the industry leader in preventing fuel-related issues, no matter if you use it in your car, boat, or outdoor power equipment. In season or out, at every fill-up or when you store, start with Stable.
Tired of hearing scary radio ads about the IRS? Tax Relief Advocates is different. TRA is here to tell you that if you owe money to the IRS, whether it's $5,000 or $500,000, we have a solution. TRA can eliminate or reduce what you owe to the IRS with zero risk to you. We have over 1,000 5-star reviews on Google and an A+ with a BBB. End your tax nightmare today by visiting TRA.com or call 800-275-1728. That's 800-275-1728.
At Vital for Men, aging doesn't mean slowing down. Our testosterone therapy is built to boost your energy and sharpen your focus. Thousands of men have already leveled up their sleep, stamina, and drive. Now it's your turn. We're adding semaglutide to support your full health journey. Plus, we accept most insurance. Start with a free test today. Visit vital4men.com. That's vital, the number 4, men.com. Vital for Men. Get back to you.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and fall is a great time in the Valley. It's also the best time to replace your windows, so do what I did. Take advantage of a great special from my friends at Advanced Window Products, where you get $2,500 off any purchase of 10 or more windows. You will not be disappointed. My new windows look awesome. The installation process was fantastic and professional, right down to the cleanup process. Highly recommend Advanced Window Products, a local window and door manufacturing company that sells directly to the public, where there are no middleman markups. They build your windows, they install your windows, then they guarantee them for life. By the way, that lifetime warranty is transferable. It's serviced by a local team with labor, glass, and parts included, and with financing options available. It is a great time to invest in your number one asset. Call 480-764-2002 or online at advancedwindows.com.
Suns host James Harden, Bradley Beal, Kawhi, Chris Paul, and the LA Clippers tonight. Pre-game at 6, 7 o'clock tip on Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Hello, it's the Carefree Arizona.
They got a highway there?
Yeah, the Carefree Highway. Yes, they do.
It's a great song.
Yes, they do. This is a great song. Huey Lewis and the News had it going on there for a while, for about 4 years in the 80s. Longer than that, I guess it was like 6 or 7 years, where they were just cranking out hit after hit.
Not as good as Gordon Lightfoot's Carefree Highway. The Carefree Highway was a great song.
I swear, before every show,
back in the 70s,
before every show, I'm going to write down a number that I'm going to look at Lauren and Mitch, and it's going to be the over-under on the number of references.
On the year?
From things from the 70s or 60s that Gambo makes on the show. I'm going to
say 1975, Gordon Lightfoot, Carefree Highway. I'm just guessing. I have nothing in front of me. Nothing in front of me.
Lauren's like,
Carefree Highway,
great,
Gordon Lightfoot.
I have to look it up.
Good song. Good song. 1975.
74.
Oh, gosh darn it.
Close.
Gosh darn it.
So close. Mitch never played that in a band, did you? You didn't play Carefree Highway in a band, did you?
Ty Lue yesterday talking about Bradley Beal.
I'm not quite sure what you're asking, but, I mean, Brad's a starter for us, so, he's going to play. He has to get his rhythm. Like I said, he had knee surgery in May, so just bringing him back, making sure he's getting comfortable. We can't just, move him to the side. He's a big part of what we're trying to do. And so, we got to, bring him along slow. We got to be smart about it, and we just can't rush the process.
He didn't play the other night on the second night of a back-to-back on Tuesday against, I think it was OKC, if I remember right. He is not on the injury report for tonight's game. So we presume he's available when the Suns host the LA Clippers tonight in his first game back at Mortgage Matchup Center.
I was looking at a story. 3 expert back prop bets you'll want for Suns Clippers tonight. There's one on Devin Booker, one on Mark Williams, and Bradley Beal over 14.5 points.
Okay.
So, that was it. I'm not a gambler, but that was one of it. And it talks about Bradley Beal. It's been a slow start. He's averaging just 8 points in 20 minutes, but with Harden and Leonard out, and you pointed this out, he could operate as the number one option in this offense and get a lot of shots tonight. If he can stay on the court,
if he can stay on the court, and I think he's gonna put up a bunch of shots. By the way, we just got word, Jalen Green official, he's gonna play. Grayson Allen is available for tonight's game as well.
Oh, good.
He was a last second questionable. Grayson Allen said gonna try it out, see what we got. That, according to Jordan Ott. He's going to give it a shot, see what he's got tonight, because he's been dealing with an illness for the last couple of days or so and was questionable going into the game. Yeah, look, I don't think there's going to be anything really complicated about tonight's return for Bradley Beal at all. I think for a lot of people, a lot of Suns fans, he is the face of the disaster for the last couple of years. I don't think that's fair, but I think he's the face of the disaster of the last couple of years, and I think because of that, I could see one of those games where every time he touches the ball, you hear the boos. I can very easily see that happening tonight.
John Voida, who I think is one of the best guys at covering the Suns for Bright Side of the Sun, wrote a column today. And it said Bradley Beal's return marks closure. Jalen Green's debut marks hope. And, he mentioned, that for 2 seasons, 106 games, 91 starts, the numbers say he was solid. The payroll says otherwise. He earned $97 million across 2 seasons. Then collected another $96 million on his way out the door via the buyout. That's $193 million for 2 years of work. And I think that's another reason why it's not just the injuries and the struggles of the team. It's also when you get, like, if Bradley Beal was making $15 million a year, nobody would have sneezed at the disaster that was Bradley Beal, But when you factor in that this guy made $193 million for his 2 years, and they didn't win a single playoff game in those 2 years, not a single playoff game did they win with Bradley Beal, it's just an epic, colossal disaster.
It is, but it's not just an epic, colossal disaster on Bradley Beal.
It's on the Suns too.
Yeah,
absolutely.
Yeah,
Sure.
and that's where I get upset with people who want to make Bradley the face of all this. And I'm not sitting here trying to be the lone defender of Bradley Beal. I'm not at all. It did not work here, and clearly his effort really waned, especially in that second season where it wasn't working very well. But there's really, very little about the Bradley Beal acquisition should have surprised anybody. He had an awful contract. He was way overpaid, and he basically played the same position as Devin Booker. Is it any wonder it didn't work? Is it any wonder they couldn't trade him when they wanted to trade him, or they couldn't find a deal for him when they wanted to find a deal? And whose fault is that? Is that Bradley Beal's fault because he had a no-trade?
No, Suns made a huge mistake.
Suns made a huge mistake. And so I just stop way short of the Bradley Beal angst, and I'll even use the word hate at times, because I think the Suns are equally as, if not more than responsible for this, because they acquired a player who just had such baggage attached to him.
They put the ring on it. They went through the marriage process, and they married Bradley Beal.
They thought they could fix it. They thought they could make it work, and they were wrong. They were so wrong on Bradley Beal.
This game really needs to be about the debut of Jalen Green.
Yes.
It needs to be about the debut of Jalen Green.
Turning
This does not need to be about Bradley Beal. You want to boo him, whatever. Who cares? If he goes for 20 or 30 or 40, it doesn't matter. It's well said. It has to be about the debut of Jalen Green and what he could bring to this basketball team.
And providing a level of excitement for how this can look now. Like Jalen Green and Devin Booker in the same backcourt and how that can work. Well said. That's exactly what this has got to be about. When we come back on Burns and Gambo, if Kyler's going to get traded this offseason, where could he be moved? The suggestions are already starting to pour in, so you better get used to it. Next on Burns and Gambo.
Friday, the 14th of November. It's a date on the calendar when the rest of the country looks to Arizona with envy. Because our weather? Chef's kiss, baby. So why don't you take a day off next Friday? Make it a long weekend and start it off by getting a buddy and signing up to play some pickleball for cash prizes and pride, huh? Text the word pickle to 620-620. You need a 3-day weekend. We need you and your paddle. 100% of your entry fee goes to Arizona kids and families this holiday season. Text pickle to 620-620 now. The second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament, presented by Sanderson Ford and benefiting Operation Santa Claus. Text pickle to 620-620 right now.
We could use 5 teams to text pickle to 620-620 right now. If you want to play pickleball, we're still looking for 5 more teams. Text pickle to 620-620, and we'll make sure you get a team in there. I want to tell you about the Lund Mortgage team, which is phenomenal at what they do, helping people every single day with all their mortgage needs, all their mortgage situations. There was a great review by a couple that went to the Lund Mortgage team. They had an adjustable rate. It kept getting higher and higher. They really couldn't afford their payments. They were really in a bind. And they spoke with one company, and they were like, yeah, we can help you for $20,000. And they were just blown away. Like, I can't afford $20,000. They went to the Lund Mortgage team. And they talked to Matt Oliver, and Matt said, okay, let's come up with a plan. We could do this, but you got to follow these instructions, but we could do it. And for $2,000, they were able to get a fixed rate at a very, very good rate, one that they're very comfortable with, and they're so happy that they left an incredible review for the Lund Mortgage team. Because instead of paying $20,000 with this one company, they worked with Matt Oliver and Lisa Lund at the Lund Mortgage team, and they were able to get a terrific rate, one that they really love, and they only paid $2,000. $2,000 to get out of the adjustable rate and into a good fixed rate. Call the Lund Mortgage team for all your mortgage needs at 623-889-0130.
If you're 55 or older and into that whole saving money thing, T-Mobile has an exclusive phone and internet bundle just for you. Right now, get 2 unlimited phone lines plus 5G home internet for just $30 each per month with autopay, plus taxes and fees. And with 5G home internet, setup is easy with just one cord and no technician needed, which is great if you're also into that whole keeping it simple thing. Switch now and experience the best mobile network in the U.S. Visit your local store to start saving. T-Mobile, it's better over here.
Based on analysis by Ookla of speed test intelligence data Q4 2024 to Q1 2025. Ookla trademarks used under license. Unlimited on our network. Customers on voice plan may notice speeds lower than other customers and further reduction if using more than 50 gigs a month due to data prioritization. Video streams and SD on this plan. Home internet pricing after $20 a monthly bill credit plus $5 per line without autopay. Debit or bank account required. See 5G device coverage and access details at T-Mobile.com.
All right, Basin Earnings, it's starting to cool down, so All Pro Shade is heating things up. Right now, when you buy a motorized patio shade or awning, you'll get a patio heater absolutely free. These shades aren't just for summer. They'll stop that winter wind and hold the warmth from your new free patio heater, keeping your patio cozy and game day ready all season long. Get your free estimate today at allproshade.com and snag free patio heaters while this offer lasts. That's allproshade.com.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here, and is every step a reminder of what hurts, a reminder of what you're not able to do, and how far you've drifted from a life without pain? Well, I've got great news for you because relief is closer than you think. At QC Kinetics, they tap into your body's own regenerative power using natural healing factors that help restore and repair damaged joint tissue, reduce inflammation, and relieve pain at its source. This is not science fiction. This is your body's comeback story powered by the very cells that built you in the first place. And this Veterans Day, QC Kinetics giving back to our heroes. Veterans will get $500 off their treatment, and for every non-veteran who starts care, QC Kinetics will donate $500 to the Wounded Warrior Project. It's a great time to book your free consultation. Call QC Kinetics with clinics in Phoenix, Scottsdale, Peoria, and Chandler. 602-837-PAIN, 602-837-PAIN for QC Kinetics.
Southwest Gas is committed to delivering safe, reliable, sustainable, and affordable natural gas service. Every thriving community starts with a strong foundation. From warming homes to fueling industries that drive our economy, natural gas provides the energy you can count on. Because energy does more than fuel your day, it provides comfort, reliability, and connection. Southwest Gas fuels the homes and local businesses that bring our neighborhoods to life. For more information about how Southwest Gas is supporting a sustainable energy future, please visit swgas.com.
I'm Mitch Varel, with Trending Now. It's presented by Parker & Sons Heating, Cooling, Plumbing, and Electrical. Phoenix Suns have the NBA stage to themselves tonight. They and the LA Clippers are the only two teams in action across the league. Old friends Bradley Beal and Chris Paul make their first visit this year to Mortgage Matchup Center. It's also going to be the debut of Jalen Green. He has been made available, listed as probable last night going into this one. It will be his first game this year after missing the first 8 due to a hamstring injury. As far as the rest of the injury report goes, Dylan Brooks remains out with a core muscle strain, and Grayson Allen, who was questionable going in, being added to the injury report today with an illness. He is available as well. They don't know how much he will be able to give, but they're going to give it a try. That was per head coach Jordan Ott. The Clippers will be without Kawhi Leonard and James Harden. Leonard is dealing with a right ankle sprain. Harden is out due to personal reasons. Tip-off is at 7. Pre-game coverage starts at 6 right here on 98.7 FM and the Arizona Sports app. And then per ESPN's Jeff Passan, 13 players were extended qualifying offers by their respective MLB clubs. That includes Arizona and Zach Gallen. The expectation per our John Gambadoro is that Gallen will decline that offer and test free agency. This report is brought to you by ProSmile Dental. Start your smile transformation with the pros. Text PRO, P-R-O, to 620-620 to book your free consultation.
A huge Cardinals win Monday night, and here comes a roadie in Seattle this Sunday. Cardinals at the Seahawks. Pre-game with your breakfast. Kickoff 2:05 Sunday afternoon on the home of Arizona Cardinals football. Arizona Sports 98.7 and the Arizona Sports app.
Predicting A.J. Brown, Kyler Murray, and more 2026 NFL trades after the deadline passes. This is a story on Bleacher Report. This is something that we should all get used to. We should all be very prepared for a lot of Kyler Murray's going here content. Kyler Murray's going there content. Kyler Murray's going to get cut content, right? Like it's just settle in. It's November 6th. The season ends on or around January 6th. Record.
How many teams are linked to Kyler Murray? Well, we've got the first one.
The
Carolina Panthers.
Ideal landing spot for Kyler Murray is the Carolina Panthers. More shocking than that. Okay, I have a hard time believing this. I'll just say that. From this BleacherReport.com, trying to project some of these trades that could happen for the 2026
what he could
season.
fetch?
Quarterback Kyler Murray, Arizona Cardinals, projected compensation, multiple future first-rounders.
The two-time Pro Bowler should fetch multiple first-rounders because of his accolades at the most valuable position in the sport.
No way.
I'd be blown away.
No way. I mean, look, we've been doing this long enough. I should probably never say never when it comes to stuff like that, and not just completely arbitrarily completely rule something out. I have a hard time believing the Cardinals could actually get multiple future first-round picks for a Kyler Murray trade. And only because, no disrespect to Kyler, I just can't imagine that he would command that a team would be.
Russell Wilson got 2 first-round picks, but that's a much different level. Quarterback, 2 Super Bowls, 1-1, lost
when he went
1.
from Seattle to Denver, right?
Denver. Didn't they give up 2 first-round picks? Mitch is getting ready for his show. I think they gave up 2 first-round picks
believe you're
and
correct.
2 second-round picks.
He was in such a different spot.
He was in a different spot.
spot.
I would love to get 1 first-round pick for him. I would love it. If you said 1 first-round pick for Kyler Murray, I think you could. I would be thrilled to get that.
I'd be happy with a day 2 pick.
You'd be happy with a second or a third?
A second or a third.
Mm-hmm.
I'd be happy with a day 2 pick. And even that, I feel like, is reaching a little bit. Because I think teams are going to know. It's kind of, we use this example a lot, and I apologize because it's probably repetitive. But it's the Josh Rosen thing. You know, when the Cardinals drafted Kyler Murray, they insisted for weeks on end, we'll just keep him. We don't got to move him. We're fine. If we draft Kyler Murray, there's nothing that says we have to trade Josh Rosen. And it was bull.
You got potential.
It was the biggest. Seriously, it was BS.
Yeah.
And everybody knew it. And the whole league is like, okay, fine, keep him. But this is what we're offering for him, and that's that. Go ahead, keep him.
And Miami had like 3 second-round picks,
and they got the
first one. No, and then he got the worst one. They got the worst one.
Yeah,
which turned out to be Andy Isabella.
Yes, it did.
That was the pick,
and it could have been DK Metcalf.
Yeah.
So I think for the Cardinals to bluff it like that, it seems to be sure, fine, go ahead, whatever. But
I don't think there was a lot of value for Rosen after the first year.
No, and
I don't think there was much value for Josh Rosen. I don't think anybody looked at Josh Rosen and said, he's our guy. Kyler Murray has been a lot better than Josh Rosen was. So could that lead to more teams?
To your point, here's Dan Orlovsky on First Take today, in which he predicts, maybe robust is the wrong word, but he predicts a pretty active kind of marketplace for Kyler.
Right now, the number 1 free agent quarterback heading into the 2026 year is probably Aaron Rodgers.
Yes.
To my knowledge, where contracts sit with guys right now, right? Free.
Yes.
If Aaron's going to play, it's going to be in Pittsburgh. No questions asked. So there's just not a lot of quarterback bodies available for next year. The college quarterback class is so up and down, and a bunch of those kids, the more you hear, are going back because the money for them is just outrageous. And so you're looking at Ty Simpson or Fernando Mendoza as like the two names that you feel somewhat comfortable with. And so Kyler's going to be highly sought after. The only other name that you could throw into the equation might be Mac Jones, but he's under contract and he's made himself so much money if he's not the guy in the future in San Francisco. And so I just think Kyler will have so many options. The only thing I'd say this is that, the last thing I'd say is this. He has to play indoors, I think. I do believe that Kyler's got, or in Miami type of environment where weather isn't really an impact.
They don't want him in a situation in cold weather. So Pittsburgh, cold weather.
Jets.
Yeah, Jets, cold weather. You know, I mean, is it his hand size? Is he holding on to the football? I don't know, but that's why they're bringing up that dome thing, or warm weather city or dome, which Carolina is fine, right? Carolina is fine, and Vegas is fine, but like Jets and Pittsburgh would be out. So it'd be interesting to see. Like, it would be interesting to see if the cold weather teams shy away from him because they worry about that.
It'd be interesting to see if Orlovsky is right. And that teams would look at it and say, okay, beyond Aaron Rodgers, who's going to be a free agent, and as Orlovsky suggested, you just go back to Pittsburgh. That would probably be the play there. If teams are kind of, and you had a mock draft from The Athletic and it's early, but like a first round mock draft that had not a lot of quarterback action. I think only 3 going. Only 1 going before where the Cardinals would pick. So it kind of suggests that, hey, maybe this isn't the best quarterback year that you're going to find. So that combined with a really lukewarm free agent class. And we looked at the free agent quarterbacks, and brother, it is lukewarm. There is not a lot out there in free agency. In that world, can you convince me that Kyler Murray would be a sought-after commodity? Maybe. You might be able to convince me that teams would look at him and go, honestly, guys, he's our best option. He's the best. For us to do a reset at quarterback, he's the best we can do between the draft and this awful free agency class that's out there. And maybe that puts the Cardinals
all it takes
in
is
a position of strength.
One team to be like, he was just in a bad situation. We change the environment. We give him a new lease on life, and he'll be fine. The way Daniel Jones was, and Sam Darnold was, and Baker Mayfield was, and Mac Jones was. And we're just seeing more and more guys be able to have success when Jacoby Brissett. Look at Jacoby Brissett.
Yeah.
Guys have succeeded where they had failed before.
This is NFL insider Albert Breer on Rich Eisen's show, in which he made another comp when it comes to Kyler Murray.
I can tell you that other teams are looking at it too. I mean, I was talking to a head coach a couple weeks ago about like the whole, reclamation project thing that you and I were just talking about, right? Like with Baker and Sam, and the 2 quarterbacks that came up as like potential reclamation projects for someone in 2026 were Kyler and Tua. Like 2 guys that like teams are looking at as like those 2 could be available when we get to the offseason.
And they're fixable. Like Darnold was fixable. Like Baker was fixable. Like Daniel Jones was fixable. Good.
Darnold was in a bad situation with the Giants, right? You look at the situation that some of these guys were in. Daniel Jones with the Giants. Sam Darnold was with the Jets. Bad situation. Just bad team, bad environment, bad ownership, bad everything. You're almost set up to fail. Like you're almost set up to fail. And I think some teams will look at the teams you were on and say, like, okay, that was a really good spot for you. If we get you here, you'll be okay.
Potentially. Yeah. And if somebody looks at Kyler Murray the same way, but was this a bad situation for Kyler? I mean, it wasn't a great situation. I'll give you that. But was it a bad situation?
It wasn't as bad as some of those other ones. No.
But
was it a great situation?
It wasn't a great situation, but it wasn't as bad as Sam Darnold with the Jets.
No.
It wasn't as bad as Baker Mayfield with the Browns towards the end. It feels
he had
like
DeAndre Hopkins in his prime. He's got Marvin Harrison Jr. now. He had James Conner breakout years. Like there was Trey McBride. He was surrounded by a pretty good amount of talent in his years.
We have a big event coming up, and it is 1 week from tomorrow. Cash prizes, fierce competition. the legendary Golden Paddle. It's all up for grabs. Grab your paddle, bring your A game. Join us Friday, November 14th at Dink and Dine Pickle Park in Mesa for the second annual Arizona Sports Pickleball Tournament presented by Sanderson Ford. You need to text the word pickle to 620-620 to register your team. We've got all the proceeds benefit Operation Santa Claus. It's going to be an epic mascot matchup at noon featuring Big Red, the Suns Gorilla, that kind of fun stuff.
Yeah, I got a memo. We need 3 teams right now. We need 3 teams to sign up and play right now. So if you want to play some pickleball, hang out with us. You just got to text pickle to 620-620.
We're all going to be out there. Pickle
to 620-620.
620.
We need 3 teams right now to sign up and play. Text pickle to 620-620.
Jalen Green's going to make his debut tonight for the Suns. So what is Coach Jordan Ott hoping to see in that debut? You'll hear what he said next on Burns and Gambo.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2.
I don't think it's out of the realm of possibility the Cardinals still get into the postseason. Jacoby Brissett is going to play like what we saw him play like in these last 3 games, and this defense, which is starting to get healthy. That combination is working for the Rams. That combination is also working for the Seattle Seahawks as well.
It is possible they have figured something out. That's what keeps the very faint playoff hopes alive in my mind, is if you can shut Dallas down, you can shut anybody on your schedule down.
Wolf and Luke, middays 10 to 2 on Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Checking accounts and savings accounts and loans when it comes to your financial services that you need in 2025. Global Credit Union just does it better. Global Credit Union does it with you in mind versus some shareholders or stockholders 3,000 miles away in mind. That's all about the membership. I'm a member of Global Credit Union. I'm able to take advantage of these benefits, and you should be able to too when it comes to your checking accounts, your savings accounts, your loans. Global members, and there's a real commitment here to this, Global Credit Union members pay low to no fees on their accounts. Global members get a better interest rate than they can at a bank. Last year, collectively, Global members saved $195 million last year. 10 branches throughout the valley, easy to use mobile app. You got to check it out. Explore the benefits of becoming a member by going to globalcu.org. Your world of financial possibilities. Free checking and no monthly maintenance fee only apply to core checking accounts. Direct deposit required for early payday. Other fees may apply.
Hi, I'm Elizabeth Smith with Oliver Smith Jeweler. Gold prices are at an all-time high, so if you've been procrastinating selling your watches, jewelry, or gold, you're in luck. Dad, you've been doing this in Arizona for almost 45 years. What should people know before they sell?
First, don't get scammed by those roadshows that pop up in hotel ballrooms, please. We're a local family-owned jeweler, and we've been advising Arizona families for decades.
Does someone need an appointment?
No appointment necessary. We'll evaluate your watches, jewelry, or gold and give you a check on the spot in minutes.
Have you ever seen gold this high?
Never. Do yourself a favor, search your jewelry box, find out if there's anything in there that might have value or things that you aren't wearing, and bring them in.
Weren't you an appraiser on Antiques Roadshow?
Yeah, that was the original reality show.
Sell your watches, jewelry, and gold with confidence. Visit Oliver Smith Jeweler in our 2 Scottsdale locations or online at oliversmithjeweler.com.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
A blown left headlight is making Erica's drive to her son's soccer game darker and darker. So she goes to AutoZone.
Welcome to AutoZone. What are you working on today?
Where a friendly AutoZoner finds her 2 new bulbs.
These lights have the most clarity.
And helps her get back on the road so she can brighten her drive and the cheering section.
All right, all right.
See clearer and drive safer with new lights. No hassles, just help.
Get in the zone, AutoZone.
Restrictions apply.
Wesley Financial Group is not a law firm, and Chuck McDowell definitely not an attorney. This is Chuck. If someone talked you into buying something really silly and you want to get out of that silly little thing, my advice, get the facts. Call me and I'll send you our timeshare exit kit absolutely free. Inside, you'll learn how timeshare works and all your options for cancellation.
Call Wesley now for your free exit info kit. 800-329-2121. That's 800-329-2121.
Hey everybody, Dan Bickley here with Mike Freeland, owner of Turf Monsters, and Turf Monsters builds great pickleball courts, and you've got a great incentive going on now, Mike.
We are offering 15% off through Thanksgiving on all full court pickleball installations, and we customize to your space. You heard that right, 15% off, but you must act now. We want your business. Customer service is our number one priority.
623-263-7388. Online at turfmonstersaz.com.
Black Friday is going on now at every AutoNation store. Hurry in and save for a limited time. Buy with zero down. Plus, make no payments till next year. Shop new and used cars, trucks, SUVs, even top luxury models. Drive with zero down. Plus, no payments till next year. Save your cash for the holidays. Go to your nearest AutoNation store now.
Limited term financing on approved credit. 90-day deferred payment. Interest accrues from date of purchase. See store for details.
Arizona Sports, the local sports leader.
Burns and Gambo. What's on tonight?
What's on tonight? The games that we're going to watch this evening, and it's brought to you by Global Credit Union. Explore the benefits of becoming a member at globalcu.org. There's NHL action on tonight if you want to watch that. There's Suns basketball on tonight. The return of Bradley Beal as they're hosting the LA Clippers, 7 o'clock from Mortgage Matchup Center.
Of Jalen Green.
Which we're going to talk about in a second. Yeah, got a lot of Jordan Ott sound about that and how that's going to go down. But the debut of Mr. Green tonight at Mortgage Matchup Center. That game starts at 7. You'll hear it here on Arizona Sports 98.7. Thursday Night Football tonight on Amazon Prime features an AFC West showdown between the Las Vegas Raiders and the Denver Broncos. That's the Thursday night game tonight.
Raiders, Broncos.
And the Clippers-Suns game is the only NBA game on the schedule tonight.
Is it really?
The only one, which seems kind of weird.
Oklahoma City lost their first game.
Did they?
To Portland.
Oh, wow.
Portland.
Wow.
Yeah.
Missed that. That's not good.
Shocking the world.
That is what's on tonight, the games that we're going to watch this evening. But, of course, the Suns have our preoccupation as that game's starting in about an hour and 15 minutes from right now. Jordan Ott pregame. This is from just moments ago. If Jalen Green is, in fact, on a minutes restriction tonight.
It's the same target range of minutes. I think where we're at is we have a competitive target number or target range more with Jalen, and we're going to feel it out, see exactly how he feels. Like he's out there playing in the game, the speed of the game, the pace of play is affected by the team that you play. So we'll take a look. We'll have a good feel for it headed into the fourth, exactly where that is.
I feel like that's a yes.
Yeah.
That's a long way of saying yes, but we'll see. Yeah. What he adds to the team now that he's there.
I think we're all excited to see exactly what that looks like. Had obviously a couple practices with it early and in September. Just his speed, his elite speed, his downhill threat, his paint presence. He'll be able to put pressure on the defense in a couple different ways that we don't totally have. So it's athleticism, just everything. You know, we'll put him in pick and rolls. We'll move him off the ball. We'll use his cutting, his speed in multiple different ways.
He's going to be great for that. The downhill game that he has is very unique. Now, Suns fans will have a little bit of a love-hate because he's very streaky. He'll go through the incredible streaks where he can't miss a shot, and then he'll go through games where he scores 8 points because he can't make a shot. So he's a little bit of a frustrating player, but he's an extremely talented player. He's very, very athletic. When you look at him against Book, he's more athletic than Book, but he's not as efficient as Book. He can get to the free throw line, and he can definitely give them something that they're lacking, the points in the paint. You know, taking that basketball and getting in the paint, driving. And it's going to be good for other guys. If I'm Mark Williams, I'm going to love having him out there because whoever's guarding me, that center is going to have to go over and help when he goes by his guy, and that's going to leave me open for maybe some alley-oops or some putbacks, offensive rebounds, and things like that.
You would think he would attract a lot of gravity when he's out there.
Yes.
I mean, there's going to be, it's going to be frustrating, though. Those are all the positives for his game. He's not much of a playmaker, he's not much of a get other guys involved kind of guy, setting guys up. That's not really his jam. He's not much of a defensive player. So I think we keep our expectations somewhat tempered on that. But there's no doubt we saw, you mentioned John Voida earlier. He had a tweet a couple of days ago about Jordan Ott and the first 8 games of his kind of tenure here, what trends we've noticed early on from the Suns. What we've noticed is a lot of three-point shooting, which has cooled off a little bit the last couple of games, but for the most part, a lot of three-point shooting, a lot of three-point makes, and a lot of paint touches, a lot of shots in the paint and high percentage shots in the restricted area. And, something that the Suns were woeful at last year in terms of a commitment to getting into the paint. It was really obvious looking at the numbers that the commitment was kind of twofold: threes and paint touches. And that's, quite frankly, foundationally where the Suns needed to be as a basketball team. They just strayed too far away from that over the last couple of years. So I think Jalen Green certainly will help that. He'll certainly help rim presence, according to Jordan Ott.
Totally. Yeah, I think, again, it's that paint pressure. It's the elite athleticism and the ability to get downhill. We need it. We need it in early in the possession, in transition, and then in the half court. Yeah, excited to see it.
Now, what about Booker and Green?
I mean, they're a threat without the ball. And, Jalen's numbers off the ball and catch and shoot situations were really good last year. But we're still going to move. It doesn't matter who is where. We're going to move when that ball gets driven, whether it's middle or baseline side. So just another scoring threat. Keep those guys aggressive.
I'm really curious to see how he plays on the defensive end, too. The offensive game is unique. It's a great skill set. But he's got size. He's 6'4". He's not a small guard. He's not 6 feet tall or 6'1" or even 6'2". He's a little bit bigger. So I want to see what he does on the defensive end. Everybody's going to concentrate on the offense and what he can bring to the offense and the pressure he can take off Book and his ability to attack the basket and play downhill. That's all fine and dandy. I do want to see how he plays on the defensive end. Now, a little bit different tonight, right? No Kawhi out there. No James Harden out there. But still, I just want to see how he fits in defensively.
Yeah, and that's exactly something that he talked with Booker and Green about.
One question I get a lot is, the offense and but how hard Book plays defensively. I've tried to highlight, and I probably haven't highlighted enough. These guys play hard. So when you set the baseline as play hard, that's a big piece of what defense is in the NBA. And I have... we now have Mark back there patrolling the paint, which is a little bit different defensively, and we've been good. Over the last 5 games, we've been good. We've been better. So I was in L.A., that was a tough defensive night, but a lot of that was shot making. And tonight, this will present a new challenge. But, again, we're going to have to figure out some of this on the fly. We haven't had a ton of practice reps with Jalen and Book.